Through to our winners bracket, in which teams will have to fight to stay alive in the elimination bracket. It's going to be a very exciting day of games here today. I can't wait to see how all of it plays out. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host here for this first series, and we've got some phenomenal people joining me here on the desk. Of course, we have Jamerson, Tiff, and Snipedown ready to go at it yet again. Jamerson, talk to me. How are you feeling so far in the competition?
I'm so excited. We got to see a lot of dark horses come out of the competition yesterday, and names like Cholo's Lasers really rocketing up to the top of the leaderboard was definitely surprising, and that's what we love to see here when we come to LAN, when it's international competition. We want to see all the nations represented when it comes to LAN.
Absolutely. I think we saw quite a few surprises that people are very happy about. We had some very excited fans in the stands, seeing some pop-off performances from some new names towards the end of the day, Tiff, but now we get you up here on the desk to do some analysis with us. So tell me your thoughts.
Look, I'm happy. Anytime we get to come to LAN and have all of our regions come together, especially after we get to witness weeks upon weeks of scrims, right? But you never know what that's going to happen on the stage when everyone's on the same playing field and how some of our players are actually going to adapt. Regardless, whatever it is, it's day 2 of groups, and if you haven't figured it out and get yourself in a situation where you're going to be able to have the best POIs going into brackets, you know, you got some work to do.
I mean, obviously, Snipedown, lots of experience on your side of things when it comes to this portion of the competition here at LAN. So talk us through, one, your thoughts on day 1, but also like what we can kind of expect our players to be experiencing here, knowing that this is that last opportunity to get into winners and also get those points for the seeding later on.
Yeah, I think day 1 was super interesting. We saw some teams that were playing in the first round that kind of struggled. You know, you had Bleed, for example, that really struggled, and then they came out in their second match and really turned up. We did see a lot of North American dominance, and I think a lot of that just comes to the way that they prep with their region, as well as the POI draft. I think this is really like the first time that we've seen the POI draft in this big stage, and I was talking to a lot of the players backstage about how important that part of the section is, and they feel like they prepared better, and they got a lot of POIs. I was talking to KCP specifically, who ended up 11th overall in the pick, and they ended up getting 2 of the best POIs on the map, and they said they attest that to some of the other regions, maybe not prepping as much or picking comfort picks when the way that the style of the game has changed is IGL being able to adapt to where you're at, looking around what teams are around you, and being able to figure out what the best rotations are for your teams.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of our teams here prepping even better for today. More storylines that we're going to be following here as well. But if you're just joining us for the first time, let's review what we saw in day 1, because we have a lot to catch up on here. First series out of the day. Jamerson, you were one of the people that kind of got to hang out through some of these matches. To kick it off, we heard the name mentioned a few times. You even said it yourself, Cholos. Game number 1 came out so strong.
Yeah, I mean, we started off the day talking about the draft and how well SSG would be doing coming out from Stacks. One thing we did discount, though, was going to be Cholo's Lasers coming out from Geyser. We had 2 zones going over towards the Climatizer side, and then it pulled into Monument for the 3rd map on World's Edge. And Cholo's Lasers did an amazing job on World's Edge in being able to utilize that draft spot coming out from Geyser, which typically isn't the greatest drop spot for people to pick, but they made it work for themselves. And when we transitioned on over to Stormpoint, they carried on with that momentum.
And then when we get into the second series of the day, Snipedown, I mean, you were one of the people that picked Furia, a squad that had a phenomenal performance in those games.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was pretty exciting for Fury to come out and perform the way they did with the way that team has adapted. And this meta, I think, works well for them. We talked about how adaptable Vaxlon is specifically. A lot of people, I've seen it on Reddit already, talking about how he's the best Newcastle in the game. And I was pleasantly surprised to see how much hype they had. It seemed like a lot of the casters felt the same way. A lot of us picked it. Reddit picked Furia. And it's cool to see a team that has been kind of underwhelming in the past come into this tournament with a lot of hype and honestly expectations to take the whole thing.
And then we get into the third series of the day, Tiff, and every single team that us casters thought were going to do well end up in the top 3, separated by mere singular points. It was such an insane final series.
Yeah, it was really crazy. Coming into it, we always have the question of whether or not Team Falcons can perform on World's Edge. And you actually had Privacy on the desk saying that they typically average within this group about 12 points per game. And I was a non-believer. And I was like, all right, do what you got to do, but I'm not believing it. And you come into that final game on World's Edge, and they put up a massive number, bringing them to 37 points across that series. Now, of course, we had Cholos come from behind in that last game, throw up a north of 20-point game, which is something that they're very strong at doing. The first game of the day of the entire LAN was a 28-point win. But when you look at the overall standings here, based off those performances, Cholos has found themselves in second, but then we can't talk about Not Moist. Like, that is a crazy performance.
The fact that we've already got 2 of our teams in triple digits after just 2 of those series is an impressive performance in itself. But that entire top 10 is such a stacked top 10. And we talked about this a little bit when we were closing out yesterday, but every single point is going to matter as it will go into your overall point total when it determines your draft seeding in the match point final. So all of these teams are constantly needing to push and work for every single bit. And then, of course, we also need to talk about that top 20 bubble. This is our top 20 right now. We'll take a look at the second page as well. But at the end of today, if you're in that bottom 20, you're going into the elimination bracket, Jamerson, and it just makes it that much harder of a journey to make it through to match point finals.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely not envy anyone who's on that lower end of the bracket because that's a lot of extra games. That's so much pressure on the line, right? And sometimes you need that extra prep time going into Championship Sunday, going into match point finals. And so having to prepare for one last lobby, it's going to be hell for them.
Now, talk to me about some surprises too. We'll take a look at the schedule to see how it's going to go, and I want to get your thoughts on this in just a minute here, Snipe. But obviously, we still have a couple teams that have only played one series yesterday. We'll see here on the schedule, we've got the day starting with groups A and C right at the top of the show. Then we'll move into groups A and D, and then groups B and C to close it out, which obviously means that group B got 2 of them in yesterday. A couple of these other groups still need to get more points on the board, and you will see that reflected in the overall standings. But there were some surprises on that second page as far as some teams that could definitely do a lot of damage today. I'm thinking potentially LG. I mean, we've got them down there. What are we expecting out of those?
I think LG is honestly going to be the biggest team to look at for this next bracket. I mean, they usually start a somewhat slow, but Sweet has historically always had these miraculous round 2s and especially round 3s, which I know a couple of us picked them to take that one. And I mean, that's just been his whole thing, his whole motto the entire time. And they got some really good drafts today. Yes, yesterday they were kind of trapped at Survey. There were teams contesting at Climatizer. A team took Epicenter from them. And then we had 2 North zones back at Climatizer. So they were congested. They were stuck with bad armors. They couldn't find good rotates. And it was really tough for them. And they still ended up with 25 points. Not too bad, but they have a whole new day to come out, reset. I think that was big for them to only have played once yesterday. Because if they come out strong in round 1, they're going to carry that momentum straight forward.
Well, we'll take a look at the rest of our teams that we'll be seeing here today in groups A and C. This is not going to be an easy lobby. A lot of these teams need a little bit of a comeback here, so it should be exciting. Tiff, just give me a couple names here that jump out at you from this group.
Well, immediately Fnatic, right? That roster, they're not happy with the performance from day number 1. I kind of was walking around and I heard from some people that they just kind of were like, we need a reset. We need to figure out how to play on LAN, they're used to playing on such high ping through scrims, but how do you prep for an international lobby aside from playing in an international LAN? And if you're not adapting fast enough in the group stages to be able to perform to the best of your abilities, and that's what they want. They're so used to dominating the APAC North region, and it just comes completely backwards here. Now, I'm saying that they're eventually going to win a LAN at some point in time, so it's just a matter of time. However, Na'Vi, they were a big question mark for me coming in, and I've been thoroughly surprised at their ability to get into some of these end games and maybe finish in the top 5. Now, can they take a win or get a top 3 in a group stage and keep on going and make it into those LAN finals, which you know Matafe won?
Yes.
We need it.
All right, before we get into a little bit more on some of these other teams, Jamerson, I want to get your thoughts on a couple standouts from this lobby as well, or even teams that you think just really need to pick it up starting off their day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely want to continue off the Na'Vi point. They had an amazing job. They did an amazing job playing out of Landslide yesterday when we had all those northern zones. So seeing them be able to navigate their usual playstyle is great. I do wonder, will they struggle when it comes to playing more edge? Other teams we do need to note, of course, it's always going to be NRG. When it comes to LAN, when it comes to any competition, they are one of the most consistent teams. Of course, missing out on finals is something that we do have to note, but they are looking really great right now. They were their usual self in being able to be silently successful throughout the day. And then, of course, they finish off their group with a huge bang win. And so I like that they were able to at least take the win in the lobby because that's always a good sign, right? Group stages is an indicator of the overall competition. We want to see, once we get to match point format, do you have that killer instinct? Do you have that capacity to win in a lobby? And can you do it on both maps? And so now we need to see a win on World's Edge for them, and that will boost my confidence in NRG.
I love that. I love that they're a team that we've seen time and time again find themselves at the top of an online split with big expectations coming into LAN, and we know what they are capable of when it comes to potentially taking home that trophy. The competition does not get any easier every single LAN. There are more and more teams that are moving up into that category of potential winners. It's no longer a cut and dry situation. So that's why we're saying today is going to be that much more difficult, that much more important performance-wise for all of our squads. Like we said, there's so many teams to talk about. I do want to give you 1 second, though, Snipe, to also talk about Complexity. We saw them come up right at the end of the day, started to kind of pick up their performance.
Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite teams right now. I think that I've talked about this and touched on a little bit about how I think this meta and the change leading up to this is the best case scenario for this team. They run a lot of ranged weapons, so they're able to get picks around the map. You got people getting slowed by crypto ults, a lot of people. So you get that one big headshot. We saw Monsoon, probably the only person in the whole tournament running charge rifle.
Yep.
The guy's been the king of snipers for what feels like forever. So it's fun to watch that. And then Kimchi plays his role incredibly well, close with the team. I talked about how personalities mesh. Him and Monsoon are great friends. You see them posting and memeing and laughing all the time together. And then Lou's just like a rock star right now. He has been through the roof in the kills. I looked at some of the stats before, and he was right up there with the top kill leaders. I think this team has potential to really break into that top 10, and they've kind of always come a little bit short in the past. And I think this is the tournament, as well as a couple of these other teams. You got KCP with 54 points.
Yeah.
You got some of these teams that were kind of underwhelming coming into it that are performing this weekend so far.
Yeah, we've had quite a few teams that managed to do a good job so far with their performance yesterday, and one of those teams was Gaming Gladiators, who also came into the tournament with some pretty high expectations. And one of the things that we talk about a lot is what teams have to be able to overcome in order to be great, to make it here on this stage. It is not an easy road to get to the place that a lot of them have made it. Well, we actually got an opportunity to catch up with Gaming Gladiators to see specifically what they've had to overcome, both as a team and when it comes to an individual side of things for Blast, what he's had to overcome in order to make it here.
You go from this world of just sitting in your room playing games to a giant crowd of people who are screaming, supporting different teams. There's so many different things going on, it's crazy. The one thing I do is I picture my room and I picture where I feel confident and safe. It sort of drowns out the noise of everyone screaming in the background. It sort of calms you down, helps you think. Really puts you in the right mindset to get the job done and do what you have to do. With Split 1, to you, and I don't know if I would have managed as good as I did if I didn't have someone like my sister there.
I think for me the main thing is to show my brother that we're all there as a family to support him. I can be that little piece of home that he gets to bring along, but it is nice just to be able to give him any messages of hope and just let him know that he has got that network behind him.
For us to do as well as we did, I think it's hard to ignore the fact that she was there. I think that had a big part in it.
It's been really lovely to see his confidence grow and grow even more. You just kind of see that progression, especially the team as a whole.
Having teammates like Light, Lufka, and Liak it's a privilege, to be honest with you. They've been so understanding of so much, and they've seen me go through my best days, my worst days, and they trust me to do what I do. It's an amazing thing to have some people like that around you.
In Split 1 playoffs, he had some moments where his skill lacked simply because of being nervous, playing a big factor into it. Now he doesn't have that issue anymore, and the team perfectly works with him.
Myślę, że Blasta performance, odkąd zmienił na kontroler, zmienił się w bardzo dużym stopniu. Ta zmiana drużynie przyniosła wiele sukcesów, bo odkąd zmienił na kontroler, stał się dużo lepszym graczem.
Dynamika w zespole zmieniła się w sposób taki, że zaczęliśmy więcej żartować przed grami, po grach i taka trochę luźniejsza atmosfera.
I myślę, że ten LAN pokaże, jak bardzo Blast się zmienił.
I think we've gone to a point now where we know we can do it. We believe in ourselves. We know we can be the team that wins this LAN.
I am immensely proud of my brother for how well he's progressed over the years. I think it's a real amazing feat to just stick to what you love and actually be able to execute it. I think the difference between LA and now is pretty polar, but for the better. I think the confidence is there, more of an ego is there, but I think that's needed for this kind of environment.
I really don't know if I would be here in this position without having my family be there for me. It's probably one of the biggest factors into why I do well. I have that confidence now.
Time and time again, our Apex Legends community demonstrates how important your family support system can be in these specific events. I love that we have a sibling bond like that, helping Blast perform on a level like this. That is such an emotional, heartfelt piece that we got to witness there, Tiff. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, such an impressive squad.
I was like, don't make me talk right now. Like, I can't. I have a reduction in my ear. They're like, you're going to cry. And I'm trying so hard not to, because there's a lot of things when you see your favorite team on stage that you actually don't know what is going on through anything behind closed doors. They are just getting here and trying to do and put all of that behind them to perform to the best of their capabilities. And I ran into Blast's sister a ton yesterday, and she is honestly one of the kindest people I have ever met. And when you just speak to her, she just has a really soothing voice, and you start realizing you're like, okay, I 100% get it, Blast. Like, I understand what it's like to have that bond with someone. I have 2 brothers. They have championed me through my entire life. So having that structure and having her near, you can see, I was wondering what that change was for them specifically in Split 1, because if you know this roster, they were formerly known as OMID, before that Electrify Steel Gaming. I mean, Blast has been playing since 2019, and I was like, why has the past 5 years been so kind of all over the place, and what was the change? And then you hear about it in the video, and I'm like, ever since that moment, they went from double conning, not only conning Graceful and Stacks on World's Edge, but the full English for Ed Zeus. And that contest was bloody throughout Split 1. But at the end of Split 1, you're telling me they went from out of qualification to grabbing the last spot to make playoffs in Split, and then they get 10th place. Then from there, they move into another international land. They grab 4th at EWC. They qualify, they come back here, they're winning games, they're looking phenomenal. And it's not even that they're at their peak yet. And at the end of the video, he goes, I think we can come in here and win this, and I believe it.
They are absolutely a squad that I think a lot of people are keeping their eyes on all weekend long. Lots of potential, and the ability to turn something around like that quickly, people should be a little bit scared of them, but we've gone through a lot of things here. The one thing we haven't talked about yet is, of course, the draft picks for today. We're kicking things off with World's Edge. Let's see what's changed, which teams ended up where, who's dropping near whom, how that could potentially affect these rotations, and how our teams are going to be playing things out here. It's gonna be a little bit different than what we saw, all right? We'll kick things off by getting a couple of these picks coming through all the way at the top. We've got Furia at Thermal to kick things off here, Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about Furia yesterday. They're getting the same pick as they had from Thermal Station, so they had great rotations from there. You look at LG, which is a team that struggled yesterday, and they were contested on this map from Epicenter, but now they have Skyhook West to themselves. So they have all of this. It's the best POI on this map. We almost always see it first picked. If you don't, then something else is going on. Maybe it's a comfort pick. But I think today, with LG specifically, their World's Edge is going to be the important factor. I think that's really going to pick up their points, and honestly, Stormpoint is kind of a toss-up. But overall, I'm picking, at the end of the day, I still have SSG winning this today. I'm going to go with that. Sure. I know I've talked a lot about that team, but their POIs on both these drafts were top of the line. I think they got the win in this.
I mean, one of the teams that you had mentioned, Jamerson, we also see NRG over there in Monument, an area where we see zones pretty typically as well. Could that work out in their favor?
Yeah, I mean, this was their comfort pick, right? They picked that up yesterday as well, and you know, they performed well enough on it, especially for the polls that you got, right? They weren't going to get as much priority getting into the climatizer zones that we had a lot of teams, like in particular, LG was able to get into the northern spots of that particularly quickly, and so that did kind of stifle NRG when it came to World's Edge. But once we moved on over, right, to the other half of the match, I mean, they looked much more prepared for that than anything else. So I think just being able to get this comfort pick and then focus a little bit more on Stormpoint overall is going to work out for them.
Tiff, any final thoughts on the draft picks?
SSG's not gonna win.
Oh, I love it.
No, but for real, when you look at the POI draft and you see, like, I was watching it as it was going down. We had Greek and Nicewig popping watch parties. I was looking all over the place. Staging was the first one to go. And my jaw dropped. And that's when you were like, I guess we have people going for their comfort picks. But it wasn't just staging. Across a lot of our groups, it was also pylon. And it's just the way that our players and teams have been playing, like that heavy zone to try and get those rotations. Plus, that's Reject Winity. That's that new J roster that came out of APAC North that plays Valk and gets these really off-niche kind of things. And it's been wild to see their journey throughout here. So I'm curious to see how that works for them.
Well, this is perfect because we can start talking about our talent predictions as well, because Tiff and Snipe agreed all day yesterday.
That's
Clearly,
true.
we've got a little bit of dissension amongst the ranks now. We'll see what's going on. Now, quick explainer, because we saw quite a few people asking about this on social and in chat. If you're wondering what those points are at the bottom, the way the talent prediction game goes is that the team that we predict, we get however many points they acquire as a team in their series of matches, and that goes to our individual overall point total with our predictions to see who can get the most points at the end of the weekend. So you can see where everybody is right now. We've got Tiff and Snipe tied at 205, right at the top. Genome right behind them only by 4 points with 201, but we've got quite a few picks coming through. We matched today, Tiff, you and I, looking at Gaming Gladiators. Jameson is also on the Gaming Gladiators train, so feeling good about that. We've got the SSG here for Eric, but talk to me a little bit. I mean, you got to highlight Gaming Gladiators here, Tiff, obviously. They did well yesterday in a very similar drop. They were on Clima East yesterday, still in that northern area, feeling comfortable for themselves. So talk to me about why you feel good about them, Jamerson.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Clima's been basically their go-to, right? Throughout Split 2 and during the regular split. That's what they were going to almost, I think, 80% of the time, 90% of the time. And so they know how to play out of it. But they have a lot more space, right? We got Go next over at Survey Camp, which is going to be very, I would say there's not going to be much friction there for Gaming Gladiators. Now, particularly historically, the Climatizer pick was a little bit better when we're getting a lot more of the overlook zones. That's not something that we've seen yet. We have not seen those older polls where overlook was very much favored throughout Split 2. So that might come to bite them, but I think they still know how to play the macro extremely well out of that spot.
And we'll have to see what happens now with our 2 points leaders at the end of the day, because it's time for us to prepare to get into match number 1. But if you're preparing to get into match number 1 and you're trying to figure out the best way to do it, just head over to Face It Watch, okay? This is going to give you everything under the sun you could possibly need when it comes to an ALGS broadcast, whether that is watching up to 4 team POVs simultaneously or a dedicated map POV so you can follow exactly how those rotations are going for some of your favorite squads. Don't forget, we also have that live team comms. There's an audio mixer. You can literally watch ALGS exactly how you want to watch it. It's such a cool feature here. You can head on over to faceit.com/watch in order to get all of that set up. But like I said, match number 1 is about ready to get underway. I hope everybody here nice and early with us in Mannheim is ready to get into the action. I know our casters are ready to go, and I am so excited to toss it over to Dia and Graceful to kick things off.
Woo, Graceful, we're back. It's been a long time since Split 1, but happy to have you right back alongside me now that we're in Split 2 playoffs.
I am so happy to be here, coming from casting Challenger Circuit to casting with you previously on the LAN and now getting the opportunity to cast once again. I feel like now I can talk however much I want.
It's true, it's true. I mean, you played in Pro League, you cashed Challenger Circuit, you're at playoffs, you're getting to analyze everything, the whole shaboodle. And you know what? Our analyst desk actually did a great job of that, breaking down a lot of different teams and the things they need to focus on. I wanted to talk a little bit about something that Snipedown mentioned on the desk when we were talking about the POI draft, because I found it really interesting. He said, if you're not picking SkyWest, you're picking Comfort. And it really stood out to me that teams like, say, Furia and Reject ended up picking for World's Edge first, but didn't go SkyWest. Furia specifically started things off with a Thermal Station pick, and we were discussing about that a little bit more, so please, enlighten me. Why would you go Thermal Station? Why wouldn't you pick SkyWest?
So one of the biggest reasons, this is actually something I've been talking to a few teams behind the scene about, is that people might say that there's only a few good spots on World's Edge, But overall, across the board, most teams are, on average, better on store point than World's Edge. So making sure that you have anything that's comfort pick, or in my case, I think Thermal is actually a super solid POI, especially if you've had practice through it, because there's so much VOD review. You know, we've seen Alliance play there for so long and other teams. That, and Furia playing out of there as well, I think it's a super solid pick. It's not necessarily a comfort pick, but I think because they're confident in their other map, that's their first to go to pick, really.
I also really wouldn't say that Thermal is anyone can just come in and play Thermal. Like, it is a very specific POI, especially because it's so far away from everything else physically, with the literal mountains in between it and any other POI, that when you rotate out of there and how you do it based on where you think the zone is pulling can be quite specific.
Yeah, I mean, I think that people have tried to copy other teams playing out of there, so you definitely... Not everybody can copy pasta and make it through, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like if you get that snowball going, because I think that's really... Thermal is honestly where Edge play got made, I feel like. Like, that's where we started seeing big success coming out of teams, making it happen from Edge and then pulling out to other maps as well. And now that you've seen that, people started cracking down on why does this work on Thermal specifically so well. Is it the timing because of how the macro is? Is it the actual objectives that you get now along the way? Or is it just easy, isolated fights? You know, there's plenty of ways you can crack down on it. And I think that's just the starting point that people, you know, if you like Edge, you're gonna look into it.
And, well, since we've got so much to work with in terms of, for a lot of different teams, flexibility, what they might be able to do on World's Edge, one of the most studied maps in Apex Legends, there's no better time to jump into it. We've got Legend selection on your screen right now. We saw a couple of teams choosing to forfeit Newcastle on World's Edge, perhaps in favor of buildings yesterday, and I'm seeing that trend continue into today.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a pick around maps. That's just the way it goes. You know, World's Edge is more enclosed, like in buildings, shorter visual range. You don't really need Newcastle as much, but we still see a few teams run it because they're just that confident in being able to bunker up in outside areas. Previously, Watson has been the only legend really to play a lot of space, but with Newcastle getting buffed, a lot of people are actually leaning towards him to actually hold space in the open that you couldn't do on anybody except Watson from before.
Especially with the mixed functionality. One of the things that actually has let some teams go, I want to play Newcastle, not Watson. Say a team like Gaming Gladiators, who have done exactly that. Lufka going to be running Newcastle to start the day, and alongside Catalyst instead, a different controller legend selection that we are seeing some teams opt for.
Yeah, I think in general, when people pick Cat, it's just because they're confident in making endgame. Because endgame is where Cat really, like, shines through, because you now have, like, you can make space your own literally by just walling and forcing teams to fight without really needing to fight. Like, normally when you're playing on Stormpoint as an example, you're forcing teams off of you. This wall alone makes it so that they're fighting other teams, and it's so good late game.
Yeah, and from this corner of the map, they've got a long way to go. Take a look, however, at who is dead center of zone. Another team that we wanted to talk about in the pregame, Reject Winity JP, who first picked staging as their opportunity to play across both maps. They've now landed dead center of zone, and based on their regional play, it's exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, Reject Winity is one of the teams now that is in dead center zone here. A lot of teams have opted to play, like I said, on LAN. Most people play zone just because you want to have prior to the zones. And with zones, like I explained before, is that there's current active zones that are... That's why we're seeing, you know, repetitive zones every now and then, like maybe 2 out of 3 is the same inch area. And now that you have a center side zone, you have prior to almost everything with what we've seen yesterday on all the maps.
Fnatic tried to make their way in real quickly, but they do get hit by North Eption. There's actually, given that you can now see health bars in Apex Legends, a good chance they send this as in comes How to clean up the kill on Satsuki. That is going to be one member of Fnatic down and in shambles towards the center of the map. It's difficult to back away. How set themselves up defensively, not needing to focus too much on Fnatic behind them, as you know that the difference between where Fnatic are and getting to you is a long and painful journey.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough journey because at the beginning, like we saw, some teams just opted out to move away because they might be thinking the zone is pulling somewhere else. But some teams just play basic. They're like, hey, we're going to take this big main building and staging because options are good here. We can go under bridge if we have to go north. We can even just walk alongside the mountain north. We could go through tunnel if we have to opt out. Like, there's so many options here. And the most important part is when you're playing zone is you don't want to lock yourself into a spot where you're just all inning. Like, this is the one of the things I always say to every new IGL that asks me questions. Like, don't all in unless you are 100% sure the zone is pulling this way. Like there are some zones that you can see exactly where they're going, but some zones is literally, no, there's like 3 options here. If you all in and it pulls off of you, you're literally almost throwing your game in a stacked lobby like this where we see 20 squads already here and so many teams are already in the zone and so many teams are already opting to come in.
It's one of the things I admire about Reject Winity's position right now is that it is one of the more flexible spots when we're going towards this central area between Staging and Harvester. It can so often pull to the hill, it can move into Harvester, and with Reject Winity playing over by the train line, they've actually got a good bit of flexibility, something that Dreamfire might be looking to emulate. They have got Ring scans, so a decent bit of information in the hands of Dreamfire, but Ring is that much further away. It's very likely that they get forced into a nearly edged playstyle this game.
Yeah, even fights breaking out slowly now, and the main reason why the aggression is so high is because the earlier you fight, the better. The later it goes, more teams are surrounding you, more teams are ready to opt in for 3-piece, 4-piece, even 5-piece in some cases. I think that if you want to fight, you fight now. If not, then it's never, like, it's going to be too late because now you're all waiting on Stone to walk in with you, and at that point it becomes just an RNG, and you know me, get RNG out of here. You want to have consistency. If you want to fight, you take the 3v3 isolated. You don't wait until it becomes a 9-man people walking in with zone, and then it's RNG of who holds who out.
You and Kashera both really want to get rid of any RNG. It's very clear at this point that a team like Go Next does not want to fight. They just encountered somebody who they could have taken an engagement against, rotating through Harvester, and yet avoiding that, not wanting to take the gamble this early in the game of whether you'll win it or not, because the risk is so high. Having a 0-point game would be disastrous, especially for a team like Go Next that really does need to pick up the pace coming into today. They didn't have the best day yesterday, and at this point, we are getting into that latter half of the group stages. We're looking towards elimination brackets, and you want to be on the winner's side of things.
Yeah, there's a lot of times as well, like especially for Kashera's positioning down there in the canyon, is that you don't take the fight because they're more likely to get thirded from different angles of getting shot at. Like, they're the ones looking at the mountain where Energy is standing right now. There's no reason to fight them because those guys will be getting engaged first in 90% of the scenarios. A lot of people opt not to come from the northern tunnel because it's just such a hard fight and you never know when people are rotating in at the same timing.
I'm going to temperature check this with you. I haven't cached this zone in a Newcastle meta, but I would say typically where NRG have chosen to position themselves on the hill between Harvester and Staging, I think it's a bit too early to hold that position. How much does that change now that Newcastle is in the meta and they're so clearly comfortable running him and laying down the ult early?
Yeah, it's a huge difference. Like, it's the same way as I explained Watson in the old meta. Like, Watson and Newcastle, they kind of do the same thing. They enable you to play more space. Without those characters, you can't play there. Like you get naded out, you get shot out, you can't really recuperate. Because like trying to LOS one team, you're in LOS of another team. Adding that LOS coverage by having walls and fences to show presence helps tremendously. Tremendous.
I do certainly. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, that was the right one. That was the right one. Gaming Gladiators are making their way down as well. We saw them walking on through Monument, and they're not going to be the only teams approaching from the north. In much the same way as Furia have chosen to take the slow approach from Thermal, even rotating up through Fisher, teams like Gaming Gladiators, Free Agent Kids, and Olimpo are all starting to move towards the eastern side of the map. There's a lot going on, especially towards the north. Talk to me about this Furia rotate, though, into zone.
Yeah, as you can see, Furia's very clearly going for Zone 3 knowledge, which is what they're doing. They're going to Lava Fisher to get the beacon as path. Once he hits blue armor, he can grab the ring console. He now get the knowledge that, hey, it's actually not pulling what some people might be thinking. Can we set up our rotates now to maybe set up a 3P for people that don't have the knowledge? Because they're looking at the map for sure.
Big shift here. Seeing Reject Winity eliminated. We were talking about how powerful this spot is. I am very surprised to see, of all teams, Complexity taking an explosive fight to remove that from them. And now we've got another fight brewing towards the north end where Artini has just been taken down and the Gaming Gladiators are pressing up against the spot that Olimpo held.
You know what the funniest part is? Like, we meet these people all the time. I see them. I talked to them yesterday, you know. Everybody has this confidence that not many teams used to have except the known heavy hitters.
Too much confidence.
Gaming Gladiator right now on a different level.
Light so clearly was immensely confident that nobody was swinging on his left, and he was so dead wrong. But now he's got Lufka backing him up, moving down onto the lower ground of this train line, and Gaming Gladiators have picked fights with not one, but two squads. First Olimpo, now free agent kids, and they're doing so by using this train line intelligently. The low ground not going to be super helpful for them, as Blast needs to reunite with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and that's where you can see the confidence. He got one thirst, right? They have one kill, he got the thirst. Now they know that duo is probably not going to be a threat. We can look to opt for another fight now if we can. But they're smart. The biggest thing about Gaming Gladiators is they're so well adapted. Like, I've known them from, they know, hey, we can win this fight, or no, if we can't, we're repositioning. A lot of teams can't draw that line of like, they can't see the line between, hey, we're fighting because we're confident, and hey, we're not fighting because it's a bad fight. And being able to distinguish that is what makes you like from a good player to a great player.
And with smart use of cover, Gaming Gladiators have really done this expertly. They reposition in such a way that lets them say, hey, FA Kids, we will fight you if you stick around. And we see that team, especially if you've got that mini-map up on Face It, watch, you can see FA Kids disengaging right now, moving towards Harvester instead, where Gaming Gladiators have moved right back up next to Olimpo and now get to pick. Do they move towards Harvester, or do they continue the fight onto the duo?
This is the thing that I always like to say is keep your options open. They're not locked in to do anything. Honestly, even when this zone closes, they can still rotate around.
Let's find out what Gaming Gladiators are doing. We're talking about keeping your options open. They've got a lot of them ahead, and the only way that we can really know is by taking a listen in.
Yeah, we kill Cryptus, there's no way they res.
No. Do you need ult for ults?
Yes.
Here.
I don't have mine.
Take it and...
Pump me up.
So what's on bank? Wait, I heard someone. Somewhere.
No, we're back. They could be here.
I think I hear close left, no?
Maybe.
Yeah. Start making fences. Wait, I'm just making sure. I'm gonna smoke and go right side.
I'm trapping that way.
There's no one. Start like walking up.
Yeah,
fences.
Detonating. Wait. Playing on the trap.
What's on 150.
Okay,
I
walking
can
up with
smoke
my
up.
kill.
I smoke up.
Buying to bottom left.
Yeah, walk up.
Get over here.
Nading.
Can someone with me? I'm with you.
I'm top right.
Dead.
Don't die. Behind you.
One. Dead.
Nice.
Careful the two backs.
Yeah, I'm looking. He's running away. Too. Cut box. Like,
He's not running.
Looks like Dreamfire have poked their heads into this as well. Gaming Gladiators did well to take the fight up against that softened duo from earlier, but now the fight into Landslide is all the more challenging. Dreamfire have to maintain priority on this tunnel.
Yeah, the thing is Gaming Gladiator played with the stone. They held out the stone, waited to fight tunnel late because they make sure that, hey, if there's a team on the opposite side of the tunnel, it's going to be in our favor. They go in, clean up the duo, saw Dreamfire, but they didn't take any damage. They disengage. Now Gaming Gladiators, as you say, have a hard time going into Landslide because if the team is actually holding out properly here, LG holding them out properly or not, or Dreamfire is just waiting in tunnel, they're probably going to end up getting pinched unless one of the team rotates early. We'll see, though, because Gaming Gladiators definitely have the option to still rotate the opposite side if they opt for that.
And that Harvester rotate is literally seconds away from becoming unavailable to them. On next ring close, it will become that much harder, so their decisions will have to be made now, much like LG, who have sitting over at Landslide, got that survey beacon. They know there are multiple teams moving through Landslide. Now they've got to move through the western side of the zone.
Yeah, next zone is actually, a lot of teams think it's scary. I think it's not scary because you can actually out-medkit it after a certain amount of ticks. And as long as you're prepped with resources, you can still make that rotate. And that's why a lot of the times people have been saying lately, drop syringes, pick up more medkits, because that enables certain rotates that normally you wouldn't be able to if you run the typical 2-4.
And it's Navi's job to cut those rotates off. Look at where they're positioned on high ground, on the edge of zone. Navi have the opportunity to pick up kills right now as that ring is going to continue pulling us even further into the east towards Harvester. Gaming Gladiators have made their move, rotating down into the Harvester area. The timer ran out just at the right moment, and they have made a solid position. Now, unfortunately, looking a little bit riskier as they have to dip down into the lava and recover.
Yeah, this lava spot is actually one of the OG spots people used to play. And it's so nice because, as you can see, there's actually a lot of LOS coverage as long as nobody's playing the opposite side lava, because then they actually have a straight line shot at you and you're going to get naded out and shot from all the angles. But as long as they can secure one side, I think they should be fine.
A lot of that focus is getting thrown in towards them. SWQ might have a few shots. Well, Go Next face a very different problem. They may not be in line of sight of many people, but they're certainly in the line of walking. The line of travel is what we'll use. Go Next have got many teams that need to move from Landslide through this tunnel and onto them, and it's happening right now as Dreamfire send it on to Go Next. There's the opportunity for a sandwich to happen here as well, so Go Next have to manage not just this one fight, but any reset afterwards. 2 knocks, KCP get both. Go Next are out, and Dreamfire take the fight.
Yeah, I think they had a good positioning in general, but the fact that they decided to push up on them instead of playing on the left side in that canyon is what makes them get pinched. They're like in the open, standing for anybody on the mountainside or bottom snake house to come in and just 3P, and that's exactly what happened, right? Dreamfire just came in on a good timing because they did what happened to the team in tunnel before. We're not in a pinch. Yeah. You're in a pinch.
Best possible scenario for a team like Pioneers as well. And Dreamfire, we were just like, all right, well, we're going to take this fight, and you have to fight not just us, but also Pioneers on the other side. Feels incredible. Now, however, Dreamfire have very much inherited their problem as the game is starting to focus on who controls Harvester. MKers sit up top. They're in a fantastic position. Many other teams like Dreamfire, like Complexity, like How are not nearly as lucky.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be, now when the zone is closing, a lot of teams are going to be, it's going to be a congested side on the west side. It's honestly down to about, yeah, we're going to see Evex coming out. We're going to see people trying to time a 3P. It's going to be messy for sure, but chaoticness is all what I love.
Well, we're certainly getting a lot of that now. LG and E36 taking a fight. LG need to have a big day today. We were looking for them. A lot of people had actually chosen them for predictions earlier today. And Sykes going down does not bode well. I can already hear the cries in the green room as Fnatic end up going down. LG alongside them, and Complexity take control of the high ground.
Yeah, as we saw, Complexity actually rotated out really early to take this fight.
This is dangerous, especially at close range. Double Mozambique. Synapse slides in. Kimchi goes down. Complexity and E36 in a fight for the height. And it looks like E36 are coming out on top. That's 2 full knocks and 1 thirst. E36 take a reset. Complexity have run. They've hidden. It's 1 member left to keep them alive for the end game.
Yeah, seeing people rat out, but as you saw, like there's plenty of fights going on all around the map right now because it's so everybody's like they're coexisting because they can't fight. There's 7 teams around us, guys. We can't fight.
Gaming Gladiators really encountering that as well. They'd love to take the fight up against SWQ, clear out this singular sight line through the lava, but actually picking the fight is so difficult with MKers right on in the area as well. I think Complexity should be sliding in soon. I hear them in the lava. And the MKers watch Monsoon just off to their side be taken down as SWQ shoot down from above. This is the next fight to brew, surely. It's just about when Donut ends up dropping down. Ziki is fallen. SWQ know that they can clean up this whole lava area, get loot, get kills, unfortunately get knocked, but it'll be a small delay and a Newcastle reset to bring them back. Nice 3 kills for SWQ.
Yeah, having a gold knockdown there is huge because now you have more time to focus on the rotation rather than needing to full heal. However, coming in from the south side now that they're not in the zone, they're going to have to opt for like playing outside of the gates or on the bins. It's crazy because teams are holding them out, as we can see Gaming Gladiators now holding them out as well. We'll have to see whether or not they can make this road because it's a tough one.
I would love to have a catalyst right now if I'm E36 because there's nothing keeping teams from firing down on me from all directions. No cover, nowhere to be. E36 go out so quickly. Shadow joining them, and it's going to leave us with very few teams left and very little space to play. Furia, one of the best positioned rosters at the moment on top of Harvester, have got a long time to chill and just look at everyone else.
Yeah, I think this one is also pulling south here, like outside on the south side. It's going to be even worse because there's going to be a team in up top. It's going to be like 3-4 teams on the inside, 1 team on the outside west side most likely. Team is already underneath the east side on the bridge. And I think that, honestly, I'm going to make a bet here. Top teams typically tend to win because all the other teams are kind of forced to fight before.
Yeah.
But I think that this is the main thing about high-level plays, that people start trying to predict others' plays, and it ends up being not in their favor. It's like, no, they're totally going to fight. So now nobody's fighting there, and you never know what happens. Then that's the fun part.
Because we were talking about this, the teams win those that really get to watch everybody else fight first. We've got a fight kicking off now with NRG and KCP. Doesn't go well for NRG, but Game and Gladiators are the team to watch it happen. They look like they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, they're definitely in a good spot on the southern side. I think they even mopped the team earlier on as well. But the real question is, like, what are other teams doing rather than what they're doing? Like, a lot of the times, my comms is like, we're doing this regardless of what happens. We're just going to have to fight for points.
Gaming Gladiators engage. Gaming Gladiators die so quickly. Na'Vi now on the back of that third party, back away into the little area they've saved with the Newcastle wall. But Na'Vi not looking too good either, as they've got very little space to work with.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi here still is actually in a good spot because, like, they're gonna have to take a fight, but they already have the wall set up. They have the gen set up. Like, they're just gonna have to triple peek and hope that they down somebody because they didn't have that great armors compared to the other team. But I think a fight between them will definitely happen soon.
Dreamfire should get the chance to reset. Na'Vi take a large swing and they take out How from a little space to a lot. Na'Vi have Uno reverse carded the lobby and now control the outside of Harvester. Furia trying to do the same as they rotate into the opposite side of the ring, cleaning up teams like Dreamfire, who are now just down to 1.
Yeah, Navi's in a great spot right now. Dreamfire's in the madness right now. They're fighting everybody that's on the inside. They can't really rotate on the upside because there's a team on the rooftop above. They're forced to take a fight, but they could easily get thirded or just get held out raw. Yeah, it comes down to a rat here. I think currently Navi's definitely in the best position to take this. It all comes down to the top team needing to come out as well.
You think they see him? 3MZ? He has not seen! Furia don't know he's up here! 3MZ with the play of a lifetime finally gets spotted! What a crazy crypto! Furia have picked up the kill. They still control the high ground. It was close. It was close.
It was definitely close, but this zone pulls towards Na'Vi. The real question is whether or not they can actually survive long enough for the other two teams to fight, or if somebody makes a YOLO play, because we also see that SSG used to have Cat, I think.
This is really good.
Yeah,
SSG use the cat wall to cut off sightlines for Furia. Furia and Na'Vi can see each other. They can't see SSG. This cat wall ticking down as Furia and Na'Vi begin the fight. SSG planned it perfectly, but Na'Vi retain high ground and being shot out from both teams. Finally, they take Furia down. They're dropping on SSG, and they wipe them off the face of Harvester.
That was huge from Na'Vi. You saw how they played this side. The zone pulls towards their side. They're like, hey, the threat is up top. They have to drop at some point. Force them down. Even though the catwall was great, I think it could have been optimized a little bit better. However, Na'Vi just closes out that fight from top, closes out the fight on the bottom. I would even like to say, was it even close?
7 out of 10 teams, I don't think get to make that play. Na'Vi controlling high ground there, from my eyes, looks like they should have gotten second because SSG had great sight lines onto them. That's a mechanical difference at the end.
I think this is what we've seen. Like, this is what we've seen Matafa and the boys do in Pro League. I think they're actually picking up now. I really hope they can lead us later into the tournament as well, but from day one and showing up even harder on day 2, not everybody can do it. And I think right now, this is his dark horse run.
I mean, we've got teams at this tournament that are trying to shake off the I'm a group force warrior, or group stage warrior team, right? That's not Na'Vi. Na'Vi are trying to shake off the we don't get to play at LAN title. And the fact that in group stages they've already done so well is fantastic for them.
I think this is also one of the cases where people have been picking on Matafa a lot and Na'Vi a lot, right? They have.
Yeah.
And I think when you poke the bear enough, it's gonna bite back, you know. And right now we're seeing it. They're not giving nobody mercy, holding out the south, killing the east team, killing the top team, and now actually clearing the last team. And that wasn't even. I think they were like 1 cracked and 2 full HP. They were smoking everyone.
And just looking at this, I mean, with the amount of decisions that Na'Vi had to make, the amount of tight corners they had to play, picking up 9 kills, even alongside all of that, leads them to a decisive 21-point victory.
I also think that their comp was a huge success in this. They played Watson Castle, right? That's the only way they could have survived in what you said, like these tight, small corners.
I mean, it works out very well for them. Furia managed to place just below that with 15 points. And looking at their damage after we see these top 3, a whole lot of it on top. Furia looked like they were in a really great spot. for this entire zone, playing off the top of Harvester. It was really down to good play from Na'Vi to take that away from them.
I think this is the difference of Fury as well, is that if you look at their comp here, they're playing Path, Crypto, Newcastle. That's one of the, like, it's good to be proactive with that when you have space. But they were playing on that small rooftop where they didn't know if a team was coming behind. You saw the rat come behind them.
Yeah.
And then they knew there was a team below, and they're not really in the spot to make the same plays. And that's where we see Watson come in super handy for them. They get more space, and they have even gens and everything.
And it's so fun to get to nerd out about these compositions as well, because Catalyst made such a massive difference for SSG. Yes, they didn't walk away with first, but they very well might have after a great wall to put Fury and Na'Vi on the same side.
I think, honestly, it was just a slight wall difference. If they made it a little bit more to the left, they would have had more space and forced them further into each other, because Na'Vi put them against each other, even though they made a decent fallout.
So many what ifs, so many might have, so many possibilities here at LAN. The group stage is continuing with A and C. This was just our first map on World's Edge, and we'll be back right after a break. Win was fantastic, and I loved hearing their comms just at the end there, knowing that Henchman on Watson was able to turn that fight from a second place into a first place, because he's the one playing off to the side. He's the one knowing that the comm was, we play for second here, and still, with the Watson, is able to lay down enough fire with the Mozambiques to really change the game. Mozambique's been going pretty crazy.
Don't get me wrong, I love the Akimbo. A little bit overtuned, but hey, when a new gun comes out, it needs to be fun. We don't want, like, oh, this is just a solid weapon. We want fun weapons, and they definitely made that happen for sure.
It's true. I've been having a lot of fun watching it. I'm sure the players have been having a lot of fun, maybe feeling a lot of autonomy in the fights, especially when they are on the distributing end of the Mozambiques. It's felt very empowering, especially with the gold loot bins, in order to be able to pick up hammer points as well. We got a lot more to look forward to, in fact, because you'll be seeing those quite a bit. But I want to take a look at last match, and not just the Mozambiques, but the overall scores, because we talked talked about the top half of the leaderboard. Teams like Na'Vi, teams like SSG, teams like Furia. Let's take a look a little bit further down, and I'm going to direct us towards Reject Winity JP. Hyped them up a lot, and I'm just going to come back to it because, man, it wasn't their game. And the fact is that when they're first picking staging on World's Edge and a zone like this gets pulled, to be sat in 20th is a disastrous beginning to the second day.
Yeah, the thing is about them is they dropped staging, right? And they had a good they had a good prior to almost any spot they wanted. They were first prior to everything pretty much. And the only downside to that is, can you survive the wave that's about to come in? Which they couldn't. I think they got wiped out by Complexity or something. And I think that to change that, like, this is one of the things where we're talking about consistency of teams, is you need, like, we call when you have Godspot from the get-go, like, those are games that are free wins, and you need to be able to close them out. If you can't close out the free wins, or at least get top 3, like I like to say top 3 guaranteed, then you're doing something wrong. So they need to look at that. Maybe the positioning was bad. Did we not hold the fight properly? Or was it just a timing-based thing? But they definitely lost the fight, and 20th, a donut from a Godspot, not a good thing.
And I do think that a lot of this can be looked at in the greater context of what Reject Winity JP are, because they're a team that's come from Challenger Circuit. They didn't just come from Challenger Circuit this year. They came from Challenger Circuit this split, and they have rocketed through the levels of play. You yourself were talking about how quickly things change, how little of time you have to take fights, to take rotations, whatever it may be, at all these different levels of play, with LAN being the highest. Now that they've moved so quickly through Challenge Circuit, through Pro League, into LAN, it is their first LAN, and they are really experiencing the growing pains in a way that regional play didn't challenge as much.
I was about to say, that's just honestly a site of growing pains and experience and knowledge, because when you're getting good that fast, you don't really have the time to go through. Like, they haven't gone through the reps yet. We have some teams in there that's been playing LAN several times. Some teams have been playing for 5 years, and most of the players have been playing for 4 or 5 years. Like, they've gone through all the stages of the game, and they know how to adapt. But when you get good that fast, you don't have time to catch up really. But I think this is a great opportunity for them to not only do better, but also learn, and for maybe the next time get even better.
I'll throw it in here as well that the delta gets even bigger, almost artificially, because of the fact that they're playing through APAC North, a region that also has a lot more forgiveness time when it comes to engagements. They tend to take slightly slower fights than other regions, and are more positioning emphasis, or there's more emphasis on positioning when you're talking about teams from APAC North. It's actually what got Reject Winity so far into the competition. They had the highest percentage of top 5s. Half all of their games in APAC North, they were placing in top 5.
Yeah, this is the thing. We've gone through the ringer in terms of like what we think about regions as well. I remember back, when it was mainly mouse and keyboard, they were like outside of the EMEA with with the Russians and everything, they were like, oh my god, they're the warlords. And then APAC, they came out of nowhere, they're the gods now. And then as controllers also got introduced, now we've been favorable towards NA, which is more than fine. They got all the roller experience, right? But I think that now, as we also saw the aim assist, which I think everybody's been happy with so far, from what I've heard, everybody's happy with it.
The reduction in aim assist.
Yeah, reduction in aim assist. They're like, hey, dude, I'm good still. I don't care. I'm just getting even better. And I think that we will see APAC teams even more as well pop up, as we've seen with, Shotgun being more meta as well is in favor of MNKs. And I think that coming from APAC, that's a great thing.
It is, especially with so many talented mechanical MNK players in the region. That's not to say, when we were talking earlier, that there aren't teams that take fights extraordinarily quickly there, because those MNK teams, I'm looking at you, Fnatic, certainly do like to suddenly wipe a team off the face of the planet. And hey, they may have the chance to do so even today as they make their way down from landslide into a southern zone. We're pulling heavily towards launch site, which will mean that a team like Complexity isn't rotating up to staging nearly as quickly because they are happy where they're at.
So, I saw Lute today, and he was just brimming with confidence, right? And you could see in the last game, they're not scared to take fights. They will happily push anyone if they think that's the winning play or the winning spot to take. However, now, like I said before, the consistency. Can they close out a game when the zone is on their forehead?
Yeah,
a lot of teams can.
Now the pressure is on, you're right. I hadn't looked at it that way, but Complexity haven't gotten a lot of opportunity to rotate out and pick up extra Evo. In fact, with Kimchi and Mon still on whites. You could say that Lou is on whites, but with the controller change recently, he's got a bit more health to work with.
The thing is they don't have the objective points for sure. However, if they can survive to Circle 2 fully closing, when the Circle 3 starts, when the golden bins start to come out, you know, you can get Evo caches in that as well. Not the legendary one, but you can get, like, you can upgrade. And we also have to remember, with the new added passive to controller characters, they already have an armor upgrade. You only need to level up 2 people. I think it could happen, but the same way that they aped Reject Winity in the last game could definitely happen to them with a team coming in with triple purple, triple red, and that's scary.
You know that a team, unfortunately, like LG won't be the ones doing it, though. Their rotation is extremely delayed. Having Funk go down earlier, losing any member is bad. Losing a Pathfinder for your rotation, arguably even harder, as that is a massive rotational tool that you're otherwise able to use. And Olimpo are not giving up the banner. They are not letting this reset go quietly. They will be denying the full res, and they'll be taking out Sweet on the zip line as well. That'll be a second kill going over to Olimpo. They might just all take the evac onto LG and finish things off right now.
Yeah, this is the scary part about playing comps that don't have support characters. We don't really see that often in comp level play where you see support characters outside of the lifeline we had for a little bit, is that you can't res. Like, you don't want to run back into 3 pro players and try to get your banner. You're going to try to rotate out, but they will evac and chase you everywhere, and we'll see. It's going to be a tough spot to get out of for sure.
They're looking for Sykes, and Sykes really would like to go back for his IGL. Sweet going to be waiting in the zone, likely going to time out on the res, but perhaps for a banner recovery. This could be in the realm of possibility. LG will be going back, and Olimpo, I suspect, will be sticking around. This was a team back when they were at Split 1 playoffs under BR Demons that really wanted to take fights, and the fact that they found an advantageous one now is not something that Olimpo will give up quickly.
Yeah, I didn't get to see, like, outside of the one on the zip, of course, I didn't get to see the first one in terms of, like, did they actually fight, or was it just somebody got caught off guard? Because there's a big difference between that, you know, of having the discipline.
And while they consider, the north side of the map breaks out into chaos, I want to check out what Na'Vi are doing. With a fantastic game, 1 under the belt, what are they thinking for game number 2? Let's jump into a listen in and find out with Na'Vi.
Got fucking fucked. They're getting fucked to the
Yeah, grant to the other choke and look.
I'm gonna be late.
Yeah, no. I'm opening the blue bin fast. I still need a scope
They
for my
could
enemy.
run through tunnel.
Yeah, they could. Got the MP. I think they're around grandma's. You need bats? I got 4 now.
I'm
on
2-5.
Let's
One,
pick this
give me one,
together.
give me one.
Yeah, drop it. Come. You're gonna be close, maybe.
Peeking.
I think I heard him in tunnel.
I think I hit him in
Yeah.
tunnel, boys.
Yep, yeah.
Sing
Peeking
left.
I'm
tunnel.
waiting, they're down. I'm up top.
Peeking tunnel here.
Yeah, knock. Yeah, I'm with you.
They might run out. They might not hear.
Hench, come to us.
Plant the cracked almost.
You should
You should
Careful,
have
you're
let
in
them
the
run out, bro.
Yeah, come to us.
Why didn't you let them run out? They didn't hear us.
Well, I don't know what they're hearing, bro. Like, I
At least
honestly
we
want.
bombed it.
They were like looking at us, to be fair.
Oh.
Just keep moving.
They're
They're
still
gonna
there.
mirror us and keep fucking with us.
No,
But
get
they're,
the
they're,
push,
still, they're
maybe.
going around. They're going around.
Yeah,
They
let's go grab
were
the
looking
bats.
back.
Talking about.
I'm 2-3.
I can take it.
I'm 2-5.
I'm 3-5.
Na'Vi maneuvering around that fight with confidence. You and I were both saying as kind of slid down the hill to challenge Train Tunnel. He should be dead. Sliding down with no cover is not something you see people get away with a lot, but it's something that Na'Vi get to get away with because of how confidently they're playing. And SWQ doing much the same thing, finding kills all the way to the south of the map in Dome.
Yeah, like, I think we're seeing right now a lot of teams are playing with confidence. This is no longer of, you know, am I gonna start cold or anything? They have already, like, I feel like all teams have already started at this point, and they're just taking fights left and right.
This is a wild rotation. Reject Winity not doing too well as they are tanking zone right now, but finding a kill on Dominant is nice. My question at the beginning, at the middle, at the end of this fight is going to be, though, what are Reject Winity doing so far to the southeast of the map in Dome? It does look like they've got a reset off. SWQ pushing up on them now to try and finish off this squad, but it's a relatively even fight, a 2v2 in the red.
Yeah, I don't really know what they're doing. I think they might have tried, hey, you know, we fumbled the one when the zone was on our forehead. Now let's try to grab objectives on the side and then be more confident and more comfortable in our gear to take fights. And, I mean, they managed to make it a 2v2.
Ooh, it was close. I liked trying to take the pylon there, but the EVA, real punishing at the end, and SWQ do find these kills and should be able to find a respawn before too long, something that Fnatic will be looking for as well, since they've already lost that Tuki.
Yeah, this is one of the tough part again. I don't even think they can grab the banner. Like, the teams are not just going to move off it. Like, a lot of the teams here is like, no, that's just free KP for us. We're already slow on the rotate. There's no reason not to wait for the KP. And they're in a tough spot for sure. I don't know how they're going to make it out of this.
And you've played in the same lobby as these fellas. Especially FA Kids are not going to give up on you too quickly. What FA Kids did not expect was that we'd be getting another fighting team in the mix. And I will be honest with you, Graceful, the north side of the map devolves into a bit of chaos.
This is the funny thing is they do that, you know, they do that in ranked on me, bro.
Yeah.
They do it in ranked on me, and they got punished for it. Yes, that's what I like to see. Stop capping my banner, get punished. That's what happens. Not everybody can do it. You can do it at some points, but hey, at some point you gotta go towards the zone, man.
It's an FA Kids special for sure. They saw blood and they sent it into zone, and now they're suffering for it. Having lost one, FA Kids are in nearly the same position as Fnatic. Two teams that will be rotating in the red behind Olimpo, and I tell you what, this could be Olimpo's best game yet should they be able to clear out the north side of the map.
They're definitely setting themselves up for a good success because they came in from the north side, they came in from Skyhook side, they got, you know, the first 2 KP, they got these KP. I think they're hella stacked as well, and they're also passing a UAV, which makes it a lot easier to navigate now. They're like, hey, there's an isolated side, there's a spot, you know?
Does seem like over here in the zone, Makers have got a good position, high ground, decent position to navigate because of the amount of control you can exert over other teams. It does come with risk though, as other squads do like to snuggle up to this building and often try and enter through the big double doors, something that Makers will have to be keenly aware of should they want to retain control into the end zone. It does look like it's going to be in the end zone as well.
Yeah, like you said, the big double doors, and teams is already playing underneath them. Not only that, but also the back glass windows you can climb up through, and they're triple blue. Like, can they survive the next waves coming in from the east side remains to be seen. However, I am looking, you know, looking at the minimap, looking at teams walking in here. Oh, and one of them dropping down to the zone, maybe a second guy, and I think he made a medkit. It comes down to see which side gets congested, and so far it looks like it's honestly going to be the west side, which is almost always through the choke, but who knows, somebody might sneak through the right side, and that could be a pinch.
Yeah, still a lot of teams that could make the rotation through the area by Dome. Shadow are sitting over there right now, and Complexity, they're not going to have that much opportunity to exert control over it, instead being a little focused on the opposite end towards the west. Makers have taken a fight of their own right onto SWQ, who sat underneath them, and this is how you've got to play the high ground. Clear out the teams around you, retake control of the height, because you best believe if you give this up for too long, other squads will encroach on you.
This is where they're playing one of the comps as the absolute best, because they have the EMP engaged. You can close fights so fast. Nobody, like, I saw a team, I think it was Enter Force, try to walk up to 3P, but they won so fast, they didn't have the timing to, or they got scared because it's not worth the risk when they're all up.
And it is something that MKers do remarkably over at Split 1 playoffs and even regional. Makers take fights real quick. Now, Shadow, on the other hand, have not taken nearly as many fights during the course of this playoffs. Now they've inherited a lot of loot. I do wonder what they'll do with it. Much of the same, I wonder whether Olimpo will be able to survive. Down with Kings. Vlado and Artini don't have a lot of ways to get him back into the fight, and Go Next are not interested in allowing any more breathing room. We've got a nice swing with the Mozams, taking out the drone as well. Go Next, limiting options, limiting space to play. They take out Artini, they take out Olimpo.
Go Next always having that, you know, the clutch plays when needed, but Kashira is so good at scouting ahead of which fights to take. I think he's really good at picking isolated fights, and that was just a prime example of, hey, you guys are coming in on our side with the zone, we're gonna punish you.
Kashira's had a lot of things go right and wrong for him during the course of this split. He even started out teaming with Kings, so to take out Kings now at split 2, it's gotta be a little vindicating.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad. You know, it happens both ways.
Game and Gladiator is actually feeling feeling pretty good about their spot. Na'Vi look like they should be feeling fantastic about theirs. Moving in through the tree side, there's a fight that seems to be advantaging them up against Furia.
Yeah, so both teams here are big hitters, I think, and they're not scared to take a triple red shotgun Kraber and double Mossy hammer points.
And we're wall bounce peeking the window? Like,
I love this. They're feeling themselves, and I think Furia's a little bit scared because they probably saw red.
Yeah, I'm Fury. I'm going, bro, what is going on right now? I'm going to sit inside this building and hope you make a mistake. That's what this setup is designed to do, especially with the new castle wall, is punish mistakes. Furia do need to make certain that they're the ones to be peeking through the castle wall, finding when you push up the stairs and overextend, as Matafe nearly did.
Yeah, the thing is though, they're taking the opportunity to not fight here, maybe. We'll see. Or are they trying to brute force? Do they not have the awareness that, hey guys, things could happen if this takes too long?
Nice
We'll
angle.
have to see though, but they're definitely trying to make it happen regardless because they're confident. And honestly, I'm up for them if they get 3 KP and then they, go off the map here. We'll have to see.
Kind of looking for it. Matafe is forcing it. In comes the mobile shield with the Peacekeeper. It's 2 down, and Furia in shambles get pushed out by a Na'Vi who are on fire. Quick reset comes in. Castle wall goes down. Ordnance is going to be blocked. Can Na'Vi take the second fight as Dreamfire try and push him in?
Dreamfire did a good opportunity, a little bit slow on the end here, but they're still looking to take, they get a down as well, taking the fight really quick, and they swipe them. This is kind of what I said there. You want to take a fight, that's fine. You got to end it quick, and they did. They got the reset. However, Dreamfire does not shy away, even though, hey, you guys got a reset. We don't care. We're taking this fight.
And they did really well. I will say that the ambition that Na'Vi showed during the fight with Furia did extend into that as well. Kind of taking a swing that maybe was a little unadvisable in the fight up against Dreamfire, but you'll have time and plenty of KP to boot to reflect on that for next game. A team like Pioneers is working on getting themselves into the ring as they've got no KP, they've got no comfort to work with. Pioneers need to make this succeed now.
Honestly, I think this is a good play regardless because there's not that many. Oh, this is scary though. Oh my god.
Oh my god! My nightmare! Onmu drops down to a full squad of 3. Jet answers back as Nocturnal does go down, and somehow KCP fall, taking down 2, but it's not nearly enough.
The thing that's scary about Evac's placement, I'm pretty sure they obviously labbed this out already, probably, in custom lobbies, and you have to make sure you either get the Evac off, which you were scared from the glass window, or like if you mess it up a little bit, you fall on a team and it's just RNG.
I am so, as NRG, I am furious because we were set up fine, everything was chill, and now look at what is happening. Dreamfire are 3rd, 4th partying the fight. Go next, go down. Dreamfire are a light on the Split 2 playoff stage.
Yes, I like seeing this proactiveness. They're not scared to take fights, which is the most important part when you're in a spot, especially now as a duo. At this point in the game, you never really play for placement unless you have a god spot, right? When you're in a tight spot here, you're literally looking for, hey, any fights that happen, we're clearing like 3P because that's placement from killing them, and also KP, which is a lot better than praying that you do get 1 extra or 2 extra placement points.
And Dreamfire very well may be able to third party even more fights on the high ground that not many teams will be keen to give up. Complexity with the Kraber gets a knock. E36 lose 1, and Monsoon, as much as he wants to finish that kill, can't shoot through a purple knockdown shield.
We actually talked about them before. Oh, another shot.
Dreamfire!
Like, talking about another shot here, they're actually able to hold it out from the god spot the whole game. They have the Kraber. They're getting KP somehow. And they're also leveling up their shield.
Yeah, Complexity still don't want to give up high ground, but do they know it's just a good Lord duo? Lou is the one that picks up that last shot. What a finish.
This is the hard part when you don't have that many teams alive in a circle this big currently. And the LOS is like, normally you have teams holding each other out. Complexity free shooting at them.
Yeah.
Normally they could get shot from south, they could get shot from east. But now when you have a Kraber and you just get to line them up, it's pretty juicy.
Interesting to see that Game & Gladiators take the low ground, knowing that now nobody else is on it. Lufka is suffering. They took this way too early, even with the Catalyst wall. Game & Gladiators are quickly finding out why everyone else down here is dead.
Yeah, and it's scary because he's in the same spot where the other team, where Reaper got Kraber as well. But I don't think he knows it, so hopefully he's just like, hey, there's a bunch of death pockets there. Maybe they won't notice
It's
me.
like in a horror movie where you walk into a closet and you're like, this is full of skeletons. This must not be a safe place. That's how I'd be feeling. And it's certainly how GG must be feeling. Complexity, however, on top of the world right now. So many kills to their name. They've been able to exert their will onto the low ground, and they may just be able to do that onto Space Station.
Yeah, this is the crucial fight here because you need to like look at the south side towards Shadow as well. Is like, are they gonna 3P if we make something happen? Like, is it possible? Like, their Complexity's main goal here and SSG is to force the other team off height. That's like the only play here because anything less than that means a 3P is happening. And you know, I want to see something spicy. Hey, maybe the Rat can hop in late. That would be nice.
Could be, could be. Monsoon's really putting up good work right now with the Bangalore just smoking off the sight lines of Shadow. So the Complexity have the opportunity to push up a little further onto SSG. It doesn't work out, and I like this reset. You're thinking now about the end game, not about what needs to happen now, what we can make happen later.
The thing is, his Complexity has already pinged and confirmed, I'm pretty sure I saw Yellow ping as well, that hey, SSG is not in the next zone. They have to move before us and the South team, which is Shadow here. And I think, honestly, as long as SSG just 3-man drop down low and clear the Rat, that's decent enough. I don't think they can expect anything else in that right now, except maybe, and I say maybe with a big maybe, that Shadow somehow is out of position the zone after.
And that's what it comes down to for a team like SSG, who do have to move first in zone. It's what are other teams going to do that we can capitalize on? You see some EMPs go off in the distance. You see a respawn happening on the low ground. RGG going to get all three back into the endgame. Light, barely alive, makes it back to safety as Shadow send it on to Complexity. It's SSG's time. GG are respawning. Complexity are in shambles. The Thermite is burning everyone. And as Complexity go down, Shadow have just 2 left. SSG must be pushing up on this, and they are.
Oh, SSG managed to take down one of the respawn persons as well. Shadow is still a duo. No, did he go down? No, he's still
went down to the
HP.
low ground.
Yes, they're dropping down to low ground to clean up the rest team right now. GG here. We'll have to see if they can finish it off but there's a few LOSs here. Stuff can still happen. Shadow is still up top. I think this is actually detrimental to SSG because they're in the low ground right now. Shadow's up top. If there's any trades down low, it might be over. However, I saw down on the guy up top, but they should be getting rest here.
This could be a Shadow win. They're literally just waiting. Catalyst walls have already dropped. SSG can't stop this anymore. Access to height does go up with the evac tower, and Shadow suddenly are in danger. Zhao's out very low with just a shield between him and the end, but Shadow are on top. They are the kings of the world.
Shadow here has to make sure that they don't just wipe a team. They want as much chaos and damage to happen to both teams as possible, so it's an easy cleanup for the win. However, I saw a lot of focus firing on GG here. I just hope they make sure to, hey, we need to win this. But the bottom teams aren't fighting.
Yeah, they're literally, everyone's playing for the win. And finally it happens. Finally Shadow have to drop. And they've just got one running around. SSG have taken control of the action. SSG with patience, with precision, slide in, take out the game in Gladiators, find the last kill, and find the win.
Honestly, I saw that player from the Bangalore from Shadows tried a really good effort to just run into the zone. Maybe they forget about me. Maybe they keep fighting. Couldn't come in on time. Still got wiped. SSG, though. Did you see that patience? They went from going to low ground, which is kind of scary, but since Shadow was a little bit slow on the reset, they managed to get underneath them where they couldn't shoot them, waited for the drop, still cleared the drop and made everybody scared. Clean GG. And won the game.
That's the really exceptional part to me, is that not only do SSG get dropped on by a panicking Shadow, but they take that and go, we're not going to finish this team. We're going to look for GG. We are going to cause the chaos that Shadow was hoping would happen organically. It's SSG that take it into their own hands and make that happen when it is to their advantage.
That's the thing, man. Sometimes, like, this is what I'm saying. Don't leave it up to other people. You need to cause damage, force them to fight. If you let nothing happen, worst case scenario just happened.
Looking at that end game, I couldn't help thinking that GG and SSG were at each other's mercy. Had either of those teams made the comm, we're going to play for second, the other squad, their game is over. If GG had said for a moment, you know what, it doesn't matter. Let's just kill SSG and get second place, SSG can do nothing about it.
they're literally at the mercy of shadows of who are they jumping on. And I think both teams, honestly, was also lucky because they split dropped. One dropped on GG, two dropped on SSG, and I mean, it worked out for both teams in their favor.
It was, how can they know what I'm doing if I don't know what I'm doing? Now, for not knowing what exactly they want to do in the end game, I will say Shadow still had a fantastic game to the tune of 14 points, but SSG topped them with 21 and the win.
SSG having a great game because they were set up in the glass room very early up north towards Siphon side. They managed to clean up, from that evac play, they managed to clean up that side, come down low ground, still survive, and then get 2 team wipes and still win the game is crazy good.
That evac play as well really changed everything for SSG. I'll say, adding on to that Dreamfire really changed the game for SSG as well, providing that additional threat that was clearing out teams around them while never really posing any real problem to SSG. Now, when we compare them to Shadow 3690, it does appear that SSG statistically had the better game, which is going to happen when you find the win, but also when you're playing as aggressively as they were through the mid game.
Dreamfire made, this is the biggest thing. I feel like as long as you play the game being proactive, like we took the fight, and not just getting engagement all the time, I'm fine with how it goes. And they mopped teams to teams as well. And as we can see, Complexity, like I said, could they close out a game that's on their forehead? They still had solid points.
And after these 2 matches, teams like Dreamfire, teams like Na'Vi that are impacting the lobby really heavily are still near the top. They're making big plays, and while we didn't see them in the end game, their mid game pushed a lot of other squads out, and they are going to continue making noise. With 1 game left on World's Edge, Graceful and I will be right back after a break. I think I heard you say that when I was watching you during Pro. You're like, listen, just pull up the VOD. I'm right. I've heard you say that on multiple occasions. So I'm absolutely sure the Hollow Spray going to be very useful to you in your everyday Apex games.
I think you can use VOD replay for almost anything like that you're pursuing to get better at.
You can.
Replaying anything is absolutely amazing to get a different perspective because sometimes people get tunnel vision and too focused, you know.
It's true. It has definitely bitten me a few times where I have a perception of something that's going on and I'm like, no, bro, you said to push in, and they're like, check the VOD, and in the VOD it just never happened. I just had this story that was happening in my head and it never really occurred, which is the nice thing about being able to sit here with you is you reality check me through these games because we have had some fantastic ones so far, and in each set, I'm looking at how things are playing out, especially towards the mid game, and predicting who's going to make it through to the end game, what exactly is going on, and each time, I think we've had some big surprises moving through our first 2 matches with teams being able to make it in and take out, say in the first game, Complexity removing Reject Winity, and in the second game, Na'Vi taking out Furia, Dreamfire as a duo, removing so many squads. Surprises abound. So I can tell you at home, check the VOD.
That was great. I like that. Yes, indeed, checking the VOD they will do once they get back in. If they have 2 matches, they don't really have that much time. If not, in the next bracket. Everybody will VOD review this just because, you know, mistakes happen. And sometimes you just have to learn from it. You got to make the mistake to learn from it. Sometimes if you don't make it, how would you learn?
And you got to make that learning happen real fast. This is our 3rd game for both of these teams. It is the second set of matches that they play. The second set of very few. They have so few opportunities after this to make it into the winner's bracket, to make their dreams come true here at the Split 2 playoffs. And so, as that 3rd game kicks off, you better hope that they checked the VOD, that they did their homework, that they did everything possible to set themselves up for success on World's Edge.
Yeah, I think right now is when the crunch time is about to happen because people, like, if you have 2 donuts or even like less than 5 to 10 points, I think, in total after 2 games, you're starting to feel it because now you're going from, you know, oh, we're going to have, as long as you get some points on World's Edge, you're starting to go towards, we need every point on SP to make it because you definitely don't want to go early into the elimination round 1 for sure.
Yeah, it's really difficult to make it back, especially with the way that the POI draft works. Being placed highly in these matches means a better chance of making it through to the finals on Sunday. Let's take a look at the ring, though, because we're talking about chances in the macro game of the Split 2 playoffs. In the macro game of this specific round, how are you going to make it through to Epi Survey? What paths to success are we going to see our teams take?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a zone like this towards, you know, the Survey Epi side before. Macro probably won't change too much for some of these teams. However, teams that are far ahead, so like teams that are far ahead, a lot of the times they have to, teams far ahead, they have to, what am I thinking about? When you're so far ahead of a team that's behind you, you can start messing with their macro, and that's even more terrifying than anything, because if you're walking up, oh, normally we do this macro, all of a sudden you see a team that's holding the tunnel that normally never holds it, you start second-guessing yourself. Everything gets slowed down, and it's terrifying for some of these teams for sure.
We have hit, by the way, a quick pause in the game as we grabbed the map overview. Some of our players are experiencing some audio issues, and in the interest of not having anyone second guess themselves and gaslight into, well, I said that, didn't I? Did you not hear me? We're going to get everybody all settled in before we proceed with this final big stakes match on World's Edge. You did say a lot of the macro to these teams should be pretty familiar, but nonetheless, you do want to be on the same page as everyone else in the tight end games that ALGS causes.
Yeah, definitely. I think, though, when you're getting this late into the tournament, well, into this series, I mean, you know, we're on match 3 right now, and teams haven't been performing as well as they might have want to. I think the best example would be Reject Winity. We saw them have a zone literally straight on their head. Now they, you know, they try to do a late rotate on the east side, coming up on Dome, fighting Super Edge instead, maybe playing for objectives. Do you think we will see people change their playstyles as we go? Because sometimes things just aren't working. And, you know, like I said, when you're in that mindset of this isn't working, I don't think you're in the headspace unless you have a great coach and people that are really calm and somber, you know, to pull you out of it, right? They might just say, this comp doesn't work. This macro doesn't work. Are we just going to try some things out? And that's why sometimes we see crazy picks come out of nowhere. And also most often, though, the comfort picks off the meta.
And I love that you bring up the coach differential as well, because with all of this possible adjustment that teams can make in between individual maps, in between separate rounds of the playoffs group stage, you have a limit on how much you can really do and expect to find real tangible data that will lead to your success, because you're not the only team changing. Other squads also often change, maybe reactively to their own gameplay, and often, I'll say, reactively to the state of group stage as a whole. This isn't something where you can play the same way today as you did yesterday. Already, the meta is moving. What teams prioritize and reward is changing, and it'll continue to do that at a lightning fast pace until we reach Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. It is rapidly changing. And like I said about the coach meta, essentially, is that, you know, everybody has the same of when the series is over, that's when everybody mentally resets, essentially. But being able to mentally reset between games or between, you know, especially after match 3 going into the next map is huge. And not everybody has that advantage. I hope, though, that we see these teams not get too caught up in themselves after having like a lackluster game, because we all know they're on the land for a reason. And I feel like sometimes along the way you forget that when you've had a bad few sets of games, because you're like, hey dude, nothing's working, we're losing fights, we're dying on macro, like what can we do? However, getting that reset and getting that one, I promise you, one full team wipe is enough to boost the confidence and fire in anyone, because now they see they do bleed, we're just gonna rock them.
Yeah, and it is as important to keep it up when you are rolling high, when you've just had a fantastic game. And in the interest of that, let's revisit some of the highlights from match 2 that led to a fantastic game for teams like SSG and GG. SSG really demonstrating a lot of control in this end game, and I say all 3 teams really giving us a sense of discipline. That evac tower had me wondering whether a squad like SSG was going to take the fight to Shadow, and in many ways, even opening up that pathway onto Shadow does put a lot of pressure on a squad that might otherwise feel relaxed.
Yeah, but the thing that I'm the most impressed about is the shift. They went from being super proactive to trying to get down on GG first, to then later on like, no, hey guys, we just play slow. Put the evac, play slow, let's see what happens. If they drop on us, we're just gonna mop them. I think they're really lucky though that they didn't 3-man drop on them. I think maybe the comps were split, because they split drop here, we're about to see it right here. 1 goes down there, insta-dies, 2 drop on the other side, 1 on the bin, like, you know, they're all over the place. However, SSG keeping that calm head in this play is what makes them like a heavy-hitting team. Like, they're consistently calm.
Yeah, and not just calm, which I think you could even push forward and associate with slow play, with calm play. They're calm,
patient,
but they're quick. Is what I'm going to add on to that. It is an exceptional amount of almost peaceful moving forward and going, well, here's GG, literally, by the way, on screen. Here's GG. And they've just had 2 drop on them. What does that mean for us? And quickly reacting to that, knowing that, yes, we may have just found a kill, we need to be thinking about now how to win the game and moving through that priority, that checklist as quickly as teams like SSG did.
Yeah, it's really hard as well in a spot like that where like you don't really have, like, they did have 1 side on the blue container each, right?
Yeah.
However, you don't, like, at some point when there's 3 teams and somebody swings, you have no clue from which team it is. You can't really communicate. One guy's down here, but I don't know if that's a trio or the duo.
Yeah.
So, you know, at some point you just have to death ball and pray for the best. And, you know, they lost the 3v3 and ended up losing the 3v3 at some point.
Yeah.
So that's just how it goes.
You know, we also saw an end game that, while we talked about the reward of patience so much, also highlighted a real lack of resources from these teams that had expended so much to get there. Think about what a difference a singular arc star or a frag grenade, a thermite on GG would have made to any team's end game. Being that exhausted of resources when you're moving into the end game is something that all 3 teams lined up on. GG barely even making it into the final 3v3 as they had lost 2 and respawned them moving in.
This is a real thing, by the way, and I think majority of pro players have the same issue, and it happens to every player, because that's just, you get tunnel vision and focus. When you see a good nade, 1 good nade, and you have 3, 90% of the people will throw 2 or 3. That's the biggest thing. You gotta be really good with utility.
Does look like we've got our players right back and lined up, ready to hear each other, ready to give it their all in Game 3. So we're going to unpause and head right back into this map. We were talking about this earlier, and I didn't want to talk about it too much during the break in case any of our players were giving us a cheeky listen, but now we know we're going north. So let's talk about this move north towards Epicenter. NRG already moving out of Monument. We know there are several power spots that you can play in Survey for maybe a more passive game. You've also got Height outside of Epicenter if you want to get a little bit more active, or as Dreamfire can do, play the Macaroni building, get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, a lot of the time here, right here on Dreamfire, you know, we pro players have a lot of comps for specific buildings so that we don't, you know, when we say on the house, it could be any of the houses, right? So the grandma on top of the hill right here is what we call this maybe. You can have different comps for different regions. I think that playing in these areas is good. However, if they make the same mistake as Reject Winity did, might have been playing too passive. Maybe not play enough space. We've seen both ends of this where teams have gotten mopped on this house, and then we've seen where they're the ones who's holding space and 3P'ing everyone. So you have to make that adjustment as you go, because if you're just a little bit too passive, like I said, now with the new changes to the bins and people coming in late with triple purple, triple red and stuff, it's not a nice fight to take with triple blue, especially in the sightlines of everyone, especially Epicenter.
It's one of the really funny things about holding buildings like this on World's Edge. Inside the building is safe, and that's why you want to hold the building. But if you're inside the building, you're not actually helping anyone. And so it's about managing. When do I need to be inside? When is there too much pressure? And when do we need to be the ones exerting that for control of the space that nobody else can mirror? FA Kids certainly playing that game right now as they were inside the truck, had to give it up, but have given up too much pressure, too much safety, and now are going to go down for it. Fnatic, masters of the quick fight, swoop in and with those shotguns, take out FA Kids like it's nothing.
Yeah, and they end up getting thirded by nobody else than Na'Vi as well. I think this might be a cleanup from them. We'll have to see if they get the reset or not. Oh, it looks like they're jumping right at it. I don't think this is a reset at all. Definitely a thirst or two. Gets 2 thirsts here. I think that when you're taking fights like that, you saw that the FA Kids, they were always kiting and kiting. They didn't want the heat. However, like, as I said, anybody in this lobby can kill anybody, right? Yeah. And they traded. They could have made that happen if maybe they stood their ground earlier. However, when we see this confident boost from Fnatic just goes, you know, I'm rushing you guys. Yeah. And they're showing that, and they took the kill. However, even though, like I said, in LAN games, you don't have that time window to reset fights as easily anymore. They got 2 thirsts now.
And it's why that trade, even though it doesn't help FA Kids, certainly helps a squad like Na'Vi. Complexity looking for perhaps some trades of their own, have found a fight to take and go down to Makers as Lou overextends a bit. Charge rifle now in the hands of Monsoon. We'll see what he can make happen. But Makers down to just 1 member left. Will need Asia to pop off to survive. It is nice that you're able to collect at least a kill, a singular point for your trouble.
Yeah, I think that the reason why he went down is that he was probably just chasing the last kill, I would like to assume. Yeah, they do get cleaned up, however he gets thirsted. Not the end of the world because they're actually on so far outside of the zone. I don't think they have anybody around and they should be able to get a proper reset here. I think though that the fight could have maybe been a little bit cleaner.
He almost killed Kimchi. That was almost a 2v1 in the zone as a solo fuse. So definitely could have gone better for Complexity. The fact is that they survive, they'll be able to get a reset, and they will eventually have to face up against SSG, who are currently taking an engagement with Pioneers, an isolated engagement over in Overlook.
I like to see this though because there's so many isolated fights going on the map. Complexity versus Makers as well on the southeast side of the map. Pioneers versus SSG coming up now as well. Teams macro are starting to combine now. So will we see more 3Ps happen like what happened to Na'Vi, or do you think having this many teams on the edge doesn't really, you know, is it really safe? I like to see in the future though, because it is definitely terrifying taking isolated fights over and over on repeat.
I can tell you right now, it does not look safe if you're SSG. Pioneers have been systematically dismantling this fight, and SSG do make an aggressive play, taking out Deeds, but a trade onto Koifel doesn't look good as Onmu slides on in, picks up the finish on Phony, and leaves Pioneers at a definite numbers advantage. Watson Fence is perhaps not the most beautiful, but definitely silly there. Should still help them clutch out the fight, and it's just Zainu left, and just Zainu is not going to be enough against KCP. That was a clean dismantling of SSG by Pioneers, who out-angled Space Station at every turn.
Yeah, they've definitely gotten, they had the rough start for sure now. I think that when you're taking fights like this, a lot of the times, before you used to just triple swing everything. Now that everybody has like Kimbo, I don't even think if you triple swing, you could still just get team wiped immediately. And I think that's why we're seeing a little bit of slow swings. Like you see one guy swing and then one guy swing. However, that guy gets evaporated, next guy gets evaporated. It's a tough team fighting meta for sure now when you have introduced Akimbo into it, but I like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's different. It's definitely difficult. And looking at this game, difficulty is going to be really prime on the minds of a lot of teams, as pulling into Survey, so much of this is already occupied. So little of Survey does actually get to play the game when eventually this starts to shift around. You are securing yourself placement points if you are teams like Olimpo, teams like GoNext, teams like NRG, who are sat in the buildings, but what is completely out of your control is what the zone will do to you later. And that is where we talked about earlier, mitigating RNG being such an important factor, something that Luminosity have in their favor, sitting around the edge of zone.
Yeah, definitely. I think also, you know, they're not on that many points right now. They're looking to just, at this point, you're trying to readjust your mindset. Hey guys, we need to take fights, we need to get kills. I think that they're looking to take aside instead of opting to go straight into the zone, which I agree with from their POI for this match. And it's definitely a tough spot to be in. Like you said about Survey, all the teams are already in there. You don't want to just fly in there and RNG die, right? So you decide to take an isolated fight, and it's a tough fight to take this tunnel fight when they get to play that much space.
Na'Vi do a good job of controlling the area as well, and they've got a lot less pressure on them than a team like LG. With LG placing 12th in their series yesterday, the pressure is on for their next 2 matches during the course of today. This is going to be half of their games on World's Edge finished after this game. And at that point, you've got very little room left to work with. So LG are feeling the pressure get to them. I like that they give up the space to Na'Vi, but at the same time, you're going to have to take a fight elsewhere. If not against Na'Vi, who are you fighting?
Yeah, I think right now they're surrounded by teams they don't want to take fights against. We have Fury on the south, we have Na'Vi in the tunnel. You know, they don't want to go to Survey because there's just too many teams there. North Epsilon coming in, and then there's still teams late on edge, not in the first zone yet, not even in the second one either, that are coming in to collapse from the southern side. I think, though, they have to make a play soon, because the longer they wait, the more they'll get pinched out, and, you know, it'll be definitely tougher. Like I said, the later on you go into the game, the harder it is to take fights.
With teams like Dreamfire sat up on the high ground, KCP start to approach. We already saw KCP take a fantastic fight in a building, and I'm not seeing Dreamfire exert a lot of pressure onto them, something that is necessary from this Macaroni building. I do want to take note of how this situation evolves, because this may be the next most pivotal fight in the game.
Not only that, but Pioneers is, like you said, off the fight previously that they won pretty clean. They're also triple purple and they're stacked. We see golden max, we see 200 ammo plus on each person, and they just saw blue armor. I believe that if they have a good timing, they could take the fight on the house on the hill against Dreamfire. However, they're making sure to clear their backs, as you can see. They saw complexity. Hey, we don't want you guys to come here. Stay off of our side, because if you go anywhere else, we're taking a fight.
And now you've got something to balance, with Pioneers having complexity behind them and Dreamfire ahead. Do you play for the God spot? Do you play for safety? What route do you take?
Yeah, and even then with the zone and stuff as well, you know, it could swing either way. We'll have to see here what fights are we taking, what fights are we not taking. When the zone shows for them as well, as we can see right now on the map, zone pulls off of Survey. All the teams, when the next zone shows for them, are going to be in a state of panic, and it comes to the who runs first, if they get out or not, because if you get left behind with the rest of the group, like I said, RNG, bad. 5 teams, team fighting, bad.
Exactly, and this is going to be kind of a difficult situation, so I'm sorry, Graceful, because I'm going to ask you a hard question. In a spot like this, where we talked about how RNG can really take down a lot of teams in Survey Camp, you're already here. You've already got a good building. How do you mitigate that RNG?
So, I mean, before this, what I'm saying is you don't want to all in. So they all in into Survey. You don't want to be in a spot where it's all in unless you 100% know where the zone is. However, you need to get out fast. You want to get out before everybody else gets out. Whether that be by using every single ult to get the icicles where Howie's at, whether that be to start wrapping the zone, because you can still zone wrap a little bit as well. Like, you know, there's several options, but it's definitely hard regardless because it depends on what the other teams around you do. If they do nothing, you're kind of stuck.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of ability to shake things up on your own. It's very dependent on the mood of the rest of the lobby, and I almost wish, for our sake, that Enter Force 36 were on the north side of the map because they are interested in moving and moving fast. They swept onto Complexity, picked up a kill, and are immediately evac towering for the next play. KCP start moving up onto Dreamfire as well. We've got KCP picking a fight. Let's see how it plays out with the Pioneers listening.
We're getting EMP too. We're getting EMP.
One's on low ground looking at me.
Dash it out, drone for you.
I won't get back, I might get down.
Drone's gone, drone's
You
gone.
can't get down. We got slowed down.
I'm gonna bat.
There's a team on our spot now. I'm dead.
Is there? Fuck.
You're gonna have to live.
Man.
They thought it was hot, but indeed graceful, it was not. That was a shutdown by Dreamfire and a third party by GG. Can Dreamfire keep hope alive? The crowd has been going crazy for them, but now watching them lose one. Gaimin Gladiators, this could be their time to succeed. 3MZ is down. Gaimin clean up to Dreamfire are evicted from their dream home.
This is the thing about holding like the bridge spot early is that what they did earlier, KCP did earlier before is trying to hold their back out and then take a fight, but this fight just starts a domino effect. GG joins the fray. Now the next team joins the fray. E36 is joining the fray.
E36 continuing to keep the pace up as well. Look at that, sliding in with the Arcstar stick. Gaimin Gladiators are gone, and E36 amazed me this game. Graceful from the south end picking up a kill on Complexity. The immediate evac tower, the immediate third party. E36 stop and nothing, and Na'Vi have got no choice but to continue moving forward. Kinda is down. Bangalore ult on top of them may still be recoverable, and with the gold knockdown, it gets that much better, but will it be good enough?
They're actually still in a solid spot because they're on the outer edge of the zone, as we can see right here. If they were in survey right now, I'd not be happy. Na'Vi, however, still have options to go in and fight stuff. It all depends on the timing and forcing the other teams to make mayhem, like what just happened on the hill, on the house on the hill, as we saw.
Na'Vi start to move south towards the less crowded part of zone. What team will they encounter holding that south side of Epicenter? We may find out all too quickly as an evac tower will put Na'Vi directly in the center of zone as they fly in. This is the risk. You haven't planned out a great rotate. It hasn't been a walk-in. It's going to be a Hail Mary sending into the middle of ring.
Yeah, these evacs are terrifying because you're pretty much just opting that, hey, something has to be free, or people are fighting, which is exactly what's happening. They got aggro taken away from them because team fights are happening all over the place. E36 is still wiping squads and also trading. It's definitely rough.
What?
And they go down here as well.
My man whips out the iPad in the face of E36. Aimbot will go down as SWQ finally make their entry from the center. But SWQ are not having a good time either as they are faced up with another squad. NRG doing well to clean him up. But Yuling swings in and helps take out NRG. SWQ own high ground in Epicenter. But for how long as Na'Vi take a look at them? Go next. Fight from the low ground.
Yeah, Na'Vi looking to join their fray as well, and we saw 3 teams die on the exact same spot essentially. There's like 12 loot boxes over there, or 9. Other teams are looking to just clear their sides, and we're looking, nobody really wants to make the first play because 3P4P has happened several times already, but at some point you don't have a choice.
You can hear Na'Vi's momentum picking up in Mannheim. The crowd knows that this could be another Na'Vi win as Furia fight from the low ground. North Eption go down. 7 squads are left, and Furia may soon make it 6 as they fall as well.
Yeah, it's definitely rough there because they're getting engaged on the scaffolding, like I like to call it. Na'Vi still doing good, maybe. Shadow is in a safe spot here. They're going to have to take another fight. We'll have to see if they can push a team away from their side. They're looking to push towards Na'Vi because, hey, if you guys go up towards the north, maybe we'll have a spot to play. But you have to look into every option because the zone is about to move.
And Kinda's picking up kills. Na'Vi are pushing towards Shadow and finishing off Go Next at the same time, juggling so many fights. Maybe Fnatic could be the ones to stop it. Fnatic, who have been so incredible for so many years, but have really yet to find that big international hit. This win could start them off on the right foot for Split 2 playoffs, and Laika certainly tries to make it happen with the Sentinel. Not enough damage just yet, but Fnatic still in a great spot. They and Na'Vi fight for dominance.
Yeah, we even see Fnatic here have the awareness to see that, hey, they try to walk up on us behind us. We need to wipe forward or something. And they're playing slow but calm. They came from the southern side and they're doing great right now.
Every kill is going to Na'Vi. 4 squads left. Fnatic in a corner and looking down at Shadow. With these 4 teams, it is Na'Vi that are large and in charge. How sit in the center of zone. Fnatic going to have to make their move now right on to How, picking this fight, though they desperately want to avoid it.
How is honestly just playing to survive right now, being in the pinch between every team right now. Fnatic is looking to make plays happen, but they're in a tough spot to get the wall down and the gen down, which is good. However, Na'Vi is controlling 90% of the map.
It just never stops. Na'Vi see the fight happening, move on to How, and they don't even bother finishing it. The damage is done. Like last game, the answer for the win is to cause chaos, and Na'Vi are wreaking havoc.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the space they're holding right now, they're just pushing every team into each other, and they're making sure to get any kills they can, and they've picked up so many kills. The most important part, though, discipline. Don't let Fnatic or Shadow, either side, flank you while you're trying to get more kills. Don't get greedy. Make sure you hold your space, close out this game, because that's at the end of the game when you want to win this tournament. You need to be able to close out the tournament.
We've got 3 squads left. Fnatic moved up. Shadow are finally starting to emerge from their small corner at the bottom of Epicenter, and they're right behind Fnatic. The one clip doesn't happen, though, and Fnatic now become aware that they are sandwiched between Na'Vi and Shadow. Henchman turns around and burns Fnatic. It is the beginning of the end for the massive #1 seed of APAC North as Na'Vi take control yet again.
Yeah, seeing them clean up, like they're saying, you can't play here because we can bully you guys.
Fnatic go down, Kinda swings again. It's Na'Vi versus Shadow, and Shadows do bleed. Na'Vi take another, they take another. The win goes to Na'Vi, and they are unstoppable at Split 2 playoffs.
What I'm seeing right now is the Na'Vi everybody in Europe knows of. The rest of the world is finding out today in these 3 games how good they are when they get to play their game.
My brother, I am finding out how good Na'Vi are when they get to play their game. I looked at them and went, this is a region play team. The fact that they are coming in Split 2 playoffs and changing the narrative of their entire careers, that is a 16-kill game for Na'Vi.
16 kill game and almost 6k damage. They've been non-stop shooting, and remember, they came from like a tough spot with that evac play on top of wiping 2 teams off the rip because they're being proactive. They're saying, this is not a good spot, we need to do something. Wipe the entire east side to control of the entire northern side and then central map, and it was just phenomenal.
And the fact that it's happening now, when they already had a good day yesterday, they very well could have come into today, lost that momentum, and instead they have doubled down. 2 wins on World's Edge. Na'Vi are blowing my mind. Graceful, I'll be honest with you, I am barely holding it together. It has been a pleasure to cover these games with you and watch as Na'Vi rewrite their history. For more on it, though, let's find out from our big brains over at the analyst desk.
Fantastic job as always, guys. Thank you so much for getting us through those first 3 matches. And we knew we were in for a treat today. We didn't know what we were exactly going to get out of our teams. But starting off with 2 out of the 3 wins going the way of Na'Vi, a team that you definitely mentioned at the top of the show when we were looking at potential successes here, but not when we put on our predictions. Jamerson, talk to me about Na'Vi so far.
Yeah, I mean, we have to note that, of course, getting that Harvester ending in first game was fantastic for them, right? We know how well Na'Vi performs when it comes to priority. But when it comes to having to go basically cross map, when we got to map number 2 and went down to launch site, we saw the old struggles of Na'Vi. But then here in game number 3, we got to see what the meta shift did for them. Being able to have the Watson and the Newcastle allows them on risky plays like that, which is where we see a lot of times if Na'Vi's going to fail, it's going to be on a play like that. But now having the Newcastle and the Horizon allows them to reset extremely fast off that drop and then get back into controlling zone. So this might just be the meta where everyone has to respect Na'Vi.
Let's see exactly what that did for their scores as we take a look at our match 3 results. Na'Vi at the top with those 9 kill points for a total of 21 points. And after their first match, that's going to be putting them in a nice, comfortable position. But the team you spoke about yourself, right there in second place, also having a really solid first 3 matches here.
Yeah, so I think this graphic is actually showing the game 1 stats because SSG got knocked out super early in that game 3. So we're going to look at this, and I'm going to end up actually talking a little bit about that game 1 with SSG here in a bit. But I think the real highlight is just Na'Vi in general, and I got to give a shout out to the Newcastle on that team. The plays that character can make completely open up the rest of the game, and that's what I'm going to really get into.
Nice catch there, Snipe Down. We'll take a look at the series results and see what this does for our leaderboard so far. Obviously, first 3 matches here in the book, so we'll make sure we get these updated so that you guys know exactly where our teams are currently standing. But either way, what we saw, the important thing is that we saw SSG in a top position in multiple games. We saw Na'Vi win multiple games. We even saw Gaming Gladiators in a top spot quite a few times. We're seeing consistency out of these teams that are knocking down some other big names in reaction to their performance here, Tiff. I mean, we saw LG here in those final moments, but still really low on the points. A team that we know takes a little bit longer to warm up, but still a team we expect big things from. We saw NRG in quite a few positions that they could do something big. We're still waiting for a pop-off performance, though.
Yeah, it's true. I think NRG is going to be one of those teams where when we saw them in their prior series, it did take them a few games to kind of get things going. Even with their quick rotates, it's not necessarily panning out for them. And then you kind of go back towards that. They didn't win until their final match of the series, so they could just be kind of trying to figure some things out. And of course, we'll keep tabs on that. But a lot of teams did not expect Na'Vi to do this well. And I remember sitting in the green room and we were kind of having these conversations as we run through some of the final circles here, especially match number 1. This is where they really come in towards that end game and say, we are not messing around, dude. I am so sick of the slander of saying that we are only an online performing team. We have not been able to showcase that ability and what we bring to the table when it comes to this international stage. And honestly, Matafe locking it in on the Newcastle, kind of like we were highlighting, he's been really well at this. Now, oftentimes Matafe, he's the player that would play Lifeline on the prior iterations of this and kind of dabbled with crypto even. But when you get comfortable on this high ground, which honestly, I'll throw it over to you, because you really didn't think Na'Vi was going to win this.
Yeah, I thought this was almost a guaranteed Space Station win. When as soon as we hear the 2 teams up top, Furia and Na'Vi fighting, you think that Space Station, they dropped that wall out there. And in my opinion, they should be peeking this wall a little more. I know that smoke kind of prevents some of the points of view, but Furia gets kind of mobbed here. And the Newcastle ends up, there's a wall right down low. You see Matafe drop right there and place a wall. He's focusing on the next fight to win the game. He's not just thinking, oh, let's just fight for top 2. So they place the wall, they get the Q down, their team is able to drop into safety, and SSG has nowhere to really fight anymore because Na'Vi has all the head glitches to play. So incredible plays out of Matafe there, and it's fun to see that team performing.
And then we bring it back here to match number 2, and this is kind of one of the things that you were talking about. We saw SSG top in the first match, but able to close it out this time around. But I do also want to shout out Shadow, because we just saw them in a top spot here in match number 3, saw them in a top spot in match number 2, and I think they might be a surprise for some people.
If you're consistently making it towards that end game, it's a matter of time before you're able to connect all of that and grab those eliminations to really boost yourself up the leaderboard. And as I turn around behind me, they're pretty high up there, which is definitely what they want. But right before we kind of cut to this clip, Gaming Gladiators, they hit that double reset. Light calls back in Lufka and Blast, and I'm like, there's no way this actually happens, but no one can necessarily take angles. SSG had already committed to the low ground prior, and they start fighting around this storage container. Shadow jumps down, focuses GG, and SSG completely rolls around. But I wasn't expecting GG to fall first. I thought it would have been Shadow, but one player was able to evade them and survive just a bit long enough before SSG was able to take the win.
And then we move into match number 3, putting us at the halfway point. And this is where we saw Na'Vi again, Shadow again, but we also saw some pop-off moments out of Fnatic. We heard the crowd getting very hype about Na'Vi here, though, Jamerson.
Yeah, Na'Vi did a fantastic job. I mean, it was a little bit iffy for them in the mid-game, early game, because coming from Lava Fissure, they had a lot of teams that had prio on this zone before them, right? They ended up getting holed up over by the Skyhook Tunnel, and we saw the pileup of teams at Survey Camp and the kind of mad scramble that they were involved in to try and get into Zone 4. And that's what we're talking about, this meta with the Newcastle, with the Watson. They were able to drop in, take up a lot of space with those picks, and that was what basically set them up to pick up 16 kills here in this game. So it's not just a win, it is a massive one for them, getting close to that 30-point mark.
That it's going to be huge moving forward throughout the rest of the series and the rest of the competition. We'll keep talking about it, especially as we move closer to it. We'll really start to focus on that top 20 bubble, which teams are going to be putting themselves into that winner's bracket, who has to fight through our elimination bracket, because it's not going to get any easier from here. And right now, with a start of 2 wins on World's Edge, Na'Vi looks great, and we now have the updated correct series results, so you can see what has happened with Na'Vi's position and the point gap that they've managed to solidify for themselves. 52 points after the first 3 matches, followed by SSG, then Shadow. All the teams that we've been seeing here at the top, I mean, they've created a sponge here, Snipe, and now moving into Storm Point, they should be feeling comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, with a 28-point win, they would have put themselves in 3rd place with 1 game. So they've definitely given themselves a cushion. I think we're finally getting that tournament out of them that people have been wanting for such a long time. I mean, it seems like they're also a momentum team. They've struggled in the past. They've gotten 40th place at tournaments, and now finally, and I think everyone is happy for them to be in this position. It looks like they've pretty much secured themselves into the grand finals, and now it's just trying to make sure that they can hold on to that 1st place with the points, accrue as much as they can, so now they can get the picks that they want to put them in those prio spots, so they're not having to run into zones from across the map.
We'll have to see if they do get the picks they want, but the picks that they have currently are the Storm Point ones coming up right around the corner. We're switching maps from World's Edge over to Storm Point, so let's start taking a look at the draft picks, where our teams are going to be settling in for the last 3 matches here in this series. It could determine a lot for some of our squads. Definitely gonna dive into this. Jamerson, let's start with you. We have the drops here. We're gonna get them through up on the screen as well. As these picks come through, which team do you think has a good spot right now to really play from for these last 3 matches?
Yeah, having priority on this pick, right? We saw a lot of NA really put their focus onto World's Edge, but it was SSG to kind of shake things up first. And so they'll go ahead and prioritize going over for Storm Point, right? Getting that lightning rod is going to be extremely strong. We've seen teams play out of that. Having the southern rotations out of there extremely fast. You'll be able to go to command center and utilize that tech to basically get to any south side of the map. Rotating through the north side is going to be extremely easy as well coming out from that. So I like that SSG really put that focus on to being able to really convert points more on Storm Point because they're so comfortable on their World's Edge.
And Tiff, I know you're a fan of Fnatic, and they had that first pick there onto Pylon heading into Storm Point, so tell me how you're feeling about that.
You know, I like Pylon. I really do. It's got juiced loot, but when you think about some of the rotations heading north, things are going to be more tough for them. Not only in the verticality, but you have to rotate through so many top-tier teams. If you go south, which we've seen some devastated coast zones, you're going to have that priority that you would like towards that end game. But I kind of want to bring it back to Na'Vi. I actually like their Cedo Station pick. Of course, it's within the top 5, but you got to think about if we're going south, we are ahead of Mill, we are ahead of Down Beast, and that's exactly what you want to do. However, if we do pull to North Pad, which we also see a lot of North Pad zones on Storm Point, then you have to think about how you're going there. You'll be behind Mill and then down Beast. But overall, being relatively central on the map is kind of the key to success, considering so many players are actually focusing on those early rotates. And, you know, if they can be as dominating as they were in that first half with already 52 points. I mean, I looked at the stats and they're pretty crazy. It's like kinda henchmen. It's just a Na'Vi day.
And we've got a couple other teams in here that are going to be looking for some points to move into their day. We saw Monsoon popping off a little bit with the Kraber in our early matches, taking a look at complexity. Like we mentioned before, also the LGs, the NRGs moving into Storm Point Snipe. What do you think they can do?
I mean, all eyes are on LG at this point. I mean, this is a team that showed like they were capable of winning at EWC, and they have all the firepower in the world. They had the best POI pick essentially on the last map in Skyhook West with 2 early exits in the first 2 games. So if you're not picking up the KP and getting the loot that you need, and your games are ending early at the best POI, and now you're stuck in the bottom right corner of the map at Devastated Coast, it's going to be tough for them to pick it up. And, you know, they only had 25 points coming into this. They're only sitting at 7 right now. So it's kind of like all pressure is going to be on these next 3 games and the next series. So, you know, you're really looking to see them pull it out.
Definitely a good opportunity to start that momentum heading into the next series as well. But it's not just Apex Legends action that we have going on here at the stage in Mannheim, Germany. We have so much going on in the rest of the SAP arena as well. So let's send it on over to our guy on the ground, Peeps, to show you everything we've got going on here.
What up, everybody? I am here at the concourse at the 1v1 station here in Mannheim, Germany. So if you got beef with anybody in the arena, you bring them here, you settle your ones. But the best thing, they have an Apex Creator Challenge where you go against some of your favorite Apex content creators, and the top 3 players from that get to compete on stage on Sunday, all right, in a straight shot revivals match for the whole world to see. So we'll see you here because this starts today, and we'll see you on Sunday on stage.
Welcome back, everybody. What action we've seen thus far with Navi. Vicky Kitty joined with Genome once again, and I don't know, with that video from Peeps, I feel like that was like a challenge, a 1v1 booth. I mean, look, if you have something to prove, this is the place to do it here in Mannheim, Germany. And it's been so fantastic not only to see the crowd pile up here in the arena, but also to see our teams who've already figured out what they have to do differently. Cough, cough, Navi. I mean, even though they had a great performance yesterday, they've carried that momentum into day 2 today.
They've done really well, surprising some people with previous LAN performances, maybe not going as they had planned, but a lot of other people showing up here as well. I mean, Shadow, the Chinese Invite team, have had a couple of good games. You know, SSG, my pick, not too bad. It was, I think, 3rd and then 1st. And yeah, look, a couple of teams who, obviously, we get into the 2nd day of group stages, and a couple of teams know that they need to do better, right? They haven't had a stellar day 1. They've got to pick up the pace, but also teams playing for POI draft now as well. And I think that's what maybe is spurring Na'Vi on to make it into the winners bracket and then also have all those points on their sides. Imagine getting there and then be like, hey, Falcons, we're just going to take Mill away from you. Something like that, right? Something spicy.
When it comes to a meta like this, it could absolutely work out for them. Also, side note, even from the big screen, I am not on an Apple box anymore. Now we are truly exposed with the height disparity like we get to see on Stormpoint usually. As we move on to match number 4, I like how you highlight that though. It's also about a statement. It's not just about the teams that know where they're settled at the moment, because now this is where the stakes are heightened. Now this is where teams know what they have to do differently so that way they can move on through the winner side of that bracket. Now looking at our legend selects, and as we move on to a new map here, Gino, we know that we see usually some teams go for something differently, maybe something that they feel stronger on. But I also want to specifically highlight Na'Vi winning those 2 games on World's Edge was huge. Even though we've only had a limited amount of games that we've had after only 1 day alone in our Split 2 playoffs, it's enough to determine which of these teams definitely feel more comfortable on World's Edge versus Stormpoint. I mean, just yesterday, we saw Furia drop a double bagel Stormpoint game, whereas in that last game, yes, obviously they did a lot better, but it just shows that consistency that some teams may have on World's Edge and Stormpoint put together.
I mean, look, speaking of disparities, there's a disparity between Na'Vi and the rest of the lobby right now. 20 points ahead, and that was on their non-preferred draft pick. I mean, they had 28th pick with Lava Fissure and made the absolute most of that on World's Edge. But when we move over to Stormpoint, now they've got 8th pick and it's Ceto Station. A power play from them. So maybe they'll go even further here and push themselves further ahead of the pack in the second half of our series.
Seeing with our first game on Stormpoint, game number 4. Let's get this started. Na'Vi had an entourage in the crowd giving them their energy, but mostly seeing the momentum that they could carry off of winning 2 dubs alone, which is so huge. We haven't had a team take 3 games yet in a series. Very probable here with 3 more games left to go for Na'Vi.
Yeah, look, no bonus points available here at LAN, but if you're winning that many games, you're going to be stacking on the points and moving yourself up the leaderboard, therefore securing yourself better and better POIs as the tournament progresses. I mean, even just going back to what you were talking about a little while ago, Vicky, about changing your legend comps. You know, we did talk about that yesterday, and I went back and had a look. It was actually less than I expected. I'd say about 75% of the teams were sticking with their compositions from one map to the next. I mean, you know, some were changing it up between the, you know, say the Crypto Bang and then going to Catalyst Newcastle, making some changes. But a lot of teams, and I think this might be because it's such a new meta and it's so hard to learn one new whole composition, let alone two new whole compositions. So some teams have just been rocking the one that they may have practiced and may be better with and saying, hey, let's just see if we can get this to work across both of the competitive maps.
And that's also going hand in hand with a new weapon meta too, right? Being able to now see EMP you have to be wary of into double Mozams blaring at your face here, but we also get to see the non-stop action already happening over by the north side here. E36, only one member left, trying to play off the double knockdown, but cannot clutch it out. So much already happening here as North Epstein, Tida already out the doors.
Well, this is a meta that should be favoring Tida, the shotgun prodigy. That's kind of where all his clips have come from, and I think what he's most notable for. But unfortunately, with only one Mozam in hand, it's hard to make an impact.
Yeah, no Akimo there for him to work with, and he had to run because it was Reject Winity on the other side, but not too sure if he's going to find much success because Hao was right in front of Command Center, and they do get eliminated. It is non-stop action, though, from every angle of this zone. We haven't seen it just yet, but just to put into perspective, this is going to probably pull towards the outskirts of Command Center through the west side, uphill by where you expect those zip lines to be, where Na'Vi likes to stay posted up on the high ground. They could take a look at the Evil Harvesters when Gaming Gladiators actually end up rotating out from the side of wall. But then on the other side, teams that do like to slowly rotate in, SWQ and Complexity that we always end up seeing. Let's jump into a listening with Complexity to see how they want to take this fight.
Just drop. Fucking dead, bro. He's aping me. Fuck, dude. Fuck, what? Okay. Well, get the fuck out, I guess.
They don't have zips, so we might have to fight it.
I'm gonna look for his banner.
Yeah, can you just go cloak and look for
I
banners?
can't. I'm not blue.
Fuck.
You guys just have to run. They're going to ape you guys.
I mean,
Don't
we're
even
running.
look for a banner. We're running.
I can probably get your banner from here.
They're going to ape you. Like, there's...
He's looking for the man scan on you.
They're hit.
I love those comms. Listening to the way that Complexity, the way that their brain works is just fantastic, but it's for reasons like this, right? Lou literally gets blasted from the other side of the hill while trying to get out of their line of sight. Meanwhile, when Montoon tells Kimchi to get out, he ends up trying to fully commit, and Furia get eliminated in 18. This is what I'm talking about. Always getting caught in the middle of their rotates on Storm Point, and it is at the hands of NRG.
A little bit of a shame for Complexity, who've been farming points so far in this series. I mean, they had 17 to start off with on World's Edge, but going to be slipping a little bit further down the leaderboards after that performance. Yeah, SWQ just, I mean, you often get that sort of scuffle in between Echo HQ and Coastal Camp teams. It's why in Pro League we often saw people trying to claim both of them just because they know that it can be very detrimental to your rotates to have another team so close by and running in with the Trident. It's annoying, as you can see just there.
And that's why Fury had rotated so quickly from Barometer back up towards the north side where they had met with NRG through that choke when we know NRG is going to be coming out from the north pad side. Now looking at the other side, when you talk about different compositions though, Genome, SWQ coming through with the Mad Maggie, and of course something that I was always excited thinking about, that perk with the shotguns, the auto reloads when it comes to contesting a lot of these fights. But the goal here is to make sure your time to fight is short, and you want to make sure you can get those knocks and get out.
Yeah, I mean, you can take down two people with one clip of a Mozam, right? And the hammer points. It's, even if you've got like red, purple armor, it's 4 to 5 shots to take down someone from full health if you're hitting all of the 3 Mozam pellets. But if you've got that Maggie perk, all of a sudden, it's infinite. Doesn't matter how many people they throw at you, as long as you can keep putting them down, getting the thirst, getting the armor swaps. I mean, you know, it really could just keep going on. You could see an epic endgame clip coming out of that perk.
I'm matrixing right through a Skynet real quick here. Suzuki, going to be able to go over to the side. And this is a good spot to be at from the very beginning, because we have been seeing a lot more of these northern storm point zones, right? And hanging out on this hill on the outskirts of Command Center allows you to make sure that your backs are clear to any stragglers that like to take their time, because we actually saw a very similar circle to this, I believe, yesterday, except they didn't pull as much towards wall. It was much more on the hilltop that would encapsulate a little bit of Cascade Falls.
Yeah, and I think that spot Fnatic are playing there with the Spiders, with Newcastle, becomes very good. Without it, can be a little bit sketchy. You got to watch forward, got to watch back. You know, you're going to be probably popping those bang smokes just to cut off angles every so often. But yeah, once you add the castle wall in, becomes a very defensible spot. But as you mentioned, it is pulling up, pulling north, going towards wall, and Fnatic likely will be playing the gatekeep position rather than the god spot position.
And they're waiting for the teams that are going to have to funnel out of Command Center eventually, right? Taking a look at LG. Looking at the team that is right next to them between Reject, Winity, Olympo as well. Backing up though and having to take their time, because it's not just them. With those two teams right in front of them, there could be a possible third party of how decide to commit through going from the south side of Command Center. But LG noting this, just making sure that they don't want to overextend here, maybe try to bait the other team from the other side to wrap around, as they're going to see where that next circle is going to be pulling, because they're really denied that information from what we get to see, because this circle, once again, is continuously pulling up towards the north. Is it going to be pulling towards the mouth of Command Center exactly?
So LG are one of those teams that are switching compositions from map to map. They were playing the Fuse Bangalore Pathfinder over on World's Edge. Now we see them here on the Cat, Newcastle, and Bangalore.
Shows you how strong Cat could be on a map like Stormpoint, especially for the endgame when you know you want to take those fights here. Shows the confidence and style of the way that the teams want to play it.
Well, it's also interesting because most other teams were pairing it with the Crypto, because they were saying that you just can't get any value out of Knuckle Clusters, out of the Mother Load, when you've got Watson pylons, when you've got the electrified castle wall set up. It's just impossible to get anything in there.
GN, though, look like they got deleted off the bottom. Go next. Get set back. But the EMP slowing them down just to let Makers turn things around for them, because it looked like Makers were also getting pressured in the feed by Na'Vi from a distance. They were able to reset and then send Go Next back. And now they have the boxes to work with here, and they have the information on where that next circle is pulling.
Only a couple of points so far today for Makers. Their first series was phenomenal, and it must have been good for them to get some points under their belt. They really had a shocker at EWC, and I think that has hurt their confidence quite a bit. But now coming onto back onto the ALGS stage is where a lot of them have a bit more experience and had more success in the past. So I'm glad to see that they got back up and running, but job's not done. Still need that 90 to 100 points to move forward to the winners bracket.
Yeah, that's the threshold that we've already based off of, and it's crazy to see how heavy it's been for teams like even Not Moist, and how KP friendly they've been when it comes to racking up all that KP in general. But SWQ being one of those squads that we had highlighted before with that Mad Maggie, now this time around just scouting ahead to make sure the front of Command Center may be cleared. But there's also a survey beacon by the waterfall of Cascade, so that's going to let them know who is actually waiting for them on their pathing when they send out that crypto drone.
SWQ, I believe, have played a bit of crypto in the past as well, and we've been, theory crafting and just, throwing some ideas about there. Like, have crypto IGLs that have experience, are they doing better? I don't know if the stats actually reflect that so far. I feel like we really have seen teams that are just, they have their macro in order, doing quite well. And
oh no, Jet right behind him. He was pinched in a situation like that. Needs the safety of the rest of KCP as he backs away. Nice suppressed fire from the rest of KCP before they were able to also reposition here, and opted to maybe just wrap around instead. If they could go over to the south side, they would be met though with Fnatic, who have been holding the edge of that circle for so long. But I do want to talk about a team that called out this circle from the very beginning. The team that's already won 2 games within this match series. It is Na'Vi, who are holding onto the northern building north of the zipline on the outskirts of the wall.
Yeah, some teams said command center, some teams said wall, some teams said cascades. All of them kind of wrong, but Na'Vi, as you said, have done it perfectly. They are in that northern ski lift building. Even potentially, even better than them is SSG on the north side. They are through the tunnel that goes up towards Zeus Station, and they are going to be very cozy in there with almost no one on their back, apart from maybe LG, who are doing a very late zone wrap right now. Going to be fascinated to see are SSG watching their back. Oh, actually, no, they've hit the evac, and they're going to be going out towards wall.
But that's great news for LG in this case. After such a slow rotate outside the circle, as you can see right here, SSG just gave up that position from the tunnel side after taking the evac tower, and now LG are going to take that spot instead.
And yeah, you see the evac tower right there in front of us, LG. I don't know if they would have been like, oh, that would have been some nice KP if we caught them off guard, or they're just happy to have this space to themselves. But wow, I think SSG, obviously, they're not going to have the information about where this circle is pulling, but they might be kicking themselves when they watch this replay and realize they've given up a spot with almost no counterplay to it.
It's timing. Timing is so important in a situation like that, and that also shows you when SSG maybe not having the information that they needed for that next circle, as the Bangle has been called in. SWQ forced to go out. The EMP, a nice EMP to actually allow his teammates to reset here, forcing Hao to back away, pop the shield bats instead, but they still find a knock on both sides of the night trade here, as Hao are able to not only get SWQ second member, but they are able to wipe out the whole team, and now are forced to call in the evac because this circle is going to make your eyes water.
It was a good push there by Hao getting the damage onto SWQ, but it might have been a little bit too late. I mean, Shadow are ahead of them, and they're only just getting into the zone and meeting Fnatic, who have obviously been set up in the spider place like we call, but somehow the Forged Shadows is enough to just tear them straight out of that position. Meanwhile, Pioneers and FA Kids are coming in hot.
Oh, KCP cannot restabilize Shadow. Take him out, but they're not the only ones, because FA Kids find an opportunity to also involve themselves in the fight uphill that Olimpo is busy dealing with Reject winning for the last 2 circles in Command Center. That's why LG was forced to rotate so far around Command Center, because they knew if they committed, they were going to lose out on the mouth of Command Center. That's why this fight has been taking so long here.
Command Center won't be in the next ring, Vicky. That's why Reject and Olimpo are going to be coming into blows with each other very, very soon. Watson fences set up everywhere. Got to start clearing them out. 40 seconds to go. You can't leave it too late. They should be able to pop up probably just under the building where Na'Vi are, a little bit further north. They are going to contest with teams like Dreamfire and FA Kids probably coming up from the south as well. And then you've got Makers actually sitting on a good spot just at the top of the wall. You can see there on that smaller map on your screen. They are the northernmost team right now. LG, of course, as we mentioned, going to be sitting pretty for a while.
I mean, the one thing I'm seeing from that fight here alone between Reject and Olimpo is the fact that Olimpo are still on blue Evo, so they have the health disadvantage while Na'Vi on the rooftop.
Yeah, I was assuming that Na'Vi were going to be playing from inside the building, playing safely, but no, they were actually pushing for kills. They want more, and as they take this top position, this means they've got sight lines on LG, and that safe spot that we assumed has been taken away from them. Sweet now, I think the only one left alive. Can he maybe rat some placement points out of this position that they've given up?
It was beautiful follow-up there, too. He had touched his toes with the Kraber in that moment, and then the Nemesis was the nail in the coffin without even giving up too much space, while Reject Winity now having to force their way outside of Command Center. Nice hipfire shots with the Hemlock. Can he get the last member? He's forced to reload. He cannot. He can't. With the last member of Reject Winity, they clean up Olimpo. There is a health disadvantage here that allows them to stay on top. But look, with the circle closing in, it's going to be so hard to reset because there's still a member of Hao alive.
Yeah, just one made it off that evac that they were trying to get out. But SSG also on the western side of the map can look for this. Na'Vi, as we mentioned, are not trying to let kills go to anyone else in this lobby. The Kravers out for Matafe. Can he find some targets for it?
Also saw on your feet NRG getting completely obliterated after Na'Vi had pressured them out from underneath here too. LG still alive, but only as a solo. We get the rat cam on between LG and How here while we look at Na'Vi. They're looking up ahead at Reject. Let's jump into a listen-in with Na'Vi before they plan that next move.
Come. Yeah,
I'm coming.
We just fucked them.
Still looking left.
Come here.
Destroy this drone.
Yeah, I can't.
Keep looking. You have bangles, can you destroy their gen head?
One sec, no bangle.
I'm trying to destroy gen.
Okay, nice.
Wait,
I'm
I
swinging
need to
for
pick up
drone.
my hemlock. I need to pick up my
I'm
hemlock.
swinging
for drone, I'm swinging for drone.
I need to destroy this fucking drone.
I'm destroying gen. I got it.
Nice.
We need to kill them, okay? Got that bangle?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fucking double scanning this, okay?
Yeah,
Right now.
Get close to this rock.
Get close.
Yeah.
They have new gen, bro. They have new gen.
Move up.
I can shoot it, yes.
Shooting gen.
50 on base.
I got gen, nading.
I'm going above them, boys.
I'm nading as
Give me a
well.
second. They
bangles it. You chill for a second. We have another gen.
20.
I'm chilling.
I'm moving up.
Okay, I can't yet.
My one.
Just play there, play there.
One, swing him back. Bring him back.
I know one.
Low. Nice.
Come.
Na'Vi, the desperate attempts to go around. They take out the team in front of them, but then immediately right afterwards, the timing, they knew that there was a solo also still creeping up from right behind them.
So it seems that Reject Winity coming from that south side and now looking in a great spot. It's them really versus GG. Somehow, Sweet has managed to make it into the final circle. No Bloodhound to find him anymore. Sia gone from the meta. The rat plays are here in Mannheim.
Sweet Dreams, the COO of Apex here, keeping the dream alive for LG, but as a solo, what more can he do? While Reject Winity find him in the middle with Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, both teams, it seems, on the hunt for that solo. I mean, he's not a crypto, right? We can't see another Madness play where he just goes AFK in the middle of the zone, but he's doing his best as a Bangalore to stay alive. The crypto drone does have the scan on him. They know exactly where he is, but Reject, they can't get too complacent here. Otherwise, GG will climb up and get them.
It's a little handshake for Na'Vi here too. He was working off of the Watson fences that were left behind here for them. Reject, understanding that, was able to take down at least one of the fence lines. But it's also Sweet, who is not going to give up this spot. It's whack-a-bang here, as he's going to not only force his way around both of these teams, but force him to fight first before he pokes his face again.
Okay, Gaming Gladiators, they do have the Cat War. They've got the Rolling Thunder. Ultimates are in the bank right now. If they can maybe rip a Cat Wall, a Dark Veil to separate Reject Winity, that could give them a massive advantage to win this final 3v3.
That is such a good point, and that also highlights having that Cat Wall for late games like this. That's a big difference maker between a Crypto, even a Watson in a case like this. And when you have the Bang ult here too, look at the positioning that GG's in.
Yeah, but the pylon was up in time. It catches enough of the missiles from the Bang ult that Reject Winity aren't affected.
And Sweet was able to shield swap right on time, by the way. He was literally one shot at one point and was able to fully reset. And Reject, they cannot give up this high ground. If they do to chase down a solo, that is just going to allow Gaming Gladiators to walk around them for free.
How is Sweet still alive? I mean,
Skynade was huge. Wait.
Yeah, they do get
No way! That's Skynade! That's
gonna come up from the back.
The Skynade allows Gaming Gladiators to still have the advantage, but they still do not want to overextend. They still are also aware of the solo that is left for LG. Sweet slowly inching forward. He saw the knock here in the feed.
At this point, I think they're giving him too much respect. They really need to be pushing to try and confirm that kill. And instead, RC get a kill back.
They finally were able to finalize that here as Blast is dancing around the catwalk. Doesn't want to overextend after Gaming Gladiators was able to get the res, but for not long. Was that commitment worth it? As it is just Blast here. The EMP. Sweet is still alive.
Sweet dreams, the nightmare for both of these teams. If he gets anything more than third, it would have been insane. Reject Winity come out on top. Gaming Gladiators do not capitalize on the first knock there. The rogue element. At least he once was for that team, and he doesn't manage to get past third, but my lord, does he make an impact on how that final fight played out.
It's all about situational awareness and playing for what you have in front of you, right? Blast being the last one alive for his team, noting where Sweet was, said, all right, well, I'm not going to let you play for second. I'm going to get the placement points instead. And if I can get easy KP at the very end, knowing that I'm going to lose his 1v3, then may as well in a case like this. That's why he dropped down. That's why he didn't look back at his teammates, because at that point, he had also already used up Catwall. It was by the end time of the Catwall being up already at that time, too.
I mean, I think at that point, you need to have a bit more confidence. I feel like not all three of your players are probably going to be looking at angles for the other team. So someone, whether it was Reject in the first part of that or Gaming Gladiators in the second who are closer to Sweet by the end, you know, just send someone around the side, see if you can get a crack on Sweet and then just ego challenge take him out because I mean, you can pull back and bat if you need to. He's probably not going to one-clip you. It's such a hard spot to play out if you're not trying to get rid of that solo and allow yourself to take advantage of that first knock that they got on Iron. It felt like from that spot, Gaming Gladiators should have been running away with it, but everyone was so scared of this one player just running around throwing smokes everywhere.
Literally his presence just intimidating everybody. I definitely agree with you there, though, because they had the advantage. They had gotten that first knock initially to even start off the fight. That's why it was such a big deal. But Reject saying, we absolutely take those. They get it with 8 KP, of course, that first place spot. Gaming Gladiators still was able to get at least 4 KP before finding themselves in that second place spot. And that is with the addition of that KP onto Sweet.
SSG picking up 5 placement points without a kill. And then looking at our top 3, you can see that Reject Winity, known as New Jay when they were playing in APAC North, had a very passive style, loved to get in zone. And you can see that as they played out that last circle, they really, you know, aren't going to get too aggressive unless they absolutely have to.
It was a much more passive game, right? It was a bit spread out when it comes to the KP throughout this lobby as we take a look at the series results, because it's still Na'Vi that was able to find themselves within that top 5, still leading the pack by look at that gap. Look at that, 62 points for first place between themselves and then SSG right behind them with 37 points tied with Shadow.
Shadow, I've got Jackie1 joining them, the previous AGL player from APAC South. A couple of entrants coming in today. I think we've got Shadow. We've seen I Hate the World / No Name coming in for Dreamfire. And later on, we'll be able to see the full complement of Legends Gaming as well.
That's our first game on Stormpoint. We got game number 5 coming to you on the other side of this game. This break, don't want to miss it. free dub for them, even when they lost one of their teammates at the very beginning of that interaction between Gaming Gladiators.
Well, they pick up 20 of their 22 points here in match 4. So maybe Storm Point can be a little bit better for Reject Winity. I mean, we've got the CEO, we've got General Burton, and now we've got Colonel Garcia.
General Burton and Colonel. All right. I love the names that we also get to have here to play along with it here. And it's also been fantastic to see how this has changed things up going into Storm Point. I keep reiterating this because we do see some slight changes from some teams, but we also see a slight different pacing when it comes to the rotates. We highlighted before some teams that find that success on World's Edge may not be finding that same type of pacing onto Storm Point. A team that I definitely see that happening very obviously is going to be Furia in this case when they try to go for a quick rotate out of Barometer before meeting their demise versus NRG.
Yep, Furia obviously had an epic start to yesterday, and as we move on to Storm Point, Furia, as you said, coming out of Barometer, it was a more northerly zone, very hard. If you have to wend your way through the middle of the map, right? You're coming down from Barrow, you can... I feel like if you're going around the edges, the rotates aren't quite as dire, but it's once you get into that Cascades area that everything just becomes such a nuisance for teams that have taken too long to get there. There's just, teams hiding around every corner.
I mean, it's something that Navi did very quickly and had already called out that circle from the very beginning. I feel like I saw them already when Circle 1 started to close, where they had rotated quickly from Cedo all the way to that building north of that zip line on the outskirts of that tunnel that we had mentioned. We saw LG go for a very roundabout rotation. But with squads like Navi who know how to station themselves and know that they could just put in some poke pressure and also camp a survey beacon whenever they can, or rather the ring information with that crypto, they also get to boost up their evil shields while not giving up that space here.
Yeah, and that's a good point with Crypto grabbing the survey beacons as well, because if you are worried about any booby traps, any landmines in the form of other teams in that middle area as you rotate, if you've got the Crypto drone in range of one of those survey beacons, you can get a forward warning of any of that coming your way, and it's much easier to make the rotates.
And in Navi's case, it's not even with the crypto, it's with the Watson, Bangalore, and Newcastle. It's bunkering down at the end of the day and finding your spot there and predicting where that circle is going to be. We have seen a lot of these northern zones, though, on Storm Point, so it's not too surprising here while we take a look at the final circle from that last match and really break down how we got to see some of the teams and how some of the squads that we actually witnessed were forced out of command center when they thought that the circle could have actually shifted towards that hill.
Yeah, I mean, LG, obviously, they had a chance to be a full 3-man here, but it was that earlier spot where they get taken down that left Sweet the lone rogue element in this last circle. Here's the spot where we see Ein get taken down. Now, GG absolutely should have pushed up here, but obviously they were a little too scared with Sweet on their side. Maybe were there any other abilities really keeping them at bay? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah,
they've got the Mastiff coming out at them, but at this point, it really feels like it should have been over for Reject.
It was like a moment where it was right before we even saw Lengo having the EMP here too. He used it at the very end because now is when he had it, but imagine, the catwall was already up from the other side. They had already isolated what could have been that solo over to the left side, but still not trying to overextend. I mean, Genome, what do you think about these passive plays? I mean, essentially giving up an opportunity to even get a dub in that case.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if the drone was recharging there from Winity at the start. Right, because you saw the EMP come out very late in the fight. And I think if they had have had that up, you probably would have seen Reject just go EMP, bam, in. But obviously, yeah, they were playing all the way back, and I guess they stalled for just long enough for that drone to come back into play and be able to get the EMP off. And obviously, once that happens, you get perfect vision of where everyone else is in the circle.
And that was absolutely huge versus Gaming Gladiators. I'm actually getting word that Peeps is with Blast right now, so let's hear it with Peeps and Blast.
Vic, thank you so much. I am here with Blast from Gaming Gladiators. I mean, you guys just pulled out an amazing second place win. You're sitting 10th overall from day one. I also saw a stat. You guys have the highest average KD at 2.67.
Really?
Can you talk to us a little bit about the team fighting mechanics that you guys got going on?
I think we're very coordinated with ourselves. whenever we see anything, we go for it. I think probably the reason it's so high is because we never miss out on anything. We're always like, kill this. We like actually just go for it. Like,
absolutely. And you being one of the top IGLs in this land, right? What is your secret to success to bringing these boys to where you need to be to accomplish a win or high points?
I mean, I'm not that jealous. It's Light, but with Light, I would say he's very demanding. He wants us to do well. He doesn't let us fall. He's very, very good at making sure that we are always aware of what we need to do, making sure that we know exactly how to be playing, making sure we're watching backs, watching threats. I think he's just very, very good at doing what needs to be done.
Absolutely. Well, you heard it here from Gaming Gladiators. Thank you so much. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, peeps. I like hearing a lot of, the coordination that we have to have between Light and Blast and seeing what they have to do differently. Because, by the way, Light is absolutely putting out the damage. He doesn't have a single kill, though, throughout this series, but it highlights the suppressed fire that he's putting on for his team to do all the rest of the work. Essentially, a Pokemon trainer just sending out his Pokemon between Blast and Lufka. And between Blast having 8 KP thus far within the series and Lufka having 4, Light has 0, but with 3.6k damage.
The most damage, right? Yeah.
Literally.
And yeah, look, he's out there in the Bangalore. Obviously, he's getting the cracks, he's getting the opens, and then who knows? Maybe he drops the Mozams for his teammates, because as we know, they are the only guns that are allowed to finish someone in this tournament. It was a secret rule. Don't know if we let the audience in on that, but that's the case.
Mozam's basically adding just another legend to the composition to think about here. But that's what I mean when I'm talking about not just the legend composition swaps that we possibly could see, but also having to consider the weapon compositions that have been brought on with these big changes going into the new Apex Legends season. And it's between that and also the loot bins having to get that restart in here too. You could expect everybody that's running the Mozams by the end of the game to already have a gold shotgun bolt or even a hammer points, probably both, honestly. I'm getting word though that the game is ready to go. Everyone, thank you so much for your patience. Let's get this started here. We got game number 5 coming to you soon.
Hyped to get this one underway. Gaming Gladiators with that top 2 finish are going to go up a couple of spots, up to 32 points, but no one is anywhere near Na'Vi right now. 62 points with a big step down to we got SSG there on 37, as well as Shadow 36.90. It's been a big day for them, and now Gaming Gladiators, after that performance, move themselves up into 4th with 32.
I mean, well, that's like a 25-point difference between Na'Vi and the rest of this lobby, and we're starting off right now on Game 5. You have 2 more games to go to play catch-up here, and that's with Na'Vi actually going so well with their rotates here on Storm Point. Again, exiting out of Cedar like we saw in that last game, but with the timing on it and already predicting properly when that circle was going to pull and where it was.
Yeah, I believe the technical term is gapped.
Yeah, actually. Huge gapped. Huge gap here. It is actually beautiful to see the trophy here, the flyby as our legends are loading into the game. But it's also the different legend composition. Still sticking to the Mad Maggie, by the way, too, for SWQ.
Seems like there's always one, you know? In times past, it was Aurora. We've had a couple of teams pick it up, but it's going to be SWQ holding the torch here, carrying the torch at Mannheim. Shadow still playing the Revenant, by the way.
And I feel like now at this point, as we get into game number 2, we have to highlight the teams that haven't been putting on a performance within the course of those last 4 games right now. KCP, Fnatic, LG even coming in with 11 plays. Looks like a quick pause is going to be coming on here before we get fully started within our game 5.
It's impressive predictive powers there, Vicky.
Sorry.
You knew it was happening. Well, have you got the crystal ball? Can you tell us what's happening for the rest of the series?
It's the button, Genome. I told you. It's got to add a little bit more excitement, making sure that you guys are sitting on the edge of your seats, because you already know that when I press the button, we obviously go to the game.
You think they'll trust me with one of those one day?
No, I took it from you.
Yeah.
It was actually supposed to be yours. But it's been fun so far being able to see also the diversity and where these zones have been pooling here too. Specifically when I talk about Storm Point, I'm usually expecting a lot of these northern, like checkpoint zones that we've been seeing pulling towards the outskirts of North Pad here. But usually, actually yesterday, I had the pleasure of being able to cast a Cenote Cave circle, which I feel like it's been 50 years.
It's been a long time. Yeah, and it was quite far over as well. We've actually seen some of those that are further over towards the armor cave, which is really fun, right? Because I feel like we've seen a lot in the middle of Cenote, around that area where you get some fun high ground disparity. Pathfinder can come into it, but it's the really deep tunnels on the western side of Cenote that can be quite fun. And look, whoever's been handing out those crocheted Nessies is an absolute legend.
They are so good. I love it. I love the community that makes up the competitive Apex. Oh, what the?
Oh, is he throwing it to me?
If you're going to do that,
over here.
I'll definitely take that. What the? Nocto was trying to take the gyms out here too in the arena, but also getting word, by the way, just to be transparent, that there is a player keyboard that is being swapped out at the moment. Make sure that everyone gets the peripherals that they need.
Just having a look at the first circle we've got here. I know we talked about it yesterday, and it was, you know, we ended up restarting the game fully, and it changed over. But you know what was funny about that, Vicky? Is we went back and chatted to some of the players at lunch, right? They'd only seen the first circle, and this is why, when anyone ever says that they can predict it off the first circle without beacon knowledge, you do not trust them, okay? Because even the pro IGLs, the best in the world here, they were like, oh yeah, you remember that wall zone? And I was like, hey, I got to see the map for a split second after that, and it was actually a Cascade Fall zone, and they were all like, oh my God, what are you talking about? So never trust. First circle is not to be trusted.
Definitely, I do that a lot. I definitely try to predict right off the first circle. It's okay, but you know what? I do like a 50-50 pool. Sometimes it could be here, and then I'll say, or it could be here. So why don't we position ourselves in a spot where we could have a better rotate to either side if we could claim that space. But it's also, you know, just feeling like when your IGL does predict wrong and seeing it on the map where everybody predicts one side and then it completely shifts over to the other. It's the whiplash of all the teams that have congregated into either shared buildings that have to now funnel out all together into the bloodbath that is waiting for them on the outskirts. Happens a lot. Actually, I could see it happening possibly with a circle like this once we get started here. But it's a nice, patient game while we get to not only see the crochet Nessies, but all the different jerseys too. You know, I always like to see and highlight. Alliance is not in this lobby, but when I got to see Alliance's jersey for the first time, I actually really liked the green color combination here. Oh, and I talk about Alliance and I mentioned the green light. I mean, now we get to get the green light to go back into the game. Everyone, thank you again. As we finally get started here for game number 5, it is Reject Winnie, your winners from our previous game here. Ready slowly to see what they could do. Also splitting up that loot here over by wall, because this circle is pulling by Mill side, probably between Mill and Bridge, considering that we have that information here, and Reject will slowly have it here too.
Yeah, does this even go up towards maybe down Beast? Like, I think this could actually favor Pioneers quite a lot, who are, of course, starting in that northwestern side of the map. And as we have a look at this, we can see, you know, Na'Vi going to make a very quick rotate, you would imagine, over from Sito's station. And look, Makers have got a ring console, so let's see. Yeah, they've got the Watson, so that means they get the insta-scan. It'll be very predictive of that circle, I would say, to see whether they decide to post up in Mill or whether they join Pioneers in Down Beast.
But this is also one of those zones where there's a lot of open space in the middle, so you can expect a lot of the fighting to be done either by the north edge of the circle or the two chokes that you could expect going out of checkpoint, which is not only narrow, but if it does shift over to the west side by Mill or down Beast, there's a lot of open spots where you can get shot out in the middle of that rotation.
Exactly, right? And that means the early prio spots in this are so important, because it's like you get the spots all the way to the west, up on the edge near the building, in Mill or in Down Beast. Otherwise, you're in no man's land, right? I mean, yeah, sure, you can post up in checkpoint for now, but that's not going to do very well come circle 3 or 4. And yeah, I think it is this Down Beast zone as we see Makers go north, and we see NRG and Dreamfire very quickly pulling up into some of the buildings underneath. There's, definitely a couple of prio spots, I'd say. Pioneers we'll see on the top. Yes, so essentially, once you realize you've got a down beast zone from down beast, you just get on top. You say, I don't care like almost how much meds we have, how much ammo I've got in the bank. We are going to sit up here. We're going to be very conservative with our ammo because we know we're going to need it for probably a Zone 5, Zone 6 fight. We're not going to get a huge amount of kills because we just don't have the ammo unless someone lands on us and we get access to death boxes. But you need to play very passively and just play from the top. That's really how you just guarantee yourself some placement points when this zone drops on your head.
Absolutely, and here we have Complexity already engaging and already getting a knock from Kimchi here. Make it 2
nice.
With Liu. Literally, Crazy Kong was one shot going up that evac. They were trying to go in over by the backside, and Complexity always finding this fight versus SWQ, getting a little bit of revenge after the action that we witnessed in that last game.
Well, if Monsoon's got the sniper in his hand, he's going to be looking far afield for someone to take down with it. And it looks like after that first knock and kill, in fact, 2 onto SWQ, it's just the Maggie left alive. And this time they get the revenge. Complexity. Well, they're not going to get that prior rotate that we talked about, but they will start off with the 3 KP.
You know what's even crazier in all of this? While Complexity and SWQ always end up duking it out on the south side of this zone, always, it is Furia that lands in Barometer and just said, I am out of here. Another quick rotate for Furia. They do not want to replicate what's been happening to them on Storm Point every single time, like we saw in that last game. And in this case, they're already over by the north side of Mill, by that no-name compound here. So go next, as we get to see, also taking their time over by Cascade, seeing if any other squads maybe coming from the east side want to rotate there. But they are clear for now. They're going to be able to utilize a replicator and then plan their pathing with the assault bin over to their north side and by the choke that would lead through north pad.
I mean, Crypto's going to be eating good in this zone, Vicky. You're going to have people on multiple levels of down beast and the buildings in front of them. Potentially, multiple at the same time or within EMP radius. They are going to get rinsed. Their shields will be deleted on repeat.
Look at this. Also sharing a building even when you're not by the down B side here. When you're still playing on the edge of the circle but closer to Mill, it is Na'Vi on one building, Furia in the other. Swapping up some attachments here, hanging out by the Watson gen. But with Furia being on the other side, I'm not expecting either of these squads to fully extend here because there's a very high possibility that not just the third party, but the fourth party could eye on not only getting this KP, but if they want this building, they could just easily clean this up if they try to engage.
Now remember, Na'Vi have been dominating the zone calls right now. So we'll see where this next circle pulls to, because if it goes up towards down beast, then Na'Vi going to have to make a move. But if it does actually pull towards the back of Mill, then all of a sudden, I don't know, we need to start kowtowing in front of Matape for these zone calls that he's been making in the A and C series, because it's been phenomenal so far. 30 seconds, we'll get that info and share it with you.
It's the bloodbath, though. If that ends up happening, the bloodbath that we could expect from all the teams that have to funnel from that north side, exiting out of Down Beast. How also with an overlook here, natural UAV to make sure any other squads are within the vicinity, because it's not just How here in the side by Mill. It's also Shadow that are currently located north side of Mill. And you can expect more squads to come in from that south side because there is a ring console there for the teams that do like to play by the edge who doesn't have that information yet.
Yeah, that's a really good point as well. I mean, there's also one in front of Down Beast, but no one has actually taken up that building, which is interesting because if you have Catwall, if you've got Newcastle, there are some options there to maybe get a sneaky scan in. And you can see here that GG are playing the buildings one step below that.
A lot of space to share here, always by Down Beast. It's like you mentioned, having these buildings open for free. Always like to take those when everybody else is just completely stacked on top of each other by the Down Beast side instead. And by the way,
it goes south.
It completely goes south. All the squads that have fully committed to rotating and staying by Down Beast are going to have to eventually move, inching little by little, though, because it's not so significant. There is a part of the circle, the edge of the north side of the circle, that is by the lot of Down Beast, but imagine all the other teams that are still sharing the Down Beast north side.
Yeah, so if you're in on under the down beast. You're not in a good spot right now. It could be the buildings just in front of it where, say, Dreamfire Makers are, but also it could just pull straight to Na'Vi. And at that point, we really do have to give Matafe the man some props.
And the patience here from Shadow.
Oh.
A full blue.
Oh.
But it's also Jackie in the crypto drone, just scouting ahead again.
Someone saw Alien recently and decided they want to reenact some jump scares.
I got to jump on them, especially if you're playing Revenant. Got to stick to the methods here.
And of course, you know, the drone's running around, so they've got the info if anyone does actually creep up on them.
Meanwhile, Sweet, a little split up from the rest of LG, but it's going to be able to clear that entire side where the Prowlers are. The fact that GG, though, have taken over that building at the time that they did has now denied that space from Go Next. They were eyeing to see if they could play now by that fence line, and they were able to get the scan on the survey beacon, seeing all the teams that are here, but also all the squads that are going to be waiting for them. If they decide to now rotate on the outside of the fence line, they see that this is clear for now after getting that scan here too. They see that they were actively moving away, but it's even more important to get that ring console information and seeing where everybody's posted up once you are forced, and if the circle does continuously pull towards the south.
Considering the circles are touching, could just continue to go west and really favor Na'Vi. Furia in one of those back mill buildings as well. There's actually one still not taken. So, I mean, a team like Fnatic, who have been taking the longest time to loot down here, as you should, because as we said, the later prio spots in this circle, useless. You may as well just buff yourselves as much as you can and try and come in here like the, you know, level 100 Pokemon against the Elite Four, but...
What we see from Gaming Gladiators, and Light just sends out everybody forward in Complexity, calling in the evac. We're gonna get on top of the rocks here. Gonna be able to get a nice vision of the squads that are gonna be approaching over to that right side. All the way around here to find that building, which it's that free building that you talked about, Genome. No one was there. Furia was originally posted up in this building with Na'Vi being over to the north side, but Furia have given up that building and opted to go over to the building over to their right side instead, a little bit more center zone.
And they've got Watson as well. I mean, GG. GG, Vicky. We'll see. Look, we'll see if it continues to pull towards Mill, but if it does, I mean, yeah, Complexity, Na'Vi, Furia, those teams currently holding the buildings will be very, very happy. Teams will start trying to pull up and take, you know, the different levels of it. In the later stages of the game, expect them to get a little more crowded in there, but for now, it's those teams up in Down Beast who are going to be in for a rude awakening.
Furia looks like they're on the sticks, by the way. I don't think they have any shields to their name after they went with the quickest rotation, but it's costed them a lot. That's why they maybe had to force that rotate, and this circle is going to be pulling closer to Furia and Na'Vi. Dreamfire, though, still from the Down Beast side, a little bit part of it.
Okay, Mythic Bin also there for SSG. So they're already on full reds here. So as Privacy was explaining to us yesterday, one of the biggest things about this bin is just the amount of Evo upgrade that it provides for your entire team. But hey, they grabbed an R9 and the gold Mozambique. Did they even take the R9?
That's what I was about to say. That was about what I was going to say. No, but that golden Mozam, though, it's like stars in your eyes. Want to make sure you can claim that as quickly as possible. Maybe letting Zainu try to claim that instead here. Also, Phony in his player cam. Looking like a Sith Lord here with the hoodie up. Really zoned in on this one for the rest of Space Station. And as they are one of the slow rotating teams, and like you mentioned, Genome, at this point, if you are going to be taking your time to rotate into the zone, you already know the priority spots are taken up perhaps. But I'm also seeing here in the feed that Fury have not only given up the building that they were posted up and over to the side, now they're actually trying to contest Complexity while being at a disadvantage in terms of shields here.
That's truly wild. I mean, they had a building to themselves very far into the zone, and they've decided to take the top of the roof instead. That's a very confident call. They are really trying to pinpoint that last zone and play it early.
We're able to also reset fully once they got on top of that roof here, while Fnatic now Ica taking a bit too much damage, having to pop the shield back for now. You got F with the pings here, noting where the other squads are coming in from the right side. That was Space Station that we saw before, and with the zone closing in now, which side of middle do you actually want to be on when there's 5 other teams waiting for you on that side?
Shadow still lurking in the shadows, but Fnatic will be running into E36, LG, SSG, so many teams down the bottom instead, actually. That middle area that we're talking about, completely uninhabited. It's a wasteland, as it should be, because if you run through there, you will die, and that may happen to some of these teams in this next circle when they are forced to make a move, perhaps with some smokes or a cat wall, but for now, it stays vacant. Mill is the site of the next couple of fights I think we will see, as well as maybe some up here on Down Beast. SSG go out. Not great for them. KCP, I was talking about how if it had have switched to Down Beast, they would have had this game land in their lap. They're going to be devastated that it hasn't.
The cinematic movie angles, though, before the slide in to see LG get taken out. Beautiful here from E36. This is what we were expecting from all these squads that are sharing the space by Milk here. Shadow still not getting involved fully as they still go back to the north side of Mill, while E36 are looking to reset. It is Fnatic who have creeped from the south side of Mill, where that ring console originally was.
Well, LG did get the one team wipe, but unfortunately, that's it for them in this game. Not as many fights happening early as I would have thought. Reject Winity actually posting up in that mid space around the rocks, looking for these teams coming out of Mill.
I'm getting a little hint of Na'Vi maybe looking to get that 3-time dub in this series, because they are not only sitting pretty in their building, they're looking at all this action happen in their feed. Northception get eliminated at the hands of How. And Reject Winity still playing off the edge of the zone, waiting for all this action happening by Mill to come to them instead, because Shadow are now looking to collapse on Fnatic, and E36 looking at how after they had finished that fight earlier in the building, but which team commits to what side?
But they hesitate, they paused. We saw there the health bars were so low. E36 could have pulled in straight away and dominated How, but decision making costs them a couple of kills. They go towards Shadow. Meanwhile, Free Agent Kids have to contend with the other teams on the north side of Down Beast.
Shadow coming out on top too, finding that fight versus Fnatic like we mentioned before. Shadow get eliminated, E36 following up right after that fight, and How rotating on the other side of Mill. Meanwhile, the similar action all stacked on top of each other with the zone closing in here all the way by Down Beast. Expect NRG, KCP, who also have been posted up at the very top on their POI from the very beginning, are going to be forced to drop down slightly before playing by the fence line.
Furia had to make way for their position because they realize the building that they banked on is no longer in. The one they were originally in is Na'Vi, of course, still sitting pretty. But now we get the chaos of the teams up north. Everyone is running into each other right now. Makers and Rejects have actually gone down. Dreamfire played this spot for a long time. Even when they used to land in Down Beast, they would play from those buildings, but they can't make it work here at land.
Blast truly just started blasting in. Furia staying alive to this end zone with a gold knock, of course, as well. Are going to be able to get the reset after FA Kids get eliminated. 9 squads left. You see the pings. They know that Hal is still alive. Maybe just one member left. I believe it's just the Crypto. After they're trying to find him, he's invisible, getting a little taste of their own medicine here before trying to find the other team on the other side. But they still don't know where that last member of How is until the very end here. He was so close to that Moby, turning things around here.
I think the damage.
No way. No way.
I thought they
He tried. He did. He called out the Moby right in front of their face here, and then was able to play around the other side, and he still was able to get the res. He still was able to get the res. Are you kidding me? That is actually insane. Big brain play. It was a nice sacrifice here. And now Energy, while all the action's happening around them, even with Fun still having Blue Evo though, he's dancing around this new castle wall, but it's not going to be enough. With one member left from Energy, they get eliminated, and Furious fly down.
This is one of the most ridiculous things about Akimbo Mozams right now. You respawn in, you don't need attachments. You drop and you just start blasting. That is so unfortunate there for NRG that they take 2 hits from that to get finished off by Furia.
We talk about the free 2 KP that was just granted to them by half. They're trying to commit to that res right in front of Furia and NRG. Anyways, though, now going over to the other side with Furia stuck in the middle. It is Olimpo over to their south, KCP over to their north, and neither of these 3 squads are in that next zone.
Na'Vi gapping the lobby. They're about to make that gap even wider. With Furia going down, teams are only just starting to approach their position on the west.
See the Newcastle wall coming up here too. Na'Vi looking at all the action in front of them. Nothing to worry about when the rest of the lobby is just fighting in front of you.
3 teams have a single rocket each as they look at each other. Na'Vi surveys their domain, and now it's just Olimpo. It's been their game all along. They're slowly pushed in for the last 3 kills.
If you like that 25-point gap going into this game, you're absolutely going to love it. Extending further if you're a Na'Vi fan. They called out this circle from the very beginning, and now it is down to our last 2 squads.
Yesterday, the Na'Vi fans were over near us at the casting booth. Today, they are center stage just as their team is pulling north soon of 75 points.
But I love the pacing from Olimpo, though. With Na'Vi being so patiently in this building, they are lacking a lot. Meanwhile, Olimpo have all the death boxes on their side, unless one member of Na'Vi could actually overextend. As you can see right here with kind of being over to the left side, he's got some stuff that he could bring back to his team here if they're so desperate. Because I did see on that Hemlock that there was only, what, 34 bullets left here?
Matafe was almost out, desperate for loot. Those last couple of kills have helped kinda, but as you mentioned, Matafe, who wants to continue pressure from the high ground, needs to make use of this last clip. The EMP comes in here, but I don't know if it's enough to deal with the high ground from Na'Vi.
It is just free-range shooting here if you're Na'Vi. Looking at Olimpo, the halves across open ground. Na'Vi with the melee, the 1-2, and Na'Vi! The only team to get 3 dubs thus far within our ALGS Split 2 playoffs. The smiles all the way around here for Na'Vi. They hear their cheers. They hear the support.
Not only the first team to grab 3 wins, Vicky, the first team to get 2 wins with melee.
Oh, yeah.
Going after them with the Bangalore heirloom there. Oh, dear. I think last time, actually, it was Watson's, I don't know what it's called, the little electrical tool that she's got, pushing that one in.
The taser. She's coming up to taser.
Oh, damn.
Looks her deceiving. Na'Vi. They carried their momentum from day 1 into day 2. Honestly, looking at my talent predictions, they were definitely one of the teams that I was pondering on the most. I needed to have faith. I wanted to see them go forward into day 2 the same exact way as we saw them perform for day 1. Look at this. Yes, 5 KP, but it's another dub. It's another consistent win when they won on Stormpoint and now winning twice on World's Edge earlier.
And I had the same thought process when I was thinking about my predictions this morning, Vicky. It was like, how can I believe in Na'Vi if they don't believe in themselves? And I don't know, man. I saw Matafe walking around and he was quiet, he was reserved. Perhaps I mistook his, quiet confidence for being worried about the other performances they've had here on LAN, because it feels like they're ready to do away with that. They're ready to show the potential or reach the potential that they've shown in the EU Pro League.
It's also nice to be able to highlight Na'Vi as a team here in that patient game. Don't let, the lack of damage here, even with the 4 kills, cleaning up what was left of those last fights going down. Don't let that deceive you, because this is a team that prioritizes getting that dub, those 12 extra points on top of everything else, because they know the rest of the teams have to funnel in their direction. Remember, they held that building from the very beginning. They gave up that south side here, or rather that north side, from the very start, where Fury had tried to do the same thing. As we take a look at the series results, the 79 points in first place, with Gaming Gladiators coming in second with 44 points. A lot more even once you get to that second all the way down to even Space Station.
Disgusting. They've got 4 games in the double digits, Vicky. I mean, a 21, a 28, a 17, a 10, and a 3. It has been all about Na'Vi here in this series.
It's actually crazy. And I love being able to see the consistency here, because that is going to be important once we get to finals day. And this is already a statement here from Na'Vi. I can't wait to see what more they have in store for us, because we still have one more game to go in this series. Don't go anywhere. It's coming to you soon. Follow up on me, making sure that they take full advantage of Olympo, who had to cross open ground in front of their line of sight. Beautiful showing here for Na'Vi to keep on the consistency from day 1 all the way to day 2, and not just on one map, Genome, but on 2.
It was almost like a war cry there at the end as well. It was great. Loved it. The energy. I mean, the one problem that Na'Vi had in that endgame was loot, right? And you saw that they managed to fix that. You know, they weren't just going to sit on that building for too long. Managing to get the 2 players over to the other death boxes did allow them to get in there and have enough ammo just to finish off that fight. And it was an interesting decision as well. Not all 3 of them go. One stays. Matafe, despite, as we saw, being down bad for ammo, he does manage to keep some presence up the top.
Just take a look at the series results. Even seeing that macro play at the very end of the way that they were able to patiently get another game dub in their pockets, 79 total points. This should highlight the gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby. Now, can they do it again is the question here. I'm expecting it with going into game number 6 on Storm Point, but look at Gaming Gladiators right there with 44 points. I mean, unless you have like the most explosive game looking to just get all the KP on top of a dub, it's going to be nearly impossible to catch up to Na'Vi.
And yeah, it was a lot of it coming from that 3rd match where they had 16 kills, but it has been relatively spread out apart from that. one of the teams that hasn't changed their composition. You know, Bangalore, Watson, Newcastle sticking to that World's Edge and Storm Point. And it's a very flexible composition, Vicky. It's something that we've seen be, look, very used so far in this competition. And honestly, it feels like all three of their players fit those roles well, and that's something that we've seen teams struggle with so far. There's been a lot of change in this meta, especially because it almost feels like you often have two support slots, right? Most of these teams have someone who's used to being the anchor player, the support player. They'll hit the Watson, the Catalyst, but in this meta, you're often having to take someone who's usually an entry fragger and say, sorry, you know, Imperial Hell, you need to get on Newcastle. You need to learn how to hold back all of a sudden. Something that they've never had to do before.
That's a good point, because Navi's doing it without a crypto, right? Matafe really on point on making sure like he calls out these final zone pools from the very beginning on their rotate, which is what's been denied. What did I say? Hey, yo?
that was Koifel's sister, actually. I took the shuttle in with her this morning. Glad to see her supporting. I don't know why she's got detractors in the crowd. Trying to say Koifel's the number 4 player. I don't know what stats they've got to back that up, but certainly when he's at his best, he does look like the number 1 player.
Madness can't catch a break. I love it. Tiny but mighty. And he absolutely is with his energy, too, with the way that he pops off. I know we got the Fury fans in the crowd. They need to hear your roars more, because they need to have a banger last game going next here with Navi just holding the front line, though. It is so difficult. I like what they were doing at the very beginning. They did try to station themselves up in the building, and that was the most success that we've seen them, honestly, when it comes to their approach on Storm Point. That's actually a very similar approach that they had when we saw them in that Cenote zone, where they were waiting patiently. We saw Madness stuck in the zone where he was an invisible crypto. Vax had put down the Newcastle wall. Get down, Mr. President. And then tried to block him off, while at the same time trying to detract from the shots being fired in that direction. But again, it is the same pace that they need to go for when it comes to Storm Point, because it's a lot different on World's Edge, where they are able to get a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, and you know, Thermal Station for Furia is an aggressive POI. When they move over to Barrows South, it's, you know, doesn't quite hit the same. It's not as much of a priority pick in terms of the POIs, and that's why it went at 23 instead of number 3 for their World's Edge pick.
Getting ready to go. Our final game of the series on Storm Point. We saw a flyby of Gaming Gladiators, wondering if they could have taken that dub earlier in game number 4. So close here, but still at least holding on to that second place spot, and even highlighting the fact that Gaming Gladiators are at 44 points and Shadow right behind them at 41 points. But this is our final game here of Storm Point, of this match series. The Legend Selects are coming out. Our Legends have loaded into the lobby, and let's get started with our final game.
Hopefully you guys can hear the crowd getting into it here in Mannheim as they wait to see who are going to take out this first series on the Friday of our 4-day LAN here in Germany.
It's still just getting started here, but it's being able to see the way that these teams have been able to pick up a new meta, huge changes going into Apex, a new weapon meta on top of it all, and wondering where this zone is going to take us.
I mean, you just saw Na'Vi hover over that gold hop up there for a second, right? In metas past, as you say, people wouldn't even have looked at it. It's crazy to think that there was a time when hop-ups were seen as a waste of space on the ground when it comes to the pro community, but this time, with gun shield generator, with the hammer points, and even the turbocharger, there's lots of things there that can improve your loot as you start to make your way further in the game. 2 Mozams in the same bin, that's what you like to see.
That's why you ping them both, just to make sure if anybody else doesn't have it from LG, well, make sure you come up here, because I got 2 of them waiting for you for the Akimbo Mozambique.
Okay, so we get a southern zone that goes very much towards Pylon and Jurassic. Fnatic, they had first pick in the POIs, and they took Pylon. It's a very powerful POI, but depending on where the zone pulls, it can be very hard to play from. You are landlocked, you have teams on every side of you, and depending on how fast or slow they rotate, sometimes you really have to depend on them rather than the speed that you wish to move at. But as these other teams start to join them in Pylon, finally something is going in their way, and they need it, Vicky. They're in 17th place right now.
And they're rocking the Revenant here too, you know? They're one of the two other teams, themselves and another squad. I believe it's going to be Shadow. Yes, it is Shadow, who are using the Revenant here. And when you don't have a Watson, you don't have a Crypto, I mean, it could be lights out here if you're not too careful, as Na'Vi already with their quick rotate have started to engage here in Pylon.
Na'Vi have picked every zone almost perfectly so far, and so they pull up to Pylon. They're going to also grab an early kill onto Kashira, and they will be helped out to finish off Go Next.
Go Next got torn apart. It wasn't even just Na'Vi. It was Olimpo. It's going to be Fnatic that was there shooting at them. 2-3 different squads eyeing them when they were trying to desperately find a spot over by Pylon. Yes, there's a lot of space to coexist here, but there's a lot of openings from each angle of the hallways that could be taken with split angles if you aren't careful. That's why the Watson's gonna be so strong here. Complexity on the outskirts of the lot from their rotate from the POI over to their south from Coastal are already looking at the teams right in front of them.
Yeah, especially in these sort of buildings, the pyramids, the TIE bombers, I like to call them. They really look like that. For anyone who's an X-Fighter, X-Wing nerd. Anyway, if you've got Catalyst, if you've got Watson, Newcastle probably less so. Obviously, he's a little bit stronger in the open spaces, but they really can take over those buildings effectively. What is weird is that Fnatic, as you mentioned, have gone for the Revenant. Now, this is the first time this series they've picked up that character, that legend, and it's exactly the wrong game, Vicky. I mean, they have to stay put this entire game, and they'd much rather have. I mean, what were they running previously? It was Newcastle Catalyst bang in the previous game. So they've dropped the Catalyst at exactly the time where you want to be putting down the piercing spikes to stop people coming up those zip lines at you. You want to have the Dark Veil to just play for that late game, because they're going to be able to do that most likely from their perch up the top of Pylon.
They truly did not believe the circle was going to end up on their POI. Unlucky choice here for that final game, but you know why they did it, right? Being in 16th, wanted to be able to see if they could grief other teams or they could frag out, get any extra KP that would elevate them in the overall standings is something that was on their mind, but now they can't even go anywhere. If anything, the entire lobby is going to come to them instead, as we get to take a look at other squads like HAL, who have already made their rotate here too. I'm looking at the circle, and in that north side, it's going to get very congested with Gaming Gladiators not only looking at HAL, but with FA Kids now starting to approach on the other side, rounding up behind Gaming Gladiators.
A couple of those teams late rotating in, as you mentioned. SSG, one of them, NRG, Shadow coming from the western side. They're still hanging around Mill. Of course, they will probably look for a ring console on the way in, those kind of teams. Depends whether they go for, yeah, I mean, they've got Pathfinder and Crypto, so of course they will be going for the Ringmaster perk for Pathfinder in that situation. So look, Shadow will definitely get that kind of information as they push in further, but as you say, Gaming Gladiators might be the one to greet them depending on which entrance they decide to pull up on.
That's why that circle beacon that you have access to in Jurassic is also going to be the favorite approach for a lot of these teams that are going to be rotating from that northwestern side. But it's also a very difficult choke to slide down from. As you can see, Gaming Gladiators had taken the Hail Mary through that evac tower, ending up right on top of a free building here, which is great and actually a good approach considering the amount of teams that you have to imagine, and to take out the RNG factor of just being able to manage what squads would want to rotate from that choke, from Launchpad, from possibility of Devastated Coast, because from Echo HQ, you know that SWQ already has rotated quickly, always whenever we see them fight off against Complexity, so they didn't round up around that side. Instead, Gaming Gladiators were able to find a spot there, and HAL are going to slowly approach from that same choke after their slow rotate.
Fnatic will be just trying to farm some armor from up the top. As you can see, Leica still on the whites. They will need to find some damage just at least get them to blues, hopefully purples, by the time they have to move off that high ground. As you mentioned, SWQ and Complexity very often coming to blows in the early stages of Storm Point. They waited a little bit longer this time, but it might not be long before a team like Pioneer forces that battle as they move in behind them.
That would just be a free third party for Complexity, but do you really want to give up that space too with so many other teams eyeing for their own safety? I know E36, yes, is going to be by the corner of Complexity, but more so in the open. Playing by that lone tree that's over to the south side of Pylon that you could work off of the natural cover from there, maybe even with that Newcastle wall too, so that that way you have extra cover, which is going to be huge there because you're kind of out of a lot of the fighting that's going to be happening in the center part of Pylon.
Yeah, that can be a tough spot to hold, but as you mentioned, Newcastle opens up new possibilities. The dotted circle showing us where this will continue to pull, and we've got 3 exits or entries into Pylon, depending on where your vector is.
As we take a look at Energy currently rotating on the Trident, let's jump into a listening to see where they want to move.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but I also don't know how else we get in, so.
They're EMP on each other.
Let's just see what we can get to. I don't see anything in front of us to the south side. Let's see if we can loop around this way.
Yep.
Go silent.
Fence on that building, but I don't see anybody.
I mean, we could do that fucking where we land bottom middle shit. Or we can control like this whole north side. Start
We can
pushing up
control.
there.
Yeah, we can control most stuff.
Careful. Crypto down to the south.
People might be fucking people everywhere in there.
I don't really want to be here.
Can we look through southeast and see if we can get into the company?
Blue armor south.
Yep. Bang. Bang crypto.
I'm selling.
Yep.
Is there anybody in that compound in front of you, Nook?
Should be. Yeah, Watson
Okay.
team.
We have 2 balloons.
On. Trying to like pseudo scout. No open door. Just watch our south and shit.
Yep. I mean, instead of
cannon
cannon
here. These guys think it's flipping.
I don't really want to be here. The sense of discomfort being in Jurassic while knowing so many other teams are probably waiting for you on the other side of those gates too is huge. And also want to pinpoint, between even the Newcastle creating those new possibilities. E36 actually don't even have a Newcastle, so they're working on even less room to really play off of, while Shadow, with that Revenant, is trying to make the magic happen.
Well, Free Agents were one of the first teams to bring out Revenant so far this land, but they don't have it this time, and that means they are at the mercy of Shadow.
Shadow's teaching them how to do it here instead now, letting them blast when you're not only on the Revenant, but you also have a gold Mozambique, a Kambo to work with here. Beautiful for Shadow, cleaning up even more KP, but also one of the teams that will be taking their time to slide into that next zone.
Early exit for Free Agent Kids, and that means they can't do better than 18th in this series. A rough one for them.
Oh.
NRG with a similar fly into Gaming Gladiators, but it's a little bit later. Nocturnal, like Lufka, just manages to avoid the traces coming his way. Needs to burn utility to make sure he's got time to get this Phoenix kit off.
He's doing the cha-cha slide right around 3 different teams shooting in his direction. That even cost them the cat wall on top of it.
Oh no.
They've been able to find 2 different spots, but yep, you see the charge rifle from up ahead. I'm wondering, Complexity, where are you at?
It was Setsuke there from the top of Pylon, of course, picking up snipers up there is a really good way to get your armor up. And not just that, they grab the KP onto Nocturnal. Can't find safety, can't find a spot where they do have the option to take 10 seconds to get that Phoenix kit off. Sad times here for NRG.
They don't have any room to breathe. These nades coming in, the crypto drone to know exactly where they're at. I mean, they've already set up at least the Newcastle wall, but there's so many different angles. This is what I was worried about. With all these different angles in Pylon, it's so hard to even find some space when there's so many other teams that have already found those own buildings. Fun, still getting shot from the back.
I mean, they look like they've got an itch the way they're just moving around here and jostling from one position to another. The teams are having a field day shooting NRG right now. Doubt that they'll be alive for much longer. Complexity have the same problem, but it's very much ring dependent rather than, having sight lines, LOS from the other teams hurting them. SWQ actually did end up moving all the way up and around to the northeast eastern entrance.
LG letting them rip here with Sweet getting that knock, the final knock onto NRG to eliminate them here in this lobby. And now taking a look at where this zone is pulling over to the north side. So you have Furia, Complexity, E36, KCP, even SWQ. How kind of on the edge, but that is a lot of open space to traverse. But so many of these teams, they're going to have to funnel whether through Pylon or over to the side in the open sight lines of the likes of even Reject Winity that have been holding that northern compound.
Reject Winity. They're in 11th spot right now, Vicky, and wow. They had a 20-point game, and they are on 23. They've got 1 point in 3 other games. The zone has blessed them again. They need to capitalize here in Game 6.
Pathfinder is gone, but the final shots there to follow up on the other side while Space Station lose out on Koiful. The mother load doing just enough to block out the exit point over to the north side. Phone is going to be able to pop the shield back. So is Zainu, giving them the cover that they need. Because now here comes the EMP, the help that they need to blast right through the side of the tree. But for Phony gets taken down, it's only up to Zainu.
He can't line up that last shot, and that means Zainu has to try and get out of here. But he finds the third member of Hell. The anchor player is enough to finish Zainu off.
Not the fight that they were expecting here when they were able to use so much, but they did lose out on that teammate very early on. Now as Shadow approached over by that side of the tree, lose out on their teammate, but they looks like they have a Moby to put down. Yes, right behind them here perhaps, and on the other side, still having to worry about Reject Winity that are looking at Shadow stuck behind that tree.
Yeah, they're in second spot right now, and they're walking up on the zone. They don't know it, but if they do get this reset, Shadow are in a killer spot.
Letting them blast here. Zhao gonna be able to find those shots with the Mozam. Playing around the Moby was gonna be huge. They are able to claim 1 from Reject. This is big for Shadow. Reject get taken out on the other side, GG. Also, we're taking shots at them. Dreamfire took up the real estate that Reject Winity gave up for free.
No, Reject, they had everything in their lap there, but Dreamfire, the usurpers, will now be sitting in the prime position. They're not looking to take out Shadow, though. Probably looting, probably setting up after that fight with Reject Winity, and that allows a bit of space here for Shadow to get back to a full 3-man.
And Na'Vi getting taken out in 11th place. Very comfortable though, not expecting these squads to try to catch up to them just yet here with their amazing performance, their 3-time dub, as now more squads are going to start rotating. Furia being one of them off that zipline, and Complexity being able to survive and also reset from that southern building of Pylon.
Now remember, you need probably 90 to 100 points overall in the group stage, so anyone who's got 30 plus at this point is happy, but they want to put things beyond doubt, Vicky. They want to make it so that they're not only further into that winner's bracket, but also are able to choose some good POIs. So let's see how much further these teams can push their point totals here in groups A and C.
Limits are meant to be broken here. You want to be able to get as much KP as you possibly can with Fnatic, who have been holding onto this top spot from the very beginning, by the way, even without having that Crypto or even that Watson, instead of having the Revenant working out for them.
Well, you knew Shadow weren't going to stop. Once they were back to full power, they get the Revenant out here. Red armor forged, Shadows on top of it. Not even Dreamfire can withstand this. And another team pulls out into Godspot.
He is popping off. Shadow with this Revenant pick is working out for this squad now. He had 7 KP to his name alone. This is what you're talking about when it comes to getting as many points as possible for this final game.
This is a ranked lobby, Viggy?
Looking like my
I thought Revenant was better in ranked, not competitive.
He sucks the fun. Anyways, Vax now having to drop down with the rest of Furia. But look at their ammo. They are literally on the sticks here. Literally 2 extra bullets before now managing to reload. 22 bullets in total with that Nemesis. He needs energy ammo.
Fnatic still alive. They've moved up slightly through the ranks here in this last game. No one in the final circle right now. As you can see on that mini-map, all 8 squads left alive will have to make their entrance, their move, shuffle across either the river or from the sides to try and find their way to victory here in our final match.
There is so little cover to play off of here. Maybe I'm thinking the slight lip north side of Pylon, if you could coexist right there, but you're still out in the open for so many other teams to look at you.
Fnatic have managed to pick up 3 kills to this point, all in Sasuke. They've managed to get 2 of their members up to purple armor. That's a decent effort here, but now is the time to get into it.
And as Fnatic let it blast here, they fly down. Sasuke is going to be able to make sure that they don't get that reset, get that finishing blow, even while looking down at the other squads. That is Gaming Gladiators that have not moved from that building down below. Fnatic have held on to their POI this entire time, and now are going to have to start moving.
They can be passive no longer, but luckily for them, a bit of a loot delivery from Furia will help them in this next stage of the game. Everybody is about to get into it, Vicky. No one is safe in this final circle.
8 squads left now, and you can see that they're right below Fnatic. Furia are going to respawn Kian right back into this game, while Fnatic are so busy with not only the team in front of them, but the team looking over to the side. And that's Furia, by the way, that is right behind Fnatic here. And Leica is able to find Vaxlon over to the side here, where Olympic are also looking at Complexity. Complexity, playing by the riverbed, are going to have to start moving, but they cannot ignore the Revenant that has been frantic in this lobby.
Oh, Fnatic is a tough transition for them. Shadow on top of Complexity. They don't want to let them live, and they don't. Now it's all up to them. They're in second spot. Could they push it any further over Na'Vi? I don't think there's enough points left in the lobby for that, but this is a great effort from our Chinese invite.
Zhao Zhao is going so wild on this Revenant. The fact that they were in third before this game and now have taken over that second place spot, they are just farming with kills. They feel that momentum. They send another squad back. Furia finally get eliminated. Our last 4 squads left make it 3 with Fnatic going down to Shadow.
Aggression's the name of the game here. Chinese teams are known best for that play style, and Shadow exemplify it here in our 6th match. How playing much more passively, at least just having these 2 boxes to work around to set up their interception pylon here, trying to smoke Shadow off there to give themselves some sight lines, maybe put some bullets into LG. 3 teams now facing off in our final circle.
LG has also been able to climb the overall standings. They were in 15th before this game. They are now sitting in 11th with 32 points, to highlight how much points Na'Vi has really sponged up here before they eventually have to go down the middle between Shadow and Hao.
20-something points already in the bag for Shadow here in Game 6. The close quarters loadout you could only dream of. Gold Mozams and a care package R9. Doesn't look like he's got the forward shadows ready. How have cornered themselves.
Oh, this is such a big catwall, though, from LG. You have to watch out, though, for any nades hurtled in their direction. They are feeling the pressure. LG get eliminated, and Shadow have height. They drop down. Can they clutch it around the Newcastle shield? Nowhere to run, but 2 knots, though, onto double Mozam. Shadow! With the craziest KP that they've been able to accumulate. With the Revenant, get the final dub for our final game in our groups A and C.
The crowd chants their name. They call for more as Jojo picks up 11 kills on Revenant.
18 total kills, 4.7k damage. And they were looking to take fights. We saw it. They were one of the slower rotating squads over from that north side when we saw them take that initial fight over from not only the north, but when they were in the middle of their rotate with that Revenant. And the Pathy, they're just to close in the distance to get as aggressive as they wanted to be.
The Revenant, we see its full power here in Game 6. We went for the ultimate cooldown as the level 2 upgrade upgrade, and that means he had 4 shadows ready every time, almost, maybe not that last fight, but almost every single time they took a team fight. All of a sudden, you're dealing with 300 HP. It's so hard. Even the Mozams, in fact, especially against the Mozams, right? Hammer points, they do more damage against flesh, not so much against the shields. And that's where Revenant is going to be even more effective at holding those teams at bay.
Give it up for Shadow. That was an insane performance because I was looking at what these teams could do to at least make Na'Vi sweat a little bit. Na'Vi went down at 11th place or so, and Shadow was able to not only get so much KP, but they were able to put themselves with 71 points, with Na'Vi holding that first place spot with 81 points. What a performance it's been within this match series. I want to hear from you guys over at the desk. Tell me your thoughts.
Excited to talk about what we just saw there. Like we just heard Vicky mentioning, phenomenal performance on behalf of Shadow right there at the end to close that points gap that we saw Na'Vi really take over, especially after their 3rd win. And then they end up right behind. I mean, Shadow had a massive section in the crowd. Talk about storylines, all right? But we need to focus in on Na'Vi because they were kind of insane this entire series. I think maybe had some doubters. We need to pull something that we saw on social media to really nail down those specific doubts. We saw this tweet from Aurora Apex saying, if Matafe gets top 5 this LAN, I will publicly apologize. I think they did just that.
Look, it wasn't the only tweet that I saw. There was a ton of them out there. And then they kind of fell off in the middle of that series 1 game, and everyone was like, wait a second, the real Matafe is back. And I'm like, you can't keep doing that. Let's be real. I think it's time, Regis. I think you're the one over there that's doing the social medias for a public apology.
Excited to see what we can also pick the brains of Matafe, or brain of Matafe, hopefully soon. But let's talk about what we saw in those last 3 matches in general. I mean, were we expecting the 3P out of Na'Vi? They were a team that none of us had picked for our predictions. We saw some surprise performances outside of Na'Vi. We still need to like really hype up Shadow. That was an insane push at the end. 18 kills is more than the best game that we saw out of Na'Vi for their best game at 16 kills. So right now, Snipe, we're getting all sorts of teams starting to pick it up. Even saw LG moving up towards the end. Some pop-off moments out of Fnatic. I mean, we got a little bit of everything here today.
Yeah, I mean, I think we finally see how LG maybe getting a little momentum heading into that final series. They got some points on the board, so that's good for them. And I was talking with Tiff about this Shadow roster. I think it's so fun when teams in new metas decide to like push against the meta a little bit. We're in a very defensive meta right now with characters like Watson and Newcastle and Crypto. And we have Shadow putting together a team, and they get all those kills with the Revenant Pathfinder. They're able to jump on teams, find teams with the Crypto. And I mean, with that last performance, it's going to be interesting to see them carry that over into these future games if that's going to be the strategy.
Well, we get the series results here as well. We can see just how close it was at the end. Only 10 points splitting that 1st and 2nd position. And then because of the dual point sponge at the end of it all, everything ended up being a lot closer, moving 3rd through 6th, even farther down, all the way into 10th, really. It was kind of a battle there, Tiff.
Yeah, it really was. A lot of people love to pick LG. We talk about them being that slower start, but the fact that they really amped up. So think about the next series for them, though. So I'm really excited. Yep. And oh, hey, look who's here.
We got Matafe up here on the desk with us to chat all things about your performance here so far. I mean, first of all, 3P to start the day off. Talk to me about the vibes on the squad right now, because I think people were a little unsure about you, and you came out, shut everyone up. That was an incredible performance.
Yeah, the vibes are really good now. In general, we always are getting gold spots. I don't know why no one's playing them, but so far, this LAN has felt the easiest. We've always struggled more than previous LANs, even though we did worse. We had to fight for every point, but here everything just is going our way. So.
I mean, it absolutely is going your way. We're going to pull up our final circles so we can kind of talk about those with you as we have you up here on the desk. Seeing as you're going to be in a lot of them, I want to get your professional analysis on what we saw is specifically in matches 4 through 6. First one up here on the docket was that zone outside of the in-between command center and wall up there. Talk to me about what you saw in these final moments, especially what went well for Reject Winity.
I honestly don't know where Reject Winity played for, if I'm honest. But from our POV, we did a small mistake of fully committing for a fight on the right side where we wanted to get KP. And otherwise, we were playing at the top of the zipline building, and we were again in one of the best spots in the game, but did a small mistake by positioning and threw our game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where things got a little mixy, right? Sweet goes crazy for a rat play down on the low ground, and I was really curious to see what Gaming Gladiators would do in particular, because this fight with Reject and Gaming Gladiators, even if Sweet could have climbed up, you would have been that moment to go ahead and hit that third party. How do you feel about GG just full sending the 1v1 on the low ground?
It's what they should do. Just clean out the low ground, and then that's it.
Well, as we wrap up these moments here in match number 4, obviously that was a good boon points-wise for Reject Winity, but then looking towards match number 5, this is your guys' bread and butter. This is where you were able to get that 3-peat, really solidify yourself at the top of this leaderboard. So what went right for you guys in this game? How were you able to take this one home?
Well, we landed C2 station. I actually predicted the zones are going to end at the south buildings of down Bs. We tried to get them, we almost died for it, and we ended up backing up to the building on which it ended. So a little bit luck there to finish in end zone. But the way the zone pulls, it's basically a free win for us. We just need to capitalize on all of the free kills and pick up as much as we can.
Now, obviously, lots of other squads that you guys are also paying attention to in this specific lobby. When you see the likes of a team like Shadow starting to pick up their performance here as well, is that a team that coming into this LAN you guys had on your radar? Is that someone that you thought could potentially have these type of performances?
I think they're similar to us, someone that's more of an underdog, and they're doing really well.
Eric, any questions that you want to ask Matafe while we're up here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, Reddit and the pro community has been tough on you sometimes. So I guess, my question is that the second monitor that everyone's been talking about this whole time? Or
Whoa.
No, but in all seriousness, I guess in terms of preparation for this tournament, you guys have obviously, had some troubles in the past, and then you come into this and you guys are looking like, honestly, one of the best teams, you and Moist at this point in time, and then EXO. But when it comes to this, what is the biggest change for you? Is it the fact that, you're not having to contest out a lot of these POIs, which you've really been forced to do at these lands prior, and having that POI draft, planning for that, and then getting the POIs, because you guys are great. You were top 5 in 5 of the 6 games in that first set, and then you come into this and have such strong performances. Does that feel like something that has been like a huge impact for success?
Yeah, POI draft definitely helps a lot to every other region than NA, because usually all the scrims are on NA ping, and they just have dibs on the best POIs. With draft, a lot of other regions can get good POIs from where we can win from. But other than that, we were actually struggling in scrims recently because we were trying the crypto, swap to Newcastle 3 days before LAN, and everything is working now.
Yeah, I love that from you, right? Because you were the one that was originally playing crypto, and Newcastle's not going to be the easiest legend to straight up adapt to, but you are looking so phenomenal. And I think about the journey, like you mentioned it, right? Your prior lands under Vexed, all of the support has remained consistent though, and now that we're in Germany, in EU, your team's name was actually the first one I heard when I entered the crowd. It was just straight Navi. So I kind of want to kick it back to you and hear from your perspective what it means to perform so well and have them chanting in the background, and anything you've got to say to everyone out there that was doubting you.
Yeah, it's definitely amazing to have such a passionate crowd and fan support, especially after so many bad performances. They still show up, and they're one of the loudest, if not the loudest. EXO is giving us a run for our money this time. But yeah, it just feels amazing.
Well, obviously, you're not done today yet, right? This was how you started off your day. You still have another entire series of matches that you have to be playing. So are you going to be able to take this momentum now into the next series? Is anything going to change for you guys, or are you just going to continue playing exactly the way we just saw?
Our game plan stays the same. A lot of teams at the top prefer POI same as us, so we need to make sure we end at the top to get a good draft for the winner's bracket.
All right, well, thank you so much for jumping on here and chatting with us. Of course, we're not done for the day. That was just the beginning of what we have in store here for day 2 of our ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what everybody at home can expect right around the corner. We finish now groups A and C, but like we mentioned, Group A is not done. They still have to go now next up against Group D, and then to close out the day, we will have groups B and C as well. And then when that is all said and done, like we said at the beginning, beginning of the day, we'll know which of our squads make their way through to that winners portion of the bracket and which teams have to battle it out in the elimination bracket. Of course, as always, if you're unable to catch up with any of our action here, you can just follow along with us on social media. That way you won't miss a single second of anything we have going on at Play Apex Esports. That way you'll know exactly how Na'Vi do in their next series, how any of your favorite teams do in the next series, and who moves on to the next phase and where that is in the competition. Either way, it's going to be very exciting as we move through the rest of our group stage. For now, though, that's it for our first series, so it's time for us to take a short break. When we return, groups A and D face off for more points on the board. So we'll see you then.
hopefully what seems to be like a top 5-ish performance. When we did run scrims for this lobby in particular, they did do well. They placed in the top 3 throughout all the brackets, so I'm hoping they do well today.
You know, you've got all the scrim data. That's where it is. He's seen these matchups before as they're prepping for LAN. So, Tempo, we expect your pick to be pretty spot on today. Yep. We'll go into talent predictions in just a little bit, though. Let's take a look at the teams participating. I believe we've got that coming up as well for A versus D. It is going to be an exciting and big moment. And just to set you up before we go into that, here are the standings overall of where those teams sit. So it kind of sets the table, Lauren. Not as here. They'll be playing yet again. Teams like Icholos Laser, not Moist, they won't be in this bracket, but you can look at Shadow 3-6. You know, teams going to be competing for their last chance here in groups, already put themselves into not fully qualifying, but as close as you can come heading into one more set.
Yeah, absolutely. Once they get up into those triple digits like our top 5 right now, they should be more than comfortable. And lots of big names just that close to doing that. We talked a lot about complexity last time around. Obviously, people are going to be keeping their eyes on TSM. Only need a few more points to kind of get into that triple-digit club as well. Right. So we'll definitely see this top 10 start to look real good. Even after just a couple matches, it's getting farther down that list where I start to get a little bit worried.
It is, and even teams like, you know, Legends Gaming, who are sitting there, they've played with Nasky last round, and then of course now they might be having their players in. We haven't verified that yet. We'll see when we get in the game if Strafing Flame has been able to make it and they've got their full squad. But Snipe, these are the teams really, especially since they are not in the qualifying position, they would be elimination bracket, like LG, like you mentioned, like VK Gaming, who need to get results today.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I've been a huge fan of this FaZe Clan roster with Synetic. You know, his whole history and everything leading up to this through challengers, and then he made his way, and they had a phenomenal performance all the way from Pro League to EWC and everything. So it's a fun team to cheer for and root for. And you know, I was previously on FaZe Clan, so I'm gonna have some bias there. But I love the way that they play. I hope that they are more comfortable taking some risks because they put themselves in great spots consistently. And they're gonna have, you know, they have about 35 to 40 points that they're gonna have to make sure that they get to that top 20 position.
Certainly seem like they're capable of doing so as well. And as we kind of narrow the picture down towards A versus D and what's going to be happening today in this next series, you do start to have these conversations around what do you need to do to get the job done. Teams like TSM, they don't have that much to do. They kind of have to just perform okay, and they should make it. Teams like Legends Gaming, though I mentioned, the big story is Amphy, Nasky filling in with Player K. Well, today we have it confirmed. Strafing Flame and Easy Flash, I just got told, will be playing. So this is the Legends Gaming, the Twisted Minds, that was performing so well just 3 weeks ago at LAN, and I think watching that, Lauren, this has got to give a lot of confidence for Legends Gaming fans.
Yeah, and I think that was something that we talked about a lot, having Strafing Flame with them as a set trio, what they could bring to the table, and they brought a lot at EWC, so now that they're here, are they going to be able to combat the jet lag, all the small things that come into play when you are traveling to these lands?
Almost a question I want to ask. I don't know if we have enough time to do it right now, though, but it's, you know, the difficulty sometimes in playing long sets, long days in a row, and sometimes what can happen when you just show up, you've got these otherworldly factors happening, Snipe, and you almost like can't pay attention to any of the stress, any of the noise. You just only have enough time to sit down and perform. Sometimes that can be a boon, to be honest. You're not thinking about things.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, picking up Nasky could not have been a better choice for them to come in and play 2 series. I mean, Nasky didn't end up qualifying for this LAN, but we have seen him perform consistently over and over and over, and to pick up an IGL of his caliber, you need to average about 33 to 35 points to secure your way into the finals, and they're sitting right there with 70. So now that we have the full roster, they just have to finish the job. So, there's a team that can do it. It's going to be them.
All right, I want to keep hearing your guys' thoughts to set this A versus D up. Temple will hear from you in a second. But since we're talking with you, Eric, talk to me about who you've got your eye on as well heading into this matchup specifically.
One of my favorite teams that I feel like doesn't really get enough acknowledgement is this Cloud9 roster. This team has been through so much turmoil before they formed. You had Saucer, who was kind of in and out of competitive. He was considering quitting at one point, came in, took the full IGL role. He had actually been like a co-IGL in the past and put the weight on his shoulders to be here. He's made it to a LAN, he made it to another, and his team is in a great spot. Then you have Naughty, who's kind of been really micromanaged in the past with a lot of his past IGLs. He comes on this team, I'm sure, and Sauce just has more free reign. He used to ask a lot of questions like, can I do this? Can I do that? Can I do this? And now he has the confidence to make these plays, and there's no hesitation, which, that couple seconds can be a win or a loss and really cost it for your team. And then you have your final player in Chaotic, who, everyone's like, 301 Crutch, Horizon Crutch, this and that, and the kid is a freak of nature, and it's so cool to see this team come together and really bring all of that kind of history of can we do it to we're going to put this together and really show everyone what we're made of.
3 players who need to really be tested in their own environment. I think this is a great opportunity, as you mentioned. Tempo, what LG are we getting today? What version of them is going to show up?
Well, like we saw last set, Sweet actually got a lot of points early on by just straight up ratting, which is always a good skill to have, right? But they did pull off a really good game at Game 6, and I think they will ride that momentum. LG is a team that has that Sweet, despite not performing the best, Sweet does have that X factor, and I think that will pull through in this last set of matches. They will get that 50 plus points that they need in this last set, and they will qual into that winner's bracket.
You know, I think that's a great thing. Expand a little bit about that X factor. It's something I talk about with Hal, with Zero, but Sweet kind of has it too. He really does.
Yeah, it's that mental fortitude. Even though you might be down and out, it's not letting that pressure get to your head, and that is something that comes in competitors who just have that nature, as well as you can get that over experience, right? And Sweet, it has been at multiple lands ever since the beginning.
Hard to have that on a stat sheet and understand what that means, right? But it certainly is a factor, especially for those tuning in about some of our players like Sweet who are legacy. They're going down the Hall of Fame of the ALGS. But Lauren, last round, that was incredible. Na'Vi performed. Another team performed in that last Game 6, which stunned us with an interesting pick as well. Who you got your eyes on hanging in this one?
I mean, I think we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the 2 teams that are coming in hot after their last series. Specifically, Na'Vi, we even had Matafe up here on the desk with us talking about what was going right for the squad, how they're feeling moving forward. It was the doubt that fueled them, but now they're one of the few that had a 16-kill win, a 3-peat win in a series. They're coming into this confident, settled, knowing what to do. And in that same vein is Shadow as well. I mean, they closed out the series with an 18-kill win. They just barely missed out on catching up to Na'Vi, who had 3 wins. I mean, their consistency with both of these teams is impressive, and the fact that they didn't even have that long of a break between series means they didn't get cold. So they would be both teams are people I'd be looking at.
Is it easier to be in Na'Vi's position coming into this night, playing well, and then jumping into another set right away?
I think it's definitely good for them. I think they need to make sure they're carrying the momentum. It's easy to get complacent. You know, you have the points, you know you made it to finals. And it's like, okay, but you can't take your foot off like the gas. You have to make sure you're getting what you need because they are a very heavy zone placement team. And with the POI draft, we heard it from Matafe, it's been a huge bonus for them and just European teams in general. And I think that if they continue and they get a top pick, just like they did in the first set with 5 out of 6 top 5s, they put themselves into a great spot to end the tournament in a top 5. And I would love to see that Aurora tweet.
Love to see the tweets. Snipes keeping track of it. We are on the broadcast as well. You know who else is keeping track of things? His name is Peeps, and he had a chance to talk with one of the coaches in the scene you may know the best. Of course, it's Hot Sick.
What up, everybody? We are here at the Player Lounge with the one, the only Hot Sick, one of the best coaches in the world here for NRG. Dude, I got to ask, so we watched day 1 yesterday, right? What do you think about the level of competition?
It's very interesting because I think we're in a meta that hasn't been fully figured out yet because the new season's only been out like 2 weeks. So it's been crazy. I think this is one of the first lanes that's like, I think a real test of like adaptation and what teams can do it.
Absolutely. And speaking of new season, we had an aim assist nerf, which I'm sure it's something that you absolutely loved. Can you talk to us a little bit about that and sort of the effects you've seen so far here at Split 2 playoffs?
I mean, the level of talent that the controller players have, despite, having aim assist, these guys are really talented. I don't think it affects too many of the players here. I was more in favor of the aim flinch being removed for everyone because I don't care much about aim assist personally. I care more about MNK just being impossible to see sometimes, impossible to shoot back sometimes. So that, I think, has had a much better impact for like MNK players and stuff like that.
All right. Well, you heard it here from the MNK Lord / coach for NRG, Hodsick. Thank you so much, and we'll see you guys later.
Well, it might have sounded a little hype in here. I'm sorry for the noise, but that's because we got ExoClan and Dreamfire fans going crazy behind us. ExoClan specifically, you hear the passion. It is loud.
They're so
Where are the
coordinated.
Dreamfire fans as well? Do we got some Dreamfire fans in here?
Listen, while we were leading up to this, I heard the co-chanting of Dreamfire.
Is that
EXO?
Yeah.
Dreamfire. EXO.
Amazing stuff there. I think they should just be friends at this point because they're the only two, real fan bases jumping up and making this feel like a football game. I absolutely love it.
This is a Friday, by the way.
Yeah, I can't wait till the weekend. Scenes at Mannheim, guys. We're getting ready to go into game soon. Let's check out the POI drafts, though, because we are starting this series on Storm Point. So that means you may have gotten your good pick here. You may have spent your last pick here. Of course, seeded drafts going into this. That's why we continue to see some of our solid teams really getting great spots and staying consistent. That's why when some of these picks as well, you look at Na'Vi, they qualified pretty high in Europe. I think it was in the top 4, maybe even top 3 of the scene. And so that means that they're going to continue to get pretty decent picks. You can see an 8th pick here for Na'Vi coming in. And we already know that information, but we'll wait for you guys to see it here on screen. Lauren, big picture thoughts on how this POI draft worked out for A versus D.
For me, one of the teams that I'm going to be really focusing on, one, because it's my prediction, but I also agree with a lot of what my Tempo was saying. I'm looking at LG. Not only do they have the mill, but they have a spot that they don't have too many teams around in the general vicinity. We saw a couple zones. One ended at Down Beast, one by Pylon, both clearly easy rotations for them to make their way into. I feel like they are a team. It takes a little while to warm up. This happens a lot for LG. We're now on day 2, and we even saw in the last series, they started really slow, but by the end had put themselves in a really solid position. I feel like they finally found their footing, and now I want to see what they can do here in this series.
Tempo, I want to get your ideas on this as well. What is this looking like in terms of scrims? Pretty similar? Are you noticing anything that stands out to you?
Pretty similar. I actually looked at the previous block as well from AC, and Na'Vi had actually performed really well during scrims. I think we had like 5 or 6 of the game matches with the POIs that they actually drafted.
Wow.
And it translated. I know scrims aren't really indicative of what will exactly happen at the ALGS, but it does give you a rough idea.
And it gives you more context than nothing.
Yeah.
Essentially.
And one of the bigger things actually is that EXO and SSG have won these scrim blocks by a large margin.
Wow.
So that I think those are 2 teams that you also want to look at as well, especially since EXO does need 50 or more points to get into that winner's block.
You set me up perfectly. Starting off in 19th place in their first series, now they need at least 50 points. It's going to be a big deal. Snipe, as we head into our talent predictions, are you expecting the dream run from EXO? We got the fans all over there. Who do you pick to take A versus D?
I mean, I've talked about them a lot. I picked LG. I hope EXO does because I love the fan favorite and the hype that goes into it. And I always think the home team, it helps. I'm going to, Optic Gaming home team advantage we've always heard about in the past. And now we have EXO right here. So if it's going to happen, I would love to hear them behind them to see it through.
Well, here we are with our talent predictions so far. Dia going Inner Force 36, spicing it up. Dan and I running with the Na'Vi. Vicky going SSG this time around, and a Fnatic for Tiff, who's making us all look incompetent here. As we move on to the next page, LG going for Snipe as well. Tempo, curious. I don't know if you're on this graphic, but who are you picking here? Is it?
I'm going with LG as well.
Oh, LG! Okay. I would have sworn we would have got a TSM from you, man.
No, I got to be subjective here.
Okay.
TSM has done relatively okay in this block, but LG has had the best average, so I think they will. And with LG's buff of doing well that last game, I think they'll pull through.
Awesome. Well, exciting to see. We'll follow up at halftime here after the 3 games from Storm Point are done. But for now, it is time to kick off A versus D in Mannheim. And 2 great casters to send it over to, my good friends, Markadan, Onset, and Gaskin.
Don't know what I'm doing here, everybody. Get a bit weird already, and that's exactly the kind of energy that we want to bring into this room. By the way, when we're done here, I'm going drinking with the EXO Clan fans because they look like a good time. But let's talk about what we've got in front of us, everyone. Of course, it's myself, Onset, and the beautiful Dan Gaskin to take you through the next 3 games. And Dan, we've got A and D going up against each other now.
Yeah, and now it's do or die for some of these teams that are competing. You heard the Dash talking about it, how many points you might need if you want to get into that winner's bracket. Otherwise, it could be the dreaded elimination bracket, what you might be facing tomorrow. But that sometimes puts teams backs against the wall, right? That is when we have seen historically some teams play fantastically, when they have to push, when they have to get aggressive, when they sometimes have to get down and dirty with it.
Excited for that. Anyway, let's talk about some of the teams that we're going to be watching, of course, in this group. We've just seen a monster performance from Na'Vi in that previous set that we just saw. It feels like a coming of age for Na'Vi as well. So many disappointments for them when they've hit that LAN environment, but it just feels like here in Mannheim, they found a little bit of that secret sauce. The question is now, as they lead as the #1 team on overall points going into this group, can they extend that lead at the top, or will someone else chase them down and make this a little bit more interesting? Mannheim, we're with you for these games. Let's get it underway here on Storm Point.
We're locked, we're loaded, and we're into match 1 as everyone is out of their own personal dropship. POI draft has been completed. You mentioned Na'Vi. They're going to be playing for a slightly different POI this time around. They're up at Stu Station. They have to play from Edge, and we have seen Edge can be a struggle for certain teams. Will we see them have as much success as they set the pace here in this series to try and get ahead of the likes of Not Moist, who will be watching on and looking to catch them up later?
Interesting to hear what Minus Tempo was saying on the desk as well, from the scrim blocks that have been going down in the build-up to, of course, the Split 2 playoffs. It's talking about ExoClan's performance, saying they've been one of the standouts alongside LG. So for both of those teams, LG kind of just gone about business, haven't been outstanding, haven't been disappointing so far in this tournament, but ExoClan need these points, and they certainly got the crowd behind them here in Mannheim. The question is, can they produce the results to get them even louder?
But needing to put like 50 points is not an easy task, right? And it has to start in match 1. You don't want to be chasing too late. You want to start really hot here, so you're going to be confident. Now, zone-wise, we are going to be heading over to the west side. Legends Gaming down at Cito Station. And by the way, Legends Gaming will be playing with Strafing Flame and Easy Flash. They arrived this morning
everyone. They're back.
7 a.m. and they will be competing here today. So very excited to see their full roster in force, but we have to pay, so much credit to Nasky coming out and Amphi coming out and just showing what they're made of as substitutes.
Yeah, fantastic performance from both of them, and they will certainly be supporting this Legends Gaming lineup and wanting to see them continue the work that they did yesterday as those fill-in substitutes. But as you can see, everybody is here. Everybody is ready to gun for Legends Gaming, and what a zone it is for them early. Now, speaking of the zone, this is an interesting one, right? Because we do see CO zones. We also see sometimes that unpredictable pull up a little bit more north to the other side of the mountain range, which can catch people off guard sometimes on the southern side, of Checkpoint. So there's going to be some questions in the back of IGL's minds here. Do we want to play for Cito? Do we want to play for the rotate if we do get that little bit of a shaky pull a little bit later on? Cloud9 are kind of hedging their bets between both at the moment, but as we look at CO Station, you can already see ExoClan have rotated quickly. You've got VKG who are there, and of course, Luminosity.
Legends Gaming, by the way, sat in 15th in the overalls. You couldn't ask for anything better.
It's brilliant.
With two subs coming in and putting you in that place, going into your final series of the group stages to try and get into winner's bracket. But yes, Cito Station starting to get a little bit contested here. Everyone trying to find a place to play. You saw EXO, you saw LG arriving. VK are now going to take the outskirts of Cito because they can't get any of these buildings to work with as well. But you mentioned it, this can pull a little bit dodgy sometimes. So there's always going to be that consideration of, do we try and play for a slightly more risky position here around Cito?
Let's go that way. Well, VK Gaming initially were inside of the bunker building. You can see them just flying past now, but it looks like they want to change their plan, and maybe that is based upon the fact that there is that question mark in the back of their head. Instead, they're going to play this pyramid on the backside of Cito, and what's the good news for this position? Why have they chosen to do so? If we do see that zone pull away, it means they're ahead of the traffic that is inevitably going to build up inside of Cito Station, so they will be able to rotate out a little bit more comfortably. Also, we do see some end zones over here as well, so VK Gaming maybe just seeing that this is a better position to play for either of the pools that we might see.
Yeah, we've sometimes seen it move north, and then everyone who's trapped in at Cito Station just has like a very terrifying time of trying to escape, unless you are the first to move and you get ahead of the traffic like you were speaking of. Now, Dreamfire, they're going to be approaching, and they have the ability to move very fast here, but they're going to be coming from the southeast side, and they will be kind of shadowing Fnatic. So I like the fact that they do have a Trident to work with. They don't have to run past Fnatic, because then you would be a little bit more vulnerable to a potential ambush.
Just checking in on the pace of this game, it's actually quite interesting to note, and I don't know if it's just dependent upon this zone and it being a little bit more unpredictable, but it's not as heavily populated, the end game zone, what is coming up on Ring 2 for a lot of these teams having hit that Ring console. So I think a lot of teams may be playing for Ring 3 information to see where that pull is going to come, and then making their play based off of that. NRG up on height here, just outside of Launchpad. A couple of shots coming in from distance here from Fun. Not too many connecting. with the triple take. I'll even say the one for 12 doesn't really connect, but those ones certainly do from Nocturnal. And that break of the shields is going to give them the opportunity to push it.
Trouble is, it's very difficult, and you're always going to be reluctant to push in this current meta, but a catwall definitely helps. Just gives you that coverage, gives you that extra security, excuse me, to avoid any extra gunfire that may be happening from a third party.
Yeah, just looking for entry damage at the moment. You can see NRG are more than happy to take this fight, but they want to make sure that they can close that gap, knowing one of the players on the opposite sides on FA Kids is going to have to pop a battery and be out of the battle for a few seconds, but instead, quite smartly and sensibly, FA Kids kind of disengage from this fight, and NRG decide that maybe this isn't our time to try and fight. Instead, they're going to pick up what's left of the Spiders and continue on their way towards zone.
It's because they don't have knowledge of if anyone is nearby, right? We can see on the map that it's an isolated fight. They don't necessarily know that. They haven't actually been able to hit a survey beacon or anything, so they're just going to keep on their merry way and start to think about playing a little bit more of zone. We saw a few fights yesterday where teams got caught in the circle and they struggled because of it. They wanted to get a fight. Maybe it was a bit of an ego, and then they died in the end. So this is very smart.
Could have been also a little bit of a play from both teams to try and hit that ring console as well that was over at Launchpad, and NRG decide that with the zone closing behind them, they're going to have to take a little bit of a different approach. They do have one available to their north over at Stormcatcher if they want to try and rotate that way, which could well be what they decide to do, as Fnatic now move their way through Jurassic.
I'm curious to see how Fnatic do in this series as well. They have first pick in the POI draft, and they went for Pylon. They didn't go for Skyhook on World's Edge. They decided that Pylon was going to be the best. It's a somewhat central POI. You can rotate very quickly to a lot of the center zones as well.
Mobile shield going down here. That means that a little bit of a battle will be taking place. Shots not quite connecting. Smoke doing its job to obscure the target that was being aimed at. Meltera now trying to slide down to see if he can get a pick, and he might actually be able to do so. A couple of ticks are going to be coming in. He wants to take this fight here. Meltera is being very, very aggressive on the edge of zone, but you've got to be careful with that zone at your back. Always going to chip away at that health a little bit more, and even though you're not looking at the shields, all of a sudden you can find yourself trapped in a corner. And that's looking like it might be the situation for him. Has to back down now. Hammerdrill's trying to send it, though. This is looking like one of these awkward fights that, based off the original decision, maybe it's a decision that has to be changed pretty quickly.
Yeah, Fox are getting pinched as well. Shadow are arriving from behind, and they need to be careful. They probably don't realize this, and they are most likely going to go down here because they are stuck between two teams.
FA Kids backing up as well. You can see both catwalls have been used. Zuzu, no, he's going to get cut down, though. Miak was watching his back. So all of a sudden now, Shadow 3690 are thinking about we're going to have to call 911 and try and get our teammates back.
That will allow FA Kids just to escape a little bit here as well. The gunfire that they were under a lot of pressure, but they could re-engage. They reset. It depends really how they want to play this one. But this is a very isolated fight between these three teams. No one else near them on the map. Even NRG, who we saw earlier, they have gone on their merry way. They're up by Stormcatcher.
Elsewhere in the feed, you can see a couple of knocks going in. Just to give you a little bit of information on where the zone is going, as Hal will be eliminated from the lobby first. It is going to be a hard Cito zone, so everybody who might have been banking on a little bit of a risky pull up towards checkpoint is going to be disappointed, but everybody who did gamble on it going towards Cito is going to be vindicated in their decision to rotate early. Now, this is going to be an interesting end zone now, because there is some playable areas in and around Cito, but if you're not inside of, I would say, the first 8, 9, 10 teams, some of those positions are pretty janky. Down in the water, under some of those bridges, and you can easily be angled out. Fox at the moment, though, just trying to survive. They do manage to get the banner back of Hammerdrill, but you can see that they're just burning resources all the time at the moment. It's only 15 seconds till that zone starts to close again. Shadow will get the respawn onto Zuzu, which means they'll be out to a full 3, and they'll be able to make their way in towards this zone a little bit later on. Speaking of going into zone, it's Bleed who are flying into zone now. And Fenner will be eliminated. Bleed do get that final knock, but is anyone in the vicinity to be a third-party pooper here for Bleed Esports? Dropped is the only one who's gone down, though, so a huge moment for them. They get into zone, they pick up the KP, and they've still got the Newcastle to drag Drop back onto his feet.
Yeah, another advantage of playing Catalyst as well, just being able to build those fake doors and make sure you can protect yourself, but no one really would try and take that third party. Everyone else in the Cito station is going to be happy with their current position. Now, as we see that Zone 3 come in, I'm wondering whether some teams will play for Zone 4 information. Certainly as a ring console up towards Checkpoint that people could use if they would like. And we have seen a zone like this in North American Pro League where it does shift far east. And I think it was Falcons who won that, moving all the way from Launchpad, I believe they played from at the start of that game. So we'll have to see whether anyone can do the same. Now, TSM, they are approaching from the east here. Let's see what they can do. Let's jump in with a listening.
gonna smoke here just in case. I don't know where they are.
Yeah. We'll scout their eyes and we're evac your way. I'm a scout. Just look for back.
Yep. Watching our back.
I'm gonna get on drone and look ahead. Might be able to find
Everything moves
something.
taken, bro.
Can you ping the beacon? How far is it?
Behind.
Blue armor, cracked one.
That's bad.
30
I
seconds,
gotta
the
heal
bangle
here
thing.
too.
I'm gonna
They
have
bang
to
bangle
back.
back.
Bang back. I'm stuck. I'm going back, Devin.
Crossing right. I'm on right side. I'm on right side.
Safe on me over here, safe on me.
Safe on me. I'm gonna get isolated. I'm gonna get isolated on me.
Yep.
I feel it. Crypto. Back one shot. We gotta fight this. It might be low. Watch out. Watch out. They're from one.
They're well, guys. Cat's up. Cat's one.
I'm getting to the back.
He's not all that.
East.
Heal. We can win this fight.
Back up. I'm batting. Look for Evan.
There's two teams
hold.
east.
You have to shoot.
In the open, grappling right.
Nading us.
Two teams on our gas.
I got birded. They're on the castle wall.
Cross to you. Evan, cross to your left. Evan,
Let me close.
One's on me.
Help. On my right, guys. 2v2.
Path one. Dead.
Where Evan?
Last one's on me. On me.
I'm nading out.
Go sliding left.
He's low.
Dead.
That's it. There's a new team in the gas.
Wait.
I'm trying right.
One dead. I need ammo. I have no shotgun. I got a res. I have no shotgun.
I'm gonna smoke back, I think.
There's a new team. You gotta smoke as well.
I'm trying to pop the dude. I'm nading him.
I'm running back. I'm batting backwards, guys.
We have knock. We have to play off it. I'll pop mech hit.
I'm backing it as well.
I have no shotgun. I need shotgun.
I got the rest.
I need shotgun. I need shotgun.
I can drop you 10.
I dropped you a little bit.
They're getting shot. They're gonna get us. Kill this guy.
I'm dropping 10.
Where?
And open. Dead.
They're knocked.
Nice.
They're knocked to the left.
I'm walking
Knocked to the left.
Yeah,
I'm walking up.
I have to heal. I have no bats.
There's another team.
Another team
Careful, bro.
across from him. We have 33 seconds.
I don't know where the third's at.
He's far left in the gas. He ran
for
gas.
swap.
Michelle, we have to look for evac, guys.
Yep.
Hit the thirst.
Guys, we
heard
need clear this side. You remember how we went through it? We have to
Yep.
clear this side. I need bats.
We can kill up too. We can kill up.
Yeah.
In the gas. Watch out.
Nice. Swap that, Evan. I got a bat, bro.
Look for his team.
I'm 1 HP, guys. Look at me.
Yeah. I'm looking for.
They backed up. We have an evac. Yeah, we have evacs.
No,
Yeah,
we
I have an
might
evac,
have to play for this. We might just have to play for this kill. Remember, we had to kill this.
Grab shotgun ammo if you can, please.
We need to drone this. We need.
TSM absolutely dominating that side of zone. They kill the first team, they kill the second, and they hold off NRG as well. TSM's team fight has always been a question. How are they going to be performing? But now they look like the real deal. TSM looking deadly.
It was the turn and burn as now we turn over to Na'Vi. They're on the northern side. I spoke about checkpoint. I spoke about playing for maybe any extra information. Well, now they've come across Cloud9. But Na'Vi, the informed team, remember, they dominated their previous series. They are at the top of the leaderboards, which is not something we've ever said before at an Apex LAN, but here they are making their name finally.
More KP for them. C9 the next victims. Great shots coming in from Henchman as well. Almost manages to get the clip. Onto the final player trying to escape. C9 will be eliminated. It'll be Sweet who gets that final bit of damage. But Na'Vi now have to take to the skies, and this is going to be a blind evac for them into zone. They're trying to find anywhere to play whatsoever. LG were inside of that little sausage building in front of them, and they are going to join them. Sweet's taking a little bit of damage, and there might be an opportunity. Actually, Na'Vi land just outside of it, in between this rock formation. So Na'Vi safe for now, knowing that they've cleared their backs.
Yeah, they've done well to clear their backs because now it means they've actually got angles to work with here. They can just reset, they can calm things down, and they can start to assess where they want to move onward. They do have a couple of loot bins, a gold loot bin to work with as well. Look, a couple of legendaries to get on your side. Now, LG are going to be ahead of them, but VK Gaming are also to their west. So really, they need to be thinking about which way they head here. Which fight do they feel more confident with? Because with VK above them, LG below them, if they take the fight with LG, they might get thirded by Dreamfire, but VK could be a more isolated fight.
Yeah, you're looking at Na'Vi's position right now on the west side of this zone. LG and Dreamfire, all of them have to go on a really treacherous journey across the open waters in front of them to get anywhere near to where this zone is going to be. Bleed Esports, by the way, take yourself back a few moments and think about the fight that they took off of the evac a little bit earlier against Fennel, the one that they won to get that building. Well, now they're bang center zone. They have really had some good results off of the back of that decision. It's a great decision to fly into that building. And having won the fight, now they find themselves primed for endgame as well.
Well, a team that could pick up a lot of KP is Legends Gaming as well, Fnatic on the southeast, because there are teams who are on the outskirts who will be crossing that open water you speak of, and they'll be very vulnerable to those teams who have the safe haven of a building to work with and just will pepper you as you cross. One of those teams that does have to cross slightly is NRG, but Fnatic are currently being actually attacked here, and you can see the EMP has gone off. They've taken a lot of damage, so they just have to back off slightly, and you are not going to gain KP if you have to sit back and can't have your doors open.
Yeah, Fnatic were trying to split hold. I think both of the buildings there decide that at this point in the game, they're willing to give it up just so that they all stay healthy. At this point, LG and Na'Vi trying to engage with each other. You can see that Na'Vi now realize they have to move up, they have to push, and this is some of the areas, the playable spots that feel playable, but maybe aren't as playable as you realize until you get here. Under these bridges, in this water, and Na'Vi have managed to cross here pretty successfully. And even though a little bit of damage has been taken, everyone's still pretty healthy.
I mean, it's a position that works as long as no one drops on you, is kind of just about gets out of dodge. Yes, you've got the fallback of Newcastle, but now you can see in the kill feed, TSM is starting to get involved with a scrap as well, and it is more Mozambique action. We've seen plenty of that this weekend.
Reps is locked in today. We got on the shuttle on the way from the hotel for him. He got attacked by a bee momentarily, manages to hold that off, and now continuing with that aggression as we get into game today. No bee can stop him, nobody in game. Looks like they can stop him as well as we go back to the team who is leading in the overalls. And that's going to be Na'Vi. Now, Matafe, you found yourself a Kraber. What openings can you create for your team?
You found yourself a Kraber, you found yourself a corner, but it's where you go from here. At the moment, there are so many teams surrounding you. Yes, you've got a little bit of a shield to work with. This is one of the benefits of Newcastle, but you need a game plan of how you're going to escape, because there's about 6 teams ahead of you in this area.
One problem they do have is that the castle wall is not available for another 50%, so they're going to have to play around the damage and the line of sight that Matafe can lock down with this Kraber. That 140 is important. That means the team across from them, who was LOSing them, who was putting those shots in, now has to be aware that one shot from the team they're firing at, and that means they could be down.
I think it's Enterforce 36 that are on the other side of this, but Enterforce 36 are also in a position where they could actually win the game from their spots, so they don't want to get too focused on anyone outside right now and need to be reconsidering. Now, TSM have just lost one.
TSM looking to answer back. Reps having to play down the knockdown. He's going to go down as well. Zap is last alive. He'll find one. It's a 1v1, but he's not going to be able to win it, and TSM's game will end here. But big KP certainly coming in for the TSM boys.
Exoclan also eliminated in that scuffle as well. It's down to just 11 teams remaining as NRG starting to move across. And you're going to see there's NOC on the other side of this.
They're going to be able to third party this pretty comfortably. NOC will be taken down. NRG will prevail and pick up yet more KP on their way forward. Now we see Legends Gaming involved in a little bit of a fight. Kindness found himself a care package weapon as well, so you've got a Kraber, you've got a Devotion, and now Matafe, he's got a castle wall as well. Slams it down to give Na'Vi somewhere to play.
Oh, so close to being able to hit that one. That could have really changed things for Na'Vi, but they've been able to reposition it. This
no, Devotion.
You've got everything you could want here, apart from the position.
They've also got VK behind them, and even though you've got all the weapons in the game, you gotta watch their back. Castle wall go down in front of them. You can see Fnatic trying to use their castle wall as well, just to prod and poke and see if they can hold off VK Gaming here. Strafing Flame has gone down in the feed. Dreamfire starting to get a few eliminations as also Bleed and LG will start to engage. And LG, they're on the back foot.
Yeah, Legends Gaming also involved in that one, but now it's VK Gaming looking to try and hold down this outside territory. LG do get eliminated as VK do reset here, by the way. Remember, if we could think back, VK was struggling at one point, but now they're in a healthy spot.
Managed to get the Phoenix kit popped as well. Back to full health. Portals down around them. Fnatic are going to send it here. Fnatic are absolutely sending it. Alika manages to find one. Yuka will find another, and it's a 1v1. We've seen this man do some pretty crazy things because he's got to navigate his way around the castle wall. Big shots coming in, and Yuka will win it here for Fnatic.
I mean, Fnatic could have looked crazy there with that full send, but it works out. They can reset, they can back up to a full 3 as it just slows down a little bit here on Storm Point now. NRG are going to be on the far east. Bleed and Legends a central zone, but I think Legends may be down to just a solo. And then you've got Dreamfire on the northern side who could really play a part in this as well.
Dreamfire throwing a couple of armor swaps out as well. NRG command the most space in this zone for now. Legends Gaming will be finally eliminated, but you would say a top 6 performance for them with arriving about 3 or 4 hours ago, it feels, off of a long trip. They'll be more than happy with that. But for NRG, this is an opportunity. However, Nocturnal's going to find out there's a Kraber still in play.
The Dreamfire are going to be the first that have to move here. They have a Rat from SSG that is just ahead of them, and then Bleed are going to keep their eyes on too. Ultimates have to try and give you some sort of coverage here, and this is actually a good move from Dreamfire. Try and go down low, avoid a lot of the sight lines, and try and encourage other people to fight instead.
5 squads remain. Fnatic might be the next to go. You can say them taking a huge amount of damage, and Fnatic will indeed fall thanks to the shots that come in from a combination of Dreamfire and NRG. Now, Bleed, we saw them take a big fight earlier on. SSG's Rat has been eliminated as well. So now it's a 3v3v3. Dreamfire, one of those teams. Bleed Esports in this pyramid building still, and NRG just hovering on the outside, who might be able to third this fight.
NRG hovering, but they are very exposed. They need to make sure that they just stay out of the sidelines as best as they can, and Dreamfire are taking the attention away from Bleed right now, and now they're going to have to push.
NRG just biding their time. They have the castle wall. Dreamfire sending it. Bleed are holding it off. Peter last alive here. They want to secure this final KP, but they're so healthy here. NRG, they've done such a great job of waiting for their moment to strike that now that moment has arrived. It's going to be NRG who will close out the final moments here on Storm Point. They will be your champions.
And that was perfect for NRG at the end. They just needed someone to make Bleed look a little bit elsewhere, because all they had was the castle wall in the water. And whilst it can cover you for a short time, as that zone came in, they would have had nothing except the castle shield. Well, the new castle shield to work with. But Dreamfire, as they dropped, it just made Bleed worry a little bit. And sadly, as you try and rat out for those final extra placement points, Dreamfire, they really screwed over Bleed's chances. But for NRG, I mean, a win on the board, exactly what the doctor ordered.
There's a few reasons that I said what I said in that previous game. Like, this is the opportunity for NRG, and I feel like there's been a few times since this roster has come together where they've been in some really good spots, but just not had the steel to close out those final moments. Well, across yesterday and the start of today, we're starting to see NRG get those wins, get those results, and hold their nerve in those big moments. So for NRG to start this group stage set with that kind of performance, I think is a very, very big moment for them.
50 points they acquired in their first series, 22 in their second. And I think that's evidence right on your very screen that the cameraman does support Bleed. But NRG, they really will start to climb these overalls. They were in 14th as we came into this series, right? So they're really putting themselves in a good chance for the winner's bracket.
I will say, I feel like it's the first time I've seen the cameraman catching strays. Hey, the ALGS, anything can happen. With NRG, what a moment that was in the final game, excuse me. I mean, I also want to give a lot of credit actually to Bleed and the way that they played. We mentioned that fight that they took kind of in the mid-game to try and secure that pyramid building. They won that, and then that gets them into the position to end up closing out second place with 7 KP to go alongside their 9 points. But it's NRG with 7 KP themselves who will top them with the 12 placement points they put on the board. 19 overall for them. SSG as well, by the way. Great Rat performance. No KP whatsoever, but still managing to get 5 points on the board.
Yeah, those are the kind of points you need to be picking up, the consistency to try and get a little bit further. And you look down further on the leaderboard, TSM with 11 kills, only the 1 placement point, so a very different game, but technically they finished 4th in that game, right? It was something similar to what we saw in the first series from TSM yesterday. At the final game, they just suddenly exploded and realized, actually, we are good enough to take these fights. We are good enough to get a lot of kills on the board. And sure, they didn't get the placements in the end, but that consistency is exactly what you need.
Yeah, we'll look at some of the stats here coming in from NRG, and you can see this Nocturner with over 2k damage leading the way for his squad, backed up admirably by his two teammates, of course, to get that win on the board. But I just got a feeling there's different energy in the building today, right? It's day one is day one. Everyone's getting kind of settled. The nerves kind of get shook out. And then when we get into day number 2, you are seeing some superb Apex Legends. More of that is coming up after this break, though. Game 1 is done. Game 2 just around the corner. very questionable signs as well in the crowd. And that's what we love about the ALGS, right? It always keeps us on our toes.
Always something to surprise us. Not just the games, but the crowd as well. But the first game certainly provided entertainment. Ceto Station is always a difficult one to navigate, depending on where it is going to be pulling. There's a lot of different kind of avenues you can take to try and avoid gunfire. But in the end, it was NRG who come out on top. And it was good to hear the comms at the end. They thought they were vulnerable at the end. One team on the left, one team on the right. They thought they were going to get focused, but with just enough damage onto Dreamfire, it forced them back into the corner and forced Dreamfire to retreat and ultimately won them the game.
Yeah, very comfortable win in the end for NRG, but comfortable is, that's about as comfortable as you can get in the ALGS, it feels like, when it comes to wins. Still some work to do for them to clean up those final moments, but NRG on top in game number 1. Some other notable performances, though. I want to mention Legends Gaming. We mentioned how 2 players have flown in this morning and are on that main stage right now after a long flight. They managed to get some good placement on the board, some decent KP as well. And then you look at Bleed Esports again, just continuing their form from yesterday. Really impressive from all 3 of those teams.
Yeah, Legends Gaming. I mean, Strafen Flame just said that he got out of the airport at 8:30 this morning. I think, though, he did fly himself business class just to make sure that he got to lie down.
Fancy.
However, for Easy Flash, he was in economy. So it doesn't sound like fair teamwork to me.
That sounds like when we fly.
It does. I get the upgrade and you're back in economy.
They go, Mr. Gaskin, great to see you again. And they go, who are you? How did you afford a flight?
One of us has to sleep.
Let's talk about the games then. Let's leave the flights for now. Let's talk about what we got in front of us, because we're going back into Storm Point now. And Na'Vi a little bit of a quieter game in that, by their own standards, which they've kind of redefined after the set that we saw from them this morning, but still some good KP alongside it. One thing I do want to highlight, though, is TSM. There was a really, really impressive 2 or 3 minutes where they held off 2 or 3 teams, one after the other, managed to pick up all those KP to clear one side, and it was just the final team fight. If they would have won that one as they approached and entered zone after taking out ExoClan, then that could have been an absolutely monster game for TSM. However, they're going to have to look ahead now. Good points on the board for them, but all coming to those KP.
I think that people realizing now that, yes, we're in a Mozambique meta. Yes, we're going to see the majority of kills being from those Akimbo Mozambiques, but a player like Verholst, give him the Mozambiques, get him in the face of enemies, because he has always been that player that could just do incredible amounts of damage and take on the world, it feels. There was at one point he got pushed from behind and just a quick spin, a couple of Mozam shots, and jobs are good. Everyone is getting aggressive at the right times now and starting to realize how this meta's shaking up.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Mozams, the Akimbo Mozams, is that if you catch a player not looking at you for 2 seconds, you can delete them. Like, if you take an off angle with your teammates laying down a little bit, suppressing fire, then you really can be a game changer, but it's that risk reward, right? It looks great if you pull it off, but if someone's watching that angle with a couple of Akimbos themselves, then you might look a little bit silly. So as we head into match number 2, NRG have set the pace here on Storm Point. Let's see if someone can match them.
And remember, it's so important that you put your best foot forward here to get as high as you can with your points in the group stages. It's not just about getting into winner's bracket, but it's getting a good POI draft position in that winner's bracket as well. If you scrape through, you're going to get bottom of the barrel picks on your POIs, and that is not going to be easy to then get into the grand finals, and you may find yourself in the elimination bracket. So if you can actually push yourself into the top 5 to get some of the best POIs, you're going to have a great time in the winner's bracket.
Well, the only thing that is secondary, of course, to winning the trophy itself is winning yourself a loot cam, and that's exactly what NRG have done after that first win on the board that we saw from them in that previous game, dropping down right over at Devastated Coast. So it wasn't an easy rotate for them in towards that zone. Would have had to do a lot of work to get there, and we of course saw that with some of the KP they put on the board. But when we look at zone, we could be going over towards the mill.
Yeah, could be continuing to transition over towards the west. And that will be great news for LG, who are down over towards Mill as well. They began to pick things up in the previous series. They started off pretty slow today, but then they did find a lot of points in that final game of the previous.
Looks like LG might not have a ring console, though, so it will have to be based off of ring 1 information, the read that comes in, which, of course, puts a little bit more pressure on the IGL to make that call. And if they do get it right, then, well, he'll look like a genius. It's as simple as that. Elsewhere, just looking across at Down Beast, you've got a ring console available for C9, so they're going to be able to get themselves in a very, very good position. Up at Checkpoint, can't quite see. It might just be a survey beacon, if I'm not mistaken, so no ring console for them. Over at Ceto Station, though, Legends Gaming, you can already see they've hit the evac over towards LG, and that's going to give them some great information, both LG and Legends Gaming. Legends get it from the ring console. LG see them arriving, they're probably like, hey, this is a mill zone.
Yeah, you've got to assume that when you see a team arriving that quickly. And actually, LG doing some damage to Legends as they arrive, but then they will probably say, okay, back into our home we go. The only downside is, of course, they've not really been able to level up those Evos. You're only going to have the extra onto the Catalyst being a controller, so Sykes is essentially on blue, but everyone else is going to be on gray. And now you need to think about, how do we get up? How do we get those Evo shields as people arrive? You probably want to try and find a position and find some weapons that can deal damage long range here.
Everyone else starting to transition through the map as well. You can see the quick rotators are already inside of Cito Station looking to move across, and this is timing, right? If you don't get the timing perfect, you have to back up and think about what's next. ExoClan finding it out themselves, and as soon as we put them on screen, production know what they're doing. the crowd erupts. Gotta love it, man. I'm telling you, I'm going out of them tonight. You might not see me tomorrow.
Tonight? Sunday, I'll allow it.
I'm going out of them tonight.
The thing is with EXO, you heard Minus Tempo saying that during scrims they had great success when these two groups went up against each other as well, and they need that. They need to find that success that they found in practice, because they need a lot of points on the board if they want to make it into the winners bracket. And as I alluded to earlier, you don't want to scrape through into the winners bracket. You want to be able to put your best foot forward. So we'll focus again onto NRG as they're going to drop a redeploy here, and let's see where they actually travel to.
They did have a ring console and a survey beacon. Looks like FA Kids were wrapping around maybe to try and hit the ring console that is at Devastated Coast. So not for the first time we see FA Kids and NRG having a little look at each other early on, but both, again, deciding to disengage quite sensibly. No real result to be had by either team when they're both just hunting for information and trying to plan their rotation. NRG will land, will be safe inside of that next zone. Now, back to the mill, and we can see the predicament that LG now find themselves in, right? Because you've got C9 who are inside of the mill as well. They're all up to blues. Whereas LG, the difficulty of playing a mill zone in comparison to a Cito zone, a pylon zone, is if the zone is on you, it's like, oh, great, but you don't have like an established dominant position to play from. It's not a high ground position that you can range shots down on. So those white armors become even more painful, it feels like, to try and navigate towards an endgame.
It's frustrating. It's not like a beast zone, for example, where you can just take the top of beast and you can shoot. You actually get stuck inside of mill, and you almost just have to accept your fate of, we're playing for placement here, but we may not get the KP on the board. But there is still a chance that you can pick up a third party here or there as everyone does arrive into mill. So we'll see how LG play it, as there is a couple of shots being exchanged at the moment between SOW and Fox. And I don't know if this fight will actually finish off, because I assume that Fox could just retreat away from this one if they would like to.
However, they are going up against the Revenant, who will want to get involved in this fight. Zuzu on that Revenant and doing some damage. We're going to see the first knock coming in, though, and it's going to be Hammer Drill who gets it here for Fox. However, that's going to be exchanged, but now it's a 1v1 all of a sudden. Both players on very similar HP as well. Jackie stuck inside of the building, going to take the time to just pop this shield battery. Pings are coming in, but here coming 36. They say this looks fun. I want to have a go at this.
This was the danger of just taking this fight as well. There's always going to be that possibility as Enterforce 36 look to just clean up the pieces. And at the moment, they're looking to see if they can find Crypto.
I'll tell you, those pesky Cryptos, man.
The big question is, do you waste an EMP on finding the Crypto as well? Do the damage, get him out of the invisibility, but no! Your goggles are on!
Camo eyes carry over, Dan.
They do.
Camo eyes carry over, regardless of what video game you play.
Job number 2. Hide and seek at this point. The crowd trying to help. It's a hot and cold game in the audience.
Marco, Polo. Well, Enderforce 36, at the end of this, we'll pick up a couple of KP. Elsewhere, a little bit more indicative to what we're going to see in our end game. ExoClan having a fight now themselves. On the other side of this is going to be Na'Vi. You see a Feuda in the feed. He's going to get the first knock and kind of will go down, and kind of has been so impressive for Na'Vi so far. So to get him out of the fight, that's going to be great news for them.
Yeah, that's a solid hold from EXO as well. The castle wall being a huge part of it. It can really be a nuisance in these small buildings, because when you can't clamber over it, of course, you then get stunned. So instead, you have to try and take an off angle, and by that time, you may have been pushed by someone over the top of it as well. So ExoClan will hold on to a position which is fairly central in terms of this circle, but as we get Zone 3 information, they're going to learn they're going to have to move towards mill here.
First job here for NRG, get rid of that drone, make sure that EMP is not going to influence the fight, and then try and maybe play for this ring console or play for the fight. Fon's got to be careful here. Trying to use that replicator, and instead just got his shields ripped away. He's definitely going to have to use it again in a few more moments just to get that battery back he had to expend.
Well, T36 again, proven to be a thorn in team's side, but NRG should be able to escape this one. It looked dicey at one point, as Shadow also respawning the team. So the one Crypto that did survive,
pesky Crypto, man,
did his job. And Shadow will have a chance to still compete in this game.
NRG decide they don't want none. And they're going to let E36 continue on their merry way and take back the high ground over at Barometer. So Shadow 36, like you mentioned, you can see him right in the background there where the original fight took place. Managed to get that respawn, and that is, like you say, once again, thank you to the invisible Crypto for being in a position where it could quite simply not be found. E36 decided to get back on that trident that they arrived on and perform a swift exit. Now TSM, let's go over to the north side of Storm Point now. In front of them in this choke is going to be Fennel. So we could see a fight taking place. But Fennel are up on the top of checkpoint, so TSM got some really tough moves to make now.
I think TSM also saw the last member of Na'Vi retreating out towards zone to maybe try and get some reses. And I wonder whether they will hover to see if they can pick up that KP, but I don't think it's going to be a success because Na'Vi are moving all the way up to wall. You can see on your minimap right at the top. But TSM, Fennel, Bleed, they all have to move south here, and even EXO are just in that next circle once we do get to zone 3. So there's a job to do from this northern side. And then you've got FA Kids all the way out on the east as well. They could play a part in that late rotation. And we might see 4 or 5 teams on that northern choke all have to fight each other at once.
I think TSM are going to be hoping that maybe Fennel leave a little bit earlier, get a little bit deeper into zone, considering that when that zone does close, those top platforms aren't going to be essentially as in as they would need them to be to hold that choke down from the height. They have to move a little bit down themselves. So TSM, I think, just biding their time at the moment, hoping that Fennel will leave them. But Fennel, of course, is going to spot out TSM and think, we know you have to come this way at some point. And if we watch our backs for long enough, it's going to force you to have to rotate towards down Beast, where Bleed Esports may be waiting to pick up those KP. Elsewhere, this is what's happening down on the southern side of things right now. As the EXO Clan fans continue to echo through the arena here in Mannheim. TSM are going to take the down Beast route themselves. And like I mentioned, Bleed Esports will be in front of them, and they're going to be mirroring.
I think Bleed are aware of it as well. Well, yeah, they definitely are. You can already see eyes trained over towards TSM. TSM still have to move. They are still not quite in just yet. EMP is available just to initiate a little bit of extra damage from reps if you'd like it, but it's not going to be used right now. As I think that Bleed are just going to stay far enough away that will allow TSM just to crawl in right now. As I say that, Catwall comes down defensively here.
Yeah, I think Nox, like you say, had to use it defensively due to those shields being broken. So TSM might be able to get an off angle here. They might have an opening, but also it's such a risk at this point to take this fight with. They will know that Fennel will be hovering in and around from the checkpoint choke. Having seen them a few moments ago, they obviously won't know it's Fennel, but they certainly will know there's a team there. Zap with some great shots coming out of that Nemesis to break the shields once again. And you would say when it comes to damage differential and the stick, that TSM certainly do have the advantage in this fight, and Zap says it's time to push.
TSM need to be fast with this though. You mentioned Fennel, they're in the area. They are going to be certainly hovering around looking to do some damage as well, but TSM at the moment not able to find those extra 2. And here are Fennel. This is what I was worried about.
Here's the pinch. And TSM get caught between Fennel and Bleed Esports, and even though it felt like TSM were doing everything right in that fight, now they will be eliminated. Just that moment of hesitation from TSM has allowed Fennel to wrap behind them through that checkpoint choke and manage to pick up all 3 of those kills. Bleed Esports, they're up to a full 3. They'll still be healthy, and that's Fennel's next job to try and overcome. Na'Vi have just been eliminated, so it feels like almost the memories of the great previous set for Na'Vi are starting to disappear a little bit here.
Yeah, I wonder with the pressure being off for Na'Vi, the fact they are in first place, whether maybe they're just letting this opportunity go by, because as I mentioned, they really want to be in first place going into that winner's bracket. Whilst it is already secured, you want the good POIs. As now we move over to NRG. They're currently on the south side of this map, and they're going to have to use an evac tower to actually really try anything to get past Enter Force 36, Shadow, Noctum. They're all ahead of them here.
I mean, NRG might have the distance to actually get in towards Mill here, and Dreamfire are holding down one of the sides of Mill, the Mill buildings. The other building is dual occupied by LG and C9. So both of those aren't going to fight for that. They're not going to be able to move knowing that each other are around. So NRG might actually be able to thread the needle here. And if they do manage to just about get the distance, might be slightly too far for them, but there is an opportunity for them to get into the Mill. Instead, maybe the distance is a little bit too much for them to try and take on, a little bit too blind. Instead, they're going to land a little bit short. They will be safe inside a zone, but they won't be safe from the team that's below them, and that's Noctem.
Did manage to kill the EMP, though, so that helps certainly here. Nocturnal's taking a lot of damage. He's going to try and bat, so they need to cover him here before they push it.
Mangol's going down as well. There is a tiny little safe spot for them, and look at Nock. I mean, they're getting shot in the back as well, and NRG will survive and stay healthy, but they need to keep their heads on swivels here because the other teams are approaching. Enterforce 36 is going to be next. How are just behind them as well. The last player from Noctem actually managed to escape as Shadow 3690 will be eliminated from the lobby.
To be honest, Fnatic aren't so far as well, so certainly, if you take too much damage in these fights, there's third parties that are around, but actually NRG might be able to third party this fight because of all the damage that's been done here.
Yeah, Enterforce 36 and How now fighting, and like you say, it just creates an opening for NRG to clear this side of the map themselves. How trying to push forward. Sykes is in the feed as well for LG. That's happening in and around zone. Nocturnal with some fantastic shots for that Nemesis, but he's got to be careful, and now he will go down. Fennel eliminated. Enterforce 36 completely eliminated as well, as Reptar fights blind with those Mozambique.
Well, Reptar and Fun, as a 2, this is still very doable, and they know it as well. Although there is going to be an EMP, it's not going to help out. Noxum also have a solo that's getting involved in this fight. This is not fun for NRG, and How should clean it up, and will clean it up. NRG eliminated in 14th.
NRG just not able to withstand the pressure of that fight. As now we move towards the southern side of Checkpoint, and it's ExoClan versus FA Kids. Some EU on EU action here. Elsewhere, SSG just lost Zainu. Swinny is down in this fight as well, so this is looking like an FA Kids win. SSG will go down, and it's another quiet game for SSG. But look at ExoClan, look at Feud on the Newcastle while people are looting inside. He's getting his teammate back up. It's not a gold knockdown for him to play with, but he's got a Mastiff, and he's still doing damage. Finds one as Swinny tries to survive, but ExoClan will finally go down. 11 squads now remaining.
So FA Kids win the Battle of the North, and now Noctum Scan are going to be very close, but they'll probably avoid that interaction entirely as everyone starts to head down towards Mill. Noctum, Legends, SSC, X-Ray, and FA Kids, as well as How, all have to move from this northeast side. Whereas you've got teams like Dreamfire who are sat bang center of the zone right now.
Fnatic still waiting for that big game, that big performance that we're all expecting to come at some point. But with group stages starting to get towards the close today, it needs to happen a little bit sooner rather than later. Now, inside of this building, LG taking the fight against Cloud9 finally, and it's a fight they will win, but not without losing Sykes.
Should be able to get him back up, though. Again, benefit of the Newcastle. It's a double shield in front of them as well. You mentioned it, though, it's very different when you don't have that gold knockdown to work with, as Noctum Scan will be eliminated, down to 9 squads. Because LG haven't been able to get to any of those gold bins, by the way. They've been stuck here since the start of this game. Finally, they're up to blue, so that means Sykes will be on to purple as the catalyst. And Bleed are going to be watching on from a distance behind their own castle wall.
What a position from Bleed, by the way. Once again, finding their way, thanks to the navigation coming in from Dropped, towards an endgame position. You just saw Fnatic taking a huge amount of damage down on that low ground as well. VK Gaming up on Godrock, overlooking everything that's happening. In the kill feed, you can see Legends Gaming as well. They're picking up a couple of kills on numerous different teams. As this is the overlook of the Mill. This is where all these teams are going to have to pull out from, outside of Dreamfire, who are going to be safe.
Bleed Esports respawning Noct as well. You mentioned the position they're in. And actually, Bleed Esports, LG, and VK all on the outskirts, whilst everything else is happening during the Mill. So one of those 3 teams could really capitalize if you can win that fight on the outskirts, then suddenly you can watch everything unfold in front of you. Legends Gaming are going to be on the far northeast here. And sadly, that means you are going to be the first one that has to move through 5 other teams.
Fnatic have managed to actually rotate underneath Dreamfire's position here, so they're going to be safe inside that next zone. Legends Gaming are watching the swing that's coming in, and now they get shot from height! Absolutely decimated from height! They step out for just a second and get obliterated! I don't think I've ever seen a team die so quickly.
You blink and you are gone. But now that does just reduce one of those teams that was in Mill. That gives you more of a chance to actually escape what is going to be a hellhole here in these next 10 seconds. How are going to be all the way on that eastern side, so they're going to be the latest, but also the one that has to move. I wonder whether they've got an evac tower. They could use one to try and reposition all the way to the west, because at the moment there is an opening on that west rock.
LG looking for a catwalk to try and cross into the next mill building. Sykes has got to place this one perfectly, but they've also got to time it perfectly. Smokes will have to block off the lines of sight of the height. And it's almost a little bit of a diversion. They block off the lines of sight with the catwall, and now they take the fight. But the Newcastle mobile shield is going to keep that player alive. Shots coming in now from Funk. Not going to be able to get the shield break, but that mobile shield is starting to go down, and now the players will follow as well. Funk follows it up with a castle wall of his own, and he pushes the players off height for LG.
LG can hold this height now, but there is going to be other teams, many teams down below them, but this is good because they've secured actually a little bit of extra secureness, but now, oh dear, it's just not worked out for LG, has it?
SSE X-Ray will be eliminated alongside LG. FA Kids also go down, and we find ourselves now inside of our top 5, and Bleed Esports are here again in your endgame. Shuby getting the knock onto one of the members of HAL up on height, and now they want to try and convert this KP. They want to take the height.
VK Gaming, by the way, are just watching all of this happening on the south side, but Bleed, they've got Reds to work with all across the board because Nox has the extra from being a controller. HAL get eliminated, 4 now remain. And Bleed actually can overlook a lot of this and avoid the damage from below. Dreamfire and Fnatic are going to be below them here.
Smartly just making sure that they don't get climbed up on. Something sneaky that happens behind them. Bleed taking the height late. VKG, what a position they have, by the way. Fnatic and Dreamfire, they're going to have to leave this building and fight on their way out. VKG in a great position to overlook all of this. The focus here from Bleed Esports up on height has to be VK Gaming. The same can be said on the flip side for VK Gaming. If they can damage the team on height, force them to drop as the other teams exit, then this is an opportunity for them to get the win. They do have the castle wall available as well.
I was going to say another castle wall so they can reposition if they want, but also they can give themselves extra security here. Dreamfire are really trying to rue the day that any other team challenges them at the moment with good damage coming out, but they have to move out of the mill at some point, but the Hemlock is certainly hitting hard.
Thermite's going to hurt though. It's just going to buy time as the zone starts to close in behind them. This is our final zone. This is our final moment of game number 2. Dreamfire have to make the play. They have to go forward. But they're going to get stunned by the castle wall. The Newcastle is just holding them up, and every second that goes past is hurting them so much.
Yeah, zone's going to come in now, and it will start to tickle them. Fnatic fall. Dreamfire are going to be down there. Bleed are going to be above them, and Bleed will just be able to rain down hell from above here. But VK Gaming still are in a position where they can really ruin this for Bleed.
I mean, Shuby's got massive Mozams. He's double shotguns at the moment as Dreamfire will now be eliminated. We find ourselves with a 3v3. The castle wall will go down. It's Bleed Esports versus VK Gaming. And Shuby showing that even though these shotties are meant to be used for close range, he can do some damage from distance as well.
Look at the reposition as well. Drop trying to find an angle at the moment. They've got the shield advantage, and surely they got everything.
The EMP goes down, and that is going to give them the opening. Shuby now changes back to the Mozams after the first knock comes in. Bleed Esports will convert. In our game number 2 here over at the mill, they'll be your champions, but that was a masterfully navigated endgame from there. So many good decisions to break down that got them into the position to win it.
I mean, they were a 2 at one point, brought the third back, get back up to a full 3. So match 1, they finished second place. Match 2 here, they take first alongside 16 kills. A massive game for them.
Cameraman loves Bleed. Crowd love Bleed. And I tell you what, a lot of Apex fans are going to love Bleed after that performance as well. A fantastic example of how to navigate an end game once again. Coming in from these 3 gentlemen, and I feel like Dropped is just growing and growing in confidence at the moment. One thing that's been really a standout to me is their use of castle walls to create positions that are a lot stronger than they would have been without Newcastle being inside of the meta. One rock becomes a fortress if you can get that castle wall positioned properly.
Yeah, you really have to think about those angles and how you can frustrate the opposition team that's going to be pressing you a little bit later. 28 points on the board for Bleed. You add that to what they achieved in match 1, and suddenly Bleed are looking like a team in the overalls that could start to be thinking about top 5 going into that winners bracket, especially if they can carry on this form.
Take a look down to the other side of the table as well. VK Gaming with that second place, by the way, only the 3 KP, but 12 points is going to be important for them. LG They did have that mill zone, but we mentioned how a mill zone can sometimes be a little bit more difficult to navigate for KP, and they managed to pick up 5. So a pretty good performance from them. But at the other end of the table, you're looking at TSM, you're looking at Na'Vi. A little bit quiet in that game number 2. As we take a look at a team comparison between our 2 final teams that we saw throw down in that final moment.
Yeah, very important for VK Gaming, down in 23rd position coming into this series. So a team that's trying to push themselves into that winner's bracket. They really needed a game to give them some life here in this series. And maybe that was it. Maybe that could be the kickstart that they're looking for. 20 points on the board for VK Gaming in this series so far after 2. But Bleed, 44 points on the board already. If they can carry on with this form, they could be looking at 80-plus points across this series, which would put them up in contention for top 3.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from Bleed Esports in those first 2 games. Dreamfire right behind as well in second place, but that little gap has certainly started to open at the top of the leaderboards, and it's down to what we have seen in-game from Bleed Esports. Now we find ourselves, Dan, with one more game of Storm Point to conclude before we head over to World's Edge. We'll find out who's going to win that game in just a few moments when we get back from this break. It's more for me to see your reaction.
Just never know with him. But yes, I do believe in Bleed Esports. I mean, you can't argue with those first 2 games, right? The consistency that we're already seeing and they're developing across this series is worrying for everyone else in this current series, because they are going to start to absorb those points if they keep playing that way. And there are some teams who need those points more than Bleed right now. If they want to be able to get into that winner's bracket, they need to be starting to steal them away. And if they're playing like that, I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, I agree with you. And now we're starting to get to the point of a series where points become a premium, right? We've had 2 games already done, 1 more game on Storm Point. And if you're a Storm Point-centric team where you get most of your points on the board, knowing there's 1 more game on Storm Point before we head to World's Edge just amplifies that pressure a little bit more. TSM, who had a very interesting game number 1 with some big KP, but weren't able to get the placement points. Game 2, a little bit disappointing, falling out very, very easily. Game 1 winners on your screen right now. NRG, a great performance from them, and a decent one in game number 2 where they picked up some KP, but just weren't able to hold off the third, almost fourth buy, it felt like, as they approached Mill. But Bleed Esports still leading the way here with a, is it 20-point gap, if I'm not mistaken, after 2 games?
It is indeed. I mean, Bleed Esports doing it from Northpad as well, and NRG from Devastated Coast. That was 27th and 28th pick in the POI draft. So that means they have better picks going into World's Edge, which again, very worrying for the rest of the series and the rest of the teams in this lobby, because where are you going to pick up those points if they are being absorbed at that time? Team on your screen, TSM, yet to get going here in this series as well. Sure, there was a lot of kills in that first game, but they weren't able to get that placement. Maybe not the expectations that they set on their own shoulders.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about expectations as well. I've got to highlight SSG, right? SSG, again, just quiet. Really, really quiet. Can't really remember any notable moments. It was the rat play in game number 1 that got them some placement points, but barely, I don't think they had 1 KP, if I wasn't mistaken, in that first game. So SSG with a lot of work to do, and certainly a lot of work to prove maybe that they are the team that people are saying that they should be. Same could maybe be said for the gentleman on your screen right now. TSM, team fighting pretty solidly, you would say, in that game number 1, like I mentioned, but game number 2 did not go their way. Another game on Storm Point here for them to put that right and get some more points on the board. And with how close it is outside of Bleed Esports, one good game here for TSM, and they're up into probably second.
Yeah, they just need the points, really. If you look at where TSM are in the overalls, alongside SSG, actually, it's 94 and 97 points. We're expecting that cutoff to be somewhere around 100. Maybe it could be less, could be more, depending on how everyone is going to be playing. But team that is looking to pick up points is EXO. They have a lot of fans in the audience right now. We were expecting them to need around 50, which would take them to around that 100-point mark. So for teams like TSM, like SSG, I wonder if it's just them trying to cross the line a little bit here and getting a little bit worried about the what-ifs rather than what they can do.
We've also got the Dreamfire fans inside of the arena as well. You can see some beautiful looking signs. By the way, I've said this before, but I love the ALGS giving out the paper. It's always a risk, don't get me wrong. But everyone here has been very responsible so far.
So far, and we will continue it being that way.
Just been responsible, and then we have to cut to EXO.
And it's only Friday as well for EXO Clan. As I said, the EXO Ultras, they do grow day by day, and I'm expecting this weekend they will be even bigger.
The population of Mannheim.
Even louder as well. But will EXO be able to get into that winner's bracket? And it has to really start soon here in this series, because matches 1 and 2, they've not really been able to put points on the board.
Yeah, a little bit of struggle for them so far. Looking across some of the other teams in this lobby who have been a little bit quiet. You say C9 haven't had the electric start that they would have wanted, but still plenty of Apex to play. I always find like the third game a very interesting time in the series, because it feels like there's not many more games left, but there's still 4. But then you kind of get to the point where there's only 1 game on Storm Point before you go to World's Edge, and then you have that conversation about, well, are you a World's Edge team? Are you stronger on Storm Point? We'll take a look at some of the group stage stats coming in from TSM as well. Dan, what do you make of these?
I mean, it's put them up into 6th place right now. We mentioned that they were on 94 coming into it, but already with the points they've been able to secure, they put themselves up to 6th. But of course, other teams still to play around them. You've got the likes of Moist, the likes of Cholos Laser, you've got GG, you've got Furia, you've got Falcons, you've got Complexity. All of them still have to play in the next series, right? So you have to put your best foot forward here, and you need to find points. Same with EXO. They're down in 26th right now, which would not have them in the winner's bracket.
Well, Phony's smiling right now. He's always cracking a joke. Big Phony fan over here. 8th place overall at the moment in the group stages. It's been kind of quiet, I would say, for SSG, and we hold them to their own bar, we should say, by the way. And, 8th place is great in the overalls, but they're going to be in a similar position where they're going to have to watch some other teams play and have to rely on the points they get in this set of matches to get them into one of those qualification spots for that winner's bracket. Dreamfire have been pretty good today as well. Really just set us up nicely for the rest of the day. I love day 2. Day 2 is like I mentioned previously, I think day 1, the nerves show a little bit. Everyone's having a little bit of fun. Everyone's happy to be here. But day 2, we feel like we're really getting down to business. And speaking of getting down to business, Dan, one team who did in the previous series is the team we're going to show next on your screen. Great in the previous series, loads of wins. It looked like Na'Vi had finally captured that form from online and brought it over to LAN. But after 2 games here, struggled to find some points.
They are still in 1st in the overalls, but as we alluded to, the likes of Not Moist and Cholos Laser will be playing up next and could very easily surpass them if Na'Vi don't put points on the board here. But still with 4 games to play, it's very achievable. They've been playing from Zeus so far, have Na'Vi, and perhaps they've just struggled a little bit with some of the current zones that they've had to work with. They move over to Lava Fissure in World's Edge a little bit later. Again, not the best POI to be working with in World's Edge either. So it might just be one of those series for Na'Vi where you just have a couple of difficult zones to work with.
Yeah, I got to give a shout out to Legends Gaming as well. I mean, the way they've navigated things are the uncontrollables, right, to finally be here. I mean, you've seen me get off a flight after not a lot of, actually, I was about to say after not a lot of sleep, but I pass out, let's be real. I've seen you get off a flight after not a lot of sleep, and you could not play video games. You could barely walk.
I definitely could not. It's crazy what Legends could do. It's almost as crazy as this crowd, as ExoClan, again, have the voices behind them, but they need this energy. They need to feed off this as well if they want to make it into that winner's bracket, because they've only got 4 games left now here in the group stages, and they are outside of those winner's bracket spots. Will they be able to do what their European counterparts did, the likes of Na'Vi, and just suddenly find an explosion of games?
It's something they've done before, right?
It is.
Let's take ourselves back to some of the regional final performances, some of the online performances from ExoClan. Out of nowhere, they can drop an absolute nuke of a game where they just run through a lobby, win every single team fight, and before you know it, ExoClan are announcing themselves as one of those teams that fires up those leaderboards into one of those qualification spots. So a lot of work to do still, of course, for ExoClan. Enough Apex Legends left in this series for them to get it done, but still some questions for sure to be answered. It looks like we're getting very, very close to getting into our final game of Storm Point now. Thank you for staying with us as we set you up for this match number 3. And indeed, we are ready, everybody. Let's get into match number 3, the final one here on Storm Point.
And this is where you really need to kind of put all your eggs in one basket here. If you are a Storm Point team, if you're a team that had one of those high pick POI drafts, the likes of Fnatic, for example, they picked Pylon. And yes, they have put some points on the board, but it is not a significant enough amount of points that warrants that first pick right now. Sure, the zones, maybe they'll feel like, oh, they haven't been good enough for us. Sometimes you have to make the best out of a bad situation. Does look like it's going to be a somewhat central zone right now, just off of Zone 1 information. So we'll have to see whether that will benefit the likes of Fnatic.
Luke and baby. Bleed Esports. They've won the most valuable thing outside of the trophy this time around after their win in the previous game. But let's talk about that zone down. I'm looking for ring consoles. I'm looking for teams who have priority to zone. And if it goes where I think it is, then ExoClan fans, maybe it's time for you to start smiling, because they have a ring console that you can see Slayer's about to hit. And also they have fantastic prio to where this zone is going.
And just as I mentioned Fnatic at Pylon, well, here you go. This is their opportunity. This is what they would have been banking on by picking it first, and arguably is going to be their best chance of picking up a lot of points here. As for ExoClan, you mentioned it, they're going to have the information. They're going to be able to move one of the fastest teams as well. NRG down to Devastated Coast. They can move quickly. Enter Force 36 and Nosed Fox. I'm just looking for ring consoles here. There's certainly a lot of survey beacons to work with. Even FA Kids actually have a ring console to work with as well.
Yeah, interesting. It actually looks like the south side of the map at the moment is kind of devoid of ring consoles. It's Cenote Cave. It looks like the only one, if I can see correctly, that might be one of those POIs that has a ring console. So I don't know what the south side of Storm Point did. Maybe the installers didn't quite get the memo that they need to go a little bit further down.
Well, that might open up a lot of opportunities for these northern teams, though, to kind of get there first as well. Because with lack of information, it just means that you might be a little bit slower on your rotation. The team that's not slow, though, is EXO. They've already made their way over towards Pylon. And if Fnatic didn't have ring console information, they'll certainly have that extra info now from EXO arriving.
Fnatic, obviously and understandably, are just going to play the height here on Pylon. It's the easiest place to play. They can put so much damage down, so many shots for the teams that have to arrive a little bit later on. ExoClan are going to be choosing to play this pyramid building, which is going to be to the north side of it. And they're playing for the eventual end game, as the castle wall will go down. Unfortunately, it's going to cost them a door. It's a little bit frustrating when that happens, I've got to say.
I'm just looking across a lot of the teams that have already moved, and I quite like the southern side that Dreamfire are playing as well. It gives them a lot of coverage, gives them the chance to pick up KP when teams arrive a little bit later on. If you put yourself too central within Pylon, then you are a little bit vulnerable to getting stuck and maybe not finding kills.
Well, aimbot. Took a little damage there. The massive shot's not going to quite hit. Zidane turns this one on his head. Kindness gets another one as well. And aimbot after getting so much damage early on. And it looked like E36 had this all on their shoulders. Now will fall. FA Kids turned that far on his head.
And FA Kids, they pushed themselves up these leaderboards. Some much needed points as elsewhere. You see VKG and Fennel currently having a little scrap against one another, but VKG do have the castle wall to work with just to reset slightly. It looks like there's a flank actually attempted here.
Great shots coming in. Custer gonna get that knock as well. Pittersaw gonna be the player who finds out about that flank in the worst possible way, and now QQ gonna fly in himself. Custer will go down, who have to navigate that, but there's the wall jump, there's the shots from the PK. Fennel eliminated. VK Gaming doing it in style.
And these are fights happening in and around Pylon, but as you said, there's another team. It's going to be How. We've already seen in the previous game How trying to get involved on these 3Ps, but they're in 11th place right now. They can't afford to go down. Big Nate does a lot of damage to the surroundings as now Castle's gone down.
VKG looked stylish a minute ago, but now they're looking to pick up the pieces. Will stay alive, but have lost the player on their way forward. Going to hit the cannon. Wadagashi looking to line it up. They managed to get one of those knocks. Hey everyone, how you doing? Let's hopefully go back to the game in just a few seconds. As How will find 2 eliminations.
Could have been worse.
It could have been so much worse.
So now it's going to be a little bit of a lull. Just going to be a lot of quiet across Storm Point here because we had all that initial damage, all those initial fights, trying to take some of the priority positions within and around Pylon. And that will create a lot of open space for some rotations for the teams arriving late. There might be a fight up north between TSM and Bleed shortly. But VKG just still trying to retreat away from How here. And I think QQ might be crying soon.
My heart is beating so fast after that cancel was for a few seconds. I'm good, don't worry, I'm good. How now looking to swing in, flatline in hand. But Wadagashi gets the damage done before he even has to pull the trigger. So VKG still kind of in a little bit of a shambles, but somehow still surviving in this game. The droner will go out, to try and find out maybe where that last player alive is going to be. But elsewhere, in and around the zone, or should I say towards the north, we got a Trident battle going down. And Bleed Esports, well, they're on one side of it.
Bleed Esports, Shadow, and TSM all on this northern side. And actually, Bleed are going back up towards Northpad. And you can already see Shubi up onto red, knocked. Once he's in zone, he'd be on red as well. So similarly to the previous games, they are going to have such an advantage with their Evo shields going up against some of the other teams. Really playing their pathing correctly at the moment to get as much Evo shields as possible.
Certainly an understanding from them that with this zone and where they're dropping over at Northpad, that is going to have to be a priority for them. No point in approaching with blues and even a couple of purples. They have to be purples and reds.
VK Gaming respawning again, by the way. They've been able to escape and they might be able to reset. We see a lot of it now with Crypto being involved in this meta, has to be said. But I think I understand why teams are playing this one a little bit slow. I think there's going to be several teams playing for Ring 3 information because maybe they haven't got quite the read just off of Ring 2 here. And we as viewers are going to get more information than the players do. And it looks like we will continue to head southeast here. A little bit further on the eastern side of Pylon. Look where FA Kids are. Right dead center. That is good news, though, for the likes of Na'Vi and How, who are on that eastern side. If it had pulled central of Pylon, they could have been really screwed. But now they're going to have something to work with.
Everyone else who's inside of Pylon at the moment is going to get that information and still be pretty happy that they can play for that endgame. It's the teams, like you say, that are now approaching from that west side that are going to have some decisions to make. Maybe an evac over the top of Pylon could be an option if you're playing, for example, from the position that Legends Gaming or LG find themselves, Cloud9 even.
But look at the amount of open space that Na'Vi have to work with now, right? There's a building they can work with on that eastern side. They can even try and play that choke if they wanted to. Sure, they might have a fight between themselves and How, or even SSG a little bit later. But this game has just been opened up to Na'Vi, a team who hasn't been able to find points so far in this series. But NRG are making a big rotation down on the southern side, and they might beat them to it. There could be a fight.
There's going to be a race for the building at the moment. They're going to run into each other. NRG going to be caught off guard, or maybe it's going to be Na'Vi who are caught off guard. Some shots coming in from Atafe. He gets the information that NRG are arriving. Now you're going to see the bang ult going down. You're going to see everybody using that utility to try and get that opening damage to give them the advantage in this fight.
Yeah, this is an isolated fight as well. This is NRG who are in form in this series, but Na'Vi who are in form from the previous series Where does your confidence lie? Have Na'Vi maybe lost a little bit of that confidence after these first 2 games, and will they be reluctant to actually push this one?
Well, NRG control the inside of the building for now, thanks to Reptar on the Catalyst, but Nocturnal is trying to find a push here, trying to find an angle. And Na'Vi have managed to break in here. Fun has a little poke, goes back behind that reinforced door to try and turn the attention away. You can see that Nocturnal is kind of the player to watch here. He's trying to get a little bit of an off angle on the Bangalore, knowing he has that double time to play behind as well to escape. As Fun now might be sending himself in alongside his teammates behind the mobile shield to try and get that damage himself.
I mean, it was an isolated fight, but now SSG are close enough. They could third party this one if it doesn't end quickly. Again, the Newcastle Castle is going to be a big factor in these fights in the middle of these buildings. It's so difficult to try and hop over, especially when it's an enemy one, and you get stunned by it. Both these teams may just accept their neighbors for now.
No bolt, no attachment on those dual Mozams, by the way. You can see how strong they are in the current meta. Kind of getting some big damage down. As now Na'Vi transition from the inside of the building up onto the height. So a different proposition, different challenge now for NRG to have to try and face. Nocturnal has to get away, and no! Na'Vi are going to cut him down, but can they get inside that building? Can they finish it off? The answer is yes, as Henchman will get that knock and convert it. Here for Na'Vi.
You can see Na'Vi just trying to reposition, trying to find a different angle, but they're also concerned about the third party because SSG have arrived. They heard all this commotion, said, yes, please, we'll have a piece of this.
And this is the thing, right? We've talked about how with this meta, with Newcastle, Crypto, all the abilities that these legends have that are currently favored by these teams, fights get stalled out. Fights take so long to finish. And that means the third parties can always take an opportunity that may have not been there before. So Na'Vi, even though they get that first knock, suffer as they lose one themselves, and Henchman will go down. But NRG, in all of this, while SSG approach, have managed to get Nocturnal back onto his feet.
Yeah, Na'Vi just going to have to retreat from this one. That's so heartbreaking for them because they would have had the advantage in the fight. But again, that's what happens when you take a little bit too long. So Na'Vi back into the zone as now we look elsewhere. Bleed versus LG. And it looks like Bleed have already been able to take down Sight, so it's a 3 versus 2 here.
What do LG do from this position? That's the real question. Do they try and escape? Do they try and back up? And that's exactly what they are doing as a duo. So Bleed do their job of holding this choke. And it'll be Sykes who's but a death box at this point in the game.
There's the lay of the land. So F8 Kids still in prime position. It's going to be pulling towards the buildings they currently hold. In the place they currently hold, Na'Vi retreat out to the east, but they will get back up to a full 3. But that eastern side is starting to get a little bit congested. You can see Shadow arriving, How, Cloud9, all could move down to that side. Even TSM, depending on how they play this one, could also join the eastern side as well if you feel like Pylon's going to be a little bit too difficult to try and play through here. So again, Na'Vi will be a little bit frustrated that they couldn't lock down that building just 5 seconds earlier before NRG did arrive.
SSG now holding them out. You can see a combination of SSG and NRG. It's the super team, the combined forces. And the frustration evident on the face here of Matafe. Henchman trying to do everything he can to keep his team alive, as Koifa will be given the credit for that kill. Na'Vi will be eliminated here. They cannot put any games together or here on Stormpoint. They're going to have to turn their attention to World's Edge.
And again, this is brilliant news for the likes of Not Moist, the likes of Furia, Acholos Laser, DG, who are all going to be playing later on to try and take that first place away from them going into the winners bracket. You also see NoseFox get eliminated as well in this game. So now on the eastern side, NRG will be holding the majority of it alongside SSG. They'll be the 2-1s gatekeeping. Bleed are going to be on the western side here. And I guess it's a good time to jump into a listen and see what Bleed think about this zone.
Playing outside here, it's like a
the duo's getting pressured here. There's a team on our back.
There's no one in this compound on our end.
Yeah, we know. Wait, team over here as well.
Do we play for these?
Wait, these guys are gonna take launcher, I think.
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah, they're taking. We need.
Hold.
Oh shit. Oh, we can just move up then. We can just hold here and then go to our. I didn't know that. My bad. Yeah, you can play it down if you have ult cells.
I'm not gonna get a wall.
They're even. I can shoot it.
Building.
That's absolutely to
TSM eliminated. They've lost play. Can he do it? Go down and now Cloud9 still check down in that, and actually And actually, NRG, speaking of NRG, the getting earlier is massive for them.
Yeah, but here, as you can see, they're trying to hold out their north. Is where does this zone go in comparison to the ridge that they can play on this hill, right? Are they going to be exposed as they walk up, or are they going to be safe? One team who's not safe is going to be Dreamfire, and even though this man hates the world, you had to wonder if he was going to hate that situation. Now, Legends Gaming fly in to try and be the third party. Dreamfire eliminated, can't quite connect. But finally, Noctium Scan will go down as well, and Legends Gaming will be healthy enough to hold.
Yeah, we're going to see a few teams fall here over towards Pylon because they all have to move out to the eastern side of it now. Exoclan are going to be the furthest east, but Legends Gaming, Fnatic, VK, and SSE X-Ray are all on this west and have to all move in at the same time. Bleed are going to be above them on the north as Cloud9 now taking this fight against Shadow.
Even though a couple of knocks have come in, Naughty has gone down, so the two remaining members here of Cloud9 have just got to make sure they work together, nothing silly happens. And they don't get on the reverse side of a clip we'll be watching for quite some time. The Revenant makes it a little bit more difficult. Chaotic will get the armor swap though, and should be safe to reset. However, look at NRG. They are doing such a good job of controlling space and making sure their backs are clear. And having seen this fight take place, they know there is an opportunity, maybe not to kill C9 immediately, but if they can take one out, it makes the rest of their game moving forward so much more simple.
Yeah, one of them is watching the zone and the other two are just watching what's happening outside of the zone right now. But now they will get back together, regather and rethink and reapproach as now C9 approach from the skies. But again, NRG, they won't want to take this fight because they know there's still members of Shadow left.
They're going to have to take this fight because C9's still not safe where they find themselves. Drone's going to go out. Do they have the EMP available? Yes, they do. Chaotic, he's got an angle as well, but can't quite connect. But Sorcerer, again, is going to be the man with that Kraber who gets the opening knock, stays alive as well, and C9 have turned this fight completely on its head. It was looking like NRG would control this side of the zone, but C9 has something to say about it. Sorcerer's looking for more.
Sorcerer should be able to clean things up, which he does. NRG down in 12th. Shadow still survive, and Cloud9 will get to reset. You saw in the kill feed as well. Sorry, in the top feed, LG just respawned their third back into the game, right bang center of this zone. We've got 6 teams center zone right now, and you've got a few teams that are just surviving on the edge.
LG now taking a little bit of damage, though. You can see Legends Gaming sat inside of one of these pyramid buildings, but only a slither of safe ground to play from. They're going to have to make a rotate, and they're looking for a third-party opportunity. One team is just looking to fight. It's VKG, who find even more KP. SSE X-Ray are going to be eliminated, and finally VK Gaming, their game will end as well as we head in towards our end game now. Bleed Esports still overlooking all of this that's going down, by the way.
Yeah, Bleed Esports are going to have to push in, though, eventually. There are a few teams that could really make it a living hell for them as they approach, but Legends Gaming have been able to find a spot to work with. Still a rat from Shadow alive on the eastern side, by the way, and could maybe play a part. At the moment, his drone is playing the part in this final circle, or going to be a final circle. Exoclan still alive, dead center of this zone as well. Much to the appreciation of the crowd as Fnatic go down in 9th place.
How are going to pick up those eliminations himself. C9 now moving forward. They don't know that your boy Shadow is still alive, though, but this man with this Kraber, how many openings? It's the fight against TSM. He gets the first knock with this Kraber as Reps flew forward. The second one against NRG, where it felt like NRG had the advantage with the position. And now Sorcerer will slide down to his teammates. Naughty going to be the last one to alive, but they will now be safe as well.
This is where Bleed need to push up. Catwall goes down for Bleed on the other side as Cloud9, do they know there's a rat behind them? But this Kraber can certainly make a big difference as they approach. They are safe here, though, so they may not even have to push. It's about worrying about the rat behind.
All attention turns to one player. And for now, they can't quite find him. Bleed Esports, though, gonna have to hit the res, and will be able to. Newcastle allows them to reset momentarily, but it's Legends Gaming who are now looking to boost, looking to pressure. They had to rotate and were looking for a third-party opportunity. We were talking about a few moments ago. Shadow will be eliminated. The solo is gone on that east side, and now Legends Gaming looks to take advantage. Bleed Esports, they're gone as well.
Bleed go down, but it's another 7th place. It's good points from them, and it's been an amazing storm point from Bleed Esports, but someone else is going to take a victory here, you'd imagine. Legends, down below, are being watched over by LG, and maybe they can push up all together here. They do have a Watson Gen to work with. Once they get into zone, they don't want to use it just yet.
There's that mobile shield going down. It gives them a little bit of cover to move across this open ground towards that wall. Sorcerer again, by the way, in the kill feed. He's just found one more Kraber shot, and now he's peppering shots with those Mozambiques, and now he's trying to light the fire in the flames inside of that building.
Yeah, you do not want to be in here right now because there's no way you can go. It is fire everywhere, and then Mozam's on the
Wall goes
outside.
down,
But
though.
again, there is so much protection from the FA Kids right now.
Castle Wall goes down and shuts the door figuratively and literally on C9 being able to convert any more of those kills. Legends Gaming now trying to find a portal, and find a portal they do. Brilliant use of the race for them to find an escape route. C9 controlling some of the height that we do have available here. They still know they have to deal with FA Kids inside of the building. Drone's going to go out here for Sorcerer. Legends trying to find a few angles themselves. Pepper the teams that are going to be forced to engage in a few moments' time, but they might be able to wrap on C9 here. If C9 aren't careful and don't watch their backs, then Legends Gaming might be able to creep up behind them on their tippy toes and really catch them off guard.
6 teams left in a zone like this is so difficult to navigate. You take one wrong step, and you can get shredded as Cloud9 finally get in and take down FA
And
Kids.
the timing of that is so important as well, because the wrap was coming in from Legends Gaming. If that was a second later that they didn't manage to deal with FA Kids inside of that building, they would have just been shot in the back and eviscerated in our end game.
One
5
more
squads now
bullet,
remain.
by the way.
5
One more
squads.
bullet on the Kraber. And that could be the difference maker, because the zone is going to end just below where Cloud9 currently reside. ExoClan are now going to be above them. Legends Gaming down out to the east. How and LG down on the south. The castle wall's coming through, but it will allow LG to survive for now, but they need to start moving up.
Starting to just walk forward. You can see the problem they have is ExoClan up on that height. Rolling Thunder starts to come in. Sykes, oh my! The one clip of the havoc from him.
You got to keep it going. You got to keep it rolling as well. LG, they're just a little bit reluctant to poke out above because they know there's damage potentially from ExoClan on the other side here.
There's the wall. That's going to split this zone in half, and having got that knock, now is the time for LG to go in, and Sykes, he is doing so much damage for his team here. One more member to deal with for them. Gets shocked a little bit by that fence from the Watson. Sykes goes down as well. It's all out to Funk and LG, who had the advantage. They've got to deal with Swinny and Slayers. Slayer's still alive. ExoClan will be eliminated, as Wanagashi will come in to get the final member of LG.
Exo full, LG full, and Hal full. 2 squads remain in Cloud9. Can you see anything miraculous? Or will it be Legends Gaming off the plane and into a win as Strafing Flame and Easy Flash are back here in Mannheim?
It was worth the wait for Legends Gaming. As soon as the full lineup arrives, wins start to arrive just afterwards as well. What a crazy endgame that was, though. So many teams stacked up on each other. So many different compositions, which made it so difficult to read what other teams are going to do in and around you. We saw cat walls going down. We saw castle walls going down. But in the end, it was Legends who played the time perfectly and managed to get those final eliminations. C9, though, a big game for them, down one that they will certainly look back at potentially at the end of this set as one that really gave them some good points.
Legends Gaming with the Wraith as well. Nasty was playing the Wraith as the substitute because they wanted that composition. They wanted to practice it leading into it, and it made the difference. The portal allowed them to get out from the low ground there where they were very vulnerable. They would have had to climb. They would have probably been deleted by the likes of LG, but they find a position to work with thanks to that portal, and they get their first victory of this series on the board.
Well, they've got some work to do today, but let me tell you, Legends Gaming are certainly going to sleep well tonight. Great performance coming in from C9 in that previous game as well. Chaotic with some big moments in it. Sorcerer with some great shots as well. But it is, of course, Legends Gaming who will take all of the plaudits in that game number 3. Stormpoint is now done and dusted. And there is my son and your son. We are family men.
I am a father, and it is good to know.
I have just learned this.
And I'm happy about it. I'm going to be completely honest. Yeah. He looks great. Well, that's going to be all from us for now. Stormpoint was incredible. The analyst desk. Guys, take it away.
Oh, it's great, guys. Congratulations, by the way, as well to you, too, as we head back to the desk. Rain Day, joined by Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Minus Tempo yet again. Final circle. Chaotic, that's what we love in the ALGS, but that was to the nth degree. Really no idea who was going to win that game, Lauren, but it came down to a very interesting cat wall. Looked like it didn't quite work out for LG and EXO, who just extended that fight too long. But maybe the biggest story, Legends Gaming getting their full team back and coming back with a win.
Yeah, I think LG just took a little bit longer than they would have liked. I think they thought they could have gotten through that fight a little bit faster, and then they would have been able to move back outside the building and see if they could turn around and continue going back and forth with the rest of those teams. But like we heard the casters saying, we were wondering what was going to happen with Legends Gaming. We had Nasky and Amphy put them in a really solid position after their play yesterday. They just had a few more points they needed to make up here today to get themselves into that winner's bracket contention, able to pull out a win in match number 3. I mean, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, and you know, that's what I was talking to you about, alluding to the idea that you show up at 8:30 in the morning. You got to play like 4 hours later, at least arrive at the venue. You know, you're jet lagged. You've had to deal with all these things personally. But sometimes that means you just don't worry about all the fluff that can get distracting in a moment like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Legends went through enough that they knew where they had to come into this tournament. Luckily, like I said, you know, Nasky put them in a great spot, and I think the adrenaline probably just kicked in as soon as they landed. They were like, you know, we showed up a little late. Yeah, it's time to go. They got off that plane. We're like, we're heading right to the venue. It's one of those things where your heart's already racing. It's like, it's time to go to work. You showed up for a reason. And everyone prepared for this for one big thing, and that's why they're here, and they're happy to be here and showing up already.
Maybe going to turn into a bigger story now, because 3 weeks ago they were the story. They had some moments that will live in Apex history, and now they continue their winning ways. Not top damage, that's C9, Naughty, Chaotic Much, and Saucer, who you mentioned, Eric, showing up real big time here, second place overall. How, also the ones who came in off that LGXO fight to clean them up, and it would be, of course, Legends Gaming who would win. But Tempo, your thoughts? Bleed Esports, you know, that NA representative, that combination of Shubi knocked and dropped, figuring it out early here after 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's really good for them. They were, prior to this match, they were at the 80-point mark, so they didn't really have too much that they needed to do in order to qualify for the winner's bracket. But obviously, the really important thing is not that you only qualify for winner's bracket, but that you place high because you want that POI seeding.
Yeah.
If you come into winner's bracket in 20th place, it is going to be a rough game for you, right? Because you're going to have an okay POI, and then you're going to have a really bad POI on the other map. So it's going to be hard. So lead, pulling out the lead really early here is extremely good for them.
And as we go into the final circles, you bring up a great point that it is seeded. So while it looks like Na'Vi, job's done, we get 100 points or something like that in our last set, dropping only 6 points here, it does start to potentially hurt where you end up. And that is where you're going to choose your POI drafts from. But Lauren, let's start with you. Game 4, obviously, NRG, an early win in Pylon. This is a team a lot of people rooting for. It bodes well for them starting strong.
Yeah, and this is one of those teams that we had talked about, a team that we talked about at, I can't even count how many lands at this point. And they were a team and we knew could get it done, wanted to see how they were going to kind of handle this series here today. And starting off with a win is exactly what NRG needed to do. They want to make sure they're pushing themselves up into that top 20, not even worrying about being on the bubble. And this was a really solid performance. Also a team that performs well when they would start getting that snowball under their belt, so they don't have to worry about second guessing their performances here. So this was something that I was very happy to see out of NRG. It was a zone that boded well for where they dropped based off what they had to rotate into. But in the end here, that was what they needed.
Yeah, and this was a game that a lot of teams were coming in late. It was South Zone, saw a lot of northern rotations. Navi was in there, VK Gaming came across. They interrupted that rotation, but NRG played from a pretty easy spot. Tonight, game 2, it was all Bleed.
Yeah, so Bleed actually, right before this happened, they rezzed their teammate in the back of the rocks, and they were watching all this happening. They ended up taking out LG, who went to the roof, and instantly dropped, made a great play call. Instead of playing that fence line, where they end up in their final fight, they ended up taking roof, noticing that the zone was going to end right under them, and then they were able to just pick these teams as they're running out. A team actually wrapped their back, took their fence line where they originally were, and then Bleed was able to drop down. They got all these kills. They have all this cover right here, and the other team ended up getting trapped behind the wall. And honestly, I'm really happy for this team. I played with these guys a little bit, and I know how badly they wanted it. And the knocked dropped duo is great, and I'm super happy to see Shubi back on the stage, because that kid is a freak of nature.
Honestly, he was doing so well with that E8 iteration of Shubi and Zach, and it's now one of those things where it feels like they found the right fit. The other thing that might be the right fit, we're seeing a lot of crypto, not on Bleed. They're running Catalyst, Newcastle, and Bangalore. Tempo, you've had a chance to see these through scrims, guys iterating here and there, but I honestly like this more defensive approach. You lose out on the scan, but it gives you something else at the end game.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely playing towards a little bit more comfort than going with the meta when everyone is running that crypto, but playing off meta is definitely the play when you're one of the very few teams that are doing it. You have certain advantages that everyone else doesn't, right? Everyone's running crypto, so yeah, they have that scan, they have that crypto EMP for engagements and things like that, but they do miss out on a lot of other things in that case.
Kind of like what Shadow are doing with Revenant. They can be a little bit more offensive while you're giving up a lot with it. May not be a full pick. You can see how it can pop off, and sometimes people just don't have the firepower to respond to that.
Yeah, the Rev plays have been very, very fun to see, and I hope we get to see more of that in these next few days.
Well, Legends Gaming off to a great start. It was game 3 that they would turn up the heat as well. What a great story from them. Obviously, tons of travel these last few weeks, showing up today, and Nasky and Anthony substituting in yesterday for Player K and Strafing Flame, who have made it. Now they are back in business. What an exciting time to be here. Crowd filling up as well. Laura and I were just talking. It must be like time to get off work by now. It's about 4 o'clock for us, but it's been great. Everyone has been very, very excited to be here, and we are excited to start switching things up as well. World's Edge, Group A versus D. Let's go the other way around. Tempo, I'm going to start with you. Looking at these picks, who stands out? Who got the better end of the deal?
Obviously, TSM with that first pick in this group. Skyhook West.
I'll set you up.
Everyone has been picking, with the exception of maybe a very few select teams, if they've had that first pick in their specific group, they have always taken Skyhook West. Just because of the amount of loot that you come out with and the rotations just being a lot more comfortable. There are very few teams that have shied away from that. And yeah, it shows. TSM, first pick, Skyhook West. And honestly, I think on World's Edge specifically, there are probably about 4 or 5 very strong POIs. Outside of that, you have the middle tier POIs, which you're going through right now, like Tree, Countdown, Fissure. Those are all based on now comfort. And then obviously towards the end of the POI draft on World's Edge, you have that, what's left? What can we play where we're comfortable with playing with the teams that are already around us, right? Because you're not only looking at the POI itself, but you're looking at who is surrounding us when we pick these POIs, and are they going to be a problem when we're trying to make our rotates, or are they just going to run right at us, that kind of thing.
That's a great point as well. Sometimes it's the story that once the POIs are picked, it starts to tell you. What are you reading from taking a look at that map, Snipe?
Honestly, I'm looking at NRG. I think that team, I'm as happy as I am for Knock and Fun. I think I'm happiest for Reptar because he obviously has had some rough time. A lot of people have been giving him a rough time as well, and I've talked to him, and I've played with him a lot. And to see that team performing, I hope that they continue that because that team is also going to be all momentum. They've really missed out on a couple finals, and hoping to see them back in it would be a great thing for this.
By the way, you had a costume change. They didn't clear that with me on broadcast. What's going on here?
Yeah, so I'm a huge Nessie fan. Apparently, they know that. I was, giving some forehead kisses to this guy up here in the back of the room.
Yeah, Shaheen took a picture of you.
Yeah, he did. He's posting that in the group chat, so that's some funny stuff. But yeah, if you're looking to get one of these, right here on the second floor, they got some cool, sweatshirts, T-shirts, and some pins that you can add onto some flair.
Awesome. QR code on your screen. Just open your phone. You probably already have it open at this point in our day and age, and just use that QR code to go ahead and grab it. It's a limited edition one. If you've seen in LA, if you've seen in London or Birmingham, or Birmingham, as my friend We the People says, it's always different and interesting. And having this collection, it's going to be fun after the years of Apex Legends go by to be able to point to each event. So make sure you open that QR code on your phone or on your browser and go ahead and grab your Nessie hoodie. Speaking of peeps and speaking of winners, Legends Gaming was the hot topic there, but we got some other winners in the building, especially at our 1v1 booth. Peeps?
What up, everybody? I am here in front of the 1v1 booth, and I got my guy Timmy right here. Dude's got a crown. He's got the fire shirt. So listen, you told me this is your second LAN, right? Can you, one more time, sorry.
Happens.
Yeah, I know, man. What up, everybody? I am here with Timmy, an Apex fan. We're in front of the 1v1 booth right now where the 1v1 matches are going down. Timmy, talk to me about the Apex LAN experience.
It is definitely a different eye-opener. I went to the one in Birmingham and it just felt absolutely insane. Like the crowd hearing everyone cheer. I think this one's even better. Listening to the EXO fans yesterday just scream constantly. The moment they came on screen, it's so fun. All the stuff and the activities, it's cool. Me and everyone, and just see, just talking about Apex.
It's an insane thing, and I saw that you were with some friends as well. Just meeting up, like everybody games. Another thing about the EXO fans, there's going to be about 200 of them in the finals. All right, so that's going to be insane. But I don't see a jersey. I don't see some team merch. Who are you rooting for here?
So unfortunately, I ordered my Moist jersey, so it's gonna be back home once I'm there. But I'm rooting for Moist. My friend is a full Alliance fan. He's constantly just looking at me every time they fought yesterday. But honestly, Moist came out on top, so it's fine.
I mean, Moist looked absolutely unstoppable. I will say, they're doing a meet and greet with Moist and Alliance right there. So you guys better get in line for that as well after.
Yesterday, I was in the meet and greet yesterday for Moist, so I'm going to go with him for the Alliance one, just to rub it in his face a little bit.
All right, well, you heard it here from one of the Apex's #1 fans. We will see you guys here in Mannheim, Germany.
It's always fun seeing the interactions at the venue and in Mannheim. What a beautiful location, Lauren. It's been fun just interacting, as always, with fans. We got a meet and greet, and we have a tailgate going on Sunday before our show match and before the actual final. So many great things here in the arena.
I mean, I feel like we might need to get, okay, maybe minus Snipe and Graceful, but we might need to get the talent team up there for some 1v1s and see where everybody kind of falls.
Ooh, you know, that could get a little hurtful. That could get a little hurtful.
You guys brought me here. You can't not include me.
Yeah, that's right.
I am talented.
Okay, I'll take revenge.
We got to be respectful. Tempo wants to get in there as well.
I'm definitely in on this.
Well, you're not a talent member unless you've like versed Vicky in something, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's any other game or Apex 1v1s, you got to get in there. That's kind of how we start things off. You know, it's been great also looking at just the variety of teams performing regionally. You kind of mentioned that, Snipe, as well. It looked like we had 4 different regions represented in top 4. But just, you know, previewing each of those lasers, teams like that, we really have seen a little bit of an unpredictable run between who's been successful here. Kind of adding to this question, the part 2 I really want you to answer is, we've also seen unpredictable lobbies. I think going back to our first series today, it was a little more passive, and you could play these zones a little easier. It feels like this lobby particularly, very aggressive, teams making plays that are throwing things into kind of the blender so that you can't really go with just your first plan. You got to have plan B, C, and D.
Yeah, I think that comes down to a lot of the meta shift with the characters, and it's going to change, and every region is going to be a lot different. You know, you have Pro League, where some regions are going to play a lot more passive. You have North America, which is aggressive, and then when you combine all that together, it really is about all the prep leading up to this LAN and making sure that you're taking the practice as serious as possible. So I think these teams right now have done a good job, and seeing all these different regions represent at the top is a testament to how quickly the best teams can adapt to new metas.
Is it desperation, too, Lauren, as I look at this? Sometimes you get to the position where you know, I've got to make a play, and whether this is a good plan or not, I've got to make something happen. Otherwise, where I'm at is not going to be good enough.
And, you know, we've seen that happen in past tournaments, especially when it was about staying alive when it comes to that elimination portion of the bracket. Sometimes teams have to try and go big or go home literally in those moments. Right now, I think what we're seeing is people are trying to push for that aggression, not only to avoid the elimination bracket, but for the first time ever, every kill counts, every single point matters. So they need to try and push themselves not only to be in the stage of the competition they want to be at, but then once they get in there, they still don't want to be at the bottom of it. They're looking for that seeding as well.
Right, there's so many elements to this. It's really a new version of our playoffs before, especially just with the POI draft, but the seeding of the POI draft, it adds another element to it. And if you want to talk about other elements, well, on Sunday, yes, we have our match point finals, but we also have a straight shot revival show match. If you were with us in LA, we had a fun one. It was great. We brought all the voice actors out at the end of it as a special treat. Not saying we're going to do that again, but we might have some prizes for the winners. Content creators from all different countries will be playing and representing, as well as some possible qualified members from here. You might see some familiar faces in our Straight Shot Revival show match. I'll be hosting that alongside Lauren, and it'll be at 1 to around 1:30 our start time on Sunday, right before our match point finals. And of course, match point finals, that's where the action is. But you got to get there too as well. Stakes to be set yet again. To reiterate, we are going into our final moments for these teams to play in those group stages. This is A versus D last chance, C versus B after that. And so where you end with those points, we're going to finally send you into winners, or we are going to send you into a chance tomorrow to be eliminated. Tempo, obviously not easy to be on sometimes either sides of those winners. Where you definitely want to end up, though, even if you feel a little comfortable, you have to get yourself going again. That's the best spot to be.
Yeah, and I mean, today is the day to do it because obviously no one gets eliminated from today's games. So like Lauren said, today is where you go big or go home type thing, right? Because even if you miss your swing, you'll end up in lower bracket tomorrow, which means you still have another shot and you can end up playing a little bit more passively there. But today, you're just aiming for that winner's bracket so that you have an extra chance just in case you place in the bottom 10.
I know you want to stay unbiased here, but we got you on the desk. You obviously spend a lot of time, when you're not behind the scenes here, hanging out with TSM squad as well. I mean, just energetically, the feeling of the boys, the vibe. How do you feel things are here? Obviously, split to their first official ALGS LAN without Hal, this new iteration.
I think vibes are high. Obviously, Verhulst has his entire family out here, right? And they've been ecstatic. It's been crazy. So vibes are high. Yeah, they're not doing the best right now, but they were already in a position to qualify into winners bracket. So now it's just a matter of collecting enough points to get that higher seeding so that, yeah, if we can wind up somewhere in the top 10 after today's games, then we're okay.
Step by step in the right direction. I love to see it. Well, thanks for the insight as well. We're going to send you on a very quick break. When we come back, we are going to begin our final 3 games of A versus D to see who makes that winner's bracket and who is heading towards elimination. Our last of 2 more sets that will determine who is going into winners finals and who will be threatened with going home. This journey, split 2, will be coming to an end for them. Rainday, Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and of course Minus Tempo joining us again. And as you can barely hear me here, because I know it is so loud, I can barely hear myself, I do want to let you know there is something hype happening. Our first ever live POI draft is coming up later tonight. We will actually be bringing 2 favorites, you might know them, Nice Wig and Greek, onto the desk to join me and Graceful as we go through the process of what the live POI draft is behind the scenes for these players. It's pretty exciting. And you know what, Temple, you've probably been a part of one of these, or at least seen. Have you experienced it? What's it like? Is it it emotional? Are they yelling at each other? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, when we've been doing POI drafts for scrims behind the scenes, it's always been really funny. You have teams trying to scare each other out of POIs.
Right.
Because, hey, if you land here, we're always going to go to that other one right next to you, and we're going to land on you regardless of what you do. So the banter between the teams and the players has been a lot of fun. There's a lot of things that viewers don't get to see, but I hope they get to see here when we do the live draft right now, or at the end of the day. Sorry.
Well, I hope they don't get to see everything, because at the end of the day, some of those chats, they are not viewer appropriate for this event. But you can see what is appropriate. The EXO Clan chats. And this just reminds me so much of great sporting events. I love that Apex has got this passion coming into it as we are still a little bit on a break. I want to start talking about those teams quickly as we have a bit of a delay happening on stage. We'll get you right back into the action when we can. Thanks for bearing with us. Fnatic, this is a team that is one of those teams I think we always expect a lot for. APAC North has had a storyline coming into it that they're the reigning champions. I mean, we got to put respect on their name. While the reigning champions may not be here due to some wild roster swaps that resulted in them not qualifying, Fnatic up until that moment has been the king, the champion for APAC North. Tempo, they're playing pretty well in this series so far, but they have yet to really hit that next gear, I think, to make them a favorite again. How are you feeling about this team?
I had a chance to hear about their story behind the scenes prior to today, and they are doing okay in this block right now, but they are definitely not happy with their performance. They feel like coming out of APAC North, they were kings, right?
Yeah.
And they feel like that is how they should be performing here at LAN as well, regardless of being combined in with the other regions. And I agree with that, right? They are unbelievable. And honestly, I just think it'll take some time to get their engine running, but
Yeah.
I think they will be making it into that final or winners bracket, and then they will be able to perform in the final Sunday.
And they've always found a way. That's the thing. It's hard to bet against that team. A team like Na'Vi may be performing really strong, got some people switching, but now you can see, is the consistency there to last? We'll find more out about that, but what we have been always focusing on is the big names that come into here, and one of the biggest names in Apex, it's LG Sweet, right? And this LG team with Funk and with Sykes, Snipe, I know you kind of root for them, and it's hard not to root for them. They're great guys. Talk to me about this team, the potential they've got going all the way. Sweet maybe running into that first chance to get his championship.
Yeah, I actually had the pleasure to team with Sweet, and him teaching me pretty much how to play Battle Royales was massive. And so him having the team that he has right now and it evolving over time is, it's fun to see, and it's amazing to see how much pressure that he's taken and become cemented himself as one of the greatest IGLs. It's also hilarious that we talked about the POI draft, because I was talking to Sykes on day one about their drafts, and they were saying that, so SSG, for example, has always gone Climatizer. That's been their spot. And Sykes was like, we told them straight up, we called their bluff that they weren't going to contest us, because we saw Climatizer contested by Falcons and SSG at EWC, and they both just kind of ran away from each other. LG was like, they're not going to do that again. We're going to call their bluff, take Climatizer, and now they ended up on both maps with one of the best POIs. So it's pretty cool to see those mind games done, and I can't wait to see how they evolve later, too.
It's going to be fun. You mentioned this story. I want to bring it up about Sweet and his IGLing style. You said it was so easy for you, to play, because he would not just tell you what's happening now. He'd tell you what every other team was going to do, and he'd tell you what you guys were going to do 3 steps ahead, 3 plays ahead. Talk about just his specific style of kind of almost describing the end game, truth seeing before, and making it so much easier for guys to go out and frag and do their job.
Yeah, I mean, for me, for example, like I said, I had no BR experience. I didn't know how to rotate. I didn't know how to do anything. And his micromanagement is better than probably anyone else in the game. He makes it just so easy to lay out the plan. He does it 2, 3 steps ahead. This team's going to do this, this, and this. And he'll say, if they do this, then we have to make this play. And I think the biggest testament is how good of a rat that he is in these games.
It's unbelievable.
Because when he's on his own, he sees the game completely differently. He's the best rat. He gets points that he can't. And if his teammates could just be glued to his hip when he was playing, I feel like they would get to end games nonstop. But having to manage, and then it happens so fast in his head that he has to do something. One of his teammates might get picked, but he still is able to get his team those extra points that matter so much.
Just in that last game as well, he was doing the same thing. Lauren, it's hard to ignore the screaming, crowd behind, Exo Clan. They've got a big story coming into this. Slayers and K-Swinny, a duo that's pretty much been one of the longest standing duos in the game. Joined by Feuda. What's their chances looking like, especially with the passion of the crowd supporting them here?
We talked about this a little bit yesterday as well, but the vibes and the mental reset that a support system like this in the crowd can bring to a team is truly unmatched, because we know how good Exoclan can be as a trio. Right now, they're not where they want to be when it comes to overall standings, but switching on over to a new map could potentially, hopefully, open up some opportunities for them. It will be tough, though. They are dropping at Mirage, and they're surrounded by quite a few good squads right now. They've got Na'Vi in the area, Legends Gaming in the area, Fennel, Bleed down at Thermal, so it's going to be a tough drop for them, but if they can figure something out, maybe get a zone pull or two in their direction and make a safe rotation, they can easily bring this back in their favor. They're a squad that, as long as they get into a good groove, could easily make it into winners.
Yeah, and I kind of like this for K-Swinney. The French fans always following him. EXO now being represented. When it was E6, they would have one of the largest fan bases as well, alongside Vex, and obviously our supporters from Dreamfire, who always make it to our land. China always showing up here at Apex to show out for their fans. Fuda zoning out there maybe a little bit. Just thinking
no,
about,
he's
thinking
locking
about dinner.
in. He's locking in.
I think he's thinking about dinner, to be fair. And he had to come back as well. Hey, you know what? What does this do? And like, guys, what does this do? A reset? Like, sometimes the reset to the map gives you a little energy, but sometimes the reset, the extra pause, it takes the momentum away from a team that's been performing well. It helps another team jump in and kind of, Timbo, like we were talking about, hit that next gear like Fnatic. Navi, a team a lot of people expected to do well. 6 points. This kind of break, this kind of map switch, it could do well to get them back going.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you haven't been playing how you want previously, then not only the bigger break, but the map change also can lead to a hey, let's reset as a team, talk, get out of our funk right now, and then lock in kind of thing. And some teams really work well with that.
Yeah.
Others work really well on momentum, so then switching maps could kill that vibe.
Right.
Especially if this was a map that you picked a POI on afterwards, right? On the return for the second set of POI drafts.
That's a great point, and it kind of also leads me to just not really the reset of what we've seen in terms of these teams, but the reset of this meta so fast. And now we've kind of seen it for a day, now a day and a half professionally. We know Akimbo has got by far the most kills than any other weapon in the game. Straight from the Havoc to the Akimbo Mozambiques. That's okay. It's a change, but kind of where does your mind take you when you look at this meta? Have you found anything that you're thinking behind the scenes? Like, if I was up there, I'd be doing this tonight, because obviously we've seen it played one way. There's the Catalyst that's differing from the Crypto a little bit. The Revenant. What are you liking so far that teams are experimenting with outside of the norm that we're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of when teams go against the norm, because we've seen it when one character gets played while every other one is using the same comp, that character can be showcased in a different light. Like when Pathfinder was being like picked slowly, totally. Now it's a main character that everyone is choosing on these teams, the ability to rotate across the map. Everyone decided, oh, that's smart. And now we're seeing Pathfinders and Revenants coming out. We saw Legends Gaming rock the Wraith. I know Designpool was proud of that.
Yeah.
But to get a first place of that character, it's just when you can break the meta and shift from it, I think that's when you can showcase how good of a talent you are. When it comes to weapons, you kind of have to play with the meta. I mean, the double Mozambiques had, I think it was 292 kills compared to the next highest, which was the Hemlock and the Nemesis at 84 and 80. The damage is actually right there at the same, but when it comes to finishing players, it's the Mozambiques, and there's really no other choice to use.
Yeah, and we've talked about this too, and I like the dev decision. I think things need to come out to be played, right? And we've talked about this as well. Kimbo certainly getting its played, whether it gets tuned down, whether it stays the same, other things get tuned up, different conversation. But Lauren, I'll kind of pose the same question to you. What are you liking that might be off kilter so far from the teams that are experimenting? And they might be experimenting in the wrong way. They have no idea what they're doing, and they're just trying something different. But some teams like the Pathfinder, which Furia are implementing in and taking out one of those important picks that we're seeing of the Cat, the Bang, or the Newcastle. What's your favorite? What's your standout?
It's not off kilter. I am just so happy to see Newcastle back in the meta. I think the addition of all of the gold items after that bin reset stacked on top of what Newcastle can bring to the table, the res with the additional shield. I mean, he is such a necessity, I feel like. And we've seen how many times now in just the last day and a half how clutch the res alone is, not only being able to stick the res, but move away, disengage a little bit from these situations, get back behind cover. And if you have that gold, get that instant health reset as well. I mean, he is, for me, such a pleasant addition to what we're seeing right now.
I mean, you know, we looked at Apex in this way, is where we've seen defensive characters have their moments to shine, whether it's Caustic, whether it's Gibraltar. But one of the things that scared Gibraltar away, and he's never come back, is when Seer was released, and you could basically silence and stop healing and reses within that bubble. that kind of put away some of the shield meta when you think about it. Shields weren't really used until now. Newcastle has gotten so many significant but small buffs over time. Shield movement, shield health, the defensive utility of a shield. Maggie ball bounces back. Seer going out of the meta that now it really might be the time for shield characters to take over. I think this is one of those things where it's maybe a happy set of circumstances, Lauren, that's put them in this mix.
Yeah, and we not only see what it does defensively for them, but it also is a dual wield defensive situation because it's allowing them to take up space when we have those more open final circles. If you're looking at the storm points as well, you think you might not have any cover, you throw it on your Newcastle wall, and now you've got a little bit of space to play with it. We also saw how that can kind of work well with the invisible crypto.
Right.
We'll start to see some more chaos with the invisible crypto, which was super fun. I mean, that
was a play
want
to remember.
See.
That was a play to remember. Madness the other day, sitting in the water, just hands-off controller and keyboard snipe. But that's the beauty of Apex. No matter what, you're going to get different metas. We are making a resurgence for some characters, some new characters entering into it, but you're going to have that process of moving into metas. And for those who are listening to us talk a little bit about that, we appreciate you guys. We're still working on that delay, but one of the things that's no delay, it's the noise. These crowds are making. Exoclan specifically, we've got Peep standing by with someone from the crowd.
What's going on, everybody? I am here with Lennis. Dude, so you told me you're from Germany, right? How does it feel having an ALGS in your home country?
It's honestly awesome. Like, I've wished for this. Like, I've heard about like the plans from Barcelona or Paris. My friend and I were planning on flying there. I mean, it's in Germany, it's even better now. And honestly, the atmosphere is great here, like from the Exoclan fans, Na'Vi fans, TSM fans, VKG fans too. Like, that's awesome. And I just love being here.
Absolutely. So, who are you rooting for? Because I don't see some team merch on right now.
Yeah, I'm rooting for NRG. I mean, I love Raptor. He's like the best Apex player in all time. Complexity too. I really like the roster with Lou. It's really like the OG vibes. And those are my two favorite teams, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. So if Complexity and NRG were listening in right now, what do you want to say to the boys?
Honestly, I just wish them so much luck right now. I want to see them win. It's going great so far, in my opinion. And that's basically what I got to say. I hope they win. I hope they take it up. And yeah.
All right, well, you heard it here from my guy, Lennis, German native here in Mannheim. Guys, that's it. Desk, back to you.
Seeds of Exo, they're excited. Mr. Nasky just walked into the building there as well. He's a fan today. He was on stage yesterday playing, and that's always exciting to see. Listen, when you've got fans, you've got support, and that support means so much in so many different ways. And we've seen that from our players who have support, whether it's Falcons, Papa Jim Burton, who's showing up to every single event with Mama Jim Burton as well, hanging out, relaxing, and supporting that team, or whether it's some news stories of new family making their way all across the world to say, we've got your back, don't worry, you're going to do fine. Let's talk a little bit about that story that we mentioned with Jamie Levine, Mr. Blast, and his sister Charlotte.
You go from this world of just sitting in your room playing games.
things. Listen, we forget at times, you know, we're looking through a screen all the time at what these players have to go through, and it feels distant from our personal lives, our parents, our brothers, our sisters, our kids, the ones we love. But that's what drives us. That's why they're playing in those booths for a life that is bettered. And Snipe, you've done this position before. You've been here. How does it feel to have, whether it's been a lack of support or that moment that you are completely supported and the impact that can have on your play?
Yeah, so for me, actually, at the beginning of my career, I've been doing this for 16 years competing. And at the start, my parents were not very fond of it. They were very concerned with the way I was taking my life. And they loved seeing something that I was passionate about. And I proved to them, I took on more work. I got better grades in school. I did more chores around the house. I did everything I could to showcase that I can do more than just this. And for them, at first, they weren't really trying to be that much of a part of it. But then, you know, my parents and my grandparents were showing up at tournaments, and having their support was amazing. As well as on top of that, they got to see me. I was a shy kid. I used to be a very shy kid in high school. And, you know, Blast is even up there talking about how he was insecure on controller and didn't know if he could compete with the best, to, during that same video, saying that he truly believes that they're a team that could win the whole tournament. And my parents seeing me, like, break out of my shell while competing and doing something I love and being on this stage and talking to, you know, people publicly with the mic in my face and doing these public interviews and, you know, being in the spotlight was one of the coolest things in gaming. As long as I've done it, has become a huge part of me, shaped me and my personality. And a lot of my teammates are to, you know, thank for that. I mean, me teaming with, you know, T-Squared and Elamite and kind of thinking them as like older brothers when I first started, it was very humbling and cool for me to be a part of that. And I look back and cherish it all.
You know, and that's the thing I always love to highlight it, whether it's Fnatic's parents traveling in LA to see them. My parents, my family were there in LA. That's my hometown. I mean, these moments that you get to see family show up, they're happening. They're behind the scenes, though, oftentimes. So, Lauren, being able to kind of see that story, we played it earlier, but playing it one more time again, it was phenomenal to see. I know, Tempo, I'm sure you have plenty of stories as well, but we don't have time for them. I know we will get there maybe later on, but thank you so much on the desk. Thank you, everyone in the audience, for your patience. Thank you for everyone watching at home as well for waiting and hanging with us. Hopefully it was interesting. We are loading in right now as we speak to continue our final 3 games. We've teased you enough. I think it is time to get going over to our casters. So let match 4 begin.
Let's do it, Rain Day. Look, hear me out. If we were going to wait any longer, Dia was over here challenging me to a push-up contest, which I don't know if you know anything about this, man. That is a very dangerous contest that I'm not going to win. So thank God we are moving back to World's Edge. I'm ready. Dia's ready. Well, the crowd's ready.
There are only so many things that I can go through in my mind before eventually physical exercise has to enter the conversation. And as you say, fortunately for our teams who don't have that option available to them, who are staying seated in between these matches, they've managed to get into the game. They've managed to get things going, and it could not have happened any sooner. This does look like a great start, of course, on World's Edge. As we discussed just before the halftime break of this series, these are the last games that groups A and D will play before the elimination rounds.
Which is really exciting for Legend to already come in with their very first win into the back half on World's Edge, knowing that Strafing Flame and Easy Flash just hopped off a plane and straight into World's Edge. And as we finally pull up this zone and kind of where we're pulling to, a southern one, such an uncharacteristic zone for, you know, you and I, right? We typically hail from the north, but going towards Stacks and Big Mod.
This was really the delay. They were adjusting the zone algorithm's reaction to Spider Tiff. And thank God they did, because moving down into the south, like you said, will give us a very different look at the game. But a team that has given us a different look, that team that we teased earlier, Legends, who just picked up their first win, how will they approach it, and how are they faring after a Game 3 win? Let's find out with the Legends listening.
Level 2.
I'm leaving garden, but sure.
Someone's on it right now.
Well, dance on there. Just let him walk past. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Just walk. You guys can walk right side here, I think.
Oh, we went on down.
Yeah, just start walking. You have to hit beacon. Maybe just hit beacon now, Mark.
Yeah.
Fire, we take space on right here, maybe. Oh my, you
Careful there, my back.
You're not on vids, yeah?
Oh. Yeah, I know.
You're not gonna hit the
Am I
cash?
crouching? No, it's No, no
I'll
squad
grab
here.
cash. I'll grab cash. Evac behind us.
Okay.
Oh, is that ahead of us? Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's ahead of us. They're evac.
Just walk towards the evac. Walk towards evac.
Yeah, maybe we can hit it.
Look, I love jumping into the comms because it really lets you set up the feel for what that vibe is looking like, especially after that match 3 victory for them and kind of having a little bit of that pause in between to jump back into things. They are going to need to just kind of see how that energy keeps going.
One of the really nice things that I noticed in the comms as well is that Legends, despite being finally reunited as a team, despite the pressure being on them as they enter the final games before elimination, they're not picking fights too early. They're not trying to push themselves to their mechanical limit and are instead focusing on good, clean, solid Apex Legends, something that they became very well known for regionally that they haven't had the chance to show off nearly as much internationally. They did let Fnatic rotate ahead of them, and now look how far Fnatic has come, all the way to the eastern side of the map, sitting outside of Mod, not even in Mod proper. They believe this zone is going deep into the Mod area of the map.
Yeah, this is a lot interesting of a place for someone to kind of nestle themselves in, especially if you got a couple rogue fuses in the lobby, like ALGS, Space Station. If you're going to be throwing that all the way over there, a couple knuckle clusters and some nade spams, you're not feeling too safe over there. But I love that they were able to go that far south, specifically from Monument. But we turn our attention to EXO, and hey, some incoming Arc Stars can make that stun be a little aggressive. The wall comes in and we bunker ourselves in.
This reminds me of that meme back when Catalyst was meta that came out about the casters. Every time the Catalyst wall goes up, casters, what a wall. And I looked at that castle wall and in my head I went, what a wall. Because the way that EXO have positioned themselves, it's honestly pretty passive. But you know what else it is? Really freaking safe. Nades aren't making it through that. Nobody is making it through that, as pushing into a position like that vault is a no-win situation for a team like FA Kids, who did, to their credit, walk on by and start moving towards launch site. An interesting negative rotate in the context of this game, where most teams are piling into stacks, into Mod. FA Kids saw a fight, tried to pick it, didn't work, and now they're just sort of wandering around towards the south, something that I don't see working out in their favor unless they try and dominate high ground, leaving Dome.
I do see a rogue EMP out there in the back, but you know, I thought of another meme. The cat that's like, what they doing over there, right? If you're gonna like literally bunker yourself in, like, we know because the energized wall, you can't throw projectiles from the front, but Space Station Gaming, a lot of our picks here for this series, sitting on 13 points, and well, you've got the high ground here, and considering they should be very familiar with this area, they're actually playing from launch site, but in earlier iterations, we saw them play from stacks, getting big Mod and Dome, so knowing that if it is going to pull towards this area, we want the height of construction. But we haven't seen a stack zone in a very long time. Well, a couple in scrims, but just think of how populated this area is going to get. There's going to be a team that's going to move into at least 2 of them down in this area.
And quite rightly, SSG play a slow game, as many teams in stacks will want to do. The difference between SSG and many of the other squads in this lobby is that Space Station are essentially a lock for the winner's bracket tomorrow. Every point is working in their favor, of course, as it'll push them with higher priority in the POI draft that'll be coming up after these games. But the pressure is off in many ways because they already know that they will have a double chance at qualifying into the finals. A team like Na'Vi, in a similar boat, have made their way in quite quickly. And while this series may not be going the best for Na'Vi, well, sitting in 4th place before the series even started will also mean that they should be joining Space Station in winners.
Yeah, a bit of a rubber band effect, right? You go so dominating in that prior series and maybe haven't had too much luck here, but one team that has is Bleed, and now going up against TSM. When you have Bleed at the helm, Raven their coach, having previously worked with Reps and Verhulst, it can create an interesting, fun dynamic. And now that you've got Big E, as I've seen so many signs in the crowd, you're just looking for that information. They already expended the Dark Veil out towards the left, but trying to get off that high ground and take this fight, you never really want to overextend been too far, especially when you got a minute 30 on the clock, and we still have a long way to go.
And I gotta say, I like the way Bleed thinks. They try and see what could go on with the fight, and TSM's high ground, I'll say, looks too good. Now Bleed have got themselves an advantage, because even though this fight hasn't happened, Bleed have the priority rotate ahead of TSM and could very well capitalize on that and create an advantageous fight later on. VKG sat deep in zone, have got plenty of sustain going on, and taking a look at the map, they are not the only ones. So many teams are piled into zone. Take a look, however, at the north side of Mod, where Noctum Scan have set up to gatekeep teams that are coming from Geyser. Same can be said of Legends Gaming, positioning out towards the western side, and ExoClan down, still hanging out around the vault. These are going to be your teams, along with FA Kids, who you can barely see over at Dome, who will almost single-handedly decide who lives and who dies when we approach Zone 3 and beyond.
Well, especially with ExoClan, you rightly pointed them out. We saw their bunker, but knowing that you can exit towards the main area of stacks, or you can dive down through that choke point and push towards FA Kids, and EXO is spread out looking at every single exit. All FA Kids has to do is kind of maybe extend out into that choke, find one off guard, and by the time that ExoClan's kind of regained, that could be the end of them.
And I can't help but wonder, when Fnatic rotated so early on into the deepest part of Mod, how well did they predict this zone? They are sat right at the cutoff. Will they go to winners? Will they go to losers? It depends on how well they do within this series. It really depends on how well they're able to predict these last 3 zones. I can't help but wonder and wait and find out exactly how accurate they've been, how much Apex Legends they have studied in order to get here versus how much they're relying on their mechanical skill to get them out of a pickle.
Well, a team that studied a ton of Apex and has some pretty nice mechanical skill right here, TSM. That former kind of run in there with Bleed, they both went their separate ways, but it gave Bleed that advantage, like you said, on the timing, as we're still moving through Siphon here, but with good time. But thinking of where we're going to actually end up when it comes towards stacks. Do we play through the actual main stacks? Do we want to go around Big Mod? And speaking of late timing, Luminosity over in Geyser, and we have SSE X-Ray across the way.
And Luminosity do know that the game isn't ending here. They're not under any illusions. They have next ring scan. They know they must go south. It's going to be a matter of timing, as Luminosity are not forced to move yet, and instead can choose to pick fights, collect a little bit of KP, as it looks that Sweet is angling to do. They are in here with SSE X-Ray. No other teams in Geyser at all.
Well, there goes the mother load. Okay, keep your eyes on that. Sykes does have the EMP in pocket. If we could connect this, maybe stun up and look for an angle to take that, but we're kind of just splitting on up as SSE X-Ray is. The 1v1's on the right. You can see Sweet there challenging on the high ground with Luo. And then the other members are just trying to put that pressure on Sykes, forcing him back to focus on getting that bat off.
Where did that Bloodhound scan come from? Wait, like in this economy? Where is Bloodhound? I just saw a Bloodhound scan. I know it's somewhere. It may even actually be from Noctum, now that I think about it, who are sitting in the choke and gatekeeping both of these squads. Luminosity preparing for their fight, have been doing so for quite a while. Let's see how they approach the fight up against SSE X-Ray.
Here's no MP left. Surgeon.
I have no drone, Back the gen. I'm low. Selling. 121!
Nice.
They're close on a close side here, Funk. Left side.
Left side?
Like out the door? Yeah. Like I saw him cross into our side of the boat. Alright, listen, I'm about to get my fucking drone.
Yeah, get in your drone again, bro. We need to know where they're at. Holy fuck. I saw a Fusel. They used all their ults besides Newcastle.
No one's down here. You guys can walk in here, but he's on the door. He's on the door. So he's gonna shoot you as soon as you peek. You want me to feeling we have 30 seconds.
I stuck him. I fired him. 140.
I'm gonna EMP them. Yeah, EMP is ready. EMP them. We're getting another. Wait, I'm batting. Can we just come right? We have no time to fight them. There's 3 dudes sitting above us waiting.
You need to smoke the door, bro.
Yeah, come right towards Grandma's now. Everyone, quickly, everybody.
Holy fuck, bro. I'm so low on meds now.
Yeah. Come. We're good. We can get underneath the tracks. If we need.
Tell Fusel.
Yeah, 5 cells, no bats.
I'm 5 cells, 1 bat.
These guys are gonna fight here, so we know like that's gonna happen.
Sykes, give me your helmet later, says you're not gonna be fighting.
No. I'm gonna go left here. They're all evacing here. This guys are evac here.
Yeah.
We should
There's
call
might
them,
come
like,
towards us,
hugging
though,
them
right?
out.
Geyser.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Look top left if you can.
They might come this left side on us.
Just get ready to call on your evac, like flush with the mountain here on the left.
You have the evac.
No one,
side.
everyone's looking
see if they're going this way.
They're evac.
It's fine. We need evac. We need evac now. No one's here. We need evac in the open right now. No one is close.
Evac.
See, that delayed fight made things more difficult, especially if you're running out of heals for your resources and the end game. But an evac for an evac, and look who's able to just get around them. SSE X-Ray looking like a ton of glass cannons, but we turn on over to TSM, and let me just tell you, this is looking pretty dire too. Here on the bridge, EMPs galore, and Reps just trying to get those Akimbo Mozams out.
They've got TSM rather the advantage of high ground or middle ground, as SSE X-Ray did not. Their exit from the lobby a little preemptive. 19 squads left. They are first to drop, and TSM literally dropped just below them, waiting for a fight. Waiting, hopefully not in the same way as LG, especially since TSM have got ground to climb and a team right above them. Aggressive EMP goes out. TSM go on the push with Zapdo rounding up the corner onto How. Takes down one. TSM have the edge in this fight, and they should take it. Bleed go down. TSM still rounding together on the low ground. Have Noctem dropping on them, but Noctem lose control. TSM still in it. Take out Noctem stand.
TSM needed that. This was starting to look like one of those late night kind of bar fight things. Everyone is jumping straight into it, and it's not done. We still have How that has to be dealt with before we can move on, and they do it with ease. TSM picking up some nice eliminations here, but when time is of the essence and the next boss battle is awaiting, it's going to be Legends Gaming that will be the next threat to them, and they recently just took out Bleed.
Using the Wraith as well to get back and forth, control so many areas within this game. They've got a route into stacks using Wraith Portal, and with strafing at the helm, 30-30 in hand, Legends Gaming have the opportunity to keep TSM out of the game. Respawn's coming in. Sweet is rejoining, but Legends are right here waiting for him.
Hear me out. This is a Sykes crypto play if I've ever seen one. He just full sent the drone and was like, sweet, if you're coming back with weapons, do what you can and get on out of there. Surprisingly, it seems like we're going to be okay for now. An EMP incoming, and now the numbers in our advantage, and they're trying to put up a fight. But Strafing's just got the angles, looking for more. They're fresh off a win, but Player K cannot go down here, does, and LG is eliminated.
Man, the respawn looked so good, but pushing the fight into Legends was just a little too much for them to take. Now Legends have to recover themselves. Not very many shields. Player K unable to find a shield swap, and a defensive thermite from Easy Flash does keep Legends in the game, if only for so long. Shadow, 3690 do go down, and Legends are under pressure from Fnatic, who have rounded up from the south.
Look, Fnatic smelled that blood in the water. They hit the Dark Veil and rotate straight into the chaos that was done. Now, they've done a little bit of differences here. It was originally Yuka locking in the Newcastle in some of our early series, and we actually returned back to Bangalore for him through Leica on the Newcastle, and it took a couple different iterations to figure out what they're feeling comfortable with. We know Fnatic is a top team, but once they find the flow here of Split 2 playoffs, it's only going to be that upward trajectory. However, this zone could prove so difficult for them because of the situation that you see on your screen. E36, Navi, everyone just straight into each other looking for any place to play. Matafe, get him back up. Can't do it.
Just a bit too difficult trying to pull off a res there. Looks impossible, and Henchman now is the one with the most pressure, needing to pick up Kinda's banner and Matafe off the floor. It's not going to happen as Matafe gets finished off, and Henchman is on his own, grabs a banner and plays his life. An important skill in Apex Legends. We've seen Rats make it far, but Watson's not nearly as commonly, Tiff.
I mean, look, Watson's a little adorable girl, right? I mean, oh, by the way, Nessie Makes, I know you're out there. Thank you so much for the Watson. We'll keep going. Good thing I'm not skilled like these Watsons here. Anyways, Curiara down here. Fennel in dire straits here in 19th place, needing as many points as possible. Remind you, winner's bracket, lower bracket, all of that is on the line here, and this is the last time that they're going to be playing.
And we do have yet another solo created out of this mashup of squads in stacks. Fennel now needing to rat themselves, have a little bit of a better chance of it on the Pathfinder, but are not going to be happy with their position in this game on World's Edge. As we said, last 3 games for Fennel before the elimination round, they started the series in 20th place on the cutoff for winners bracket, and it's not looking good for them to make up ground during this game. SSG look down on a respawn from above, and SSG will be controlling high ground still into the next round. Could it be another win for SSG?
That would be so impactful for them, but Na'Vi with a Hail Mary res towards the end game. We saw what happened calling in Sweet in the heart of enemy territory. What is Na'Vi going to be able to do to stabilize on that? We don't have attachments on our weapons, but maybe you don't need them because you still keep the Akimbo Mozambiques. The mobile shield comes on up for the Newcastle, and we're just kind of looking for any bit of pressure that we can put on the teams ahead of us. I'm really curious to see here with no S-Fox the impact of that nade. We just need to kind of stave off with 11 squads that are going to be forced into a tiny center. The brawl will be crazy.
And if there's one man to take advantage of that, Sorcerer with the Kraber could do it. These bullets have been game-changing for so many teams, but the first one, a whiff. Sorcerer gonna continue fishing, finds a shot, but it's VK Gaming that go out in the meantime. C9's game relatively calm compared to the rest of the lobby as they have the safety of a building, a privilege that so many are denied.
Look, we've only used 4 shots. We've got plenty for endgame. Cloud9 set up nicely here, and EXO have moved on in. That shot just lets the layer cake be proven. TSM, you know, mind you, they were behind Bleed on that rotation, but they found themselves a nice spot. And Na'Vi, despite the double res, are still finding themselves in a tunnel, wiping teams left and right.
Not too many shield swaps left in this tunnel, but Na'Vi will make use of them while they can. This ring will eventually push Na'Vi in, and you want to make sure you avoid the focus of SSG, a luxury that they are not allowed as we look up at TSM, who have now dominated the height. SSG pushed down to a lower level. TSM, who overlook the lobby and who have the advantage of this incredible vertical space.
Well, you have to think with Bleed out, it cracks open the entire series leaderboard, and we're only 26 points away from moving into that top spot. They could find so many eliminations here and throw a north of 20-point game down easily, but Henchman down and out, and Matafe's got to get him out of that line of sight and drag him across. The reset coming through. No gold knockdown and still watching the angles everywhere.
Pressure from nades out of Kinda is good. Still leading this squad in damage. Also manages to control with Henchmen the fences leading out of this building. Na'Vi are fighting for their very lives. They do not have an advantageous spot, but man, are they making it work. Sliding on in, they find 1, they find 2, and the EXO fans of the crowd are in shambles as 2 gets finished off, and EXO Clan go out. Na'Vi survive, try and take a reset. Henchmen again, the last one standing, but how long can they do it as EXO have fallen?
What?
Finally, Na'Vi will bite the dust. C9 still in this. Enter Force 36 and NRG fight for the win.
All right, this is crazy. NRG makes the play, and now the EMP's all coming. Cloud9's going to have to drop down. You've got the Bangalore smokes, but the lethals are flying, and here comes the Akimbos from Sauce. Cloud9 take the victory and withstand it all here in match number 4.
The second win of the tournament for Cloud9, and it could not come at a better time, pushing them up from almost certainly qualifying to winners bracket to being a lock. Moving up the standings has got them going up from 11th to a much better position, not just in the winners bracket, as a nice trophy, but in the POY draft as well. This win means the world to C9 when it comes to setting them up for success for the rest of the tournament.
I love the shouts there. You got the little Bangalore. The team is happy. Alex in the back is just like, yes, we did it. We talk about a lot of the things with Cloud9 in particular. 13 eliminations, almost 5K damage that game. And they are so good at getting to a position for endgame. Their macros on point. They just usually had to adjust some of those minor mistakes that they would make along the way to set themselves up for success in endgame. And I think they did this one flawlessly.
And like you talk about, Tiff, this is a bit of a rare zone, especially when you're on the broadcast. And that, in this case, hurt a lot of teams. And in this case, not C9, but that's because C9 play stacks. They're not playing like this used to be Lava City or something. They understand that there is very little space to play even with the amount of buildings, because of how easy it is to take control of different levels, C9 prioritize these buildings, and with an early rotate unmatched by teams like LG, like FA Kids, like EXO, managed to get a spot that they really don't have to fight for in the end game and convert that into a win.
And it looks so nice. 25 points. You pull up the top 3. NRG, they got there quite early on as well, considering, and walk away with 5 eliminations. Some nice damage there as well. Enter Force 36. 6 kills. I mean, look, this was a nice scoring game considering we didn't have that point sponge occurring with Bleed Esports.
And I'm really happy for Enter Force 36. They were my prediction coming into this group. And I will be honest, Tiff, I am hurting in the predictions. So
I'm not.
Any win that Enter Force 36 gets, I am happy with.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, I still believe in Fnatic. It's a whole UKF supremacy kind of thing. Let me just tell you, it'll happen. It's 1 game away. Look what Cloud9 did with a north of 20 points, because you see the series result standings. We are tied up there with 48 points. NRG looking pretty powerful there, 37. And Legends Gaming, after a massive travel day to get here as soon as humanly possible, sitting in that top 5.
You got to give love to Naski and Amphi for subbing in over the past couple of days to make sure that Legends could actually participate in the tournament. But looking at the Legends that are on stage now, there's no substitute for this world-class roster.
There's really not. I remember when I was watching a ton of Legends Gaming scrims back in Split 1, and just the level of knowledge and cerebral ability that Strafing Flame has when it comes to this game is just absolutely cracked. But we'll talk more about that later. Let's cut to a quick break so we can jump into match number 5. What a good game. We finally got to go back to stacks. We finally got a Southern World's Edge zone, and only 2 more games are left for our group stage series. And look, I mean, the crowd, they're magnetic. I'm 90% sure it's still the EXO clan, and I do really enjoy. I gotta go over there. We gotta get pictures with them or something.
It's still the EXO lads. It will be the EXO lads for the entirety of this LAN. I'm absolutely certain. They have been super vocal, and thank God they have, because they're injecting energy into the entire arena, not just for, of course, the EXO fans among them, but for everyone else that now gets to piggyback off of the commitment that you can really show to a team, and how that I'll say, feeds the flow between player and audience that makes LAN so special. This is where the community gets to come together and witness the rise and fall of a whole new era of Apex Legends.
Well, this is where I'm going to take a moment away, because obviously we're all here for the players are here for the trophy and to claim themselves a championship, but you at home, the viewers, the fans that travel to witness everyone lock it in on the stage and play to their heart's desire. You are some of the most amazing people that we have ever had the pleasure to kind of meet and everything like that. You just get to take a walk around the stadium here, and it's just so cool to see all of the interactions, especially around that 1v1 booth. I haven't done it yet, though.
It's very fun to walk around and talk to people about Apex Legends.
I do enjoy that.
When I do that in my regular everyday life, most people at the grocery store don't know what I'm talking about.
You talk to people in the grocery store about Apex?
Until that changes, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I only have so many interests, Tiff, and Apex Legends is a pretty big one of them.
I mean, I can definitely see how that would be, but let's talk about back to World's Edge, right? Especially with the top of our leaderboard being that 48 points, right? That's not really too crazy of a distance when you think about even Fnatic all the way down in 10th place with 22 points. We just saw Cloud9 put up a massive game, and anyone has the capabilities of doing it, especially knowing that we talked about it. 2 more games left for these groups in particular to settle their score and figure out where they're going to be, not only whether it's winners or lower bracket, but that POI draft that is so coveted.
And we got to look at teams, in my opinion, like LG during these last couple of games, who sit at the cutoff for whether they will qualify into winner's bracket or into the lower bracket. They've only got 2 games left to cement their spot, and currently sitting in 20th place. Yes, we can joke about talent predictions and how we've had them a couple of times, and they haven't really gotten the big games under their belt. Now it's time to get really serious, because if they do not get it together over these next couple games, if LG continues slipping down the leaderboard, we could be talking about whether or not Luminosity will make a run from the lower bracket.
That's exactly what you have to think about. I mean, we showed Bleed Esports there for a minute. They're currently at the top of our leaderboard, but they were about 12th in the overall standings, which, you know, after a couple hiccups along the way in their first series, they are really bouncing back. A lot of our talent team just keeps a hyper-focused eye on them back in the green room. But for all of our teams throughout, you got VK Gaming just here. They're one of the bubble teams, right? They're sitting in 23rd place on that overall standings, and just a handful of points. I feel like we're only going to need maybe at least 20-ish, depending on how the teams above them perform.
I'm looking at Noctem scan as well. A lot of pressure on them, as Noctem were actually not nearly as highly ranked during the beginning of these games and have to put up big numbers in the next 2 games simply to overcome the fact that after this, a whole nother set of groups is going to play. So if you are finishing this series in 15th through 20th, you are likely not safe as a lock for the winner's bracket. So it is very difficult to calculate against the unknown, to play against teams that are not even here, but that's what you're overcoming in these last 2 games, is not just the other teams in the lobby, but your tournament fate, which extends far beyond the teams that you're playing right now.
Well, let's start work on changing our fate. We do have match number 5 about to get underway, leaving only 2 more chances at it for our squads, and well, it would not be a World's Edge if it wouldn't potentially be going to the north. But Cloud9 on your screen here, kicking things off over at Geyser. And I always talk about Geyser in general in terms of like your POI draft. That's what you end up with. And I'm just like, it is one of the quickest POIs to loot. Yes, you'll be in shambles, but you also can grab that tunnel loot. You can chance and make sure you're going to get a survey beacon, of course, the ring console spawn. Look, no, I don't like Geyser, okay?
If you're not selling me this POI, you're like,
I don't drop
you
here.
can get out quickly. It may not be fun, but you can do it. And I'm like, why, when you could pick any other POI, would you do this? But there's a reason that Cloud9 have ended up here.
36.
As I said, there's a reason that Cloud9 have ended up here. You like to talk about our conversations with Alex or Kolchin, and just before even the whole tournament kicked off, we were discussing with him about, or rather with them, about how the selection of POIs for Cloud9 is based on how high of a high you can get when you pick a specific POI. On Stormpoint, it means so much more to get something like Mill, like Downed Beast that Cloud9 have ended up selecting. Whereas on World's Edge, having a POI that may not be considered one of the best, like Geyser, is actually pretty manageable, all things considered.
Well, when you look at this zone, especially pulling back towards our coveted north here, this is going to be good for Cloud9. We talked about how quick it is to rotate out of. The ring console there will give them that information. And you think historically what POIs Cloud9 is comfortable playing out of, it's Overlook, right? So this is such a quick access to a normal rotation that they would be experienced having. So other teams that like to get into that zone much more quickly, I'm looking at Fnatic, right? They drop Monument, and this is the exact side that we are used to seeing them play. I am rather nervous considering you have that whole western side of teams that are going to be looking to filter on in. You're likely going to be the targeted of a lot of different teams, such as Legends Gaming, who we saw there jumping straight into the fight with Fnatic. Easy flash? Player K? Oh, we're getting punished by Fnatic, let me just tell you, but the Wraith has never been more important. However, when you pop a portal, maybe, just maybe, Fnatic gets a little aggressive and takes a nice 3v1.
I like this.
You just go through it.
He's like holding the portal for that very reason. Just where are we going? What's happening? Can I go back for these banners? And I like the hold for this very reason. It is going to mean that Legends, unfortunately, suffer a massive setback during the mid game, but Fnatic move on. There's more game to play than just taking out other teams, even if it is Legends, as powerful as they are. Fnatic rotate up towards the north. They rotate up towards Climatizer, where the real game is going to take place. We already saw teams like C9 rotating early with evac towers out of Geyser, but Dreamfire, super notably, booked it into the zone very early on and are sat currently in the Macaroni building that separates Climatizer and Epicenter, one of the most powerful parts of World's Edge when we pull into the north.
It didn't really work so hot for LG the first time. We had a couple of these the other day, so I'm a little nervous, but they've chosen to get in towards that Climatizer area. And Dreamfire, you know, they were Epicenter. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump away up a hill just to get over there. But I do love that we saw the end of Strafing Flame. They're portaling back because no one chased him. They got Newcastle. They're crafting banners, and they're going to come back in.
It'll be just fine. Methinks. Legends should get back into the game, and a delayed rotation is better than no rotation at all. Moving out of Monument, they should be under very little pressure, as EXO are. Not too much going on over by the countdown area, as EXO move further away from the rest of the zone and are likely planning on looting themselves up pretty significantly before getting into the rest of the fights. If you're not able to make it into zone super early, it is not a bad idea to prioritize the loot bin reset that's going to come at the close of next ring.
Well, let's pop into a listen with them, because I always have a lot of questions specifically about EXO Clan. They chose Mirage à Trois, and well, now the rotate. Let's jump into it.
We need to try to get into Tinere.
Let's check out that
area.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab the point in front of us. Stop. Team Skyhook must still be the other Skywest team. Okay.
Yeah, on top middle,
Okay, go back.
I saw a guy peeking over.
Yeah, confront Navi being behind us here again.
Okay.
We want to go back up to countdown? Yeah, we want to go back in the Baron, yeah. There's a team up top with drone. Okay, go back. Where are they?
We had a drone.
He's literally running, yeah. Oh, wow. Let's go down there, boys.
Okay.
Grab the UAV.
Yeah.
So they're gonna know our pattern. Yep. Hit me up, tunnel.
Okay.
Watch it! He ran back to the right. Can we keep moving forward?
Yeah, I'm going.
Looking left. Come down, don't have beacon, that's why.
These last few seconds really highlighting something interesting about EXO Clan. Not running crypto, not having access to the survey beacon, did not reveal to EXO that TSM were split, did not reveal to EXO that Na'Vi were in front of them, and it's left EXO with very few options as to what engagements they take, what is smart and what is not. Sandwiched up against TSM in Skyhook East, Na'Vi will always have the opportunity to rotate north and spoil for a fight, as VK Gaming will round the very same corner that EXO did moments ago. Taking a look at the ring, however, I do want to talk again about Dreamfire and their position up on the ridgeline. Cloud9 and their early rotate, and LG, who as of yet are untouched and completely uncontested in Climatizer.
Look, I love that building for them compared to the Macaroni building. And as we say that, you know, Dreamfire here, we have No Name 3MZ and PETA. And I get cautious about this building because when you have those teams that are rotating in from the west and such, they always target this. And right now it's going to be Fennel across the way. But if No Name's going to open things up and grab that knock, likelihood of them resetting. But you have to keep your attention on the bridge as well in the cases of potential third parties. But an EMP will help with this engagement.
And Fennel giving up on the evac tower, whether or not they get one back into the game, stymies their rotation, their potential in this game. Bleed moving out again, negative rotating, much like we saw EXO do earlier on the tails of Na'Vi. Multiple squads piled up in Skyhook earlier, now chasing each other head over heels through Skyhook. Bleed will not give up on the fight, as they've got plenty of time to pick one and certainly the skill to do so. Fennel, unfortunately, did not have the opportunity and will be our first team to go out in match number 5.
Yeah, and looking at Na'Vi, man, we're really still on white shields. This has not been the World's Edge map play that they're going to want to happen, and Bleed just needs to make sure that we're checking all of the angles. Sure, you forced Na'Vi straight up into Skyhook, which we had recently saw EXO Clan taking that rotate through. It's going to be difficult. They're not going to have a whole heck of a lot of time, and Bleed, they'll have access to the vault, but EXO does manage to do it. We put ourselves into the heart of Epicenter, where How is waiting with a couple of Mozambiques to go alongside it.
Surprise party from How, takes out 2, and it should go well for him. How, with a creative play, finds 3 kills on EXO Clan in the dead center of Epi. It's going to turn into more, though, as Legend come in late. A Wraith Portal lets them move in safely, and though strafing goes down, How are low. It's 1v1, and Easy Flash clutches it, taking out How.
Look, the Wraith Portal for the aggressive nature, and if his teammates that are down can get back in on that, E36 is going to show up to play, and he's going to be like, where is everyone? I don't know. They Wraith Portal the heck out of there because no one wants to be here anymore. Regardless, it looks like Player K does get fooled there and can make things a little more difficult there for Easy Flash.
Enterforce 36 splitting up as well, controlling a lot of Epicenter as they left Ely on the high ground, looking over Monument. This gives E36 so much power in the game, especially when it comes to controlling the outside, the teams that are not nearly as quick to rotate. Teams, unfortunately, like Legends, who did, while picking up a few kills, still go down because of a botched rotation in the early game. Na'Vi, following up through that very same choke, are still going to be set aside by teams like TSM, SSE, X-Ray, and Bleed, who are all in the same corner of the map.
Yeah, and this issue with being on edge, the delayed rotations, trying to dive all the way to the north. Well, Na'Vi, if you're going to do it, you got to go down fighting. An incoming EMP there from TSM. And we're kind of here anchored on this fence line, which all you know, it takes one angle from TSM, but I love the setup with the wall. You got the pylon down. So we're going to keep getting fed those arc stars if someone decides to nade spam. Every ultimate is being expended here.
Na'Vi's wall doesn't give them a whole lot of ability to peek onto the high ground, and it should have protected them from the swing. If we weren't using it, Matafe over peaks, and TSM punish it like no other squad. TSM who dial in and take out Na'Vi. SSG, though, crest the hill and look for kills, knowing that the fight only just occurred. TSM may not have dropped a member, but they are low.
Well, here goes the mother load and an EMP to go alongside it. We're looking for that information. They've already called out the res, and Koifel just trying to expend all of it. Zainu takes the angle, Verholst makes the trade, and Koi chose to make a hang.
Koifel's on the side!
Wait, there's other people trying to get in on this. Bleed, what are you doing? Phony last alive for SSG, but here comes Bleed.
And behind Bleed, SSE X-Ray are extending as well. This fight is a jumble of squads that unfortunately have no way out but into the zone. SSG still technically alive for now, have dropped multiple members, and Bleed are the ones that collect the spoils, the loot that is left behind. With 20 seconds left on this zone close, they cannot afford to sit here and focus on the little bit of loot that they're going to be able to pick up. Teams like SSE and Bleed must now be looking towards Epicenter as their next goal.
Well, you know you've got Enterforce 36. That's where we last saw them, and they're keeping their eyes on this western side. For Fnatic, who was kind of keeping eyes on this engagement here, they dove off towards the north to challenge Dreamfire, but Phony, see if he's going. I was curious to see if he was going to try to go for like the replicator, get something crazy, but dropped, picks him up from the distance, and SSG is down and on out.
And Bleed are ahead of SSE X-Ray as a result of this. Yes, SSG is no longer part of the lobby, and yes, Yuka is lighting up the kill feed with the Kraber, but on the western side of the ring, it is all a story of Bleed Esports. While in the center, it is Fnatic who take over the Macaroni building from Dreamfire.
Oh, Fnatic. Anytime I see a Kraber in the hands, I'm just like, let it rip. And, well, we've got a replay for a good reason. That'll do. Ooh. That'll do, Yuka.
That is a great way to open up any fight, and Fnatic seem intent on continuing the trend, controlling high ground, not just in the, oh my lord, Macaroni building, but outside of it as well. This is how they took it, but there in the lower right-hand corner of your screens is their continued play, and Yuka has continued landing Kraber shot after Kraber shot, setting Fnatic up for success as they now look down at teams that unfortunately do not have nor the loot nor the position to contest them.
Hey, you gotta love it, right? Now they own that Macaroni building, and free agent kids, they own this fence. Cloud9, despite that prior win, will fall here, and well, 12 squads left. Sometimes playing this bridge is less than stellar, and that goes to show you why.
NRG roll up, and with a quick catalyst wall should make a safe rotation right past FA Kids. It means that a Newcastle wall got expended by FA Kids to point in the wrong direction. Noctum wrap up behind the free agent kids and claim one. Jay Savage now being down limits the reset potential of the FA Kids, and they'll have to play underneath the bridge, expending yet another ultimate with the catalyst to try and stay alive, and it does not look like Noctum are interested in extending them that privilege.
Well, you talked about it, right? A bubble team just wanting to break into the winner's bracket round. Every elimination will matter, so these from FA Kids will definitely be a boon. 24 points so far, and now we still have to worry about getting in towards that next zone, but NRG in third here. Fun, last standing, has to guarantee the door, and the drop down comes in, and it's going to be Nosefox that takes them.
Nosefox, a second time in these games of World's Edge where they have managed to rotate into the zone really early and play off the very eastern edge of the map. Now that they've done it a second time, now that they've collected kills, how far can they make it into Climatizer as this ring continues pulling us further north?
How in the world are all these rotations going through? Through the zip, we pick up one from SSE X-Ray, but I have to think Noctum just did the absolute craziest thing that I wouldn't have expected, but Fnatic still has their sights set on the teams rotating from the south. It was originally Enterforce 36, but now they found Bleed.
I love the reaction to Catalyst Wall as well. Yuka backs up. The Kraber shot may not land, but surely Bleed are next in the sights of Fnatic as everyone groups up on the building. SSE X-Ray go down. Bleed are still in this, but with Shubi dropping to the ring, they are in shambles right next door to Fnatic.
And Fnatic, we talk about all the eliminations. I said it after last game. It's one good game to change the trajectory of the series. Double time, Bangalore's passive kicking in there to get him out of line of sight, and well, dropped. He's trying to get him down, but it doesn't matter. Enterforce 36 takes the angles and looks for the reset. We only have about 45 seconds left on the clock, though, and we've still got to make our way towards that northern side, and there's only one team in the next zone, and Fnatic's got to find a way there.
Looking down at E36, Fnatic did think that there were going to be easy kills here, and there were not. Fortunately, high ground gives them enough forgiveness to move on back to the Macaroni building, and like you said, evaluate the path into next zone. where only one team sits. That team, Noctem Scan, who have rotated all the way past the bridge and into the next ring, arguably tip into one of the best positions. Fnatic, the biggest threat to Noctem Scan's otherwise fantastic spot.
This is going to be one of those zone pulls that someone screenshots and throws up on Twitter, because there's no way that Noctem should have been able to hit that evac tower over towards the zone, because no one was in there. Everyone was out towards the east. Luminosity being one of them, right? We knew they were in main Climatizer out of that Macaroni building that we've typically seen them play, but after faltering 2 times, right? This was the better play, because you can pick up everyone on the low ground rotating.
E36 just flew on by Luminosity, and looking down on them now, Luminosity know that E36 are going to be standing between them and a continuing chance to play this game. Luminosity must overcome every squad on the low ground to get the chance at a win. Let's see how they do it as we listen in with Luminosity.
Forward. We cannot evac. We will die.
I'm gonna wall.
I can wall here. I can wall here.
Wall in the middle. Yeah, right in front of us. Turn and burn.
No, I'm dead, bro. Come on, come on.
Doing 4-6. That's my bang on landing. There's like 90 people around us.
I have a blue knock.
There's a bang right next to me. Cracked light the entire lobby behind us. Full safe right here. Full safe right here.
Full 3 right here. One dead.
Yeah, we need third party backward sides duo.
Yeah,
right in front of us.
They're gonna answer here. They're gonna answer.
Hide your sights on me. Hide your sights on me.
Can we go? No.
Full 3 line. Hide speaking behind us. Batting. They're fighting right in front of me. They wiped. They're getting wrapped from your right sights. Wall if you have it.
I don't.
They went back. We just keep playing slow.
Hurricane drone, you say?
Someone just res. There's still a team on our height behind us. They slipped to the wall. That's bad. I'm alive on me. No smoke for 8.
Oh, this guy, Newcastle wall.
Okay. Finishing my back coming.
Luminosity managed so many fights. E36 right next to them, Nosefox right next to them, but on that high ground, Noctem Scan still reigns supreme in this lobby. They are untouchable on the high ground and simply have to watch as LG, Nosefox, and E36 fight for domination of the low ground. I love this position right now. Maz looking for a few kills, seeing if you can get a little cheeky. Noctem have to be careful not to overextend. This is their game tip.
It really is. It's awfully familiar to some in-games that we've seen go a little crazy. It was just a little bit north we saw in Split 1 playoffs, but for E36, who finds himself a Kraber, let's see if we can connect that. 2 reses come in towards the late game. We get Miyake back, and well, now we got Illy.
Now that Illy's coming back in, who will make the first mistake? Who will force the first mistake? Synap tries to make it happen with the Kraber, but a wrap from Nosefox may be what dooms E36. Now Noctem is coming in to pinch them, and well, Fox have lost one. E36 commit back, finish off Hammer Drill, look for the last one. They want to clinch second place, but they fumble, and Noctem right on their tails, swoop in for the win. Noctem Scan take game 5.
It's one thing to claim God spot, it's another to defend it. They first challenge Fnatic right there behind the tower. They take them down, and you have to think, if Fnatic may have won that fight, it would have changed the entire trajectory of it, but Noctem defends it, moves in a little more aggressively with a well-timed push into that final fight. They walk away with 9 eliminations, a banger game.
This could not have come at a better time for Noctem. Their first win of the tournament in one of their last games before the elimination stage. Noctem really dialed in this game, and I am seeing something that I have not seen out of them, out of very few teams throughout this tournament, and that is a willingness to get aggressive to the extent that you do not let other teams breathe. Think about their push on the low ground outside of Bridge, constantly making sure that even through cat walls, even through Newcastle walls, you're pushing up, you're finishing off squads. They do exactly the same thing outside of Climatizer. When they know they have an advantage, Noctem will chase you until you run out of room.
Well, think about where they started, right? We were on that bridge, and we know that is not one of the most favorable positions that you can get yourself into. We had 3 or 4 teams still trying to rotate out of that area, FA Kids being one of them, and as soon as they do rotate out, Noctem kind of hangs back a little bit. Craft, like, they throw down that evac tower, and I was like, there is no way we actually pull this off. But no one was over there around that tower, and it pays off. Noxum Scan walks away with 21 points after that, but you've got to give your kudos to Enterforce 36. 12 eliminations after battling their way through the north and tie them on points.
I'm really happy with the way that E36 are rounding out this group stage. This was a fantastic performance from both teams, but in very different fashion. E36 didn't get to take a lot of space and instead were relegated to a lot of small corners. The fact that they're able to pick up 12 kills at the end of all this speaks to a very different, I'll say more silent kind of strength that E36 have demonstrated to various degrees throughout the group stage, but that hopefully for them is finally coming to a head.
Look, I remember the first time I saw Enterforce 36 in general, and I believe that was sometime last year in London, and they just came out with the sickest kit. I'm talking everything Enterforce 36, and I knew that their gameplay would be very hot and cold. When they were hyper aggro and it worked out for them, they were able to throw down, and they were looking to get Mixie so often, especially over in Epicenter, pushing in straight towards Legends Gaming.
And to their credit, now that they've got yet another LAN under their belt, they are peaking at a very good time. Moving up the leaderboards into 4th place has allowed Enterforce 36 essentially safety in tomorrow's winners bracket. This is looking really good for them. They're sitting very high in the series standings, and there's only one game left to shift those up.
Only one game left. That's just really crazy to see because we're just one game and one Lex series away from our bracket stage, and I can't wait to get there, but more to come after this break. In the kill feed. And as soon as Enterforce 36 full send onto his box, they grab one and they're like, go, 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 like full send straight in, and they just cleaned it on up.
And it was really smart identification of good timing for a play and what other teams were doing. Something that Noctum, or for many of the fans here in EMEA, Trojan became, I'll say, very good at in the course of the recent history, Trojan were not typically a team that was just dominating the Pro League, but under Noctem Scan now, they've really had a chance to come into their own and during the course of the playoffs grow quite a bit as that delta between Pro League and then into LAN has not bitten them in nearly the fashion that we would expect from other squads that do not have as much international experience.
When you think about what you were saying prior to shifting to World's Edge, you were like, Noctem Scan, they are on the cusp of not qualifying into winners unless they have a standout performance. And then here we are just 2 games later, they're waltzing away with a win after taking that God spot, defending it, and pushing it at the right time. And that just goes to show you the level of chemistry and everything that they've been upgrading on.
And I'm going to say, on top of that, waltzing or no, Noctem still are not in a great spot for the elimination bracket. This is good in terms of their macro, their playoffs journey, what it means for them as a team, how they're growing as players. It is not an indicator of how well they are doing in the tournament as a whole. There's still a long way to go up until the finals, and Noctem, while they've made the journey marginally easier for themselves, have not taken any massive steps toward just wiping their way into Sunday.
You're not wrong here. They're kind of in that same boat there alongside Luminosity. They're sitting at about, what, like 19th or 20th place, just on the fringe of the winner's bracket, and you have one more match to be able to decide what that rest of it is going to look like for you, because we still have 2 more groups that have yet to play, and just because you find yourself inside the top 20 now, that doesn't mean you're going to be able to maintain it.
Exactly, Tiff. This is where the real danger comes in, and we talked about it at the beginning of last game, but the fact that you were not just playing against everybody in this lobby, but setting yourself up so that you're also beating everyone who plays in the next lobby that you have next to no power over. It is a very difficult spot for teams like LG and Noctem, but they do have to, in many ways, just focus on what's going on in this game. For those at home, though, we want to check in with the leaderboards that we keep talking about. Let's take a look at the overall standings for these groups over the course of the past couple of days.
Yes, it's quite impressive, right? Navi maybe didn't have the best series overall, but we're still at that top, 156 points. And, well, Bleed Esports, if they want to do something about it and say, I was the best through groups and get that POI draft to the best of their abilities, we're sitting 20 points shy, which is very capable of doing in one game.
A team that many would have underestimated as well. Bleed really going through it right now, where Dreamfire at the cutoff are going through it, but in a very different way. Teams like FaZe as well, not quite making it into that cutoff for the winner's bracket. The last chance to turn these things around is going to be in this game and in the subsequent series, where neither of the 2 groups on stage now will get the opportunity to defend themselves and their standings. So let's jump into it. The 6th game, the last time the groups A and D will play during the group stages before we start to send people home.
I don't want to send people home yet. We just got here to Mannheim, Germany. It's too soon, but we'll kick things off over here at Harvester, which, if I'm seeing the edge of zone being just shy of Harvester, I'm worried.
You know it's going north, Tiff.
Don't say it.
You know. You're here. We had the one game over in Stacks. It was nice. It's time to let it go. It's history.
You're welcome, kinda. I'm looking at you. We saw it. Kinda from Navi was like, hey, Tiff, if you're going to be casting, at least can we please get some more northern zones? As if I know you in the crowd aren't so excited about it. Maybe they are. Maybe this is where they turn it.
And perhaps Noctem, after last game, can be excited about it as well. I'd say that they should be, based on how they played, but the journey up from Harvester can still be a difficult one, especially when we're not going nearly as far towards Climatizer, but instead have the chance to prioritize things like Survey, things like Epicenter, where How and Dreamfire are already sat, with Fnatic having a priority rotate out of Monument should they desire it.
Well, look at the teams that are already jumping towards the north. Legends Gaming, they hail from Landslide, right? Which this dates all the way back to when they were competing under Blackhand on land, and this is going to be their bread and butter. But look how congested it's gotten outside of Countdown already.
I mean, it's so nice to play out of Landslide. When you start there, you can get out, but when you get stuck, it can be the worst thing in the world. Legends need to make their way out, start rotating ahead of these other teams, because like you're talking about, teams like VK, Fennel, and EXO all want to pass through here. VK already making their way in as Legends just barely are able to move their way out in time. This is not a fight that you want to take this early into the game. Legends have got to be moving towards the zone, and I'm happy to see them doing just that.
And they're doing straight towards Monument. Once we kind of break out of this tunnel, they've got the Evo cache out towards their right, and we can really dive towards our left. Now, Fnatic, who started Monument, they don't have to necessarily rotate out just yet. They can look for eliminations through Monument and feel comfortable around that, but Na'Vi from Lava Fissure have already made it towards just outside of the tunnel surrounding Grandma's house.
Not a bad spot for Na'Vi to play. Typically, you'd see somebody end up holding height by Grandma's instead, playing a little bit more defensively. The fact that Na'Vi give this up should indicate that they want to play more towards Survey Camp, because playing a spot like this underneath the bridge, it's not good. Early on in the game, it's not where you want to be, and this EMP is just a small part of why. Still early on enough that many other teams can send it on over to you and pick a fight. Na'Vi know that, and they rocket on down the hill. As exposed as you are, I would rather be out in the open for a few seconds than trapped underneath a bridge with nowhere to go.
And this is where you start seeing the adaptation of trying to get comfortable on a Legend. He said it on the desk earlier, Matafe switched to Newcastle just 3 days prior towards LAN, and one of the most difficult ones to adapt to. Whether or not you throw that mobile shield up and you have it follow behind you as you're rotating, you would have staved off a lot of damage that you wouldn't have to recoup alongside that boulder.
Check out how NoseFox's game has changed in this case. NRG were just fighting them over in Geyser, but the very fact that this is happening is keeping NoseFox from moving up towards the northeastern side of the ring. Something that they have approached for the past 2 games from hard east, whether it be coming from Overlook, whether it be playing from deep mod. NoseFox have always approached from the very edge of zone. They do not have that luxury this time. And it looks like VK may be suffering even more than them, losing not just a good rotation, but a member in the process. The Newcastle falling early may just be the thing that puts VK out in 20th place.
No clean resets here, especially if your Newcastle goes down first. It's like ripping a lifeline back in that meta, and it's going to be Noctum making a play here as well. Fnatic just on kind of that main building, but looks like they get collapsed in between and not going to be able to escape that one. They're back to the lobby. They're done.
I'm not even sure how those sight lines happened. Noctum just as confused. They got deleted moving out of a building, and Fnatic, no small part of that, now overlook the reset of VK Gaming, but aren't going for an interruption. Fnatic are happy with the building they've got, and VK have got to thank their lucky stars for the fact that they even get to continue playing this game.
The fact that they get the res, they've got the Jenny down, and all is well for them. They've got the shield advantage compared to Fnatic, and you can see what Yuka's doing, right? He's out there scouting, looking for information, the mechanical movement around the fence line, and well, you're going to catch him onto that rotation despite the mobile shield being up, but elsewhere, Dreamfire and Fennel inside an RV, and I'm a little nervous for them.
Reset inside here is good. Dreamfire putting up a great defense, and I hate swings a little too wide. It was looking good, but now Fennel have control over every angle with just one down. Fennel clean up the fight. They clean up Dreamfire, and it is just in time. Now Fennel, they are kings of the north.
Nice couple shield swaps, getting that reset in there. They own the train track side of things. No one has moved into Grandma's house just yet. It looks like a barren wasteland over here. But for the teams that are still trying to get out of that south side, we'll keep tabs on them later because Na'Vi has finally moved into survey.
And thank God they have. It took a while for Na'Vi. We saw them being chased down from the high ground, but now you've got a little bit of safety and you can finally take a moment and breathe. Something that Apex does challenge you to do. Sometimes you get in a building and you go, well, now we've got to wait to see what'll happen over the next couple of zones. With this zone now closing in, we're going to get a chance to look at early on who's rewarded, and it's VK Gaming and Fennel up on the high ground who have got some of the best spots. A team like Na'Vi that rotated early into survey camp will have to reevaluate their options soon.
Yeah, that Fennel Dreamfire fight's looking a little different now, especially with Fennel taking that win and now inheriting this spot, which can be quite dangerous considering the rocks just out towards the east of that. Teams that are going to rotate in will look to find a way to hop over to that high ground. Enter Force 36, though, you have to think this is where they played from in that last zone, but it pulled way further north, so they're still going to have to enter alongside a lot of other teams. But for ExoClan, right, the journey out of Monument is through Fnatic.
How much will ExoClan, how confident will they be moving into this fight? Fnatic are on white shield. Not at all the defensive position that anyone would like to be in. And ExoClan, they find that out. Jumping on forward, they will take no prisoners. A nice destruction of the Catalyst reinforced door will leave things open for ExoClan, but it's no knocks yet. Still coming up empty-handed. Fuda takes so much damage, he deals none back. Slayers tries to make up the difference, but Fuda is down and ExoClan are losing control of the fight up against Fnatic. Even on white shields, Fnatic give up nothing and will take down ExoClan.
Fnatic. You gotta tell me, these Newcastle mobile shield fights look a lot like those Gibby bubble shotgun fights back in the day, and you know who is so exceptional with shotties and taking those fights to him? It's Fnatic.
That was a straight up, like, stylistic outplay from Fnatic. Can they do it again? Fennel have shown up now for a delayed third party, and they've put in a lot more damage than Exo did in the first couple of seconds. Nice!
What?
With the double Mozam, taking out Satuki.
Kurihara over there with a jump and take the Kimbos through this, and now having Catalyst, right? You're trying to reinforce the doors, but we're looking for all the angles. Yuka slides down the stairs and tries to get crazy, bunny hopping around. The trades go through, and Pinata last standing. We dump behind. And
no!
This is the force and give of those Akimbos, but they do stand out. However, guess who's showing up to play? It's NRG.
Oh my lord! The immediate evacuation with the crypto. Now remember, invisible, you may be able to get some banner recoveries. That scared me half to death. When we start whipping and NRG sniff you out, things go from bad to worse for Fennel.
Look, this isn't going to be a madness crypto play. We were just trying to get our homies back and get them back in the game, but we retreat on after that third party. Now, there's something to be said. When we were pushing and looking for the last player of Fennel, they were taking a lot of damage from that western side with other teams sniffing out an elongated fight, trying to get into it. However, we are not full sending on the south because the target is deciding where we need to play from to ensure a top 5 or a victory.
And I do wonder what NRG's read on that will be now that they own Monument and we've got other teams rotating on by them. Teams like SSG, how do you actually play from the south side of zone to access areas like those that VK Gaming and previously Fennel held? Well, we're going to find out, Tiff, as we've got a listen-in perhaps with SSG.
Okay, right, we need to carry back. Can you look behind us real quick? You see anything?
I don't know, there's a guy here. Guy playing
here. Do you see anything behind us?
I'm not watching behind us. Bottom bridge is free. Bottom bridge is free. Bottom bridge is free, by the way.
Should we just go?
Wanna go,
Yeah.
Okay.
Come right.
Let's go. Yeah.
Okay, now.
Box here, gold box.
Okay, come.
We need to go to it before Newcastle teams start noticing. There's a team on our east side somewhere.
This works.
Guess Bucks. Did this?
Bro.
Go far side.
Yeah, same.
I'm gonna play left here.
Bro, what the
Team in frag. Run out, kind of.
We have a good spot here.
20.
I remember.
We're trying to
This is a good play.
Listen, I'm gonna go watch this hide, okay?
Okay. Just keep high, give us info.
Yep.
The bring out's gonna be shit.
Yep.
They have gold everything.
They're getting like hella gold things.
They all have gold everything.
One of them crossed to the right. They're gonna be playing from like our side.
They're just sitting up here. Newcastle team.
Me and Corey like hard chilling.
Yeah.
Right.
They're hard chilling on this high, by the way. There's like no one
They're
on
across. They're here.
Let's relocate there. Alright, just make sure no one crosses here, okay? I have my drone super far. Let me know if I have to recall it. This team's not even a fucking threat. They're just gonna be sitting up there the whole time. Listen, Newcastle team just set up here. In a fucking corner.
Okay.
They're fighting, I think.
They're like hard chilling, so we can walk up right.
Bro.
Let's keep swelling up for sure.
A couple of things that we heard through this listen-in is what Phony is doing is not just identifying teams, but he's identifying the teams that are playing alongside Newcastle and where they're going to be positioning themselves towards this end game and how we can effectively counter that from the south.
It's a difficult thing to do, especially when Newcastle can create cover. Nosefox making great use of that now, and even better use of the Pathfinder to make their way towards a jump tower and into the next zone. Here we go. Where will Nosefox move? As finally they've got that eastern position, but they have to give it up at nearly the same time to make their way into a playable space for the next round.
It's a shame none of these are gold, but you can see someone was able to grab a mythic bin. It is opened, and I don't know if there was much left. TSM was inside the tunnel, and look who moved in underneath. Sweet now down and out, and it's just Sykes and Funk left to deal with TSM.
Navi picking up a few kills as well. Unfortunately, with Sweet having fallen, like you said, Luminosity have very limited options, and Sweet was the one legend that would provide them an escape. Now with Catalyst ult down, now with Newcastle ult down, LG really can't move, and they certainly can't put up a great defense. It's a nice thing that they've got TSM right next to them, the only tool that is keeping Navi from full sending LG this instant.
Yeah, it's like Navi keep trying to wrap around, take angles. You can see Verholst over there on the left because he wants to see what he can do to get behind that wall and do the damage to the remaining duo. For SSG, who have been still working their way on this train tracks, we still have to go so much farther north. And even though in the comms they called FA Kids not a threat, it turns out since they both need to go parallel to the north, they turn out to be a threat.
I can't help but wonder what SSG will cook up to get out of here. Like you talked about, you're identifying NRG on one side. On the other, you've got FA Kids, and we know from a great free cam shot earlier that Bleed Esports are sat in the choke, moving over to Landslide as well. Those two teams together make things all the more challenging, if still rewarding, should you choose to move over to the west side. Luminosity, escape for now, still alive, but it's not looking much better than it was before. In fact, Tiff, things are looking worse for them.
Look, if I'm going to have to rat, I really don't want to be on a Catalyst. We've seen Sweet do magnificent things being the lone member. Wait. We trying to get Sweet back in. That one's going to go punished for sure as House falls elsewhere. But the fact is, people know he's there, but crossing through an open to actually get close enough to do something about it isn't necessarily going to be on their mind until they have to.
I respect the attempt from Sykes. At least he's got it in him to try and get everyone back in the game. And even now, it looks like it's happening. We've got a respawn for LG. What? In the north side, and the south side, Legends fend off multiple squads moving in from the low, NRG among them, and we know SSG will be seconds behind the NRG roster.
This is going to be one of those things where Legends Gaming likely picks up the majority of SSG and NRG if we can take angles, and NRG wraps around them but cannot keep it together. Too many people taking their angles on him, and now SSG magnificently are able to keep on going.
For how long? Zainu already low, Phony and Koifel down, and as a solo, what can you really do? Cloud9 goes down, as do SSG. Legends still around, and Bleed still around just above them. Fantastic rotate from Bleed and Legends to now play small, be ignored, and stay alive in the last game they will play.
Yeah, I mean, if you wait this out, maybe some teams will collapse up in the north. You've got Bleed with a Newcastle wall up on the top. It's just Shubi last standing, and hello, there you go. You got the angle straight on to Sykes and Sweet, but you want to have that trigger discipline. Don't give it away just yet.
Not many people can actually see Bleed right now, so there's a chance, a not insignificant chance, that they rat out a couple more placement points from this. Taking a look at the ring in the upper left, though, it's not going to be a safe spot for Bleed long term, and Luminosity, having just gotten Sweet back into the game, don't have a whole lot of options either. Their spot is good, but the amount of people that they have to defend it is very low, especially when we know that teams like VK Gaming are going to come in and try and take it from them, much like things are being taken from Na'Vi. Shadow swooping in to do it.
I mean, Shadow is such a good fighting team. We saw it in their earlier series when they kind of broke out the Pathfinder, broke out the Revenant, and just full sent everyone with so much confidence. They do that just there with Na'Vi, and, well, they inherit the eastern side of the zone. The only thing that's going to bother them is that duo of LG. TSM from the north, though, we're still inching away out of our cave, making sure that we're shoulder checking towards our left, as where Na'Vi previously was.
Well, TSM managed well. Legends on yet another Wraith Portal rotation do not fare nearly as. Losing player K, LG are making losses as well. TSM just sitting by under the bridge and watching it happen in the kill feed. Bleed will go down. The solo finally eliminated. Luminosity will join them momentarily, putting us at 6 squads left and the ring still closing.
Look, this is looking more and more like a TSM win. Every team that goes down, they find themselves with so much space, but Nosefox finds the elimination. Verholz wants to get into the fire, into the flames, and Zap takes the angles. The one member standing grabs that knock. Interforce 36 has fallen, but we're going to throw the Knuckle Cluster for some added damage. But when you get the information from the mother load, you see it, you clean it. Goodbye, VK Gaming.
And still with high ground, Nosefox know that it's their time to leap forward. They take down 2 members of TSM, hit the reset as well. And Nosefox, though they may not know it, are making a play for the win. TSM are down to just a solo. Legends are down to just a solo. And the 1v1 goes TSM's way. It is one man that stands in the way of Nosefox. And TSM, great as they may be, historied as they may be, will not stand in the way of a Nosefox win to finish Groups A and D.
You talk about changing your fate, we say it. TSM with all the space and Nosefox with all the eliminations and the placement points to go alongside it. A well-needed victory. We talk a lot about teams kind of hailing from that APAC North region that just such good micro abilities to just dive on in, connect those shots, take the victory. And we talk about the bubble teams, right? A lot of them need all the points that they can get, and what a perfect time to do it.
Teams were clutching up during these last couple of games. Noctem picked up their first win, and now after this, Nosefox do as well. Their first win of Split 2 playoffs. Coming into this, not placed very well. They were 36th in the overall standings, and Tip, we've only got 40 teams at this event. But after a win in this game, they joined the privileged few that have been able to make their way up the leaderboards with the extra 12 points, as well as everything else they were able to accumulate during the course of this series. It may not land them in the upper bracket, but this does push Nosefox into a much better place when we're thinking about how they'll be able to play and how they'll be able to draft their POIs tomorrow.
And this is one of the most interesting teams to me looking at Split 2 playoffs on paper, right? You've got Melstera, you've got Mia K, and you've got Hammer Drill. You've got former Fnatic, you've got former FC Destroy, and well, even former Riddle. So we know they have LAN experience. We know they are historied players, but now we just gotta see, can you make it one more step? Can we get you to Sunday?
It happens so much with all of our APAC North teams. Like, when I was looking at the rosters coming into this LAN, and even midway through the split, I was going, well, all of these rosters are basically made up of the GOATs of several other teams. Nosefox, just one of them, and it is nice to see them coming into their own now that they've finished the group stages.
They have finished the group stages, and that's all for Groups A and D. Let's kick things back over to the desk because they got a lot to break down.
Tiff and Dia, exciting times here as we finish our second series of the day. We do have another series coming up as well, so pay attention to that. We'll get into it shortly. Lauren, Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Minus Tempo back on it to close out this one. It was a great start for a lot of different teams. Some kept it going. Bleed kind of fit in that middle ground of staying there. We saw some resurgence as well from some other squads. Nosefox, for example, winning Game 6, a big win for them. You know, you're doing as much as you can to put yourself in the position to be in winners, but still a whole other series to be played.
Oh yeah, I mean, we got a lot of variety out of these two groups facing off against each other. We get to see these results here. A really strong closing match on behalf of Nosefox. They're able to get those 19 points, but also want to shout out Legends Gaming. We were talking about them heading in. They got the points they needed in their final series to put them in a really solid spot now.
Well, here are match results in front of us. Nosefox get this one, 19 points. It's not a big win. We saw a 30-point win from Shadow just earlier on in the previous set. This time they will be in 6th place with 9, right after Interforce, VK Gaming, Legends, and TSM. But let's go on over to our series results because match 6 set the tone. TSM would be looking to do well. Legends Gaming also, they'd find themselves in 5th and 6th. VK Gaming, Interforce 36, and of course Cloud9 and Bleed Esports would find the top spots in this. What a major moment, especially for Bleed. a team we had talked about, hinted at, maybe hasn't gotten as much discussion as they deserve. Well, they've certainly made us talk about them, as well as Cloud9 there. Big one there. Let's go to the overall and see where that leads us now as we head into the potentiality of these being the final moments, the final results for these teams. Bleed Esports, after 3 played, 138 points. That's looking like they'll be in there. TSM as well, just a point behind. They're looking fine. Cloud9, with that big win, puts them into a very safe position in 5th. And of course, these teams will not play again. So teams like Icholo's Laser, teams like Furia, Gaming Gladiators, they're going to be playing right after this. And I think, Snipe, does this make you feel confident? Where do you feel confident on this board? Obviously, 137 points, but go down to VK Gaming. What they just did, getting those points at the end, you feeling like you might be able to still make this winner's bracket?
It really, to me, seems like this might be the highest scoring group stages in terms of who makes it to the finals that we've seen yet. Usually, it's right around 33 to 35 points a game, which will end you in the 100, 110 range. I think we might see these bottom 7 teams that haven't played 2 matches. A lot of those Falcons and Complexity are obviously going to knock a couple of those out. And when we pull up the scores of the bottom 20, we're going to see how close it already is. There's teams in the 80s, teams in the 90s that are going to be right there, ready to take over. And I mean, the biggest thing right there is Moist. I mean, you got 2 matches and they're in 4th place overall. I mean, they're killing it. So.
Unbelievable stuff from them, and they will be showing up in just a moment in our next series. Tempo, taking a look at the bottom teams, and obviously knowing those teams at the very bottom, like Northeption, it's probably not going to be able to get it done. You can't really get 100 points. It's possible technically, but you wouldn't expect that one. Elimination bracket should be where they end up. Who, though, strikes you as the interesting story here as we head into our next series?
I mean, yeah, you mentioned earlier, it's not impossible to get 80, 90 points in a 6
not impossible
series,
yeah,
right?
It's hard.
But a big thing that you want to play for, even if you are in the bottom 10 right now, so the 31st to 40th place, the big thing you want to aim for is that you still want to be higher in that lower bracket seeding, because then you still get a really good POI when you do your POI draft, right?
Right.
So just because you're at the very bottom right now doesn't mean that, hey, if I can at least get top 10 in the bottom bracket, then I can still get a top 5 POI pick on either map, right?
Yeah.
So that is something that you want to aim for going into this last series of matches.
Awesome. Tempo, it's been great having you as well, man. Before we go to the next set of things, any final thoughts for your segment on the desk here?
No, I mean, it's been great being on the desk here. I never thought I would have gotten my chance to do this, being behind the scenes a lot. Definitely appreciate you guys shooting me the invite, and I hope everyone just continues to enjoy Apex as much as I have. I put everything into it just because of how much fun I have watching it, as well as running things behind the scenes has been a lot of fun, despite how many hours it does end up taking.
That was really, really cool, man. And I think because you do so much behind the scenes, it's nice to have you in front for once so that people can get exposed to you and hear what you have to say about the game. Thanks again, Minus Tempo, for everything you've got going on. We want to keep this moving quickly, so let's just go to the schedule. Coming up, it's B and C. That leaves just one more group to determine who is going to be your winner and who is going to be your eliminated teams in terms of the bracket they'll be playing in tomorrow. No one goes home today, but at 6:45, we will begin the gauntlet that will determine who can make that epic rise and who will fall and have to put it all on the line tomorrow. Again, Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Minus Tempo on the desk with me, Rain Day. We're going to have to send it out to break. When we come back, however, it is B versus C going in for their final matchup of Day 2 here in Mannheim. Those questions in just a moment as we get ready to welcome you back into the SAP arena on the desk. My name is Ray. I'm joined by my lovely talent here to my side, Genome, Graceful, and Snipe Down. Genome been doing the casting, and now you're back on the desk. You were on the desk a little bit yesterday, man, but it's good to have you here.
Yeah, look, bit of both, and there's teams coming up to play both Stormpoint and World's Edge yet again. Just one more before we get to see where they end up. The elimination bracket or the winner's bracket, Rain.
A lot of questions to be answered there. Some teams came in performing so well, Graceful. Some teams had that hot start, and they've done enough, like Na'Vi, who really didn't show up at all last group.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes they say that sometimes it just works out. Godspot was free, sometimes it wasn't, and it goes a little bit worse. Also, macro changes with the whole group swapping around, and you can definitely tell sometimes first, sometimes 14th. Yeah, it's rough.
Well, on the other side, Bleed Esports needed a big one. Snipe, Shubi, knocked, dropped, finding a way to get the job done. That's put them pretty comfortable. They should be expecting to be in winners after this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that last series, Bleed really showed everyone what they're capable of, and I think they were one of the biggest underdogs in some people's wild cards, but I think that team gels extremely well together. You have Knocked and Dropped, who were on that ex-Optic roster, and Shubi, who's also a very chill player as well. They fit into the roster perfectly. Their personalities mesh, and we've seen the improvements in them from the beginning to now.
What was the takeaway, Gino? Watching back in the green room, obviously a lot going on, but, NRG had a couple of performances. What stood out to you in this last setup?
Yeah, look, NRG did do very well. We had a couple of other teams that, I guess, especially when you look at the predictions, right? It was like, as opposed to day one, where it felt like all the talent predictions were the teams at the top of the table. Not the case at all in our last series, or even today when you think back to Shadow 3690 in the first series as well. But yeah, Enterforce 36 doing pretty well. Cloud9, who have been a bit of a quiet team, they sped up a little bit there in that second series as well.
Noise Fox getting the final win, which was so important for them. You could see the impact, the energy. Just a few points could separate whether you're sitting pretty tomorrow and you got 2 chances before you're even facing elimination, or you go straight to we got to perform or we are out. One of the teams that we had been focused on, whether you see in this break a little bit of our Venice time together, or if you're just in the arena and noticing someone who's smiling, singing, or talking about cooking with pork. Of course, I'm talking about one person only. That's Monsoon. We had a chance to catch up with him, with Peeps, about how they've done after this last group.
What up, everybody? I am here with Monsoon from Complexity, one of the best dudes. Seriously, best vibes. Dude, I got to ask. We're getting close to the end of the second day. How do you feel about your team's performance through these first 2 days?
So good, baby. I'm feeling great. We have the best performance of our lives so far. We've guaranteed winners, and we got one more set. So I'm really proud of us, to be honest. And I can't wait to play out this last set and focus on winners in the draft after. So fucking phenomenal.
I love the energy. We're going to bleep that one out. But, dude, so I got to say, what do you have to do to perfect what your team has done so far?
Oh my God, perfection is really unattainable, I can't lie. So we're just trying to focus on what we can control and how to better enable what we're the best at. And so this experience being in groups at LAN is the best experience that we can get. So we're just going to keep trying to read zones and make sure we're on top of our priorities when we get into good spots, and our fighting needs to be on par, and that's it, basically. So just keep doing that.
Yep, well, you heard it here. Like I said, the vibes. We will catch you guys in Mannheim, Germany. Thank you.
Fuck yeah.
Always fun to hear from Monsoon. They'll be showing up here and keeping a close eye on it. 2 series played, so they'll have a chance to grab a couple more points, possibly, and move themselves further up into that ladder. A lot of teams, though, on the other side of things. You see Nada still winning, Bleed Esports as well, TSM very, very secure. But if we flip to that other page, Snipe, you and I were talking about this, thinking, it really is a high point total at first when you look at it, but that may not be, while it looks obvious, it's actually kind of a different scenario. Some of the top teams have been taking a lot of points away from the rest of our participants, 20th through 40th.
Yeah, I originally thought, looking at this, that we might have the highest average point total, and then I realized that we already have a team with 160, 138, and then you have teams that are in the top with only 2 games played. And then you look at the rest of the list, and the next closest is 24th with 69 points, and they still have to get 25 plus points to make it into that bracket. into that winners bracket, and you keep looking further and further down that list. I mean, Alliance is in contention to not make it if they drop low scores, and we're going to need to see some big games out of these, and you can only soak up so many points. So I think that top of the leaderboard is, pretty set.
I mean, that's a great point that you mentioned. A lot of those points being soaked up. In some ways, though, it does leave room for those teams in that 20 to 40 that if they're the one that pops off, they can make it, right? And so Genome, taking a big look at it, before we jump into some narrowing down on the few teams that we want to focus on, you've got teams like Northeption need to pull out a performance. Striders as well. Pioneers will be looking for something. Olympos started it. Can they keep that pace rolling? Even Alliance, it's not guaranteed for these guys, and that's a favorite coming in, our most recent LAN winner. But let's start narrowing down onto some of the teams we really want to look at. Genome, I know our representative from South America has been getting this crowd hyped. They've been averaging some amazing point totals, and you got something to say about them.
Yeah, look, even Noctem managed to grab a win in that last series, but it's Icholos that are really showing up for South America. Crazy to think that these guys have only played 2 series so far, Unreal. And they've got more points than most teams managed to grab in 3. I mean, they're doing this from really lackluster POIs as well. I mean, they're playing from Geyser. They've got Zeus Station. That was their first pick. Nothing to write home about. But all of a sudden, they pilot this composition, which I just love. The Pathfinder, the Newcastle, and the Watson. A little bit different to what most other teams are playing, and they're just making it look so good. Everyone says Bang is indispensable, but somehow they can make rotations with a zipline rather than the smokes. And it's just going to be awesome because they will get a good POI. They will be in the winners bracket come tomorrow, Rain. And at that point, can they do even better? I mean, it's just crazy how well they've done from POIs that most teams would struggle from.
Yeah, and they know they're coming into it with that. As we highlight not only their play, but that Pathfinder specifically, Kurev, not only has been leading the charge for his team in terms of rotations, but leading the charge in terms of birthdays today. I think, none of us have one on the Talent Cast. Not sure any other players, but Kurev, happy 21st birthday from all of us on broadcast. That's exciting stuff. And to me, I think, well, they were almost my pick, not just because of how well they're playing, but a little birthday boon, Graceful. You got to love that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We've had several people that have the birthday boost as well. Like, they're just coming in, feeling confidence. You just had a great dinner with the team. And you're feeling it. I mean, I hope that they're feeling it because I actually caught them in the elevator as well. And
did you?
They were so happy. They were like, dude, remember this comp that we played? No one played it. Now everyone is playing it. And I'm like, you're having successful, results, and people are seeing how good you are, and they're, learning from you guys. That's just how far ahead they are right now. And as people are swapping to, having the same even playing field, can they keep that lead? But so far from what we've seen, they're doing great.
Let's transition. Obviously, Cholos come in as a favorite. Will they keep it up in a group like with these heavy hitters such as Falcons? That remains to be seen. But Graceful, who do you have your eyes on?
Yeah, for me, it's nobody else than a team that people probably have seen as an underdog with all the heavy hitters. Like, we say heavy hitters, there's like 50 heavy hitters at this point. For me, however, it is Makers, none less than Makers, because I like to see, like, when I look at teams individually, when I VOD review, is like, what is their thought process behind stuff, right? And I see these guys a lot of the time get into spots, like into endgame spots very frequently. They manage to get in that mid rotate, like mid to late game. They get a rotate off that puts them in God spot. They manage to hold upside, and that World's Edge came in Thermal, where they cleaned both west side on the Thermal, and then also the east side towards the high ground, and then just close out the game very easily. It's just, you guys can close out the games that you guys shouldn't win. And that's exactly what you need moving forward later into the tournament. If they get on match point and they manage to do that, who knows? Anybody could take home the win.
I mean, if there's one way they do it, though, it's very different to the way of Icholos that we were just talking about, right? Makers are a guns all-out blazing kind of team. They are going to run at you. They are going to negative rotate. They are going to loot or over-loot as much as they possibly can. It's a style that it can struggle at LAN sometimes, honestly. And I think we're seeing the duality of that so far with a 50 2-point game series and a 17-point series as well, right? So one's very good, one not so much. They need somewhere now, something in the middle to get them over the hump and into that winner's bracket.
And the pressure snipe, I was talking too about how it's so important for us to follow the stories of who needs the points to get into winners. But it's not that anymore. When you're in winners, or even if you're qualified top 20, you want to be top 5 if you're going to talk about your POI drafts, because it means that much more. So it's not like the top teams who are here, Echolos, are just going to sit back and relax and let you have these wins. And in fact, Snipe, walk us through this as we've got our POI drafts ready to go. As we kick things off, we'll be on Storm Point. What stands out to you is Falcons grab Mill early and then reject Winity following up.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, with the way the system is and not having the points being accrued, like first place doesn't get 10 points anymore, it's all about the POI draft. It's arguably more important than it ever has been. So you have the teams that are already comfortable who are still going to be pushing for those spots. Navi already has like a big lead, things like that. They're going to want to keep pushing more and more and more to get those drafts, where you're also going to have these lobbies where panic starts to set in. You're going to have teams that realize that they have to get these points. We saw it in the last series. The lobbies started dying out a lot earlier because everyone's aggressive. They need the big games. If one team soaks up all the points, we're going to have a lot of these teams that aren't going to qualify. And the biggest thing that stood out for me is I think it's going to be Liquid. Is going to be Liquid's drafts. They're going to have Harvester and they're going to have Barometer.
Wow.
And they're a team that thrives in these chaotic lobbies. They have always done this. They have, I think, the highest kill game of any single team while getting a win in a tournament still to this day. I think they dropped 24 one time with the win. So that's a team that I'm definitely on the lookout for because they've underperformed to their standards up to this point.
Yeah, I've definitely also seen, some of these picks going into the winners and then later on into finals. You might have a better seeding to pick, but you now make the decision. Do we upgrade to a POI or do we choose our comfort pick we've had this whole time, right? And the biggest thing is that have your macro evolved enough to make that swap and being able to copy and play from all the POIs, because ideally you should be able to play from everything, but realistically you have a few spots you prefer. And we'll have to see which slot opens and which ones are not, but results is what we all need.
And you're talking about panic setting in, right? At this point in previous lands, there was somewhat of a mental reset for the teams who might have fallen into the elimination bracket. But if you're coming in out of the group stage in 40th place, all of a sudden you have to make it through, maybe working off a trident spawn, the prowlers, something like that. You've got scraps to work with.
That's such a difficult proposition, especially for teams trying to figure this pace out of this group. And I think we're going to see that too, Eric. Back to you. What's the storyline of this group coming in? Because for me, we're missing out another big piece. A team like Falcons and a team like Alliance, two big heavy hitters across EMEA and North America, are traditionally most winning regions. They both still have points, not necessarily that they need, more so on Alliance's side, but that they want. None of them are happy with just making it into winners, especially in my eyes, Falcons. And I don't think they've had their big series yet. So what do you think the pace is going to be in this one? Starting slow, or are we off to the races from the beginning?
I mean, we're definitely off to the races. Zero even said yesterday that was his worst day at a LAN yet, while also simultaneously saying that he has never lost a split 2 playoffs at all yet. So he's putting a lot of pressure, and he's saying, he's got Hal on his team now, and they're the 2 most successful people, yet at the last 2 LANs, there's been different winners. So we haven't seen this team actually put it fully together yet. And I expect them to come out. They're my pick to win this one. I think that this is where their tournament really starts. They've seen how some of these lobbies fold out in the new meta on LAN specifically, because it's always going to be different than it is in these online games. And then you look at Alliance as well, who started off the tournament really strong. Everyone's like, oh, wow, Tyler filled in perfectly. And then the second set was very rough.
Not quite.
Maybe, it's a little bit of trying to figure out how the team works. And I think that this set is going to be huge for them, because going into the elimination bracket is a lot different than kind of going back to the drawing board in winner's bracket.
FaZe Clan, I'm going to go to you, Graceful. You talked about him at the start of this. What's the expectation now going in? Huge org across the gaming space. Really, really good EMEA team coming into this. Have they underperformed in your eyes?
Yeah, definitely underperformed, but seen signs of life. So it's not over just yet, and as we know, we're not in LIMS yet, so you're not going home. Right?
You're okay.
They still have the time to recuperate and get that mental reset, like Genome talked about, and I'm sure they could do it if any team can do it, because they've shown time and time again in several tournaments in Pro League and on LAN that they have the capabilities. I hope they can pull themselves out of this, because I'm rooting for my boys.
Genome, I'll leave it open, because there's so many teams I could talk about, from Gaming Gladiators to Furia, who are kind of heavy hitters, teams that we expect could win this all. Who do you have your eye on in this one going in?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking at Not Moist. Had a quick chat to them over the lunch, and talking with Droga, the coach, he said, look, we're already at 134 points. We're already guaranteed that we're going to have a really good POI going into the winners bracket. And he said, the boys are off the leash.
Wow.
I've given them free reign to go at this lobby, and, you know, we're qualified. Basically nothing bad can happen from this point. Full send it.
That's a scary proposition if you are in this lobby as well. Not Moist off the leash. We'll see if that bodes well for them, or if it bodes well for them, if that bodes horribly for the other 19 teams in this group. Let's head over to our talent predictions. As you can see, 3 Team Falcons there. Happy about my 12-point lead over Dan right now. Let's hope that stays this way. At least it will if Falcons do well. Eat Yolo's Laser, huge pick from Tiff. I love it. Complexity going for Dia. Dia going for Complexity. Vicky Kitty on the Not Moist train also. I want to go to this next page here because guess who we've got? We've got Reddit, who's competing with us. You and Reddit are together in this genome. The Not Moist off the leash. We'll see how that works for you, buddy.
2 points. 2 points behind Tiff right now. I'm coming for her.
I'm coming for both of you.
You're doing quite well. You're doing quite well. The only issue about this now, our little joke, is we can't like make up space against each other unless we do these crazy picks. We'll see how it ends up going, and I hope you guys are having fun with it. Good luck to all of you, all of our competitors. Oh, and let's get ready to go because it is time to launch this series, our last one of the day. Let's see how it goes as we send it over to Jamerson and Vicky Kitty.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Okay, I'm looking at the predictions. I'm still counting track, you know. Vicky here with Jamerson and the rest of this packed arena. Are you guys ready for our last groups here in the ALGS?
I love it. I love it. I am so stoked for this. And we got to see in that last group stage in the last group match that there was a very big shift in terms of tempo and how the teams were playing. And so now this becomes the big question. Going into the final match of the group stages, how are our teams going to be able to adjust to that kind of tempo shift?
I mean, they're not only playing to make sure that they have a statement being done here when you look at teams like Not Moist, but they're also playing for the priority of those POI picks, with Na'Vi being at the very top, which is like, what, a 30-point difference between themselves and Not Moist. And if the leash is being let go and they're just going to run rampant in these lobbies, I'm a little terrified after the action we've already seen Not Moist put on in a lobby like this. As stacked as this, honestly, when I was looking at the point threshold at these squads that are a threat of elimination, it is absolutely insane to see how stacked this team lobby is.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting Moist to be leading this lobby, in particular their specific group, by so much, especially when you have a team like Falcons in there. But they are trailing behind by quite a bit. But I still have faith in Team Falcons. You know, I feel like they just need a little bit more time to get things together. They did note that, you know, this meta is a little bit not to their liking. We saw a lot of shifts coming off of them when it came to the scrims, and they were trying to figure out the roles correctly for all of this, but they haven't quite put it together. Now, we've talked about all the big dogs. We have to talk about, you know, getting sent down to the lowers or securing your spot in the top, Vicky.
I would be sweating a little bit if I was Complexity. Falcons even out here with 91 points, although a lot more secure, but I'm talking about teams that have been really struggling below that even 90-point threshold mark. I hear the crowd going crazy every time we see Not Moist on the screen. Alliance. I love how the desk really highlighted that story. You know, they came out at the very beginning of day one, absolutely going crazy, and then, you know what, falling off a bit here, not really able to find that momentum. This could be the opportunity as we take a look at the overall standings. Again, this is what I mean with Na'Vi being up on top, playing all 3 series with 160 points. Then you look all the way down to Not Moist, playing within this series with 134 points.
Yeah, that's a 26-point differential. I mean, that's easily doable. If you average, you know, about 4.5 points per game, you're of course going to probably hit about 5. So I can see them getting that on kill points alone. Kill points alone, especially with the aggression and the team fights that they've been taking. But they're on the bubble. surprisingly enough, they're in 17th place. You got Team Falcons with 91 and Complexity with 90. Now, they do have a fairly comfortable lead over everyone else below them, but you have to remember that we still have, I think, something around 14 teams in this specific match, in this specific set, that can still push themselves up. There are a few that are, of course, well out of reach, but you know, you got to get your reps in. You got to be able to spend today, this last match, as at least another practice set going into the lower bracket. So if your team like Striders or Northeption, you can still get valuable practice time in.
And then you look at teams who have made an absolute statement. I mean, not even here at this event, but even at EWC, when you look at eCholos, and with Kuriv celebrating his 21st birthday, by the way, we heard it on the desk from Rain Day, giving him a shout out. He's got that birthday buff. And after a huge statement that they made closing out day number 1, I'm expecting this team to continuously rep South America all the way to the distance.
Yeah, 21st birthday, it's a specific milestone for us in the US, but not for everyone else around the world, right? But for Kuriv, this can definitely be a huge milestone for him, something to definitely look back on for the rest of his life, especially with the performance that eCholos have been putting on. And, you know, Gino mentioned it on the desk, they don't have the most stellar draft, right? They come in from Geyser, but Geyser has kind of been their bread and butter. So we saw them succeed with it yesterday. We'll see if they can succeed once more.
Exactly. We've seen it already. We could possibly see it again, but we are starting off on Storm Point, and that's the first thing we have to pinpoint here, because eCholos being actually one of the teams to find a great balance of success on both World's Edge and Storm Point. So it's about building up that momentum as we get started with game number 1. And then you look on the flip side, right? You look at a team like Furia, who I feel like I keep mentioning them, but they're a great example because just to put into perspective, their strength, the amount of points that they've been able to get on World's Edge right now within this tournament has been 72 total points, whereas their Storm Point games, the amount of points that they've been able to accumulate, 33 points. That really does highlight where these teams find their strength here, what they have to do differently, even talk to them in the back like, come on, I had you guys on my vote for that first series. We have to make sure that we lock it in. Although going into this series, Jamerson, I definitely had all my eyes on Not Moist.
Yeah, that's great because, you know, I mean, on the flip side, right, throughout the regular split, too, for Falcons, it was almost the opposite, right?
Yeah.
Their Storm Point almost doubled their World Edge gainings. And so right now, I guess if you're Furia, you're looking at maybe how do we improve our Storm Point game? Or do you think maybe it's because we have swapped the starting map? Starting off on World's Edge, you're a little bit fresher, you know? And then you, as the map goes on, or as the match goes on, we get into match 5, match number 6. We're on Storm Point at that point. Teams are bringing up the tempo. They're playing a little bit more aggressive at the end of the match, and so that could be a deciding factor, but it looks like we are ready to go, Vicky.
Got our legends picked out here in the lobby. We're getting set up to load into this game, and I know a team that was also mentioned earlier that a lot of people have their eyes on when it comes to the crazy talent that you could expect in a lobby like this is Liquid Alien. We're wondering how they could play to their strengths as we get started, everybody. Match number 1. Everybody has come down from the dropship. Everyone is getting the loot that they need, and we're gonna see where this first circle is going to be taking us.
And we're starting it off here at Zeus Station with eCholos Lasers once again, really opening our eyes on the global stage to the talent that is out there in South America. We're seeing APAC represent today as well. This has been such a wonderful weekend so far, and I'm so excited to get into this match.
Oh man, and I'm already seeing where this circle is going to be shifting completely away from eCholos, exiting out of Zoo Station. But, you know, a pathing that has not been a problem for them in the past. I'm not worried here, especially when you talk about their legend composition that we have also highlighted being one of the few teams to be able to find that success without the crypto. We are going to be moving perhaps over to a similar zone that we saw in our first series of the day, a northern pylon type pool from a zone like this.
Yeah, we've seen the pylon pools, we've seen the Cedo pools, a lot of central zones today. And so I'm not too worried. Again, when we're here on Storm Point, having that north to south rotation from a lot of the teams, right? Lightning Rod or Complexity at the wall, it's fairly easy to do on this map because of that height elevation, right? You're going from really high hills on the north to pretty flat ground there on the south. You can make up a lot of ground with evac towers, and especially if you utilize that command center rotate, right, where you get so much distance off an evac tower.
Absolutely, especially when you're right there up above on that platform here. But we're already seeing quicker rotates here as Cholos have already moved away from Zoo Station, using that very big balloon already to now navigate themselves through Stormcatcher, where there is a ring console waiting for them.
Yeah, I love that move coming out from them. They understand, you know, we're probably on the later side overall of some of these rotates, and so if we get over to Stormcatcher, we're not going to really have to worry about that. North Ashman was there, and they moved out of the way, but over here at Pylon, we're going to be seeing a lot of teams trying to take up spots. We got to see how a lot of the pyramids play here. We got that northern pull, I believe, on that one ring that ended up coming in, and surprise, surprise, it's Falcons making an early entry, but there is some friction here, and they have to try and push someone back.
As they have been doing very early on within these games. Let's not forget that this is Reject Winity's POI, and they have found themselves already in that northern building in case the circle does continuously pull up. They're in a better position versus the squads that would have to funnel their way outside from the buildings of Pylon.
Yeah, Launchpad, of course. Coming from Launchpad, Furia have already made it here as well. Reject Winity. Guild is another team that we haven't really been able to talk about, but they have still an opportunity to try and make it into the top 20 here to secure themselves. But as we join on board with Furia right now, we're seeing the 30-30 for Keon, trying to get some poke off, and they're going to need that damage. Oh, unfortunately, Vaxlon goes down to MT on that triple take, but he should be recoverable as they were playing around that pyramid.
It's about sending a message, though. You talked about Guild earlier, and this is a team that desperately needs that KP, that desperately needs to get this early series momentum because they're sitting in 30th overall with 54 points, where in the first series they got 28 total points, and in the third series when they were able to play for that second time, they got 26 points. So being able to find that KP early on so that way you could get as aggressive as possible would be very important for a team that needs to sponge up more of this KP. As we see the EMPs roar out, GG has already found themselves on the other side of the Pylon building, and they've lost out in light.
Yeah, this was going to be a tough rotate for them coming out from Devastated Coast. They wanted a lot more loot there, but it was relatively free most of the way. But it looks like, unfortunately, guys, we do have another issue. But yeah, thank you for staying with us. Speaking more about that, you know, you have, I believe, Furia up to the north of them over at Launchpad, and we know how quickly Furia can move. So I feel like that might have been a small mistake, possibly for GG, right? Trying to rush that rotate when they should know that you're going to lose out on a lot of priority, right? So maybe not trying to get hard center into zone unless they were using that, making that evac off of a man scan.
Yeah, I'm also getting word here that there is a player audio issue. I want to make sure all of our players are able to listen to what is happening around them, so we get that figured out. I do want to follow up on your point here, Jamerson, because when GG had made that rotate, we already know how many teams, basically like 18, 17 teams or so. I'm being dramatic. It's like 15 teams that are already in that next circle. That's huge here because you have squads that are already holding on to the high ground up on top of that building, even if it's not Reject Winity because they gave up some of that space early on when they moved up to the lot that's right to their north, but it's still a lot of teams that did go for that quick rotate that were able to find space on the height. So if it isn't Furia also poking at them from the backside, it's also the teams that are waiting for them up on the high ground in the middle of Pylon.
Yeah, this might come down to possibly delaying your initial man scan. A lot of teams want to just go ahead and pop that as quickly as possible, right? Get that survey beacon down, get that information, but you might want to delay that until you're ready for your rotate. But sometimes by rotes, by, you know, the hours and hours of scrims that you put in, it's like, oh, hit the first man scan, it doesn't really matter. But sometimes you do need to hold that in the back pocket because we do have the changes to the man scan, right? It's not the same as before. It's not map wide anymore. It pulses every 5 seconds, so you do get updates. You get 2 updates throughout all of that, or 3 updates throughout all of that. I can't math right now. I believe It's 15 seconds on. Pulse is
like
5 seconds. I forget. But yeah, so this could be something to consider moving forward. But right now, I'm not too worried. This is just match number 1.
Yeah, exactly. And we're still getting settled into some of these buildings. But we have seen some players already getting knocked in the process of that rotate. Now, while also highlighting the teams that do like to take their time over in coming right back into that zone, playing mostly by the edge. And we are on pause, everyone. We are getting started and continuing on with game number 1 and utilizing that catwall to see if they can maybe recover the banner, or maybe Lufka is actually regretting his decision, but he's fully committing to this.
Oh, he's got that shield up along with that wall.
Oh,
Gets tagged from behind, but it looks like somehow he makes it to the door. But can he get in? Blast! Save your man!
Oh, he just turned around. Oh my goodness. By a pixel, basically. He had to turn around. He had to turn around and set up his purple knockdown. Even the Crypto Drone playing peekaboo. I see you, Lufka. Now having to back away to fully reset, but at least they got the banner.
Yeah, that was a little bit terrifying there at the end when it's like a headhunter. The first time you're playing like Half-Life 2 and a headhunter pops up and you're like, oh, okay. They do recover, but the problem here is I don't see a mobile respawn beacon. I don't see a mobile respawn beacon for them. They do have crafters nearby, but you can see the kind of presence that's already here at Pylon. So if they have to wait until, I don't know, someone comes in and gifts them one, I don't think they're going to be able to actually recover.
Good luck with that. With the amount of teams here, that'd be scary. I mean, would have thought Apex Legends actually being a horror game in its own accord here, but right there, right outside, there is a Moby. They set it up with the Newcastle deployable barrier, and they get the res. GG as a full 3-man back in this lobby.
You're welcome. That's the reverse caster's curse, by the way. Oh, no!
Oh, wait.
Lufka gets melted down as he tries to make his way back into that pyramid, but it looks like should be safe. Should be safe. Yeah, there's the res. No one can really punish off of that, surprisingly enough. It was moist on the south side of Pylon there. But looks like we don't have as much action now. Things have slowed down. It was that mad scramble to try and get a priority position inside of Pylon. We do have a lot of teams still hovering around on the outside. Alliance making a slower rotate here now at Cascade Falls. They will go ahead and hit up that beacon and realize, yep, this ring will continue to pull into Pylon proper.
Pulling more down to the south than what we had actually seen in that first match series, where it actually pulled slightly over to the north side, closer to that tree that would exit out of Jurassic, but this time pulling a lot closer to where we see Not Moist completely controlling all 3 buildings of real estate, while Echolo's over to the right side by the big tree that's over to the southeast part of Pylon, but even more so thinking about the squads that have been taking their time to rotate from the north side, like we just saw from Alliance, Olympo, Complexity, Makers even still coming out of Command Center, Striders that are just completely counter-rotating back towards the north side because they want to prioritize the ring console that's over there. But a lot of these teams, when they do start approaching from the north side, when you start looking at Jurassic, it's going to be tight there from that choke.
Alliance were able to hit that, I believe, survey beacon and spotted out Olympo. Ooh. That first knock onto Artie. They're going to try and follow up. Remember, they were trying to use that evac tower, and that's a quick punish to be the first +1 for Alliance here. First point in our match.
What they need here to wake up now, being able to get that 1 KP before flying into Jurassic to get the Evil Harvester and to get information from the ring console. But they're not the only one here, Jamerson, because KCP are right in front of them to do the same thing. Here comes a Sky name from Tyler.
Oh, Lucky on the right-hand side here. Onmu has been spotted out. EMP right on top of him. Hawk is now looking to get into the action.
And now we see Unlucky trying to get into an angle here. Finding with the bang ult that's already been called in, grappling in as well. Before finding a different split angle, they want to capitalize off of this knock, and it's isolated for now, but it may not be for long because Liquid Alienware could actually third party right behind Alliance.
Alliance have to be careful here, but they have taken no damage in this Now, as they got another knock onto Deeds, slowed down just a little bit, but you can see Team Liquid. Jaguar is ever the predator on the outside, prowling forward with the help of Yanya.
Hungry as they lick their lips, so trying to time it right. And after Alliance had gotten that initial knock on Anu, they re-knock him again. This time with the Mozam, Tyler moves forward. They are chasing them down. Do they want to keep giving this space? Because Liquid are still on their tails.
It looks like Gent not able to bat up quite yet. He's limping away, but Alliance are funneling in on this. And this should be a relatively safe one. Yeah, is unlucky. Goes ahead, tips on in, forces him back. Tyler does take a lot of damage, but luckily for them, he'll be able to go ahead and armor swap that off. And Team Liquid will not be able to come in for the third-party Alliance with a clean fight here.
Pushing all the way forward, getting ahead of Liquid, being able to clean up that last member, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for KCP, and all the better for Alliance to get even more KP. Well, now Liquid have to backtrack here, and while they were trying to overextend, it is now Striders from outside the zone that have made their way to get the same amount of information from that ring console in Jurassic.
I'll be honest, a lot of teams, when they play this position out on the north side of Jurassic, they tend to let their guard down for some reason. And we see a lot of teams end up falling here. For Team Liquid, they know what just transpired. They're going to be, of course, keeping eyes on every single angle. But this ring will continue to go ahead and pull down to Pylon. Will they want to try and possibly play gatekeeper here? How much longer will they hover around for Alliance, though? They note that Team Liquid was there, so they just decide to opt around, and it's Striders now looking to gatekeep as you got Rex pushing forward.
And they're not the only ones, because Makers are also around the corner with the bins being reset here. They're looking at that red bin with hungry eyes. You see the poke from afar because Alliance had that slight high ground, but with Makers trying to also get into position, Striders are also right behind them, which could put Makers in the middle if they try to hold forward, and Alliance do not like their position. I do like the call to back away instead. Enough noise has been made and the commitment over on that north side to maybe get Liquid out of the bunker so that way they could try to rotate back around. There was a replicator that spawned on the other side of those bunker doors, maybe get some med kits, and now ending up rotating from the Jurassic side.
It's still a little bit of a risk. They knew that someone was in that tunnel, but as we go into Pylon on the northeast side right now, it looks like Icholo's lasers that were playing off the tree line to the south were able to spot out SWQ coming in. That's the second knock, and now it's just Yu Ling. No utility other than the E's to throw down here, but this is looking bad. You got Complexity, Monsoon trying to find an angle onto them, but you can see that Monsoon can't overextend here. They don't want to give up this pyramid for free, and so he's going to keep his leash pretty tight.
But at least being able to actually pull off that shield bat, while on the other side here, Makers have fully ended up rotating from the north side through the Evil Harvester, where Complexity has been sitting in this building. Now Makers are going to be approaching from that choke.
For Complexity, though, they can hold this northeast side for quite some time now, and really there's no issue. Nice thing for them, though, is once Kimchi gets into his drone, he can scout out that side. Never mind, he's got confirmation. There's a team coming in. That's going to be Makers. Actually contest them here. Monsoon out with Kimchi, and they connect to take out Dexter.
Everyone's got shotguns. Everyone has long distance here, but Lou loses out and gets knocked. It's Guild from the high ground, who have been menaces from the beginning on top of Pylon, and Complexity are still dealing with Makers, not allowing them to reset well. Now they have everybody here alive with shields to work with, even ignoring Guild with the triple take from a distance.
They were quick too, and I believe they just dropped a mobile respawn beacon, but Makers were able to get that red armors to play off of here in the 2v3. The tables have turned onto Complexity, but Makers haven't done that much damage to them. I don't know if they want to chase after this as Dexter loses his ones to Kimchi. Luckily, though, Ziki is there to trade.
And only one left now from Complexity, as he's trying to get up back onto the high ground here, but Makers with Asia holding a nice edge here of the building, but still in the line of sight of Guild and that triple take. Having to watch out over to the left side though, because Icholos have shown face to get involved in this fight.
Perfect timing coming out from Icholo's lasers. That ring started pulling away to the north, and they knew that they had to come in for the third party. This big fight between Complexity and Makers creates an opportunity now for Icholo's lasers to play on the northern slow side of this zone and really not be contested for it. As I say all of this, though, you know what? This is a warm-up game, Vicky. This is a warm-up game.
Where is he? Where is the invisible Crypto? Hide and seek Sicky. In a corner, Stake was able to pull off the res with the Crypto drone. Let's get a little hit of that replay here. As we see from the other side, the action had not stopped because Not Moist was also able to wipe Go Next from the south side of Pylon. They've cleared out the entire south side of this next zone, but they will have to start moving eventually since it's pulling up towards the north.
Yeah, the big problem is how much time have they really had to really consider this rotation, right? They don't have the ring information that it is going to continue to pull up even further north. There's a huge pileup of teams there on the south. You got FaZe, you got Gaimin, you got Team Falcons. But for Icholo's lasers, while they were not able to finish off Makers, they at least get priority on this rotate. They force Makers back. They'll be able to push forward and try and take the north side of this zone. They'll even have a replicator to play off of.
Here now with Not Moist, though, moving forward. Let's jump into a listening with Not Moist as they make that next rotate.
I'm batting. I think we need to walk forward. Like to heal.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay. Come.
Coming.
We can climb up, remember?
Yeah, I need to heal. I need to heal too.
Are we in here? Are we in here?
Yeah, so you're in.
Yes, we are. I'm gonna place you down on us.
I'm
placing you down on us.
Yeah, look right.
Look here.
We need to get this guy off our door too. And
He's right here. He's playing right here on my ping, okay?
Can you come in, Fences?
In a sec, yeah.
I'm gonna drone. So you have info. Yes, I do.
I popped off Excel for new drone already.
You're good.
I smoked up. Do you have EMP?
I do.
I think you look for this. Alright,
I'm EMPing.
Waiting for
I EMP now.
I'm hitting.
They're below armor.
Bang! One! Dead!
Nice,
Dead! Get in!
I'm in.
There's an Arcstar. There's also another team. I'm getting EMP'd. We need to chill.
Careful. Can't get
come back.
behind.
No, I'm dead. Right here.
Chill.
Oh, bro.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, I don't think we can like hard force.
No, we...
For the engagement inside the building, you saw that they knew that they had to disengage. The moment the EMP rung out, it was Makers who were also trying to look for a flanking opportunity on top of Team Falcons. And by the way, expecting a perhaps maybe more southern zone, nope, it's exactly the same zone we had seen in that first match, pulling right towards that canal.
Yeah, unfortunately for Moist, they ended up playing Gatekeeper there on the south for way too long. They needed to make that move earlier. They needed to get more information. They needed to play off the Crypto drone to really figure out what was free. Throughout all of this, though, a lot of teams have gone down. We're down to 10 squads here. Alliance finally finished off Team Liquid on their rotate in from the north-hand side, clearing out a lot of that. GHS goes down, I believe, in that area. For Team Falcons, clearing out Moist allows them a lot more breathing room, but they are not safe in the zone quite yet.
Now, they're just playing slightly by the edge, but they're not the only ones, right? They're piled up alongside Furier, Gaming, Gladiators. Gilder are going to be coming in from right behind them, but it is focused on Alliance, who are trying to clear the north side of the zone before. They have won a game in this same exact spot in the past and are looking to continue on their momentum, but they have to get out of the line of sight of the teams that still have height, and even Icholo's on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, again, Icholo's lasers with that priority to the northern side of this zone are trying to properly apply pressure onto Alliance. That's going to be one of their biggest threats, because now Alliance is there. They always have to worry about that climb up for them. They have to commit someone from their team to consistently keep an eye on the team on the low ground. Otherwise, Alliance push in.
And Alliance now unlucky, having to reposition. They saw the knock, but Guild is still being a problem. So is Icholos on the other side, but they're still feeling the pressure at a different angle. Alliance now playing alongside the fence line, playing alongside the purple knock, but Icholos have the benefit of having that Newcastle barrier for now.
Hackus is going to try and stick it here. Tyler on the front lines, smoking off one. The third party from Northeption, giving Alliance the breathing room now to be able to push forward and utilize that smoke to keep them contained. Tyler needs just a little bit more damage. That's the re-knock onto Azazel.
That's the nice body block and suppressed fire that Tyler had put on so that way the rest of Alliance can get fully reset. But they need to prevent the Newcastle res. He had the gold knockdown. He gets the res over to the other side. But now they're feeling the pressure from Northeption. They're still feeling the pressure from Guild, who have height over Pylon.
And take a look at how much ammo they have to work with too. 200, so they can continue to just spam and spam and spam. And that's Cholos lasers going down. Alliance now clearing out the north, but this zone will be pulling towards the center here, but they are the only team on the outside. They can start buying a lot of space for themselves and spread out. Falcons, though, not getting too much breathing room here as they are getting charged.
And Jen had walled out that door. You see the Newcastle wall open up the door. Here's Falcons, though, before they're forced to start moving, popping the shield bat, the circle closing right behind their backs, and Alliance are taking all these fights here for the teams that had height originally. Guild get eliminated here before Hockey's is forced to slide down and pop the shield bat.
They have so much utility. They can basically reset for days and days. Alliance, though, still on top of Gaming Gladiators, trying to gatekeep Furia from coming out. That's going to be Hawkins getting the knock onto Lufka, and he will instantly finish him off. Tyler commits his way on in, but Hawkins has fallen. Tyler will be the next to fall, and it looks like Alliance might just go down.
Maybe here, but a crazy stick off that arc. Vax is still alive here on the high ground. Alliance finally get eliminated. Northeption, they walk in. They want the high ground. They're looking at teams right below in the last two spots before Northeption are your first game winners.
And Vicky, with that game win, Northeption nearly double their entire score. And honestly, at the beginning of the top of the match, I threw him the bone, right? I said, hey, you know, this is a learning moment, right? You can utilize this last group stage match to just try and figure things out before you go into the lower bracket, but it looks like they have definitely figured things out.
I mean, started from the bottom, now we're here. I mean, like, that is a crazy statement to open up the series when you are so desperate to put on as many points as you can. I mean, everyone, they are sitting in 40th overall in the series. The first series they played, they only had 13 points. The second series was 6 points. And here we have them starting off strong on Storm Point, playing extremely patiently to also capitalize on all the fights that are happening in front of them so that they can poke from afar.
Yeah, and honestly, that is a tale of two different teams, right? Northeption took their time. They slow played that end game. On the other side, for Alliance, they are not safely secured into the top 20, into the winner's match tomorrow. And so they realized we need more points. We need to make sure we get these points here. There are plenty of fights ahead of us. There's possibly 2, 3 teams inside of this building. So I commend them for going for that aggressive play, because they know that we know how to slow play. We already know how to do this. We can do this all day. Here we need to learn how to really team fight together, because we do have this stuff. We need to get this down pat.
And they know they have the opportunity, which is why we see after the first game, they may have not taken first place, but they absolutely took 15 KP, setting them up as first place overall in the standings from that first game. 22 total points, with Northeption being right behind them, but a very tight top end, top 3 teams, with Furia only a point away from them.
Yeah, Furia continuing on that momentum, really highlighting how good they are here in the group stages so far. They are not slowing down one bit. And like you had mentioned, struggling a little bit on Storm Point, but it might be just the first few maps buff for them.
Hockey's is going absolutely wild here too. So aggressive as an IGL, putting his team in a good position to also help enable them to pop off. What a great first game here, because that was Alliance also getting like, what, 5.3k damage we could see right there off of that first game alone. You know that they're absolutely going to be able to carry that momentum as we go on for the next 2 games here on Storm Point. Game number 2 coming to you on the other side of this break. who also like to have that hot and cold, that hot and cold performance. Furia having their fans, Dia de Furia, and we get to see all the fans fill up the arena. It's just been getting more stacked by the minute here in Germany, and it's been a fantastic time too. And you know, looking at Northeption, when I break down the amount of points some of these teams have been able to find themselves on one map versus the other, Northeption has been able to find way more success on Stormpoint. I mean, especially after that game, right? But it's about whether they can keep that up going into World's Edge for the final 3 games. Since we do make that map switch up where we instead start on Stormpoint, this benefits the squads that do readily rely on that momentum to be carried from the map that they're strong on from Stormpoint into a map like World's Edge.
Yeah. Notably, Northeption did have a relatively easy rotate coming in from Stormcatcher to make their way all the way on over to Pylon. It was fairly free for them, but we got to see how many teams moved in, right? So despite priority, you can't really let your guard down. You have to expect a lot of teams at this point to be able to fast rotate, and I think Northeption are getting a taste of that here. They're really learning that quickly, as it looks like we are getting near to the beginning of the next match. But Alliance here, I love that we were able to see a 15 elimination game out of them. We know that the highs of Alliance are basically peaking at like Mount Everest, right? They have had those monstrous 35, 38 point games in the past. And the fact that they were nearly able to do something similar here on LAN and also with the sub is very impressive.
It is. It also, again, highlights Hockey's ability as an IGL. I cannot stress this enough. I know everyone probably already knows at this point, but he's one of the most consistent IGLs in the world. Top 3 IGL, honestly, in my opinion, in the history of Apex Legends, who continuously proves himself here in an environment where he could adapt with a sub, where he could adapt under pressure. It's just another day at work. When you talk to Hockey's, he's always meaning business when it comes to Apex Legends. Let's get this started, though. Can they keep it going as we go on to match number 2?
Match number 2. Northeption taking a huge victory there in match number 1. And I have to note, they are or were on the bottom end of the leaderboard. You kind of have to look at that as, oh, for a lot of teams that were in the middle of the pack, that's a lot of points that got away from them for a team that might not even be able to make it into the top. So Northeption, they're getting a lot of practice in. They're getting wins in. This is going to be huge for them, especially if they can knock the confidence of a lot of our competitors.
It's such a crazy story. One that always makes for legends out here as we tune in to Northeption, the winners of our previous game. Landing, as we've already mentioned, through Stormcatcher, which wasn't a very difficult rotate over to Pylon, but we are getting a very significantly different circle compared to the one that we just saw right now. But a circle we have seen plenty of times. Moving over to the north side by Checkpoint, where there's a lot of space to coexist by the bunkers.
And the other big story, of course, was Alliance in that last match, and Alliance getting priority on his zone. Oh boy, this is definitely a point where they can feast, having the ability to take that northern tower and have really good sightlines. We'll see if they maybe want to try and prioritize getting things like the triple take or longer range weapons where they can utilize that height advantage across the rest of the map to try and steal away some kill points from our teams. For our teams, though, that we know that like to be center zone really fast, like a team like Furia, this is one of the hardest rotates for them.
That's very true. A team that always wants to not only rotate very fast on a Stormpoint, a map where they know that they shine the best when they're bunkering down it for end circle, but a team that likes to benefit off of poking from afar when they do find that spot. They do have a pretty big trek, though, and we're already seeing teams make their way into that next circle, specifically Falcons, who've already found some space over by the southwestern buildings that overlooks KCP in their POI by Down Beast. But I also want to highlight how this is going to test Alliance in the way that they're able to be stationary over by their POI of North Pad. They're going to probably be on the high ground looking at all the teams that are already going for that rotate, whether it be Team Falcons or even Cholos that rotate from the wall side.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a heavy loop path for Fury here. They realize we have no priority whatsoever on this zone. Who do we have to our back? I believe it's Gaming Gladiators coming out of Devastated Coast. But along the way, they will have drop-offs, I believe, going over to Jurassic, where they can pick up a map scan. I was talking about snipers at North Pad, and I thought it might have been Alliance, but of course, it's the usual suspects.
Yeah, it's Complexity. It's Monsoon, if that wasn't an obvious already decision here, because Complexity are now looking to collapse. Each of those, I mean, when you have a flying Newcastle in the air, it's like a flying fridge hurtling in your direction before he meteors onto the ground. And with Alliance having not only the pure advantage, they also have the height advantage looking at all the other teams next to them. But they had also preemptively set up a zip line here from Unlucky, so that way they could get onto this high ground, but in the future could also benefit them in repositioning and act as a double-edged sword if a team does see an opportunity to collapse on them.
And we saw a team making their way in, and I believe that was Complexity. After that knock and noticing that the zipline was there, noting that Alliance was going to go ahead and give away that low ground position, Complexity move on in to get further north. Every team knows how far this is going to pull up. That's why you have each of those lasers up here who were just able to get that res. That's why you have Team Falcons up here on one of the fingers of North Pad, along with Alliance and Complexity.
Is that Complexity over the other side that just burned zero here? They had moved forward too to get deeper into North Pad, and they're not the only ones. Striders, KCP, you can see FaZe already in this building. Yeah, it is Complexity over by the north side, probably playing off that slow lip on the low ground here. FaZe now looking right down, and they're not the only ones too, with Southside Guild also making an appearance in that fight eventually over to the south.
Oh no, Naxo over peaking. SRZ finds one, but he's stuck outside on the door. EMP will come out, really slowing down this fight. But now you can see the re-engage coming out from Striders.
Oh, tries to break down the door here, take a different angle. Striders needing help, they lose out on their shields. And with one knock here, they want to capitalize. They get Cinetic down. They're approaching from the stairwell here, but there's so many other teams looking to see if they can take up this real estate. Here comes Rikizo being able to use that Mozambique. He's got the gold shotgun bolt, but they are feeling the pressure. Literally one shot from the other side.
FaZe will end up going down, and it's Complexity here for the third party. Getting a knock onto Noxy, and now Striders took a little bit too long here. Really couldn't have expected the aggression coming out from Complexity, but that's the name of the game for them now.
Yup, and that's why this is the opportunity that they were waiting for, and they're not the only ones. GHS also right below them. Kimchi was split up, and they were able to fully find it here on that low ground, while Complexity still playing off the high ground, off that lip when they wanted to get involved in that fight. Reject Winity also slowly starting to approach, with KCP being off the lot over to the left side.
That's unfortunate too. Kimchi, that's the player on the crypto. Could have utilized the drone to get that banner, but now it's gonna have to be Monsoon if he can't even get in there. But it looks like Striders will be the team that actually gets the res. That's going to be Noxy coming back on in for them. Back here, though, down on the southwest side, over by Mill, we do have a small engagement. It looks like XNY versus Team Liquid. Neither team might have not been able to get the map scan and are hovering around here, trying to figure out where the next zone goes. And I get it, you know, you got Godrock, you got Mill, you got a lot of building to play off of, a lot of position that you can fall back to if you're not feeling safe. And so they can take their time out here, but it's not Moist making their intentions known here on the south side. And the thing about Moist is I love their edge play, and it looks like it's already paid off for them, getting a knock onto Yu Chen.
The 3-2-1, the communication flowing from Not Moist, and the follow-up for Walty to get that knock, although you saw with the Newcastle going outside the building to commit to that res, allowing Not Moist to now wrap up from the other side of Mill, and also, by the way, get that ring console beacon for free, so they'll also have that circle information once they completely oppress X and Y.
Yeah, this is Not Moist. Remember, Genome said on the desk he was able to talk to Draugr, and now that they're in match number 3, now that they're well above triple digits, right, they are completely unchained. And I love Moist when it comes to playing on edge, when they're able to get as aggressive, when they're able to ape every single fight. when it's a clean 3v3, almost no one can take him down in this lobby.
Genuinely scary. Also, very genuinely scary to be 1 health here with just your shields protecting you as North Epson, but nobody taking shots at them as they've been able to find some safety behind these rocks. After that rotation from height, Makers were right behind them, though, exiting out from wall side. And before they drop down, you know that North Epson are right alongside Furia. They'll have that information thanks to the crypto drone, and we'll have the information on where that circle is going to be pulling, because it is going to probably be between KCP and Falcons if it continuously pulls over to that east side, that west side over to the left.
Everyone knows how hard of a North Pole this ring in particular can be. And so Falcons putting themselves up there, each of those lasers, is a huge indicator for the rest of the lobby as well, right? Sometimes in Apex Legends, you have to play off of that kind of imperfect information. We know which team that is. We know how they play. And if they're up there, that means we need to be up there as well. For Reject, Winity down here in the trenches, though, will get EMP'd. Colonel Garcia pops that ultimate Excel to try and get down that pylon. And you know what? They survived the EMP, but will they survive a drop down?
My favorite tag, by the way, Colonel Garcia, and even with that EMP that we saw earlier, destroying some of those Watson fences, but they've already found some space here on that bottom floor before finding on the other side another team here with Reject Winity still playing up on the height. It's like 4 different teams that are sharing this building alone, and there's so many different angles from the stairwells.
Ian Naga's like, if you just wait 20 more seconds, you're going to get an EMP too. He is close to it, but he might not even have the time to get it all.
Oh, no.
Colonel Garcia's down, Ian Naga's down as well, and it is Furia storming forward.
Ein being that last straggler, though, trying to run here before Madness is the nail in the coffin for this team. Furia has busted down the door to clean up this floor, and now they're going to be able to get the information with that crypto drone, seeing who is exactly above them, because you also know that Team Liquid is right on the other side.
Team Liquid getting tagged by that EMP. They still have a lot of utility utilized here. As you can see, Nies still has the EMP of his own. They've got the Bangalore ultimate, and Jaguares more than likely has that Ring of Fire, the Motherlord, ready to go down.
Waiting for it to come right back up. They are in that next circle. They're in a great spot, but even if they show their face coming out of those doors, out in the open on the roof, they know that there's a zip line that was put there originally by Alliance from the very beginning. And with that survey scan too from the crypto drone, they'll be able to know where these squads are within the vicinity, where they're going to be moving, as Ein is the last straggler to get out for RC.
Yeah. There is an opportunity possibly to try and get his teammates back, but with those banners in hand, he has been spotted out, and it is difficult to run away when you got so many drones in the sky keeping eyes on you. 4 Gaiman Gladiators, of course, coming up all the way from Devastated Coast. They're going to play hard edge now, taking a check stop over here at Checkpoint, and we're going to go ahead and listen in with Gaiman Gladiators.
Another hammer here.
Get up. See what's in front.
Hammer point.
Pushing the height. Gold, another gold dress.
Take it. I have everything.
I have everything too.
I have literally everything.
Taking the height, yeah.
Holy fuck. Is there anyone across?
Looking right now. No.
No one. Let's
What
go
about
there.
if we play there and evac?
Yeah, we can do that.
Like, I think, do we make it to this rock? If
We make
do,
it far. We make it far as fuck from here.
Do we try to go for rock on my ping?
Don't know if we reach that far.
Running.
Keep pull him. Yeah, go back building if you can. Nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
This is Nightcare.
I'm running back.
I'm gonna smoke us. Smoking us.
If he's coming, I'm telling you.
Block it.
I'm one.
Nice. Shoot.
I'm running.
Hold doorways.
I'm trying to I use the top.
Okay, coming top.
I'm really weak. They're coming up.
Top.
On top. He's
Come
back.
down.
Come down.
Come down.
Yeah.
Reinforce. Nice. Shoot. They don't have EMP yet.
Yeah, they can drop this one.
I smoked it.
Remove's in this one.
Nice.
And the front one. Maybe. Hold this.
Are we top? Going back top.
You're top now. If I go off. Hopping. I don't have ult tag. No ult tag. He went back. Why are we getting right at everything today? Is the bottom bunker free light? Can you check?
I'm looking.
Zenfrit's closing now, okay?
Walk up if they fucked off. Like, we have to. Fucking evac out, you fuckers.
We have evacs as well.
I'm dropping down. Fuck it.
Okay. Okay, I'm coming.
Just let them evac. Are they evacing?
I don't know.
Get there, come.
We can zip back up.
Can we take it? Yeah.
I'm low on shield. Zip back up.
No, we cannot. Come back. In the bunker. Just heal up, Luka.
I don't have ult. Okay, I'm gonna roll nades.
They need to bunker. They are. Come, stay post.
I'm fucked.
I'm on the way.
I won't fight him. I'm dead. I'm dead.
What fucking meant to do?
Very unfortunate for Gaming Gladiators there, who thought they had a free moment to take some time over at checkpoints. You heard the call out at the initial, at the beginning of that listen-in. Hey, there's nobody here. They started creeping forward, making their way over to the west side, but there was a team there, and of course, it was Moist. Great on them, though. Great on Gaming for being able to scrap throughout that fight, recover, reset, but you can see how that persistence for Moist ended up costing Gaming that game.
Yeah, and even Moist in this case, because after they took the evac, they were just hoping they could find some space here by these bunkers, because once they landed, everyone from not Moist got absolutely torn apart. The only one alive is Timmy in his drone. Nothing to see here, just being invincible man here behind his own crate, as Guild now fully engaged right in front of him against X and Y. Makers also getting eliminated here.
And that is basically the dominoes tumbling here, right? Makers had to hover around at that choke point while they were looking to gatekeep Gaming Gladiators there, makes them a little bit slow on the rotate, and now Guild, who were trying to take advantage, are finding themselves rotated on. XNY on top of them, Yu Chen nearly getting a knock as Guild loses out on another member. That's Legacy falling. XNY clearing out a lot of this outside, but they've got a long run into the zone.
They do, and they had left Timmy alone too. They had ran right past Timmy to get engaged in that fight to time a third party before showing up late. Now going for the Hail Mary off the evac. By the way, Timmy has gotten the res. He's gotten the Not Moist squad back in this lobby, but they have to start moving. With this circle closing in, they're about to be met with KCP, Guild, X and Y from the low ground, even Liquid Alienware that are still in that building.
Yeah, KCP set up that extra strategy for themselves. They had the trident, they had the zipline, everything to go ahead and back away as they went fishing for some of that KP. But on the other side, X and Y end up losing out on one more. Not Moist will be able to recover and start walking back on in, but they are not safe quite yet. Pioneers are continuing to look to gatekeep here on the southeast side, and they just spotted them out. The boat check connects there for Gent, but he can't hang around for too long, as they don't want to tunnel vision onto this one. Moist finding another knock. It's going to be a trade, though, as Walthy ends up going down on the other side. And now for Moist, they will recover. Guild end up falling, and it's Falcons, by the way, who end up getting that dice roll. The Fingy here on the northwest side of North Pad will go ahead and favor them.
And this is what they were predicting. This is what they were banking on, and they got everything to work with. I'm looking at Zero with that Devo fully stacked out here. The Mozam that we could probably expect there to be the gold shotgun bolt and the hammies on top of it here. The EMP ringing out, but with slower game pace from Alliance on their POI, they still have full blue Evos while the fighting is still going on underneath their feet.
And it is absolute chaos. Northception will fall in 10th place overall, but SWQ lost out on Toads, and now here's the third party. It's Team Liquid Alienware looking to clean things up, and they need to do it in time. 19 seconds to go before the zone closes on in, and they do it with only one casualty here. They will get Yanya right back on up, but they instantly need to heal and start moving in. Speaking of teams that are moving in, it looks like Cholos Lasers are looking for a path, but they've got a lot of teams there. KCP taking that energized zip to get across. They take no damage, basically, with that perk. They will be safe. Once again, though, they still have a long way to go. Nades coming down on them, forcing out the wall from Deeds.
I mean, with the ring closing in, though, you got 30 seconds to start getting into the next zone, and now you don't have the Newcastle wall. So much expended for it, you have to give up that space, and now everybody is going to be rotating in your direction.
Echolo's lasers also coming in from the eastern side throughout all of this. It looks like Alienware will ultimately fall. GHS down. We're down to our final 6, and Alliance will end up falling here without much to show for it in 5th place. But the action is not over yet as the Ordnance keeps on coming down.
It's the bloodbath from everyone that has to come out from the middle of North Pad, all into complexity. Each Holos meet their demise. Olimpo now and Falcons are coming in for the third party. They're trying to get into an angle. Here comes the Mozam blaring, the Devo, the double whammy as Falcons fully collapse. This is their time to shine. Find the last member of complexity. Now Falcons have made a statement taking game number 2.
Team of Falcons more than warmed up at this point. You can see their macro really paying off for them. They understood we're not going to be able to do much here. They tried to take an early position there in North Pad. You saw the long-range weaponry coming out. Zero picking up the triple take, I believe, which is not a gun we typically see coming out from him, but he knew that in that instance, in the way that we have to play, we're going to need to catch teams on the rotate and also have the range to bully teams away from us that are going to try and take this priority spot. It was a big coin flip, though, about where this zone would pull, but they got the right finger there on North Pad, and they executed perfectly. They had that added benefit of also having complexity there, being that first line of defense, that first team that would run into the crunch of all the teams running in from the eastern side, and they knew. You saw that moment. We have this one. Falcons charge out and finish them all off.
All about the timing and all about making sure you found yourself in that end circle that you called out from the very beginning. Again, very heavily momentum-based team, but also a team that we know the individual talents that make the whole thing up. And the fact that they were able to sit pretty, wait for all the squads to rotate in their direction, they didn't have to deal with the trouble that Cholos had to deal with when they were on the other side of the finger of North Pad, where everybody was collapsing in that direction because the circle started to close from that north side first. They were safe, predicting that it was going to continuously pull over to the west side.
And, you know, when we're talking about teams that love to play off a priority, Echolos was definitely one of them, right? Coming from the northern side of the map, they tried to make that rotate in, but remember who ended up getting the knock on to one of them? It was Complexity. And that little pit stop that they ended up having to take, not just, you know, reviving him, but they had to drop down a mobile respawn beacon, plug him in, wait for him to get back on in. That delays their rotation just long enough for Falcons to be able to swoop on in from, I believe it's Mill. And so very similar timings in terms of prio for that spot, but because of that one moment, because of the Guardian Angels of Complexity sitting on their shoulders, they were able to attain basically what became God Spot.
And be able to hold it down with 7 KP, getting that dub and absolutely probably propelling themselves in that first place spot, but not by much. Still a very tight-knit lobby here with Complexity right behind them after getting that second place with 4 KP. Spread out, though, was Liquid finally able to find some of that kick up here, finding themselves with 8 kills when we know that that middle building in North Pad was contested over and over again.
It was fight after fight after fight for that building. Players and teams getting evicted left and right, but overall now, after 2 matches, it is Team Falcons up on top and Alliance. Like we expected in day number 1, like we expected in our first match, our first set of this event, Team Falcons and Alliance are atop of their group.
And with Northeption being right behind after taking game number 1, I believe they fell in 10th place in game number 2. But that's what happens with a lot of teams that didn't get ahead on a rotate like that when you see a zone like that. Even Furia, though, still contesting in that top 5, still keeping it very close on Storm Point. And it's also being able to see what Team Falcons could do after we now have acknowledged that they're one of those spots that are always going for a quick rotate to be settled in a final zone positioning. Can they keep that up now as we have one more game on Storm Point?
Yeah, they were trying to leapfrog from pad to pad, right? They came all the way from the southeast side. We saw GG in a very similar situation, making the longest rotate here on Storm Point, but it was very difficult, very difficult. We do have one more, though, here on Storm Point, and I do like the fact that they were able to get 6 points each, right? Basically averaging 6 points across those 2 sets, and it does seem like they might just be a World's Edge team.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic time thus far. But before we send it over to break, before we go over to game number 3, I'm hearing that Peeps is hanging out with the boys over by B-Stream. Let's check it out.
What up, everybody? I am here with the B-Stream. We got Greek, we got Wig. Greek, talk to me about Mannheim, Germany.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just phenomenal to be here. The surrounding area, I mean, first off, the venue is gorgeous. The surrounding area is pretty cool to walk around. We've been doing a lot of shopping since we've been here. And yeah, just enjoying it, man, overall.
Yeah, it's actually been insane. I didn't know what to expect. I expected like a Bavarian village in the mountains or something. You know, no joke when I heard Mannheim. But Wig, talk to me about the actual land, the venue, the crowd, the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'd say it's like one of the best we had so far for a land at ALGS. Los Angeles was really good, extremely exciting. But I will say, I think right now, leading up to Sunday, I could sense the energy that this might be louder and bigger than Los Angeles. So if it leads up to that much hype and it gets EXO fans keep doing that, we're going to have a great weekend for sure.
I mean, it's been insane, and you know, this is just the group stages, bro, and we're not even at finals yet. I can't even expect what the hell's gonna happen. But who are you rooting for?
My number one team I'm rooting for right now, it's got to be Na'Vi. Na'Vi, Furia, for me, probably top 2 I'm rooting for sure. Not Moist, obviously, with Tim Tam being a part of 100 Thieves. So I got the top 3 I'm all rooting for right now, and they're all looking so pristine.
Solid picks, solid picks. Greek, top teams you're rooting for?
Top teams that I'm rooting for. I'm going to go SSG, I'm going to go Furia, and I'm going to go Bleed.
All right, another solid choice. Well, guys, you heard it here from the B-Stream, Mannheim, Germany. We'll see you guys here.
That is what they need to keep this momentum going. Something we've seen them do plenty of times, taking that game 2 as we move on to our last game on Storm Point.
One thing I want to note, the ridiculousness of the situation. He had a fresh Devo in the back pocket. He could have laid waste with it, but no. It was the Mozambiques to finish things off. That's how strong the weapon is right now. And we saw at the beginning of the day, or we heard at the beginning of the day, that it had, what, over 200%, 300% kill participation with that gun over everything else. It's absolutely absurd. But yeah, congratulations for Team Falcons finally waking up here. We saw, of course, at the end of the day yesterday that they were finally finding their footing, right? After a not so stellar first match for them at the beginning of the day. But a lot of our analysts were expecting them to slowly pick things up, and especially coming into the final set to really be able to lay down that Falcons boot.
Always better late than never. I always say, better way to perform on a stacked lobby like this. Legend Select on your screen has now the teams that do want to carry that momentum going into game number 4, into World's Edge. They need to start it off here. Final game on Storm Point for our group stages.
Yeah, 2 matches already down, but it feels like order has been restored in the universe with Alliance and Falcons on top. Of course, we expected Alliance to struggle a bit with the substitution, but it looks like they have been able to work things out extremely well. They have been able to play off of priority. That last pull into North Pad ended up working out for them. They did end up scoring at the very least. But for Falcons, they are current lobby leaders after 2 matches. 29 points for them over here at the Mill. It has been a very good comfort pick for them. They love going here. It is a fantastic spot, especially if you want to try and rotate around the map with the tridents, up and down the coast, or play off of the fairly frequent northern pools that we can get here.
Although maybe not so freaking this time around. Moving over to a very similar spot though, or not too much of a change, but it's going to be going over to the east side of Storm Point. But following up on your point though, Jamerson, moving out of Mill, you not only have that trident, you have that ring console that you have ready for you. You have going through being the Evil Harvester, a Replicator, a Survey Beacon before you make that quick rotate. And you're going to have to make it quick here because we may have gone over to North Pad in the last game, but now we are moving over to Launchpad for the next.
Hey, yeah, Alex, I'd like to take teams that like priority to zone for 300, and that's going to be Furia. Yeah, getting the pull down here towards Launchpad and Devastated Coast, but you have to expect with this specific zone that it will continue to pull further south into Devastated. We have seen that fairly frequently, but it is still a toss-up. I don't know if maybe Furia want to hover around and wait for a better ring scan for themselves to get confirmation, or just go ahead and take that 50-50 and basically commit on to one spot. Go next, trying to make their way past Not Moist. They do not want any of this smoke. They know Moist is here. They know Moist is going to want to fight, and they will try and get over them, and it looks like Moist we'll go ahead and let them pass.
They are leaving so fast. Go Next do not want the beef. Noting that Not Moist right there, it looks like they are flying right overhead to still get the advantage on their rotate to gatekeep Go Next, because Moist are now getting into position to still be aggressive, but having to be wary not only of Go Next over to their left, but gaming Gladiators to their north.
Yeah, I'm not particularly happy about stopping at that building, playing a little bit more to the eastern side. I definitely agree with, and so they will continue to move. GG, though, it looks like Go Next in their fast rotate still left themselves in the sight lines. That was going to be Gaiman, excuse me, who were, of course, here dropping at Devastated Coast on top, on the high ground, and were able to get a knock, but they were not able to get a confirm. They don't want to give up this position. They don't really have the mobility to get back up here, so they're not going to chase after it.
Exactly. Once you're set up here, you do not want to give up this ground. Even if you find yourself getting some of these knocks, it's about putting in the damage when you already have the loot to work with and being able to boost up your Evo shield, because you're fully banking on the ring pulling over to this left, the south side. But it's even more important to note that this could shift slightly over to the north by the gravity cannon, as we've seen before. So rotate coming in actually from North Epson's side by the Prowler Den, even right behind Launchpad, is going to be detrimental, because let's say it does pull towards Launchpad, you have a better rotate coming in from the east coast side versus having to come all the way from the north going into Launchpad, and then having to go through the south side if you have to, if it does pull south towards Devastated Coast.
And surprisingly enough, for a team that had pretty good prio to this zone, they're finding a lot of teams that are actually making it way past them here. They might have slowed down to maybe do some PvE along the way, but I don't know if that's what slowed them down in the end. So they will go ahead and continue to play off the coastline here. This is a pretty safe spot if you want to make it to Ring 3. No one's really going to try and challenge you here and really take this position away. Before that, So that could be what they're banking on, especially with the crypto changes. It allows you to, right, keep eyes on the other side of these rocks and play it extremely safe. And they've even set up early with that wall, so it does seem like they are going to hunker down here for a while.
It's like the drone for drone, because it was Olympo who were actually on the other side before Northampton had kind of stopped in their tracks. And you even see with the crypto drone the pings from Northampton to let them know that they could possibly try to force their way through that choke. But there's also a different rotate that Olympo could take if they don't like that spot. Well, now looking at Liquid holding onto the south side. Guess who is right in front of them? It is Team Falcons who have made their presence known in Echo, because there is a ring console there.
It felt like Jaguares knew that there was someone here. He might have been able to spot them out early on. But Falcons now, look at the gatekeep. They do have priorities. But for Falcons, not really in position to try and punish this. Hal was far ahead of the rest of the squad. Zero and Jen Burton were really far behind them. So he needed to buy some time. He really couldn't play too risky. He had to play it safe, and that's allowing Liquid to actually try and maybe wrap around and find an angle on them.
And that was with Liquid getting the survey beacon scan. They had already seen them preemptively when they were trying to inch closer, and also surprising to see Cholos being the first squad to get taken out of this lobby. That's something to note here with more of these teams wanting to get as much KP, as much points as possible, as that gap is slowly starting to close for that winner's bracket. As we make that halfway point here, Falcons back away towards the armory, not wanting the overextend. They got what they wanted, which is getting that ring console.
Yeah, we have to remember, for Falcons, it has been Storm Point where they find their most success. 29 points says it all, averaging a little bit over 14 or 14.5 points over the last two maps, and they need to continue that because Wedge is what's coming up next. World's Edge is where they kind of falter in terms of points. You know, if they have a 7 or 8 point game, that's a good one for them on World's Edge.
Finding that even slide here. X and Y able to shoot down that crypto drone, but also making their rotate no, with Liquid being right below them here, waiting for them and trying to prevent not only X and Y from rotating from that south side from Echo, but also being able to get that ring console that's over to the north of Liquid. More squads who like to take their time. As we know, coming from Cascade is going to be Alliance, and over to the north side by the hilltop, exiting from Command Center, is going to be Striders. And before they end up approaching from Command Center, it is nice to know that there is also a ring console from Stormcatcher. That's why we see complexity there right now, and seeing where that next circle is going to be pulling directly to the southeast side.
Yeah, every team realized this. That's why we were seeing such a mad scramble from the northern side to get down here to the south. Oh no, Falcons now down to just Jen Burton. We do have one bleeding out, but I don't know if they're going to have an opportunity to try and pick him up.
No.
You can see Go Next have full vision over that. O-Slab will try and find an angle now. The drone is there, and Falcons might go down next as Zero ends up getting finished off.
But still, one last member of Falcons. Go Next do not want to push out of this building with only Jen alive here. He's got to make miracles happen for Falcons, but it's going to be hard when you know so many different cryptos are eyeing you, seeing you from that low ground. But in a circle like this, nobody wants to give up a building that they've been able to take over from the very beginning, as X and Y lose out on one.
They finally take this fight up against Team Liquid, but it's going to be Pioneers coming in for the third party. Yu-Chen falls. KCP find one more as Johnny will go down to Onmu, and KCP time the third party extremely efficiently.
Talk about the timing here. KCP being able to profit off of free KP now, and they're going to be able to claim that bottom side of Echo HQ. Also, the ring console that we keep mentioning over to that north side before now approaching up the hill closer to the armory before we saw Falcons completely give up that space, which is what puts Jen in this exact position.
One thing I want to note, I did see the evac tower on the ground there. I wonder if he dropped his to pick up a respawn beacon, but he would have put it down by now. So we'll check in with Falcons in just a moment as we go ahead and take a look at Alliance, I believe, coming in from that northern side. Now it's Complexity that have just made it in. Slow rotating, playing hard edge, looking for the fights right now. You can see that it's not long-range weaponry for them, right? We've been seeing throughout the group stages a lot of charge rifles, a lot of triple takes, a lot of that long-range engage, but it's the nemesis here for Lou. They are looking for these fights on the edges.
I wouldn't put it behind Monsoon, especially. Oh,
No,
you saw that?
they're in his 30s, yeah.
Up to the right field. The beam of the charge rifle. He does it like frame one, too. Like, you blink and you may even miss it. But it was a nice angle for Monsoon. That's why he's able to get a lot of these cheeky hits with the charge rifle. It's a big staple of his. Just dropping more shield swaps here for Gen. Emergency insurance here in case he needs it, because Go Next have not left them alone. Now, imagine if they were able to find Go Next when they went for that early rotate past Not Moist. A very different look in as we take a look at Lions and jump into a listen-in with Alliance.
Target over there. Forget that. Enemy spotted.
Target over there.
Maybe.
Yeah, they're just not looking at me.
They're trying to break my drone. I'm taking behind again. Oh, yeah.
Fuck you.
They're gonna scan UV as well. I'm scanning UV.
Nobody
They're
behind us.
completely free. There's only one guy sitting fucking top launch pad.
Is that?
Bro,
Wait,
whole
evac,
server's
evac
free.
north, evac north, evac north.
North? Okay.
Yeah, up it, yeah,
Don't
flying
catch you now.
Red ping, red ping.
Yeah,
Coming.
It's a landing me, I'll make zip line for you.
Picking my zip line up. They're going.
Wait.
Might pull back.
Come to you, Akis.
Landing. No, they're landing east, landing east.
They're flash out 1-1-1! Yeah, I know. Send it.
And he grappled,
Wait.
Yeah,
fight this. Yeah, I'm coming.
Grappled south.
Yes. Can you pee? Oh my god. Yes, I'm moving up. Ready? From the cap. Yeah.
Okay. I'm standing from left. Come left.
Okay,
come
coming.
left.
Nading it. I'm coming, Taylor.
Are you left?
I'm in 1 second. 3, 2, 1, go.
On me.
Here.
Crypto fight it.
I'm
dead. One more.
Arms up. I might time it back. You're good.
I smoked.
Yeah, I'm medkitting me. I'm chilling. I'm watching. Yeah, let's watch up here. Okay, listen, there was only one guy hide still. I think it's only one guy.
Okay. I'm just healing. Yeah, I only see the Bangalore. I see Bang.
Tip where?
To height.
To height. Okay.
Yeah,
there's only one guy holding it.
Alright. Yeah, it's just this Bangalore. I see him running around.
Yeah, sip it in the center. I'm looking. Ready? Go. Yeah, go. It might try and shoot up. It's very long though. It's fine. Just tank it. Yep. Also.
Flash! Let's get first. One. I didn't see him. I'm gonna drop. Wait, I'm popping him out. I'm gonna drop down.
Yeah, I'm holding across.
They probably have Newcastle though. I'm dropping. I'm peeking. Good job.
Okay, listen. I'm popping out cell. We need to play underneath me here. We need to take the space and play underneath. Okay.
I also have an ALGS out. Do you want it?
Okay. I'm gonna go. I'll get it back. I'm 80%. Okay. Can you guys play bottom and take space? I'm anchoring high ground.
Yeah.
I'm Taylor.
Dropping
him, I said. They're gonna rest with drone, by the way. They're resting right now with drone. Okay. Evac. Can we just play up on them then? Okay.
No, there was a smoke
below though. We want to gatekeep right side. Right side? Look the bins quick you can, by the way. Okay.
Alliance looking to stay on top of the food chain. I love the comms from taking one fight and bringing the beef to the other teams on height. Off of that zip line, off of this res. Now they're looking from afar. They're looking at the chaos from inside the building of Launchpad, but still holding an aggressive position by the edge of the circle to continue this fight.
And that was just a lot of excellent pivots and decisions coming out from Alliance. But hold on just a moment here. Complexity trying to make their move on in. I believe this was the position that Northampton were in before. We were saying they're not going to move until around round 3, round 4. Well, they're forcibly taken out by Complexity. They have another target in their sights, though, and it might be Furia here on the other side of the rock.
Which, by the way, Furia in a great spot from where this circle is pulling. Complete whiplash to all the IGLs in this lobby. It is pulling completely away from devastating close. It is pulling more so south of those Prowler dens, where Furia had now completely taken over that side.
And similar to what we had in game number 2 when we were over there at North Pad, right? We had Falcons in God spot and Complexity in the gatekeeping position. we're basically in the same position once again. Furia in Godspot, Complexity looking to play Gatekeeper, Alliance roaming on the edge this time, though, is going to be the huge X factor. Alliance in game number 2, because they had priority at North Pad, had to play center zone, but now they are unleashed, they're unchained, and they're dishing out so much damage as Tyler looking to take this fight. It's a 2v1 though, and he'll back away as he just gets cracked, and now Unlucky is here to back him up.
It's okay, Unlucky and Hockey's the insurance policy that Tyler needs, with Hockey staying on height. No worries, in the next 2 seconds, he'll have some help when Unlucky comes right back up with the grapple. Here he comes. Tyler, though, literally low. He comes blasting. Unlucky slides through the reposition. He needs to go for a shield swap, though. He gets taken out. It's up to Tyler. It's up to Tyler, and he clutches for Alliance. They take out KCP, and he's got the gold knock to get the gold res.
We've had some amazing subs in this tournament already here for the playoffs. We had Nasky and Amphi, of course, filling in for Legends, but here Tyler showing up huge with big shoes to fill. And he is definitely earning his spot right now. Unfortunately, though, they were not able to recover. Unlucky, Hawkes will fall once more. Tyler needs to hold it down once more, but no! It will be Reject Winity coming in to finish them off. Alliance down in Taz, but a third party from Falcons and Moist we'll go ahead and finish them off, and it's Falcons falling to the wayside here. A huge scramble from the western side, and we still have 3-4 more teams running in.
But that was Jet surviving to the very end, surviving till 8th place. Go Next now desperate to get out from the edge of the zone. Now moving on to the other side after losing out on Kachira, jumping around like hopping bunnies between Go Next and Not Moist, who are backing away slowly. No team from the north side to contest them here. Oh my goodness, no way. The Watson Gen eating that up for free like a buffet now, as O-Slab is playing off the other side of the wall. Kashera trying to provide safety with the knockdown and trying to body block.
There you are, getting a reset here, but you gotta be careful around that window as O-Slab will end up going down though. Moist down to just Timmy here in this 1v1. The thirst and the armor swap. Timmy loses out on the slight advantage he had in this fight. The Bangalore ultimate going down on top, and then the Moist are out. Go Next survive.
And look at O-Slab's health. Look how low he is, and nobody's looking at him just yet. Minus Monsoon. Can he get into position? He wants to prioritize the rest here instead. Gaming Gladiators also only down to Lufka. All these squads have been getting torn apart as that circle had closed in.
They are trying to get that res in. They crafted the banner and resed. We'll see if it sticks. Furia finally basically stepping out from the safe spot of Godrock and pushing forward now. They spot out one, Keon. Finishing off GG with the help of Striders.
Very nice here as on their force of play off the other side of the rock. Look at Monsoon. Monsoon always, and I love how it's always with the charge rifle off from the distance as Complexity finally get taken out. Because Go Next were able to reset after winning that fight versus Not Moist. Now it's up to Furia, welcoming Go Next with open arms, split angles to take this game. Vax flies in from the skies on Newcastle, but they lose out on Keon, and they don't even need anything or anyone. Furia take game number 3.
Priority to zone, priority to win. Furia were able to spot out at Godspot early on. It might have been a blessing in disguise that Gaming Gladiators, who had the absolute priority with the zone pulling right on top of their heads, didn't pull further deeper into that eastern side. It was Furia coming from Launchpad that were able to take that, and that's what we're talking about coming out from them. When they have zone like that, they are able to convert so well, or they have been able to convert so well here in the group stage.
When they're a zone playing team, especially on Stormpoint, they slow down their own pace. They have to adapt, and they do just that when the circle prioritizes their position. And I'm even more worried here, not even for Furia or for their opponents, when we're going to be moving on to World's Edge where they can be unleashed, where they can go crazy and get aggressive as much as they can. After that win, you know the momentum's going to be swaying in.
It's about putting yourself in position to succeed and to accept any luck that comes your way and capitalize off of it. They did that extremely well in our first day. That thermal station pick on World's Edge, getting 2 thermal zones, by the way, is absolutely absurd. But they ended up mastering their own destiny there. and getting huge amounts of points, same as they did here on Storm Point, getting that pull down to Devastated and capitalizing off of it.
Off of the complete pull, right? Nobody was expecting a pull all the way over to the east side. All these IGLs expecting it to be more so by Devastated Coast proper, by those buildings, even sometimes when it shifts over to the south side where Go Next was predicting here too. But no, completely moving over towards Furia in an amazing position after they cleared their backs from the teams like Northeption that were stationed up there, over from the north side into that zone, back of Launchpad, which is such a good spot to hold if you're Furia.
Yeah. So for one thing, I do want to say one final thing. It's been interesting to note the kind of differences here in, you know, our final matches of the day, right? In our set before this one, it was extremely fast-paced, a lot of early fighting, but here we're still seeing disciplined, fundamental play coming out from so many of our squads that are still looking to play center zone instead of everyone just playing hard edge. So the stylistic difference has been amazing, and it honestly, those last 3 games felt like it went by in a blur.
It really did. Honestly, the fastest games that I feel like I was able to cover throughout the course of this tournament, and I know there's a lot of action to break down. We're going to throw it to the desk to break it all down for you.
You know what? There was a lot of action to break down, but not as much as you think. You guys did a great job. Jamerson and Vicky Kitty testing out that duo. Always fun to see the flexibility of our squad up here on the desk, down there in the casting booth as well. You know, one of the things, too, guys, as we come back to the desk, Rain Day, I am your host alongside Gino, and, of course, Graceful and Snipe Down back on the desk for a little halftime recap, is that mention of pace. The difference in some of these lobbies. I'm going to start with you, Eric, as well. Looking at some of these games, how has the pace felt to you? Is this what you expected going into the final series before we've got our winners bracket and our elimination bracket set up?
I mean, yeah, this is pretty much what I expected overall. We talked a little bit about how a lot of these teams are going to be panicking, needing points, and I think one team that's really taking advantage of that is Alliance right now. They've really come out, and you've seen them constantly getting into fights. That first game, I think they had around 15 KP. They were all over the map trying to get as much of that as possible, and then even in that last game, they were picking off teams around them and looking to secure their place. And they're right now, I think they're already qualified. It looks like they're already in the top 20, and they're just going to keep stacking on those points. And, you know, it's exciting for them, and we'll see how far up that leaderboard they can get.
It's a team that needed it, and again, you look at it, it's job's not done. Getting to the winner's bracket, you still need to climb up and claim as many of those points as possible for your draft priority that we'll actually be doing tonight. Just a little teaser as well. Wig will be joining me and Graceful on the desk, and I think Snipe might be there also. Maybe not. I don't know. It might just be us 4. Either way, we'll be having a little POI draft live. As you can see, these match 3 results in front of you. Go Next Esports also Graceful as we take a look at these 19 points and transition to our series so far after 3. Go Next has kind of not been there. They haven't been too present in this tournament, but a good second place for them there to start.
Yeah, I mean, this game was great. You know, total points of 19 is always solid, and it kind of, you know, cushions up the rest of the game, so you have a little bit more leeway in not needing huge games. However, like you said, kind of lackluster overall across the board. But they seem to have been finding their groove. I think that, you know, this is fun because this zone was something nobody predicted, like Vicky said earlier, and they were able to still make good use out of that. So that shows something, and some adaptation.
Yeah, and you know, they're in a position, Genome, where let's look at Northeption, who won game 1. They have, I think, 21 points or so. They start out this tournament, or at least this series, with 19 points, right? 20th place right now is 88 points after 3 games played for one of our groups who are just sitting by and watching. But that requires at least 70 or so points for them to make up 69 points, I think. That doesn't seem doable, but Go Next, they started with 42 points. Is it possible to have a 50, a 60-point game if they keep this up over the next 3?
Yeah, it is. We've seen it from quite a few teams already in this tournament. 60, 70, even 80 points up to a series we've had. I mean, if you cast your mind back to Los Angeles, we had 120 points in a series from Team Falcons. Now, look, I'm not expecting that of Go Next or really anyone else here after the start we've had. But, yeah, it's absolutely doable. They will need to pop off, though.
And you want, however, that possibility, at least going into the last 3. That's the thing. Snipe, you're fighting for hope. You're fighting to give yourself a chance. These 3 games, a lot of players are going to look at it like, this is the time to get it right. We cannot have any more of these arguments, whether it's a focus thing. Positivity needs to be reigning in, and belief has to be at an all-time high.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about how high the scores were at the top of the leaderboard, but with the cutoff going to be at that like 90-point range, which is really what we're going to be looking at. There is still a lot of room for teams to drop 40 points in the second half and make their way into that. And you know, you have some of the teams right now that are soaking up a lot of the points. You have Alliance, and now we have Furia taking the top of that leaderboard. So there is a chance for a lot of these teams at that lower half to make their way in.
Well, you know, when we talk about these stories, the potential, we talk about positivity, some of the things that EMEA represents are these familiar faces that have stuck with the ALGS for years. One of the biggest ones is Alliance. After hoisting their first trophy just a few weeks ago, they look to go back-to-back here at our Split 2 playoffs. Their journey, their fans, their support has meant the difference for Alliance.
Alliance as an org has grown exponentially. We're not the biggest of orgs. We're just normal people.
south climb most of the time that you're just not as familiar with.
Yeah, a lot of the time you just, like Genome said as well, if you go on the launch side and then now you come over to a tree, the macro remains the same. You don't have to do that much. It's just a little bit tiny adjustment, and a lot of teams can, make that happen.
Well, obviously great points there. A lot of exciting things that we just discussed, and guess what? Good news is there's more exciting things to discuss. We won't be the ones doing them, though, because our next games, 4, 5, and 6, are coming up. And as we enter World's Edge, we enter the highest stakes so far of the tournament. Who's going to winners, and who will be in the elimination bracket?
Well, let's find out then, everybody. 3 more games left today here in Mannheim to see who goes into that winner's bracket and who goes down to that elimination bracket to fight their way back for a chance to make those match point finals. World's Edge is going to be our playground. That's where we're going to see these fights go down. And Dan, it all comes down to this.
The crowd is hyped, the players are hyped, and we're hyped as well, because this is going to be where you either send yourself into that winner's bracket, or will you be in that dreaded elimination tomorrow, competing to try and get into that grand final. Of course, we saw already some success on Storm Point, but things will change entirely now here on World's Edge. POIs are very different. You saw the draft there. Some teams who struggled earlier in Storm Point will have a better chance here in World's Edge.
We get to talk about those POIs for just a second more, as we do have a quick pause that's going to happen as we wait to get back into this game. But Dan, let's talk POIs, right? Let's look at our map overhead. Let's talk about where some of these teams are going to be landing.
Yeah, the fact that you've got Alliance up at Skyhook West, the fact that they have a POI that strong is going to be great for them. Of course, it hasn't necessarily been as strong as expected, considering previously in pre-patch, it was one of the best POIs, but now a lot of teams are preferring central locations because a lot of zone teams that we're seeing now performing well because this meta almost encourages a very early movement. But Alliance will have very good loot and very good pathing with those Evo shields to try and get into those fights.
Yeah, FaZe need a big game as well. FaZe need a couple of big games, 3 big games even, to be honest with you, with the points that they've kind of struggled to consistently put on the board so far today. So keep your eyes on FaZe. They have to shoot their way up the leaderboards. They're outside of that top 20 at the moment, but with 3 games to go, there still is a big chance for them to find themselves in that winner's side of our bracket that starts tomorrow. Elsewhere, we're going to talk about the top of the leaderboards as well, Dan, because we know that every single placement matters, right? It's not just about getting there, it's also about POI draft moving forward as well.
Yeah, we've got Na'Vi who currently hold first position but not competing at the moment. It's not Moist who are chasing them, and they are 11 points behind them at the moment. So there's a real opportunity for Not Moist to take the victory essentially here in the overall standings and have that #1 pick in the POI draft, and of course 21st as well when they get into that winner's bracket. As I'm slightly intimidated by the stare that was just happening on the camera, by the way. Oh, it just threw me off.
It's all right, recompose. We've got a few seconds. The game's paused.
It's still happening.
Or is this making it worse for you?
It really is. It's just lingering. But they need to do a lot, do FaZe Clan, right? You were talking about it. You're saying there is still an opportunity, but right now they're all the way down in the lower half of the leaderboard with a big job to do. 31st position, and you've got to climb into that top 20. They are in last in the series standings after the first 3. Can they try and do something here on World's Edge? Because we've seen what FaZe can do in regional competition, right?
Yeah,
is that going to change now in international?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, and FaZe were certainly a team that even some of the North American powerhouse squads were talking about as a team who plays the game right, who plays in a way that should consistently get them points. By the way, I want to see this dropped. Vaxilon one-handed only. Come on.
Still happening.
It is getting a bit unnerving. Who's going to break first? Dan Gaskin's mental? Or the stare?
It's almost eerie, isn't it? The thing is, the game unpauses, he's still going to be staring. That's a problem. You need to focus on loot instead. There we go. Now we won.
Have we won?
I feel like I've won.
Okay, you won. Well done.
Okay, thank you.
Dan was staring back down the camera, by the way, just so everyone knows. He just did not break eye contact at any point, so he's considering that a win, correct?
I will consider that a win. And, you know, we said it. FaZe, they need a win. I think if they can actually get a win here in match 4, then suddenly their chances of getting to the top 20 changes entirely. Their momentum will be behind them. And I think the confidence is what they need, because after a couple of like bum games, struggling in fights a little bit, didn't necessarily have the zones, you start to lose a little bit of faith and maybe start to think towards that elimination bracket. And that's something that's worth talking about as well.
even if you don't get into the top 20, if you can finish 21st, you are going to be picking the best POI when you get into the elimination bracket, right? You're going to have the chance to actually move yourself further into Elim round 2. So there is still so much to play for, even if you are down even further in those leaderboards and maybe out of sight of the top 20.
Yeah, it's a really good point that you make. There's still so much to play for now. It's not just about finding your way into that upper bracket. It's if you find yourself going into elimination, going in there with a little bit of a POI to play from, that you're going to be able to build that confidence back as you go back through the gauntlet of that lower bracket before, hopefully, of course, you'll rejoin in those match point finals. But I'm just looking at the right-hand side. I've got a different screen down here to what everyone else can see. And I've got Keon POV on my screen. He's having a great time. The Fury of vibes have been unmatched, as are the vibes in the building right now, because we're back into the game, everyone.
I much prefer the cheers to the boos after the pause, it has to be said. But
they
now
knew you were coming on camera.
We can get this one underway. And Furia, can they find success and start to push towards a first place in this series? In the moment, they are chasing Alliance, and they are heavily being chased by Falcons as well, who are currently in third. But of course, the shift over to World's Edge means we will see a few teams switching composition. Falcons being one of them. They'll be back onto the Fuse instead of the Newcastle, maybe for a little bit more firepower. Zone-wise, as Furia are about to find out, we are going west over towards Lava Fissure and the surrounding areas.
Yeah, we'll have to see what teams get there early. Landslide does have a beacon. FaZe do have a beacon as well over at Lava Fissure as well. That's the inside. Oh, look at the observers. Look at that.
Bin POV.
I'm clapping as well. This is groundbreaking observing work.
So FaZe Clan have already moved early. Lava Fissure, of course. But that means there is going to be other teams trying to get there as well.
FaZe have managed to get one knock though. Synetics already managed to pick one up. And maybe that stare has continued. That aggression that he was showing towards you is now turning into FaZe Clan aggression as well. Arctic will get the second, RC down to 1.
Down to 1, but you can see they're reluctant to fully send it at the moment because there's always going to be the defensive capability of a Watson just to try and stun you a little bit, but they've done the damage they needed to. They're just worried about other teams as Arctic goes down, but this is why you have Newcastle.
Northeption having a little look at this one from a distance, but now they're going to get much, much closer. Tighter. Shot's not quite connected in the way he would have wanted to with that Mozambique, with the purple boat who can do so much damage here. It looks like inside of the building, FaZe have managed to momentarily stabilize, which is going to make Northeption think a little bit differently about aggressively pushing in. But scary moments for FaZe, but overall they've ended up where they wanted to, and they've got a couple of KP as well.
Northeption up to 38th from 40th. Previously to this series, they were right rock bottom, but now in this series, they're 6th place. Like, they are really putting themselves within a shot of getting a little bit further up, if not into the winner's bracket. As we mentioned, a better POI draft when they are in that elimination bracket. It's KCP, another team who currently would be going into that elimination side, and are still looking to try and find some points here.
Well, there's the map overlay for you. You can see what teams are already in and around where they believe the game is going to be ending. You can see a little bit of a split between Lava Fissure and maybe just to the south side of Countdown, where we do see those zones pull out into the open areas. Liquid Alien, we're going to be playing the tracks right in the center of the zone as well. The only teams who are understandably not making their way there quickly are the teams who are going to have to work their way all the way across World's Edge here from their POIs towards where that zone is going to be going. It's going to be about collecting Evo for them, making sure that when they arrive, they're ready to fight.
So you can see on the southeast, Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, Makers, they're all going to be arriving very late here, and actually a real opportunity to get Zone 3 info from several different ring consoles on their rotation as well, so they're not going to be too worried about scrapping each other. They shouldn't have to fight for ring consoles either because there's plenty to use. I think Falcons are actually going to use Big Maud to get their information to begin with, and then they'll continue moving forward to the center of the map.
Yeah, Maker's doing something similar here over at Tree. You'd imagine them will just be hovering for a while until that ring console becomes available for that Zone 3 information. Elsewhere, we head over towards Skyhook, and we've got Alliance, who are up on height. And I keep having to say this, even though they are playing with a substitute, and what a substitute it has been in Tyler, who has certainly performed, I would say, above and beyond what would have been asked of him by Alliance fans. It still is an Alliance without Effect, who has been such a big game changer for them in recent times.
Well, Alliance at the moment in the overall standings, they're on 99 points. They are in 18th position, and they could have a few more points here if they push this one correctly.
Alliance, and Unlucky in particular, has been absolutely superb Every time you jump on his POV throughout any of these games, he is very, very rarely making a wrong decision. So much damage output coming out from him. And so much aggression when the time is right to pull that trigger for them as well. So if he can keep up the pace that he set for himself back at EWC and continuing it here in Mannheim, then Alliance is still going to be in a pretty good spot. First overall in the group at the moment.
They do need to be careful, though. Not Moist very close by. They're just lurking in the shadows, waiting for maybe a couple of knocks before they can join things up here at Skyhook. It looks like Striders are just trying to get out of dodge here, happy to retreat. And they'll probably end up somewhere in Countdown if they are quick enough. Elsewhere, you can see Cholos Laser, Guild on the other side of things as well. They're both hunkered down. They've got Castle Wall to work with, Watson Fences, both just protecting themselves. Or maybe just the environments here.
Yesterday was the day that was defined by the performance of this team. Cholos Laser, I mean, what is there that we haven't said already to say about their performance yesterday? Absolutely superb. The South American region will be so happy to see these three players performing in the way that they have. And they're looking to continue that today and fight their way into the winner's bracket tomorrow for a chance at qualifying for those match point finals. Go Next Esports got a lot of work to do. 5th in this series, but outside of the top 20 when it comes to those overalls.
Yeah, 30th at the moment and still quite a way to go. They're about 24 points off the current cutoff, which is 89. LG currently hold that, by the way, 89 points. Will they feel safe with 89? Maybe not. There's been some consideration that cutoff could be anywhere above 90, could even go up to 100, depending on how the series goes. As, again, Alliance are getting aggressive.
Unlucky's going to get that first knock again, continuing what we were talking about just a few moments ago. The man is just kill hungry at the moment, and he is feasting on everybody that he seems to come across. The initial damage was done by a combination of the EMP, and now you're going to see Unlucky looking for more. He'll swing in as another one in combination with Tyler. That's going to be Striders eliminated as Alliance. Now having 1-1 fight, turn their attention. Oh my God, Unlucky! Waltzing thinks twice and he is out of there.
Unlucky just catches Moist at the perfect time. Doesn't allow them to creep up, doesn't allow them to capitalize on the small amount of damage that was done prior. And now Alliance can reset, and they've successfully won that engagement, and it's just more points for them to work with. It does put them over 100 points in the overall, so I think that should be enough realistically, but it's really tough to say with the amount of points that are still available in these 3 games.
I mean, Unlucky's nearly done 800 damage already in this game. And he's just going to add more numbers in a few seconds as well. Now he does cross that threshold of 800. Moist fire back and say, okay, we're not going to let you have the fun that you want to have. And Moist will have to go through Alliance here. So this is a really difficult push. Moist have kind of left themselves in a situation with 45 seconds left until this zone closes, where their rotation is being held out by Alliance. So this fight looks like it kind of has to happen.
So Moist having a look onto this one. They were pegged back earlier, but maybe they can do some damage here. Let's jump into a listening, see how they're doing.
I do.
Where are they going? I don't know.
They were going main, but anything.
What, full story?
Yep. No. I hear.
No, they're close. I got a bat.
I'm gonna EP second there. No,
one's on the left, one's on the left.
Drone bucket, play it, bottom floor.
Play bottom floor together. You guys. Yeah, I'm coming. How long to drone?
It's not gonna be a while, like 10 seconds. We have zone closed though. Alright, we're kind of chilling for now.
I'm sitting on door. Can't drop.
Yeah, they're gonna drop 100%. They're grappling back. We're timing them.
What? No, they're playing our roof. Kimmy?
Oh yeah, they're right there. You're right.
They're gonna look to swing. They're on staircase. One staircase, nading it. Knock you.
I'm EMPing in a second here.
You have EMP?
Yep, EMPing now.
Okay. On my door. Path one.
I killed one. I killed 2.
One. Dead. Nice.
I'm getting a goal.
New team, run to me, run. Go invis if you have to. Path here.
Comms, give me comms.
So it'll be Not Moist who managed to eventually get their way through Alliance. The problem is, here comes the third party. It's KCP on the zip who managed to force Timmy away from the fight to try and survive as a solo.
Yeah, the Pioneers are looking to find points now. I think they've recognized what kind of position they are with the overalls, and if they do want to get into the winner's bracket, they need big games now. They need to be looking at how other teams have found success. And sometimes that is looking for third parties, looking for that extra KP. And if they can own the northern side, then of course they will have a chance to move into that circle. Now, speaking of the circle, it is going to be heading a little bit further south, down towards Mirage à Trois. So I'm excited to see how teams are going to play around that one.
One thing to note when we talk about Mirage Etoile and we take a look at the replay that happened inside a landslide here as Olimpo were able to take down Echolo's laser, is that the team that's up on the height of Mirage itself is going to be Furia. So Furia continuing to make some really good reads on these zones, find some really good power positions as we jump over now live to the point of view of Olimpo, who just took down Echolo's laser. Falcons, speaking of down, Jin Burton is on his back.
And look at the position that Falcons find themselves in. If they can get back up, they're in a really hot spot right now because the zone does traditionally move this way towards these train tracks, towards these carts and rocks that you can play around. But the question is, will they get the opportunity to get Jen back on his feet? That's the real question, because there are several teams that are trying to push up, and there's an EMP that's also going to be popped.
Well, Zero stick in the res, the smoke goes down as well. He is just about in cover here, Jim Burton. You can see the desperation shots coming over the shoulders, but KCP, they're continuing their little run here. It looks like they are kill hungry in this game, and like you say, it might be a case of we have no other choice to try and force our way up these leaderboards. The second time we've seen them in a team fight, the second time we've seen them be successful. Moist have managed to get back up to a 3 though, thanks to the work that comes in from Timmy. Now we turn our attention back once again to Falcons on the train tracks.
Falcons back up to a full 3, and they can have a chance to actually take this fight as well. Zero's taking a lot of damage, but Hal can answer back, and Hal on the fuse is far more comfortable than he is on the Newcastle as well. If he can lay down that initial damage, get maybe a crack or two, he might just be able to send it with the rest of the squad, and there you go, there's your first knock.
Wouldn't surprise me to see Falcons try and clean this up. They did get the finish though. Onto Artim, which means that they don't actually have to play this too aggressively. They can wait, they can bait, knowing that it's only a 2 inside of that train track. And when they retreat, now is the time to strike. And Falcons and Zero doesn't like letting kills get away. He has a little swing at that one, but Falcons realize that position is everything. And look at the zone as well. Like you said, pulling straight on top of Falcons.
They'll be dead center. Their main worry is going to be someone coming from above. GHS could potentially have some height over them, but they do have the ability to smoke themselves off and just avoid any gunfire a little bit later. But right now, they've done the job. As you can see in the kill feed, KCP are at it yet again. They're currently in 30th position, by the way. They are really chasing this top 20 now.
Hal looking for the knuckle clusters down to the low ground. Still knows that there's 2 players who are below him. The mother load's going to be sent in as well, but not any information to be gathered from it. They want these final 2 kills. You can tell that they're trying desperately to get them, and Zero firing down alongside Hal. Valto is down to 1 HP. Kings is pretty weak as well. The question is, do they swing on this? Do they want to try and finish this off right here, right now?
They know they don't need to get desperate for it, and that's the thing. They can just wait for them to walk into their path. Go next, and the Limpo eliminated. Guild have just gone down as well. Now 13 teams here, as this zone is starting to force a few fights on the edges. FaZe Clan, Reject Winity, Complexity are all next to each other on the northwest.
Well, look at Moist. Look what they've managed to do. From Timmy being on his own after they ran over Alliance to now in one of the better positions here when it comes to the zone. And you can see that on your map overhead in front of you right now. Look to the right-hand side of that circle. Not Moist in a fantastic position to challenge Team Falcons, who control so much of this zone.
But it is just a death zone everywhere else. Speaking of KCP, they've been on a tear at the moment. 3 kills to their name, and they are looking for more. They're looking to try and press their advantage here, but they won't get too aggressive just yet. They need to heal.
Nade's going to go down. EMP's going to follow up as well. And KCP, who we've seen be on a warpath, might be involved in one final battle here. GHS Professional will go down. Onmu will be credited with one of those knocks, but it's Reject Winity who are doing the majority of the damage here as Pioneers will finally fall. Reject Winity will pinch in behind and pick up those KP.
You can see Moist had a little look at it as well. Timmy just waltzed on over and said, maybe we can join in. Maybe we can do some damage, but they will re-establish their position on the northeast, because you mentioned it, they're in one of the prime positions now somehow, some way. It's looking like Not Moist and Falcons in 2 of the best positions, but Reject Winity can certainly be a thorn in the side from their spot as well. They can do a lot of damage to Not Moist if they spot them. And an EMP might just give them the information they so desperately require.
Well, to the teams who thought it was going to Mirage, we'll see what they have to do. Makers are taking to the skies, using that evac tower to try and escape. Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see GG, Complexity, and FaZe all picking up knocks. 2 of them will be onto the players who took to the skies there from Makers, and now Fury decided it's our time to try and take to the sky as well. This time, a little bit of a different route. It's the zip line up to the balloon and then away, and it's beautifully done here.
All of the teams from the west are moving. This is the high ground I was talking about, because now you can jump down,
and this
is where Falcons are. Falcons need to be careful.
Well, Falcons will survive. SWQ have been eliminated in the meantime, as we find ourselves now inside of our top 10. Falcons trying to zero in on Fury inside of this truck, no pun intended, but now they're going to swing, and now off the back of the damage, can't quite get that first knock, but Zero, he wants more KP, he wants some kills, he wants these knocks.
Doesn't get it, does go down, but I think enough damage that the rest of the team can maybe help out. But are there
It's
other
Newcastle.
teams? Newcastle with the gold shield could be very detrimental though.
Crypto should be dealt with, but he gets the armor swap, and even though he does, it's now all up to How. It's a 1v1 inside of the truck. The Newcastle is dealt with, and Furia will be eliminated as the CEO wins his one.
No one else there to take down the Falcons. They will reset. They will be back up to a full 3. Elsewhere, Reject Winity and FaZe Clan are peppering each other right now, both trying to stay alive on this northern side.
FaZe right on the edge of zone here. Inside of that truck, you can see RC firing back at them. FaZe have to force their way in, though, and what a game this could be for FaZe. Coming into this second set of 3 games in this series, they were outside of that top 20. And we mentioned how these 3 games could be massive for them and their hopes of going into that winner side. Well, a big performance here in game number 1 here on World's Edge might give them a little bit of hope. But now Gaming Gladiators might be pinching behind Falcons, and this train track has become all of a sudden prime real estate.
I mean, the likes of FaZe Clan, 22 points off the current cutoff of 89, so that is very achievable. But of course, we don't think that is going to be the cutoff. Several teams could surpass that, and we might be even further towards the 100s. GG now pressuring Falcons a little bit. If they had nades, if they had utility, could do a lot of damage here to Falcons, but it looks like Falcons are able to stabilize quite successfully.
Falcons will be safe just in one of the corners. Complexity now flying in as well. And they're going to be playing a little bit differently down on this low ground. The Motherload will go in. And it's going to be GG who are doing a huge amount of damage here. Kimchi will go down for Complexity. Monsoon will answer back onto Blast. It's a 2v2 for now. The zipline juggles. They're not good enough for either side, and Lou now left on his own.
Lou left on his own to try and pull off a madness. FaZe Clan just got eliminated in 7th position as well. And Maker's just got a respawn, by the way, in the late game. We have 3 teams down here on the south. Falcons maybe can pick up some extra KP, and they will do so as Complexity get eliminated.
Might be another one for them here. Zero through the smoke. Can't quite connect with the final shots, but he's going to drop and swing onto this player to try and take Light out and deal with GG. Falcons pick up yet more kills on their way forward in this game.
And there is a very invisible Makers player down in the middle of the zone right now. It's not Moist, it's Falcons, and it's 2 members of Makers. Now, Not Moist and Falcons, remember, last time they went up against each other, Not Moist were able to get a huge points advantage on that first day. On Thursday, they had an amazing start to it, but Falcons fought back towards the end of it. What could they do now in a 3v3 v2? Makers could maybe make the difference here for one of these squads.
Well, if it does come back down to Not Moist and Falcons, could this be a little bit of a teaser for something we might see later on in this tournament? 2 teams who are hotly tipped as potential players and teams to lift that trophy when we get to the end of our match point finals. Even though it's just a small glimpse of the bigger picture, this might be something we'll talk about going forward, but instead it looks like Falcons wanted to try and deal with a duo, and by trying to do so, they've lost Hal.
They have lost Hal, but there is going to be a gold res that you can work with here. Maybe you can get back up and maybe you have a chance, because that final player from Makers can still influence this one. Not Moist have not pushed up. They are hesitant. They don't really know what they're going up against right now.
Wolsey's having a little bit of a swing through the smoke, though. He's trying to see what he could do. There's the Motherload, though, coming in, and everybody from Falcons and Makers is trapped in and around it. Timmy up on the high ground. He takes a little bit of damage, tries to get a couple of arc stars in to try and flush those players out from cover.
This is messy at the moment. There's an invisible Crypto right between all of this, and Makers just trying to hope that they can get into top 2. You can see Ziki there right by the rocks underneath Falcons. But right now, they just both have to focus on each other.
Knuckle Costa goes in from Guild. Zone here is controlled by Falcons, but that Makers player, the last one alive, Ziki, could cause so many problems to both of these teams. When you look across the ultimates at the moment, you can see the Motherload was expended by Moist and Guild a few moments ago as they thought their moment to try and capitalize and collapse on that fight was in front of them. Instead, Falcons, they've managed to stabilize here. Ziki's still alive. And you get the feeling maybe he'll have something to say about it as Moist takes so much damage.
Timmy trying to EMP. The EMP could be massive. It does a lot of damage that could just force the push here.
Look at Ziki. Ziki's still alive, by the way, as Moist and Falcons are forced to fight. It's going to be Timmy who gets the elimination, and now we have a 3v3 for #1 spot in this game. Falcons will get the first knock here. Jen Burn, big damage coming in from him as well. It's only one player to deal with. Jen in a 1v1 and will win it as Falcons will win the first game of World's Edge.
It had to be a bit methodical. You had to worry about that potential rat and what they could do, but the Falcons, they were patient, they waited. And even though you had the crypto on the side of Not Moist, the EMP wasn't enough. But what maybe was enough was the slight distraction by that crypto. You saw Waltzy turn, finished off the rat. And just that little bit of extra damage going elsewhere maybe gave Falcons the upper hand there in that fight. But it was the positioning right from the train tracks. 16 kills for Falcons, as not only did they find the position, but they fought off everyone who arrived later on. And they didn't overcommit to fights. They would sometimes get a kill and they'd say, all right, we've got the confirmation of said kill. Let's not lose our position. Let's instead wait for them to expose themselves and then we'll take them down.
Something that was so impressive about Falcons' performance then, you mentioned that they held off a lot of teams who were trying to take that position away from them on the tracks. Think of the teams that it was. You had Furia, one of the teams who have put so many points on the board, who have fought so well. Dealt with GG, who fly in. Dealt with Complexity down on that low ground. Dealt with as well. And then when it comes down to that final fight, let me tell you, if we see a 3v3 between Falcons and Not Moist earlier, or later on in this tournament, I should say, Falcons will feel more confident than Not Moist, knowing what they just did in that final moment.
We know that Falcons just ooze confidence once they start to get going. It's a 28-point game, which sends them into the top 3 of the overalls. But with the 19 points from Not Moist, they are currently first in the overalls. They will surpass Na'Vi. So Na'Vi will definitely not be getting first pick in the POI draft of the winners bracket. But Team Falcons have just posed the question to Not Moist of how far can you stay ahead of us here? We are starting to play catch-up.
Yeah, certainly nothing scarier than knowing that Team Falcons are breathing down your neck. Elsewhere, just looking across some of the scores that we did see come in, GG put a good amount of points on the board as well. Complexity flying into that end zone as well. Decent placement for them as well. We'll take a look at the comparison of our final two teams. In that fight, though, number 1 and 2, placement points you can see in front of you, respective to their positions that they finished in first and second. But, I mean, you're looking at both the teams, right? 16 kills for Falcons, 21 assists, by the way, is an absolutely ridiculous indication of how well they were shooting together.
60 points overall after 4 games, but just looking across the entirety of this series results, you look at a few teams that are down in that bottom 20, looking to try and push in. Olimpo are starting to catch up a little bit. Pioneers had a far better game there to give themselves a chance. FaZe Clan sadly didn't have that game that they needed, but there are a few teams that are starting to catch up and make the likes of LG very nervous, who currently hold 20th position on 89 points.
Yeah, Go Next is one of those I'm keeping my eye on as well. They got some decent points on the board in the last few moments, so I'm really excited to see how these final couple of games do turn out. We are in the perfect position, right? Just stood here in front of not only the crowd, but right in front of these monitors to watch it happen live. And you'll be joining us just after this break to see what happens next on World's Edge as we head to match number 5.
89, and there are several teams in 2 games that could certainly surpass them. And will LG be looking at the elimination bracket tomorrow?
Yeah, it's a really scary moment. It's the classic, if you're an LG fan, you are preying on downfalls of everybody in this lobby for now, and the teams who are praying that they're going to get points to overtake them are on your screen right now. These 2 pages, kind of very different stories, right? You're looking at the ones on the other side and you're like, everything's looking good, everything's looking rosy, but this is the chasing pack here, Dan.
Yeah, you've got to look at the likes of Guild, the likes of Olimpo, the likes of Pioneers, FaZe Clan. Can you do enough? Or, if you are LG, you are just hoping that Not Moist and Falcons continue to get to those final circles, continue to mop up all of those points, because there is still a chance that LG could qualify on 89 points, may I add, because looking at those leaderboards, there are a couple of teams that could certainly struggle going into these last 2 matches and may not catch them.
Well, let's have a look at what happens then as we head back to World's Edge here. This is what has happened up until this point, and it has been Team Falcons who have started to show the form that we expected to see from them. North Epsilon, they were the winners of match number 1, but 2 and 4 belong to Team Falcons. Furia sandwiched in between them over on Storm Point with their win, but as match number 5 arrives, we only have 2 more opportunities for these teams to put the points they need on the board to decide if it will be winner's bracket or if it will be the long road of the elimination bracket that they have to go through.
And it will be a long road. If you think about it, if you finish in the bottom 10 here in these overall standings, not only do you get a bad POI draft in the first elimination bracket, but if you then qualify into the elimination round 2, you've got to imagine people are going to be dropping from the winners bracket as well, and you could still get a bad POI draft. And we've seen the influence of the draft and some of these POIs, and some of the most loved POIs, the most decorated POIs, have not been as successful in this tournament. We've instead seen a lot of central POIs been the successful ones.
Yeah, it's been the preparation of a lot of coaches and analysts to work out where POIs are going to be bringing success from for this meta, for the change that we've seen in the last few weeks of the new season. And Falcons seem to be finding that element of success here across both maps. We'll have to see if that does continue now, or if someone else is going to put their name in the hat here to surprise us all and take away game number 5.
Because let's talk about Falcons and their POI draft, right? Throughout regular season, throughout Pro League, they were up at Skyhook West. They would pick it every time they had the opportunity to do so. But coming into this tournament, they switched over to Lava Siphon because they said, we are happy to take the 50-50 with anyone who wants to challenge us. No one has been challenging them, by the way, because that would probably be pretty silly to take a 50-50 when you could arguably pick a better POI in a better location. And that has allowed them to pick a better POI on the side of Storm Point. It's a smart strategy. We saw Nasky do it in the European Pro League as well, the EMEA Pro League, excuse me. So a lot of teams starting to realize now that if you really do heavily commit to one of these 50-50s, you can actually get a brilliant POI on the other map.
Well, let's talk zone. Let's talk where we're going. And it looks like we're going out towards Epicenter and Fragment and Overlook. So out in that open ground, maybe into the no-name village, the respawn village, where you can see that survey beacon awaiting someone to hit it a little bit later on. Very, very interesting zone, Dan. Sometimes we see the height of Epicenter being the best place to play for He, so you can shoot down on all those teams a little bit later in the game who start to stack up in and around Fragment.
Yeah, you're going to get a few teams that will just bank on it being the no-name and will play those buildings. You've got, what, 4 buildings to work with there that will probably be filled up very quickly by those with ring consoles in nearby areas. But then, yes, the high ground is going to be very advantageous. Fragment is also a brilliant place to play if you're just trying to get to the late game, if you're just trying to secure some of those points to either stay in that top 20 or try and get into the top 20 as well. And as we get into match 5 and 6, we might see a couple of teams now take a few more risks and say, okay, we could play it safe, we could go in a building, or what if we do go for that high ground that you speak of? What if we do end up with 10+ kills from that position? Because there are a few teams that have to play that way.
As we look forward to what's happening right now, you can see that Overlook does have a ring console as well, and FaZe have got a long way to go to get to this zone. We'll watch them as they hit the balloons for now. He needs to get to balloon first, and will be able to do so, even though KCP were pressuring him. I just want to quickly go back and look at that last game and the dichotomy of what we saw from our 2 final teams, right? Falcons got into center zone, got into a great position, held it down. Not Moist's story and journey was very, very different. All the way to Skyhook, where they have to go through Alliance, then Timmy has to res both players, then they make a great rotate in towards that end game. It shows that there's different ways to approach these end games and different ways to approach the game overall here on World's Edge.
And another team we will be focusing on throughout this game is Makers. I didn't mention them previously, but they're currently only 2 points behind LG. They are the biggest of chasers for this top 20 and could be the ones that confirm LG in that elimination bracket. But 2 points are not guaranteed. We have seen them, a few teams in fact, struggle to find 1 point across 2 games previously in ALGS history. So we'll have to see how Makers play. If they can find any of the same success that they did in day 1 of this tournament, then they should breeze past that total.
Well, Falcons are looking to play through the Geyser tunnel here. Going to be an Evo Harvester for them to pick up on their way through as well, which is going to boost them up a little bit closer to purple as a squad. But no fights taking place as yet. Everybody is playing pretty zone heavy, but looking for where teams are starting to stack up. Like you said, it looks like No Name Village is going to be where the majority of teams are trying to get to early, and then we are seeing that eastern side of Fragment start to fill up as well. We do see that finish in and around the train car on the tracks as well, which is kind of stuck between the 2 of them, as well as those, of course, 3 bins that open and provide a little bit of cover for teams in that endgame. Interesting if anyone does play the height of Epicenter, though, and tries to overlook all of that.
Curious as to where Falcons play from their position as well. They've played it quite a lot from the vault area. They go to the far eastern side of the vault area, so they can escape via the north side, and they can then redeploy if they would like to from that position as well. We've seen it quite often, as now Fury are looking to try and engage here. Not too much damage, nothing to push on, but you certainly let them know you're there.
GHS Professional is the team on the other side of this fight. And it looks like Fury have decided that maybe they're just chill here for a little bit. They're going to be completely and utterly safe for quite some time. Nobody really needs to be engaging too heavily at this point. FaZe trying to move their way forward still. This time they're going to be held out once again, and it's going to be KCP, the Pioneers, who continue their little battle. And Synetic, who found out a few moments ago that KCP didn't even want to let him take a balloon, is now finding that he doesn't really want to let him play the game, as now we see out of nowhere, Team Falcons being caught off guard.
They have very much been caught off guard here, but Jem Burton does answer back. There is still a real opportunity Falcons could win this fight.
What is happening over at Geyser? GG are here as well. They're looking to clean up some of this damage. In the kill feed, you can see that the first knock in the FaZe KCP fight has gone over to KCP. Jem Burton's going to get the finish onto one member of Olimpo. And I mean, this is just complete build-up and traffic. All just rubbing shoulders at the moment in and around Geyser. Everybody wants to play for this vault tunnel.
There's a lot of desperate attempts from teams now to try and find points, try and play for some of the better positions, and you mentioned it, try and get into areas where you can actually get information from said survey beacons, or even get closer to a ring console, as there is one in Geyser here. Right on the edge, there's a ring console to work with, but no one been able to hit it because everyone's contesting it at the moment. Falcons are back up to a full 3 though. Olimpo also up to a 2. As GG maybe arrived at the perfect time for Falcons, because it allowed them to reset.
Yeah, just allowed the attention to be taken off of them for just a few seconds' time. And by doing so, Falcons will breathe a little bit easier and feel a little bit more comfortable about what they have to do next. GG have backed off to the backside of Geyser for now, so not too much distance to have to worry about having to close for either of these teams as they were to fight. GG are going to maybe look to still mirror this rotation from Falcons. This is a kind of interesting mini-game that's going on right now.
Worth noting as well, Gaming Gladiators is only 10 points behind Falcons in the overalls, right? They are still in contention for getting first place in the overalls here and playing for that ideal POI draft, as FaZe Clan will get back up to a full 3 to keep their chances alive of getting into that winner's bracket as well. It has to be a good match 5 here. They can't afford to go into match 6 needing more than 20+ points.
I mean, by the way, I just want to talk about FaZe as well, because FaZe and Pioneers are playing their own game at the moment, and this is the respawns coming in. Who's there to try and calm them down as they respawn? It's Pioneers. They want to try and kill them as many times as possible during this game. For now, it looks like FaZe will survive, but KCP are not letting them get away with anything.
I mean, this is smart from Pioneers, right? You kill 2 of them, you watch where they're going to be running back to, and then you try and kill them again. It is more points that are available for you, as Northeption have just lost 2 in the kill feed. But FaZe are going to have to back off from this once more.
They're sending it on them. I respect this from KCP. FaZe are going to be furious. Absolutely furious. And once again, it's going to be Nags who gets taken down, beaten to death here by Gent. And it's just going to be more points for KCP.
Pioneers push themselves up to 27th now. They are about 20 points shy of the chance to make sure they qualify. Complexity also under a little bit of duress right now.
Good damage coming in from them, and it's going to be 2 players who are left alive on the outside of this building. So Complexity will be pretty safe. They have the Gen in the corner as well. But now they're being approached by a new challenger. Great shots coming in here from Kimchi. Manages to get that knock, but Monsoon has gone down as well. Lou wants to get that knock, get that finish, and now snaps behind the bar and keeps Complexity on their feet.
So Complexity will have Fragment. But elsewhere in Fragment, Makers are slowly arriving, by the way, and they will be watching this kill feed with keen eyes. Do they get into the top 15? Do they secure one more point and get closer to that cutoff of 89? As they are playing the slow game. A team that's not playing the slow game, it's Pioneers who's back on board.
Wouldn't surprise me if this was FaZe for some reason. It is still FaZe, and a little dance coming in from Deeds. FaZe fans look away now.
The big man can move.
Let's reposition there.
Just a note, by the way, that Falcons lost one a few moments ago as well. So Falcons now down to 2 momentarily. Although a lot of their heavy lifting has been done in that previous game. Pioneers still chasing down. I don't even know who this probably FaZe. It is actually the last. By the way, I will say, I'm not a betting man, but if FaZe somehow win this game by killing KCP, it would be remarkable. However, Falcons, they're not going to be winning this one. It won't be back-to-back for them. They will be out as we have 18 squads now remaining.
A few jeers in the crowd, but a few cheers as well, it has to be said. They might be some of the most loved, but also some of the most hated. And it's quite divided here in the audience, but certainly now that opens things up. The likes of Not Moist can really look at that and say, we can surpass them, we can just stay at the top here, and we can really create a gap going into match 6 here.
FaZe still alive, by the way. Pioneers, I can see it happening. Anyway, we'll come back to that if it does happen. Look at where the zone is going. It's going a little bit more north than what everybody thought. You can see all the teams who went over to the no-name village will now have to leave, essentially. We also see a very, very sneaky member hidden in camo, doing a little bit of inspection of the pipes. It is your friendly neighborhood plumber.
We go into drone cam, and what do you see? Anything that you can work with here? And can you get your teammates back up and into the game? By the way, I did say when we were on that map there, Makers have actually found themselves up in the northern side. I mean, there is a real opportunity. They push themselves into the top 20 in this game, which would confirm LG in the elimination bracket. And I think Makers will be very nervy because they know what they need to do. All of the players have a screen that before the game shows them the overall standings. They know exactly how much they need going into the next game to get into said top 20.
Madness.
As Furia, well, they already know they're going to be in that top 20. For them, it's about trying to get even higher for that draft. They're currently in 5th in the overall.
I mean, look at the damage coming in from Madness. At 2-4, every single little bit of distance that he can squeeze out of this scope is being used right now, and when it matters most, he can't quite connect. But Dexter looks like he might be last alive. It was a combination of Alliance and Furia who did the damage, but Dexter is still alive.
Makers, who need 2 points to push themselves into the top 20.
By the way, because you did say 2 points is hard to find.
It can be hard to find sometimes when you know you only need a couple, but that still wouldn't necessarily be enough with a lot of teams still chasing you in that bottom 20. But it could be even harder going into match 6 if Makers don't rescue something here. But you mentioned it, still one alive.
Look at the position here from Lou, by the way. He's playing up on the balcony, up on the window. Complexity have seen this shift away of the zone. You've got to be careful, though, because one thing is you can look in the windows, but you can also find out very quickly that the team inside can look out. Complexity will survive for now, trying to be aggressive, trying to look for KP by just poking through and seeing if they can get a cheeky, sneaky little knock, but not going to happen there. It's Gaming Gladiators who are in the building alongside them, and if I'm not mistaken, Kimchi's going to jump into drone cam himself and see if he can create an opening or maybe get a little bit of info of where they want to go next.
Complexity 9th in the overalls right now, but they're only 9 points behind 5th, right? Behind 4th even. That's how close this is between 4th and top 10. And that could be the difference between one of the better POIs. As now FaZe are back in the game. And you maybe have called that one as well, but now it's going to be Go Next taking a fight.
Go Next. Slab is swinging. Slab is knocking bodies down. That's going to be SWQ eliminated. Go Next Esports have lost Kashira, and the zone might take the rest of them down as well. Shots come in from distance from Kings. That's going to put Slab on his back. Last player going to be eliminated as well, and that is bad news for Go Next Esports. They were one of those teams who were chasing down that top 20 and won't be able to put more points on the board in this game.
Good news for Olimpo, though. They are getting closer and closer to the chasing pack, but now they've just lost one, and they might lose more on this way. There is 3 teams on this eastern side all moving at the same time. Not Moist, Guild, even Striders are here as well, but Not Moist are looking over all of this. There's even Liquid Alienware also joining in on the fun from the southern side.
Jaguares with the Rampage in his hands. Gun shield on it as well. Striders eliminated in the meantime. Another team who are desperate for points at this point in the tournament will find themselves looking to game 6. Liquid Alienware going to be able to get that res inside of the building after the frag grenade did the damage. Back to Fragment though, you can see Complexity still looking for KP. They want to clear out everybody here. Olympio have been eliminated thanks to Walsey and Moist, so they're not going to pick up any points either.
Complexity have to move in a minute, but they can plan, they can assess. They're a little bit worried about these teams that are south of them because there are quite a few of them. Let's work out how Complexity are going to think about planning this one with a listening.
And try to kill this guy on Mark?
Yeah, they're on blues. They're on blues.
Okay, I'm gonna have to smoke that. We're gonna have to go at like 5 seconds and go here, okay?
Alright.
Okay. Smoke here, once here, and then once there, I think.
These guys are smoking into green, I think.
Okay, that's fine.
They're fighting in green or some shit.
We need to pressure this team on Mark, to be honest. Because if this team they might pile up on our left, and then if this team walks out, we have to kill them and play forward for kills on the ground here. Okay?
Yeah.
We might be able to just cross too, okay? We're gonna do it at like on zone close, basically.
Okay.
These guys are getting held from
What
here.
about this?
Like,
Where's this team? Where's this team, Ken?
I'm looking right now.
They're not in there, huh?
No, they're there.
Okay, they're there.
One, at least one. Just one. Crypto. I don't know where his teammates are.
These guys are evac. There's an evac right here, man.
Okay, get ready.
The fuck?
Yeah, let's walk forward now. Walk forward now.
Okay.
Crack this guy inside cart behind us.
Play on me, safe on me,
yeah,
safe
play
on
in
me.
this cubby. Play in this cubby. Get ready to walk forward.
These guys are evac right here.
There's an armor note on me. Yeah, they're going up it. One died. Look back, look back.
I'm looking back.
One is killing that crypto. One is killing that crypto. Careful left.
Got it.
Nice, good kill.
Another one blue. Another one
forward.
down. There's a duo on our right on blue.
Okay, can we... They're on mark, they're on mark. I'm gonna have to bangle with this.
Yeah. Oh, hill mine.
Yeah, I know. I smoked in bangle with
I gotta bet. I have to bet.
We have to back up.
Okay, you can try. I'm nading the fuck out of them. They're getting shot, they're sliding down. We need to walk forward on me, guys.
Maybe? Heard. I'm trying to dodge this with blue.
Walk forward on me on low ground, please.
Yeah, I'm coming to you. I'm stunned right now.
I'm safe in me.
I'm dead.
I'm just dead. I'm dead.
Fuck.
On your low ground left here.
You probably have to kill this, but I don't know how. They're in, man.
Jack Winity are gone. FaZe Clan have just gone as well, so we won't see that crazy ending that I was trying to make happen. And instead, KCP will still be in a position to maybe involved in this endgame. Liquid Alienware have gone as well, as Pioneers now take the high ground. And look at that zone. They are in a great spot here.
Do you know who else got eliminated? Makers. Still 1 point behind LG, as LG still holding on. And there's still a chance for a tiebreaker there, by the way, but of course, the likes of Pioneers still have the chance to surpass them as well. They're up into the top 9 here, and they have achieved a good amount of kills. And not Moist start to get aggressive. There is going to be a shield to work against, though.
Newcastle trying to dance, but unfortunately, we've already seen that once from KCP. It usually looks good, but this one, a couple of missteps. Guild will get a knock himself. Complexity were eliminated in the meantime as we find ourselves now inside of that top 10. 9 squads still remaining, and Moist have a chance here to extend that lead at the top if they can convert.
Yeah, they really can just create a gap between themselves
Guild's
and
gone down.
Falcons, but Guild has fallen. Is there a chance that Ichola's laser can actually do something here in a 2-1? Oh, still an opportunity, but no. Not Moist are okay. There is still a single member from Guild that can maybe disrupt things, though. And this is a real chance for Guild to get some points.
I mean, Legacy could also ruin the game here for Moist as well. Elsewhere, inside of the zone, now is the Alliance. Put the castle wall down, draw up those defenses, but Tyler will go down as Tyler will fire back with his Mastiff.
Alliance have 2 left. Hackers will try and get a bat off, as will Unlucky. They need cover, though, but they've been able to find it just through natural resources, and they go for the revive. Will GG allow this? It looks like yes.
Gold Knock is going to be there. Walsey will fire back, and Legacy won't be able to ruin Moist's day because instead Walsey's going to ruin theirs. Alliance will be able to reset here. 7 squads now remaining. And Unlucky, who might be in contention for an MVP conversation after today. He's looking to continue with his form. GG as well, still inside of this final zone. They've got the castle wall down. They've got Northeption to deal with.
GG have Northeption on one side, Alliance on the other. They are very much stuck in the middle right now. And Unlucky's just waiting for them to poke out and show anything that he can shoot. Alliance will be fine here, and they don't have to worry, don't have to get too aggressive, but the circle is going to pull to the other side of the lava, so they do need to have a game plan.
KCP still being pressured by GHS down on the low ground. The bandanaed man on your screen right now, Onmu. Trying to control as much space as he can. Deeds might have just got some timing on this fight, though. He doesn't want to over-peak. He's waiting for that shield to go forward, but in the meantime, unfortunately for KCP, Onmu has gone down thanks to a triple take from distance coming in from Tyler.
Pioneers need 13 points to surpass LG in 20th place. I mean, it would be a very Pioneers way to do it, wouldn't it? If you consider how they went from Challengers Circuit to then getting to LAN, and maybe they could get to Winners Bracket in these next 2 games. As now Furia begins to push, but GHS from behind.
I think Madness was just trying to survive as a solo there, unfortunately for him. The grenade just blew him out of that cover, and Pioneers will be eliminated. And here come Not Moist again. Unlucky, firing blind into these bodies, finding more. Unlucky, just looking to kill everybody in front of him.
Alliance looking to try and send themselves into the top 10 as GG and Fury eliminated. 4 now remain. Alliance on full reds, and they are seeing red right now as they are happy to push everything and anything.
Alliance near Kimbo's. It's not just the Mozambique. You got the P20s in the hands of Hackett's as well. But GHS, from that low ground, have now managed to climb their way up themselves.
Maybe this could be a game to give GHS a chance to push themselves closer to that top 20 as well. They're certainly in the conversation right now. A win here would be everything going into match number 6. But they still have a lot to do. Northeption eliminated. Not Moist and Alliance are standing between GHS and a decent amount of points. But again, it is Not Moist in a final circle.
Guild's gonna fly in. He's gonna get that first knock as well. One tap, he goes down. But there go the missiles as well. And Waltzy will fall. And all of a sudden, Not Moist have got to try and stabilize here, trying to wait out that bang ult, but they're not going to be able to get him back up. And it's Alliance who come from the high ground, from the low ground. It doesn't matter what they got to do because everything seems so simple in those final moments for Alliance. Any instructions you put in front of them, they were going to complete. Alliance with a big, big win here in Game 5.
Alliance send themselves up into 12th place. Still with a match to play, still with a chance to fight towards that top 10, if not even further. They could even be looking at the dizzy heights of a top 5 if they find another victory, which again would give them that chance of getting a better POI draft. They're doing it for the fans, they're doing it for effect, and you got to give a shout to Tyler because he has stepped up for this team when they needed him most.
Boy, has he. Everybody on Alliance is looking good, and the more that these players play together, you only predict that they are going to look stronger and stronger. 11 kills in match number 5 for Alliance. Alongside that first place means a big point total for them. But Not Moist again, you have to say, involved in that end game, and that's going to be good for them when it comes to those leaderboards.
And once more, it's the teams that are already in the winners bracket, guaranteed, that are mopping up these points. LG still 1 point ahead in 20th position over Makers. Pioneers, 12 points behind LG. They are the 2 teams that are closest to try and overtake LG and getting to that winners bracket. There is still a chance that LG could make it.
This is your match 5 results from groups B and C. Alliance on top of the pile when it comes to the placement points, but Not Moist. Even though they didn't win the game, they got 16 kills in that game as a squad, which gives them the biggest point total in the lobby of 25.
Most likely secures Not Moist first in that POI draft in the winners bracket as well, because they've created such a gap now between themselves and Falcons. We would have to see an insane game from Team Falcons and Not Moist to be eliminated right at the very beginning. The 2 points from Falcons definitely hurt them with that chance, but it's all about Alliance. 4K damage, 11 kills, job done for them as they start to chase now the top 10.
Someone stand out to me on those leaderboards, though, is Waltzy. 2.7k damage in comparison. I mean, look at the Alliance numbers. They get the win, of course, but big damage numbers coming in from the Aussie. Doing a lot of the heavy lifting like he does out of game as well. These are the series results. These are how things look after 5 games are played. Team Falcons still in first place with 62 points. Alliance just behind them, but that performance from Not Moist puts them up into 3rd.
So Not Moist up into 3rd in the series, but up into 1st in the overall standings. But there are a few teams still chasing. For GHS Professional, actually a top 3 there puts them at least within a chance in the last game of reaching the top 20, albeit would have to be a victory plus around 12 or 13 kills. Still doable. We've seen it happen for a lot of teams so far this tournament, but just giving yourself a chance is what you need going into match 6. Just having that bit of hope, but of course, pushing themselves further in the overall leaderboards for a better chance at a POI draft if they were to be in the elimination bracket as well.
Well, you say the word hope. There is still hope because there is one more game to come today before we'll find out who is going to be our qualifying teams and who is going to be going into that winner side and who's going to be going into that elimination side. We'll find out who those teams are going to be when match 6 takes place in just a few minutes. of the elimination bracket run to get back with a chance to get to the match point finals. Alliance, the team in front of you, they managed to close out game number 5. But really, it's the talk of the team that's not playing in this lobby right now, which is the talk of the town. We're talking about LG.
LG at the moment in 20th place on 89 points, but they are followed very closely by Makers, who are playing 1 point behind them. Now, I mentioned the screens that the players have, that little tablet on their desk will tell them the overall standings. It will tell them how much they have to do to get into that winner's bracket or to get further into their POI draft in the elimination bracket if you can't quite reach that top 20. Makers know 2 points is all they need, and they should be in the winner's bracket unless Pioneers were to surpass them as well. And then a team like HAL, who's currently on 95 points, they might be sweating as well, because there is a chance that they could also drop down if both Pioneers and Makers have big games here.
I will also say you should be sweating as well.
I am a
because
little
you
bit.
said that thing where it's like, oh, 2 points can be hard to find. We're in game 6, they still.
Well, they got one of them.
You might have an angry mob chasing you out of the building. That's all I'm saying. But it sets us up perfectly, right? You can see what's happened so far to lead us to this match number 6. Alliance with the win in that previous game on World's Edge. Been so impressed with Alliance, by the way. I keep saying it, and I will keep saying it. Playing with, of course, Tyler coming over, filling in for Effect. Falcons with 2 wins in the series. Northeption gave themselves a chance in match number 1, but have kind of fallen away after that. And Fury, of course, in the middle there with the final win on Storm Point. But match number 6, I mean, let's talk expectations here. Let's talk teams who are in the chasing pack who have a chance at making that top 20, Dan, because there is so much pressure on this final game.
Makers 1 point behind 20th. Pioneers are going to be 12 points behind 20th. Guild are going to be 16 points, behind 20th as well. Those are the 3 teams we'll keep an eye on. Olimpo also within a shout as well. They are in touching distance. So those 4 teams, will have the opportunity to get into the winner's bracket if they have a good game. If you're Makers, you actually need a very average game, but we have already seen it's difficult to get those couple of points these two desperately require.
Well, here we go then, everybody. For the final time today, we are back on World's Edge and back into the action. Alliance the winners in the previous game, but those 4 teams that you mentioned, Dan, are really the ones to keep your eyes on. They are the ones who are looking to qualify, but also we need to keep our eyes on the top of the leaderboards because that POI draft is going to be so important going into that winner's side. If you manage to take first place away, you manage to jump up into second, wherever it's going to be, it means you're going to be able to pick a little bit earlier for your POI.
I mean, there's only 16 points between 3rd and 9th at the moment in the overall standing, so it is going to be shifting a lot with where you pick and what draft position you're going to have in that winner's bracket, depending on what happens in this game. Now, Alliance have done enough to secure themselves in the winner's bracket. We know that, but they're currently in 12th in the overalls. They want to be further up. They want a better pick in that POI draft, and that can very much be achieved with another win.
Well, let's talk about zone. Let's talk about where the game is pretending, or should I say predicting? It's getting late. To end here. It's going to be going over pretty similar to what we actually saw a little bit earlier. Maybe those tracks that we saw Falcons take the win in game number 4 are going to be hotly contested once more.
Yeah, a lot of teams are going to be moving very quickly towards the areas like Mirage Etoile, like those train tracks that you speak of. You can even play the Northern Rocks and the truck that is just by them as well. But it depends who has a ring console for the early moving. Furia down at Thermal Station, they'll have one to work with. You can see it staging. There's one for Reject Winity as well, and Northeption also have one at Mirage Etoile. But of course, I've just mentioned 3 teams that are playing for 3 entirely different things at this point, whether it be a higher place in the POI draft in the winner's bracket, in the elimination bracket, or even trying to get closer to actually qualifying into said winner's bracket.
Well, Makers down at launch site, they're the team that are closest to sending LG essentially out of the winner's side of the bracket down to the elimination one. They've got quite the journey to make. They do have ring console though, so they're going to have to keep an eye on where they need to go, but they're going to have to go through Complexity, who are fighting extremely well. By the way, I want to give a shout out to Lou. I think Lou is an absolute superstar and has become better and better as the weeks have gone past and the more time that he's put into the change of input onto controller. I think he's been an absolute animal this split, and he's showing it here as well for Complexity.
Yeah, Complexity in the 8th position right now, but as we mentioned, they could really jump up that leaderboard with a good game here. As we focus a little bit on KCP, they are one of the chasing packs, but it's Team Falcons who are having a little scrap at the moment with Icholos Laser. Now, Icholos have not performed as well as they had done in previous games here. They've been a little bit lackluster, and maybe Team Falcons can take advantage of that.
Yeah, it looks like Jim Burton's already going to break some shields, and he might be about to break some hearts because Falcons are collapsing onto them at the moment. Good damage being done. Zero just needs to escape, stay alive, and the help will surely come in. They've done the majority of the heavy lifting here, which is getting that first knock. Now it's just about finishing things off.
Can Falcons catch Not Moist? It would have to be close to a record-breaking game if they were to be completely honest. As Echolus Laser look to try and escape, and maybe they'll get one on the way, but it looks like Hal doesn't want that to happen. He's very much on the hunt right now.
Guitar is swinging on the fuse. Knuckle clusters to go out as well, and Zero certainly doesn't want this player to get away as he's going to evac on him. That's going to be the end of it, even though he makes it look a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. He'll finally hit the shots that matter, and that'll be Echolus Laser eliminated first in our game number 6, and 3 points, maybe on the way to a record-breaking game, as you kind of hinted at, maybe, for Falcons to get them on their journey.
I mean, it does now open things up, as Echolus Laser were in 6th place just before they died there, so teams that are below them, like Complexity, for example, can surpass them quite comfortably if they have a good game here and get themselves a better position in that POI draft. Now, in terms of Striders and where they want to go from here, they might run into a couple of other teams as we follow Pioneers just circling around, maybe trying to be sharks in the water here to see if they can get some kills.
Strider's going to be backing off of this fight, it looks like, for now. Although, maybe they're actually going to just be playing Grandmas for a little bit longer and just trying to reposition to get some height over KCP. KCP have seen this now, and they've decided that they don't want none. They're going to be escaping and just scurrying away and continuing on their rotation. We'll take a look in at Falcons again here as they go down to that low ground. But it's the Lions who are fighting right now, and Unlucky is not for the first time today, not for the first time in this tournament, going to get that opening knock.
And not only an opening knock, but it will be a guaranteed kill and a guaranteed wipe. X and Y will be in the elimination bracket, confirmed. I mean, it was already there. They wouldn't have been able to get enough points for the winner's bracket, but they're probably going to be starting from last place, so they will have a tough POI draft in that elimination bracket as well. As for Alliance, though, it's one step closer to getting further to that top 10, if not even further into the top 5.
Well, Falcons have managed to crack into the vault here, and they're going to find a little bit of loot to play with. Gold bag is always nice. Always means as well that Hal's going to be able to carry even more grenades. Not that he needs it, playing Fuse. And already up to 2 purples and a blue are Falcons, but a long way away from the action. The team that's kind of closest to them at the moment, there isn't really many teams closest to them at the moment. Gaming Gladiators, I'd say, are the other side of Lava Siphon, which is why they can pretty freely rotate back towards that zone. But down over at Thermal Station, this is the team with probably the most pressure on their shoulders in this lobby. It's Makers, the team who are so close, but also so far.
Yeah, they only needed 2 points in the previous game, but they were only able to achieve 1. And now they're only 1 point behind LG. They're down at Thermal. They'll be able to rotate comfortably, but I wonder how they try and play this one, right? Do they try and just go for placement points? If you get into the top 10, 0 kills, it's job done. Top 15, you are then tied with LG, but then you go down to tiebreakers, so they'll have to be looking at,
Don't make me do those.
How is the tiebreaker going to be won for them? But they should know exactly what they need, as now Gaming Gladiators are the closest team to Makers, as we look back to Alliance, who are now starting to move on in to maybe taking another fight.
I mean, Alliance looks so confident in every single fight at the moment. Unlucky once again gets an opening knock. This time it's going to be thanks to the Nemesis. Tyler's only got the one Mozambique. He's showing that you can get it done with just the one. This is ultimate confidence, almost disrespect to run around with one.
I mean, Alliance are just getting more and more confident as they go on. They had a really hot start to this tournament, dropped off a little bit, and it seems they locked in, they focused, and they're finding their footing once more as Guild Esports respawning. Remember, Guild Esports still in that chasing pack as well, still with a chance to get into that winner's bracket, but they still have a lifeline. Not literally, though, don't have the legend.
So for Alliance, it's just patrolling around the north side of this zone for now, trying to clear this side out, looking for the extra KP that they can try and secure. They know they've got one member alive from SRZ to try and take care of, and when Unlucky and Tyler have got the sense, it usually means they're going to find you pretty quickly. A little cheeky smile from Unlucky means that he knows. That was a nice little bit of a spidey sense coming in there to take down that final player.
Unlucky and Tyler are barking again, and Hackett's just letting him off leash at this point. He doesn't care, doesn't need to rein him in right now, because they are having the time in their lives now. Falcons starting to join in with a fight here as well. You can see Motherlode's gone down, and they've been able to get knocks with the help of KCP.
I'll get up to purple as well. KCP on the other side of this fight. Falcons trying to pinch these two teams at the moment, but KCP have managed to stabilize extremely well, which means they'll be able to hold off Falcons and certainly exchange fire with them. Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see Nags has just finished off Legacy from Guild. So more points for FaZe, and even though it's a distant chance for them, They need to get some KP early to give themselves at least a little bit of hope here. But SWQ, just the one player alive. Would it be a crypto by any chance? Side of that building? What do you reckon? Where's your odds?
Highly likely. I'll give you your answer. Yes. Yeah. As soon as you run past it, you know it's a yes. And maybe trying to stay alive. Elsewhere on the minimap, I am noticing that Makers are doing very well to stop Gaming Gladiators from pushing them, by the way. They are desperately just trying to stay alive on the southwest of the map. As there is that crypto that you were talking about. But shh, don't let him know where he is. Certainly nervy times for a lot of teams, Pioneers being one of them. They're now 11 points behind 20th position.
They're going back in for a hunt.
Get your nose to the ground. What does a crypto smell like?
That's a question for everyone at home. I refuse to answer that on broadcast. Well, there's a drone, which means that they're going to get maybe information of where someone is. KCB, I think they're just giving up on this. They're just like, you know what?
I mean, that one extra kill could be everything, right, towards the end, but Striders will be respawning. So it is going to be job done, and they'll be back up on their feet. Elsewhere, Makers are going to hold on the southwest of the map. The likes of Complexity and Furia are close by to them as GHS Professional get eliminated in 18th, so they will be guaranteed to be in the elimination bracket as well. As Alliance continue on their journey as we check in with Not Moist.
Not Moist, of course, who are looking to hold first place in the overalls, get their first pick when it comes to the POI draft in that winner's side of the bracket. But Waltzy has gone down. The Arcstar from Kishera is good. And now it's up to Timmy and Gil to try and clutch a 2v3 scenario. A little bit of blind fire through the smoke, a little bit of damage being done. Timmy's trying to get the drone down to see if he can activate that EMP. And oh my, oh my, oh my! The 2v3. Well, it will happen. A little bit of help coming in from Falcons as well will keep them alive. But it does mean that Not Moist will keep going in this game.
Eliminates Go Next Esports as well, which is another confirmation of them in the elimination bracket. They were currently in 30th position, so kind of in the mid-table in terms of POI draft, but a few teams that could overtake them.
Oh, look at
Guild
Jen.
Esports respawning
Jen
yet
Burton's
again
gonna run.
KCP are sending it.
Jen Burton, I think, just saw that at the last second. The zip towards the height almost caught him off guard. Jen's going to fly forward, and they are going to take the high ground away from Jen Burton. So Jen Burton realizing that he had to give that up because 3 players were zipping towards them, and now all of a sudden, Falcons are a little bit split. Falcons look a little bit discombobulated, as Not Moist will also get the respawn onto Waltzy. So even though they stayed alive, now they can play this game out as a 3.
15 squads remain. That means 1 point gained, by the way, for Makers, who will be tied with LG right now. Elsewhere, Pioneers looking to try and chase LG down as well. Jen sending it right now. Has the Mastiff to work with.
Jen trying to chase him down. Falcons just down to 1. The wiggle's being given, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The flash damage gives the indication that this game and this series will be done for Team Falcons.
So Makers find themselves on 89, tied with LG. We'll get confirmation of tiebreakers if it stays like that, but with Pioneers and the way they're going, maybe they can catch them as well. Here is said Makers. And they've gone deep into the zone here, but they have run into Complexity, and now they have to completely U-turn.
I mean, this is scary moments! Scary, scary moments! Especially when you feel those charge rifle shots hitting like that. Dexter has to pop the syringe, and now the zone becomes a problem for them as well. Now the inventory, the meds become a problem for them. And even though they are so close, 1 point away, Dan, that point is evading them. But they have managed to survive by the looks of things.
And the worry is for Makers is, you know, even if they get that 1 point, right? Even if they get into that top 20 guaranteed, no tiebreakers to worry about, Pioneers are only 6 points behind them. And Pioneers, with the way they've been playing, so successfully pushing as a unit, you'd expect them to get more kills here in this game. And again, that's where Hal might start to worry. 95 points they're on at the moment, and they're probably starting to bite their fingernails a little bit as KCP. It was Falcons who they previously had gone up against, but now it's Not Moist on the other side.
Striders eliminated. Onmu has to drop down for just a second here to pop that battery as he took a little bit of damage on his way up that zip. His 2 teammates from Pioneers have managed to re-establish themselves over a landslide here, up on that high ground. Guild have lost 1 as well, thanks to the damage coming in from the ring, but Moist, look at them just on the outside. Having to walk their way forward in a few seconds, they'll find themselves, but they're going to have to deal with Pioneers up on that high ground. It's a tough rotate for Not Moist.
Oh, for Makers as well. There's a lot of damage coming in. 20th position at the moment.
Oh, no!
But they could be heading out.
Oh, Zicky's on his own. He tries to go invisible. Oh, Makers are gone! Makers are gone. They only needed 1 point. And LG fans will be celebrating like they've never celebrated before.
Well, maybe. I mean, there's still a tiebreaker that could happen. Of course, we'll get confirmation from that if we need it. Now, FaZe Clan, they just got eliminated. That means they'll be in the elimination bracket. But Pioneers, they're still searching for points. They're still on the hunt, but they might be running out of luck as well.
Gens the last alive. Pioneers eliminated as well. We're down to 10 squads. And like you say, maybe their luck just ran out as they were trying to find those KP. Walsey looking to add more damage and more kills to his total, but now finds himself as a solo alive here on the Bangalore. 2 teammates are down. It's North Epsilon who are holding them out.
So now we have to turn to a couple of other teams to maybe try and break into the top 20. Getting confirmation as well that Makers, even though they are tied with LG, they will surpass them on tiebreakers. So as it stands, Makers in 20th place, qualifying for winners bracket. But there is still a chance that they could be caught as well. Guild still alive. Olimpo's still alive. 2 teams who are chasing that top 20. And Guild have just respawned back to a full 3.
And respawning late in the game sometimes can be a little bit of a blessing with so many teams close to each other. The attention gets taken away. Furia and Alliance now starting to engage a little bit. Madness inside of the train cart. Outside of it, you can see Keon just playing that angle. Tyler trying to be aggressive, trying to push up, has to use the smoke to retreat, but he's got a little bit of help coming in from teammates to try and keep him alive. Unlucky couldn't hit the shots to keep him from going down, but they should be able to get a res. Liquid Alienware, they've been eliminated, and now Unlucky, he's going to get chased down by all of Furia here. They were kill hungry. They want to finish off Alliance.
So many of our top teams are feeling themselves at the moment, playing some of their very best Apex. As we say, another team eliminated. SWQ are going down. Not Moist might fall next. They're taking a lot of damage from the ring here.
Whilst he's still on his own, but it is going to be surely the end of his game. He slides towards zone, but he's not going to be able to get into it. Top 6 this time for Not Moist.
And I tell you what, Onset and the entire Apex community, Guild and Olimpo, both still alive. Guild currently 7 points behind Makers. Olimpo are going to be a little bit further. They're 12 points behind, but again, a win here changes everything. As earlier, Makers were the ones making LG bite their nails, but now suddenly they have to watch on, holding that position in the winner's bracket. Can they be caught? Guild are on the far northeast here, and actually in a really good position for this late game. For the side of Olimpo, they are on the southeast. Again, they could push into this zone quite late and maybe mop up some kills.
Yeah, Guild are actually wrapping to the north side of the zone at the moment, and they pretty much have control of it. Gaming Gladiators are going to look to climb up behind North Epsilon here, who are a little bit further away from them than they maybe had thought. Fury is still inside of that train cart themselves. But you're looking at where the teams are stacking up here, Dan, and Guild have an opportunity. They have a real chance here, as everyone is essentially approaching from the south side but them.
Is some heavy hitters still in the lobby, though. Fury and Gaming Gladiators still alive, and we've seen how successful they can be in some of these final circles, and we're about to find out how this final circle is going to look after round 5 closes right about now. Olimpo have to move from the south side. Gaming Gladiators and North Epsilon are going to be above one another. And then Furia are on that left-hand side, that west side, holding the truck that we saw Falcons hold earlier with their victory.
GG have managed to get up to that high ground. Furia trying to hold them off, but Keon has to give up that height. As Blast is having a little poke now, and having given up that height, there might be angles that Furia have to worry about. Blast going to live up to his name here, and Lufka's going to get a knock onto Olimpo down on that low ground, so that makes things very interesting.
Yeah, Olimpo, if they go down here, they'd be guaranteed in the elimination bracket. You see Lufka, Castle Wall comes out, but Guild Esports, they are on the hunt. They are still alive. They're on this northeast side that I was talking about, and they have great positioning here.
Trying to sweep in onto Olimpo as well, down on that low ground. One more player left for them to deal with here by the looks of things. And Olimpo will be eliminated. Furia also go down. Oh my! North Epsilon now, they're wrapping in, down on that low ground to try and deal with the remaining members of Guild. But Alliance, while all of this are going down, will respawn. Guild have been eliminated.
Guild eliminated. That's massive news for Makers, and may just solidify them in the winner's bracket. Looking at the other teams, they do. But now it's a chance to send yourself further into the winner's bracket for the likes of GG, the likes of Alliance. Get a better POI draft here, but Tyler's just gone down. GG on the hunt.
GG looking to close out and maybe cement their name as one that's talked about when we get to that winner's bracket tomorrow. More kills coming in for them. 2 members of Northeption will find themselves on their back. And at this point, it feels like this is a victory lap for GG.
And GG can send themselves up into the top 2. In fact, they already have surpassed Na'Vi. As now GG will go into that POI draft with their second best pick as Northeption fall. And now it's GG versus the remainder of Alliance.
Alliance, just one alive to find. It's going to be Hackis. But this is just the victory lap for GG. And what a performance it has been from these 3 gentlemen. Blast, we saw the video a little bit earlier, talking about what he's had to overcome. And now he's going to find himself inside of the top 2 when it comes to the end of play.
They don't have an EMP to actually scout out where this crypto is. Hackis,
if this happens, by the way.
Hackis is pandering to the Alliance fans right now as he knows the inevitable that's going to happen here, and you can see on his face.
That's brilliant.
The drone does not take damage in the zone, may I add. So he can stay in this drone and he can force GG to go on a hunt. It's hide and seek time, but well, what a game it was. And let's talk about it while we have the time. Makers solidify 20th position, knocking out LG into elimination.
Still can't find him. Blink-182 fans will respect me when I say, where are you? Because they can't find him at this point. What is happening on my screen right now?
And I envisioned this happening at some point throughout this tournament. I thought maybe we'd get
laughing.
I think maybe we'd get a couple of cryptos that were going to be left alive. But what a bizarre ending to one of the most exciting matches that we've had so far this tournament. 89 points was the cutoff, and the zone will do the rest of the damage as Gaming Gladiators solidify their win and solidify themselves in second place in the overall standings. They'll have second pick to their favorite POI in the winner's bracket.
Well, a little bit of light entertainment for everybody at the end of the day, but at the end of the day, we now know who is going into our winner's bracket tomorrow and who will have to start that long journey. GG, though, the story that these 3 gentlemen have been on has been astronomical. Their rise has been exceptional. And I feel like them winning that game number 6 just reminds us of just how damn good they are.
Alliance secures 7th place in the overall standings. If you look at where they were before this series started and where they are now, that's an incredible success for them. As for LG, who are watching on, nervous, Makers did just enough to pip that 20th spot from them, and the cutoff being 89 points in the end. Before this series started, there was talk of it maybe even being close to 100, but the points got absorbed by all those teams already in the winner's bracket.
One of the most bizarre ways to end the day, but certainly an entertaining one, to say the least. As Alliance and Hackis put on a little bit of a show for us. But I mean, what are your takeaways from today, Dan? Because I feel like there's so much to take away, and I want to talk about the top of the leaderboards, the teams who have been fighting tooth and nail to be first place in those overall standings. The performances from all of them have been just exceptional, right? You're looking at Not Moist, GG, Na'Vi, by the way. Na'Vi, where have you come from? Where have you been? Team Falcons, Furia, and you can even go Complexity, Alliance, Echolos, Laser. Honestly, so many teams have performed so far that it just rolls into what I said at the start of this tournament, which is this feels like the most unpredictable tournament when it comes to a potential winner that we've ever had.
Na'Vi, for the first time, will be in the winner's bracket and competing on Saturday. We have never said that before. Matafe is going to be in the winner's bracket, and I cannot give them enough credit because they have been through trials and tribulations so many times, but they will not be going through first because Not Moist did surpass them. Gaming Gladiators did surpass them. They had a far better final series there, but Falcons also a slow start on Thursday, picked it up to the latter end of it and picked it up here on Friday to put themselves in 4th as well.
Yeah, very, very good stuff from all of the teams we just mentioned. I do want to give that special shout out to GG though, because I feel they're getting better and better and better, really representing the EMEA region in quite a special way at the moment. Of course, there's so much more for these teams to do. This is just the next step, right? This is groups now done. Now we have to go into that bracket play where we start to not only send teams through to our match point finals, but also we start sending teams home down, which I always find is the most difficult part to do in these tournaments.
And of course, we have to give a big shout out to the entire crowd here in Mannheim because you guys have been amazing. They've been cheering on every single member of their team and making sure that they know they are behind them. So thank you so much for everyone who's turned up here on Friday, and we cannot wait to see you Saturday. But of course, we still have a live POI draft to do today, Mark. Something we've not seen before in Apex Legends, and I cannot wait because there's so much to talk about now because Not Moist have secured first place in that draft, but where do they go?
That's very, very true, and no surprise to you probably that I am not involved in that because you could imagine the absolute carnage that would take place if I had any kind of responsibility when it came to the POI draft. But I mean, who's your team that you're looking at today as a takeaway to the special story that you can go home with?
I think that you have to look at Not Moist and their success and how they've been able to dominate, but Alliance, the fact that they came into this tournament without effect, there was that kind of question mark over Tyler. How would he perform? Would he be able to fit in? They have not only been able to fit in and gel and be able to perform well, but they find themselves in 7th place in the overall standings, giving them a real shot in that winners bracket with a decent position in the POI draft. We have to give our hats off to them.
I mean, I'm looking even further down the leaderboards when I'm looking at the winners bracket, what we're going to have as far as teams is concerned in that. You're looking at TSM. You know, TSM make it through to that winner side. It might seem like something you would expect to see, but after the performance of the EWC, it's a confidence boost for them as well. You look at Bleed Esports, what a good set they had a little bit earlier as well. I mean, you can keep going down. C9, Legends Gaming. I mean, turning up on a plane this morning, winning games of Apex, it has had it all so far. I'm only day 2. We're halfway through now.
I mean, Nasky and Amphi flying in for 6 games as subs, putting Legends in 15th position going into their final series. Yeah. And then Strafing Flame and Easy Flash coming in to secure a winners bracket. It's been everything on Legends side. And you've got to look at Icholas Gaming as well. I mean, Icholas Laser, excuse me. They had such an excellent Thursday to put themselves in that conversation in the winners bracket. Sure, they went out a little bit dry here in this final series, but they are still up there in the top 10, and that gives them a great opportunity in that winners bracket as well.
It's great. You don't even mention teams like NRG, right? NRG make it through as well. Some big wins from them. Really impressive stuff in those moments. I mean, we could talk genuinely about all of the teams that are in those winners bracket for quite some time, but I mean, I'm looking at the top 20. I have to give the biggest shout out, I think, to Icholos Laser. I think that performance from the South America region that we saw yesterday, where they put so many points on the board, and most importantly for me, showed a level of control when they had some good zones to play from that was absolutely exceptional, and I'm very excited to see what they can do as well.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant day so far, but I think it could be even more brilliant if we chat to Peeps. He's got Waltzy. Let's see what he has to say.
What up, everybody? I am here with arguably the MVP of the whole thing. Don't quote me on that. Waltzy, you just told me right now that this was the greatest series you have probably ever played, right? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Usually we're not a groups team. Like back with Empty, we usually struggled. But this team is genuinely probably the best fighting team in the game right now. And I just felt like no matter what situation we got put in, we would just smoke anyone that came close to us. So that literally was the entirety of our groups. The motto was, even if the plan's not good, we'll shoot our way out.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it all day long, yesterday as well. But what are some of the things that you learned in Riyadh at EWC that you guys sort of took here and just took it to the next level?
Timmy wanted to play like a lot more aggressive during like EWC, and I wasn't so confident just for the simple fact that it was my first time RGLing, and I was sort of just trying to learn how to RGL, like learn the game and stuff like that. But now that we've had the time to practice, like just fight everything. If there's a 3v3, I'm taking it. Like I don't care who it is, where we are. Like I'm down for it.
That confidence is insane, and I know it scrubs off on your teammates as well. So now they're playing even better. Every one of these series, the lobby's played a little bit different, right? What are your expectations for tomorrow in winners?
I'm honestly not too sure. This lane has been a bit like all over the place in terms of like quality and the teams that we're versing. The expectation for tomorrow is just that we're going to do the same thing, just keep fighting teams. I'm not playing Watson from Echo, that's for sure. I'm playing Fuse, and same thing. If there's a team on our edge, I'm killing them. So the expectation is just that we're fighting everything.
I mean, even with Fuse a little bit more aggression, you love to see it. Well, guys, that's it right here from, again, arguably the MVP. So make some noise right here for Not Moist. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you, peeps, is our crowd, the loyal viewers here, the loyal ones in attendance. You know, I can't really say the late night crew is loyal because there was a lot of people real early in the morning, but some of them have started to fan out. They're going to catch us on the Twitch stream, earn those Twitch drops as well as they're heading home after a long day. It's exciting to be in this atmosphere, but as we obviously turn to close the day, we have to give a little recap as to all the action that just unfolded. That being Waltzy there from Not Moist, the winners of this final series. Guys, joined by Graceful and Snipe down here. We got a little smaller. We'll be getting a little bigger in just a bit as we invite Wig back onto the desk with us for a POI draft in a second. But overall, a great day of Apex and Not Moist finishing off. You heard it right there, the confidence. They're willing to go up against anybody.
The coolest thing about Not Moist is that the confidence actually comes from all the other teams as well. You can hear how every team is respecting them. Everybody is picking who's winning this LAN. And I've heard at least 15 different teams say, probably Not Moist. That's for a reason, because they're literally that terrifying and strong. And I feel like, you know, their performance today have definitely shown up.
Certainly a team to mess with. It's hard, though, to pick a favorite, Snipe, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are still going to go with their favorites. They're going to go with the Falcons. And I think Fury is actually becoming a favorite of this tournament. We got Na'Vi really stepping up. We'll see if they can carry that over. But I think right now, I mean, Waltzy was right. They do seem like the best fighting team in the game. I think Falcons might have something to say about that since they did win that final 3v3 against them.
That's right.
Outside of landslide. But overall, I mean, Moist is, they hit that 200 mark, which he had never seen before besides Falcons at the previous tournament.
That's
so
right.
In terms of skill and output, we have a top two clear.
Those two teams also play a way where there's a level of confidence beyond your traditional, let's play the right macro, let's get the right lineup in there. There's almost a confidence beyond it where they go, you know, we might be in a Watson meta, but I don't care. I'm going to play some Fuse because I want to fight. I know our skill, when put to the test against another team's skill, is just better, Graceful. And these conversations, I think, that's the key of group stage, where in bracket stage, you can't make many mistakes or any mistakes. Group stage allows you to kind of go through that day one that was a little slow, go through that moment where you played the wrong legend from the wrong POI, and then make adjustments.
Yeah, definitely about making adjustments is that the fact that you have time to feel out the tournament. Because even though we say, you know, LAN is different from Pro League, et cetera, is that every LAN is vastly different because people have been leveling up. People have, you know, meta has changed, legend comps have changed. And when you're actually just trying to fish how well do we do in this pool of group right now, and they've shown across all groups they're dominating, right? So now leading that forward, they have a huge, you know, buff going into tomorrow.
Well, as we settle in to closing out this evening, let's take a look at our match results so far. Gaming Gladiators with a nice win. We didn't react to that one. I mean, that was some levity there. I had to give a few laughs. We were having fun with Alliance and Hockey's. Snipe, this is just, you know, we haven't seen this before, but part of the impact of crypto is being able to just stay completely invisible. If you're thinking, why don't they Bloodhound scan him or Seer? That's just a counterplay. No, he's cloaked. That doesn't work. So Hockey's pulling off what we've now seen happen twice. I feel like that might not be the last time, to be fair.
No, I mean, we saw Madness with the Madness play out of that game where he ended up in the water, and then we see, you know, Hawk is doing that. I think Crypto is going to be one of those characters that teams are going to be able to rat with. I always think, like, maybe the other perk might be better because, you know, are we really planning on ratting? And this tournament has just really made you see how important that those extra points could actually be.
Well, I saw maybe some confusion in the chat when a player almost died, but in that moment was trying to bring out the drone. It makes sense when you're talking about being able to maybe get in the cloak before they can spot you out or at least finish it off, just to extend it and find a way to be successful by staying out of the fight. You see, obviously, it works for Hockey's. It does work overall in this group, too, as they take the win. Alliance, phenomenal. Not Moist, though, take the overall win. And Team Falcons, they just get beaten by 2. I think when you look at these top 5 teams, Gaming Gladiators, and then you obviously look at Complexity too, filling that out. Speak a little bit about Complexity. You've heard it again and again that this team has potential. I mean, it's impossible not to pay attention to what they're doing. They're such lovable guys, but they've done really, really well in this group stage to be entering their winners finals in 6th place. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, they've definitely been leveling up across the board. I feel like people had a lot of comments about Complexity from previous tournaments as well. Like, you know, is this a meme team? Or are they actually going to make things happen? And they've shown time and time again, we're the real deal. We might be lovable people, but we're also very skilled.
But we're scary in game,
We're
right?
scary as well, you know. And I love that, you know, they have that confidence. I saw Lou in the hotel entrance as well. He was brimming with confidence. Yeah, I'm popping off.
Yeah.
He knows he's good. And that's the most important part. If you have that confidence going in, you can make pop-off games happen. And they're not scared to take fights. Still remember when they wiped, Reject Winity, when I actually casted, and they just mopped them. There wasn't even that close. I barely got them. Like, oh, they're about to take a fight. They're dead. Okay.
Great casting, by the way, my friend. I love what you've been doing this week as well. Obviously, we've got our winners here in top 20, so this is it. I mentioned they'd be 6th place. This also determines their place in the draft. So they will be able to choose a priority position to start from, and as you can see, it's going to matter a lot. Teams like SSG, who were ranked higher than Complexity going into group stages, had been receiving the benefits of higher POI positions in drafts. Not anymore, according to this winners finals, and especially when you look at teams like Fnatic, who come in as a high seed from APAC North, now 18th place. That is going to be one of the lowest POI drafts as well, Graceful. That's going to be impactful.
It's going to be really impactful. Like you said, people have been coming in, from their regions, essentially with their seedings, going, hey, we get our spot that we've been practicing. No longer now. A lot of the teams aren't getting their slot. Other teams that we didn't expect at the top, like Na'Vi, my favorite, probably coming in. Yeah. They get to, 3rd pick, whatever they want. That will change not only the fact that people are out of their comfort zone. We talked about having comfort POIs. Now they're out of their comfort zone. That also changes, teams might not play the same way from Thermal, from Monument. They might not have the same macro. All of this will be, once again, when we get into the first few games, it'll be about, getting comfortable.
Well, let's take a look at the other side. Teams who aren't comfortable. Snipe, this is where we'll start out tomorrow, our first elimination bracket 1. For those who aren't familiar, these 20 teams will play. The top 10 teams will go into elimination bracket number 2. And the bottom 10, we'll be saying goodbye. We'll eliminate our first 10 teams before we jump into that winners final. Your thoughts on the teams who are here? LG just didn't make the cut.
Yeah, LG just missed it with the tiebreaker. We saw that happen in this last game. And honestly, just even being in a position to get 20th with 89 points is something that we haven't seen in the past at all. Pioneers really had a chance to show up right there. Guild, as a team that we saw at the last event that really came through, they came through that losers bracket, got 1st place, and made it to the grand final. So I think that all these teams in the top are setting themselves up to have a nice top 10 position with the picks. Looking at the bottom, it's going to be really tough. You have a team like Liquid Alienware, which, that's a team that we have had a lot of success with in the past. They've kind of slowly had worse placings along as each tournament goes on. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play when their backs are against the wall, as well as their drafts are going to be tough. So I'll be seeing them. I think they're going to play a lot more aggressive tomorrow, and they're really going to look for those picks and their kills, which is more comfortable for their play style.
Yeah, I mean, that's good to pay attention to because we're going to be heading into that POI draft shortly as well as Wig gets down here in a minute. But, looking at Liquid Alienware, keeping an eye on SSG, Fnatic, some of these top teams, maybe you're going to have to adjust, play from something uncomfortable. It's not like you can't do it, though. And I think that's where Apex Legends, we sometimes overcomplicate it because these are great players. They can make things happen from any POI. They played this game for years and are here for a reason. But we had a great day today, day 2 of our Split 2 playoffs. Let's take a look at some of the top plays, our Alienware top plays of the day as well. So, ratting and doing what he does best. Look at this. You guys have a chance while you're watching Sweet do what he does, is we mentioned it earlier in broadcast, somehow finds a way to, like Snipe, I think if you said, play so well that if he could just strap his teammates onto him, they'd all win every single game. As a solo player, he's one of the best.
We could have an entire highlight montage throughout the tournaments of what Sweet has done as a solo, and he's single-handed. He almost carried. I mean, if he would have gotten one more placement in this, he would have carried his team all the way into the winners bracket, essentially. So it's always impressive to watch him, and if we could just get like an inner monologue of what goes through his head, I think we'd all be even more impressed than we already are.
I mean, maybe there's a character one day in Apex that just, allows you guys to like group up and one person can control it. You get a speed boost, you get damage boost or something. I don't know. Of course, that's Sweet in his rap plays. TSM in tip number 2, proving health. It ain't everything in a fight. Akimbos might be more important, or maybe just the ability to navigate through the fire and the flames.
Yeah, I think TSM has been looking solid together because I think this is one of the only teams that has been properly deathballing. You very rarely see TSM not triple shooting together at the same time, like jumping on their forehead at the same time. And it's definitely been, helping them come up to, I believe, top 10.
I feel like TSM has also been flying incredibly under the radar this tournament. We really haven't talked about them as much. They usually get a lot of screen time, and they had 94 points before they went into that final match. And honestly, they seem like a team that's setting themselves up for a good winners bracket.
This one specifically, please let me. I know Swinny. I'm teamed with Swinny. He comes in here, just sitting on the electric boxes, ratting. I know he is molding right now, but that's just the way of the game.
And that's a Hal ambush, showing you don't have to fight the hard way around. And this is a real big MVP play. Don't worry, that's not in-game, in case you're worried about it. It's just our in-game observers knowing exactly when that loop in was going to get picked up. I mean, can they tell the future back there too, plus create some beautiful cinematic plays? I don't know, but either way, we've got some ace plays there from Alienware. So you let us know who is going to win that one. Do our observers win that with the in-cam loot box in-cam shot? I actually thought that was pretty brilliant as well, and I don't know how they knew which box exactly. You know, these guys, they play Apex, they know what's happening. But the Hal, which one is it going for you? The Hal kind of ambush there?
Oh yeah, the Hal, definitely.
Okay.
I feel that under my skin.
Sweet.
The candid shots are always great, but I think I go with the TSM. That not only in that one fight, they won like back-to-back fights right in that area.
Oh,
it was very impressive teamwork overall.
I think we have a schedule to show you as well as we head into tomorrow. We're so close to our POI draft, which is coming up right after this, so stay tuned. Wig will be joining us on the desk tomorrow, as I had mentioned earlier. It's elimination round 1. That's at 10 a.m. Then we'll move into our winners bracket finals. That will secure 10 teams into match point finals on Sunday. 10 teams who do not make that top 10 will go into elimination round 2, and they will battle for their lives. We'll eliminate 20 teams right then, and it will be a tough one. Tomorrow, half of this entire group go home. That's unfortunate, guys. And Snipe, you've been in this position. You've been successful as a pro, won championships, won X Games. You've been also in losing positions, especially in Apex. Sometimes it doesn't go your way, and it's always tough to say goodbye after you put so much effort into a tournament like this.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But at the same time, you look at a team like Navi, who's had a lot of troubles and a lot of pain in the past, ending at the bottom of the leaderboards, and now they're here. They work their ass off, and they're all the way back here in the top 5 leading into this, and the most important type of draft that's been possible. I mean, in the past, you had a couple points, whatever it was, but getting the draft in the POIs is way more important than a couple points going into the next round.
All these great awarenesses as we head into our POI draft coming up very, very shortly. Meanwhile, though, as we wait and Wig gets ready to join us en route, we've got a nice tease of some content we've been working hard on behind the scenes for you all to enjoy here at our Split 2 playoffs. And it might star a little someone that you know.
For this episode, we will teach you guys how to correct your communication and protect your reputation so you can play like a pro.
Look, man, the rosters all changed. There's nothing the same anymore, and there's someone behind it.
That's going to be a fun one. We've got a lot of stuff in store. Content team's always amazing, and they put together some incredible footage that, and these scenes, these skits that just, they bring this whole thing to life, and it's a chance to have fun with our pros. And trust me, there's more funny ideas that we don't do than the ones that we do. So there's always in the tank. We're always fighting to have a little bit of hilarity, have a little bit of fun on broadcast.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the content has been leveling up so fast over the past couple of months, and even dating back 2 years even. I'm literally either goosebumps or I'm just excited screaming with happiness.
I think the content like this is some of the most fun that I have at tournaments because it's a way to get in. You get to hang out with some people. I did the escape room with a bunch of different IGLs. Like, can we get out?
Yeah.
I've done a therapy session where I had Bravo sitting down with me and coping me through a thing with one of my enemies at that point in time, just having a sit down. And it brings a comedic relief to everybody to let everyone know that, yes, we do take this very seriously, but at the same time, we're all like acquaintances, friends, whatever you want to call it. We're still competing. We all are doing what we love. And it's a lot of like banter in game and out of game. We're all cool.
Yeah, I would say there's like this element of if you were watching the Olympics, we loved seeing what that was, athletes competing at their highest and best. But there's something about watching from the United States, seeing kind of all of our great basketball players together. There was a way that took it out of the seriousness of the league where they're all competitors to, they're working together, they're having fun. And I think esports particularly is more geared to do that than ever just because, we are always having fun. That is what this is about. That's what gaming is about. So the content obviously leveling up as well. And guess what? We've got Wigs viewers just joining us. Hello, guys. Away from the desk, Rain Day, Graceful, and Snipe Down. You might have seen us before. We know you know us, and we know you. We're so excited. Thanks for watching Wig this entire time. All our B-stream and watch parties, and it's okay. Wig is on the way. We'll take care of you, right, Graceful?
Yeah, definitely.
He'll sing you a lullaby to go to sleep. I mean, it's not time to go to bed. Almost for us.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I get to practice.
He gets to practice.
I was taking a nap in the back already.
Snipe is all ready to go to sleep here. It's late. It's late in Mannheim. And you know what, guys? Has Wig told you it's mile time? Because it's a big arena. We've been waiting on him for like 6 minutes. Is he jogging? What's the deal, Snipe? Over under on the pace Wig is walking about? A brisk walk, or is he actually moving his hips here?
He's taking his time, maybe thinking we might forget about him. I don't know. Maybe I'm sure he's got a bunch of people that have been wanting to talk to him all day, so he might be getting stopped on the way down at the same time.
Chat, let us know how the watch party has been. And like Michael Jordan coming into the arena, this guy told you it wasn't past a brisk walk. He couldn't break. He couldn't get the hips moving. He couldn't get the elevation on the steps. That's okay. He's looking good in that Kirby jersey. What's up, man? Welcome to the desk, Mr. Wig. Thank you for joining us here for this special POI draft.
Oh, I'm tired, but I just ran so far.
Yeah. I saw that pace, bro. That was not quite a run, but we appreciate you at least.
Really now. Really.
We like the jersey, man. Shout outs, bro.
Shout out Kirby.
How was the B stream? You've been streaming all day, last couple of days. How's it been going over there?
It's been good, dude. Everything's been great. Everything's been really smooth. Just when games are like this and the content's so easy just to produce, it's been so competitive, and now having the POI draft involved with the group stages, it's a great mix.
Well, you've been doing this for so long. Anyone who doesn't know your stream, we've got B stream watching, mainstream watching as well. You've been covering pretty much every single region of every ALGS scrims happening, and you understand the live draft as well. We've got it here. Why don't you break it down for people who might be wondering how this POI draft works?
Yeah, so pretty much teams get to pick their POIs. They get the landing spots on both World's Edge and Storm Point. It's not going to be a snake draft, which it was maybe supposed to be at some point, but they have now changed it. So teams like Moist, who get first place, they also get first pick and then the 21st pick for their second POI. So that's why it's so important to perform well in these group stages, because now, let's say Moist wants to go Climatizer, they could just pick Climatizer and then be ready for anything to come after that. And then they also have a good pick for their Storm Point, which is super important. Now, one thing's here that I think we should note when it comes to POI drafts is we now only have 30 seconds compared to the minute and a half, which a minute and a half is a lot longer time. So teams better crack down and definitely get it going to pick their POIs very quickly.
How's that going to go? I mean, because these teams knew what groups they were coming into before, and now they don't. Like, they're just realizing who qualified, who did what, people jumping in. What do you think is going to be? Is it going to be chaos? I mean, mistakes?
I think for some teams it might be chaos. I think the losers or the lower bracket, the elimination bracket, is going to be definitely facing chaos because whatever they did didn't work.
Right.
So now they have to hit the drawing board again. Teams like Moist, teams like GG, Falcons, what they saw, what they did worked. So they're going to go just with what was comfortable because they don't have to change much up.
That's a great point as well. Grace, you've done this yourself. What is your takeaway on being in this position? Let's say you're in the winner's position, or even if you're in the loser's position, does your mentality change quite a bit?
Oh, definitely. When you're in the winner's position, it's a lot easier because you have prio. When you're in the loser's position, you also are positive about it, simply due to the fact that you are the heavy hitters are no longer in the lobby. You might look at yourself and go, I'm the heavy hitter in this lobby.
I'm the heavy
one
hitter.
They should be scared of. And now you start picking the POIs you want and you start dominating.
You're trapped in here with me now is basically what they can say.
Yes.
30 seconds, it's huge. I mean, it's like 100% less time, essentially, 200% less time that they're used to having. So what kind of mistake is possible to make here? I feel like teams come in with a game plan, but at a certain point, it's live wire here at LAN. You just can't have a game plan for everything at every moment.
Yeah, I think the 30 seconds is actually going to be way more important than people think. I think when you have a minute and a half, you can focus on what teams are around you. Do you want to be near these teams? And right now, it's, the first couple picks are going to be the picks that these teams want. Once you get towards the middle, I think these teams are going to be taking a lot more comfort picks just due to the fact that they can't focus so much on, oh, well, this team does this rotation, this rotation, this rotation. It's going to be more, we're comfortable here, we are down on time, and let's just pick something that we know we're good with.
All right, so I'm not sure if we're starting our World's Edge or Storm Point. We'll find that information out in a second, but I want to go through your guys' top picks. If we're going top 3, where you want to go, do you have a set 3? Do you have a set, if I'm getting this, if I'm given this, I'm taking it? I think we can almost leave Skyhook out of it because that's so obvious. Yeah. So let's, move down to some of those ones that might not be as obvious and say, this is what I'm looking for if it's open. And also, if there's a caveat of no, Rain, it doesn't matter. I need to play my specific game. I don't care if this great POI is open. Let me know. Nice week. You got any thoughts on that?
I would love to see teams that didn't perform well in the group stages just take stronger POIs, right? I think that's something that teams don't do when they don't do well previously, then go into the next set. They just go with the comfort pick that didn't work well for them, but their loot is just really tough. So it's nicer to see those teams just get stronger POIs for sure.
And just kind of a correction on my statement. We don't start with any. It's World's Edge or it's Storm Point. I almost forgot. You just go through any map that you want. Your first pick can apply to either of the maps. And first pick already in, Pylon for LG. Your reaction to that, Graceful?
I think it's very traditional pick for LG. They want to play for fast rotating and playing zone. And when we talked about, which picks do you want, I think they just, as long as they fit to their playstyle, which is playing heavy towards zone or heavy towards edge, I think you will do fine.
Cito came up real easy as well. The mill, no problem. Knocked him. Guild already locked in. Dreamfire, though, taking some time. This is the first one we've seen take a little second wig.
Yeah, well, I mean, Dreamfire didn't probably perform to the expectations they wanted to. I think DF. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, what is this?
What is going on? Are they not there?
Did it time out?
They're out.
Well, they don't get to pick now, right? Until
no, I went back
they
up.
come back. Okay, it's back up now.
Okay.
I'm surprised Mill went 3rd. Usually when you go to Storm Point, that's usually the first pick you see.
Has to hit the team's playstyle as well, I believe.
Command Center 4th is definitely interesting for me.
Really?
That means they're definitely prioritizing rotates and trying to avoid all the chaos on the edge for sure.
Yep.
This is definitely going to be, as you mentioned, a more chaotic lobby, right? So this is elimination bracket. We'll do our winners finals in just a moment. But Zoo Station going up for Olimpo. We've got Fox as well. They won one of those earlier games. Nuez Fox. And they're still in that picking phase. So what you guys just saw there, Wig, so if they miss one, they're going to go down to the next one. They'll essentially get one less pick, and it'll go back to them for another chance.
Yeah, so basically I think until they answer, they just don't get to pick.
They just don't get to pick.
Come back, I think they can immediately pick. Yeah, I've seen it a couple times in the online ones for sure.
That is very, very sleek. All right, I like this. All working out well. Phase, Snipe going Harvester, that's a solid pick no matter what. Gets you center of the map, and you got options.
Yeah, so it seems like all the Storm Point, I thought we were just picking straight up Storm Point at first is what it looked like. we're heading over to some World's Edge POIs. I mean, you would have thought Skyhook West would have been taken, but it got picked 5th. And I'm realizing how poor of eyesight I truly have with like my signature.
Snipe can't see, okay, by the way.
I'm glad you're kind of reading that to me.
And we got you on camera leaning in as well. Can we get a close-up of Snipe leaning,
oh boy,
leaning in and barely being able to see? We might need binoculars over here.
There we go.
Finnell, go ahead and grab the wall as well. As we are 11 picks in, halfway through. Man, this does blow by.
Yeah, it definitely goes by fast because some of them still have the same, comfort picks, and that's why it's just blasting through. I like EXO. We played Jurassic, he practiced Jurassic, they're picking Jurassic, they're sticking to their plan because I believe his mindset going into this is this might not have worked in the previous lobbies, this will work here because we are the juggernauts.
And go ahead, Rick.
I'm kind of on the opposite vibe of that, to be honest.
Really?
I think ExoClan super underperformed from my expectations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm kind of sad they didn't take a stronger POI to go into the elimination bracket. I do think they're one of the more experienced teams in this lobby.
Yep.
I feel like with better loot, they can make a lot more work in this elimination bracket versus, being against other top 20 teams.
And is that because they know, I mean, if we're getting in their head, is it because they know they underperformed, that they're going back to maybe comfort and what's practiced versus taking maybe the best opportunity to leverage skill?
Totally, because I think one of the main concerns that a lot of people don't talk about that teams do have, let's say they do pick a strong POI like Siphon, right?
Right.
And then they perform bad, it's like, oh my God, we should have went to what we'd known. Why did we go do this? And then that's always in the back of your head when you're choosing comps, when you're choosing guns, whatever it may be. And that's, Designful always says it, you got to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's one of the main things that's very true, that stays true to this for sure.
Snipe, I know you can't see anything, but what's your reaction on this so far?
I've been trying to read them as much as I can, and I think the number one thing I've noticed is we talked about teams trying to like maybe go for the best POIs, but I see a lot of comfort picks on this list already.
Yeah.
There's a couple, like even the wall going that early is surprising to me because that POI has been generally, after the changes in the maps, it's been lower tier, and I think that just might be a comfort pick. Looking at some of these other ones as well, I mean, you know, I'm trying to read what I'm seeing here, and I can't, so I'm going to just pass it back to you. I can't read anything.
So you mean not looking at these other ones?
I saw the wall.
You cannot see them. I got it. Okay, well, it's maybe a short segment of talking for you, buddy. We're going to help you out.
Yes.
There we go.
All right, that's good.
Clearly, man. Now what do you think of it?
I can't believe Thermal Station went 15th. 15th for Thermal Station is insane to me. I mean, that's great for Liquid. They're an edge team as well, and I talked about them. They're going to loot up. They're going to come in with strong armors, and getting that late when you performed under your own standards is very impressive.
Well, interesting enough, that Thermal Station pick was passed up. I don't know if they took the time, and again, I don't know if this is a strategy. These teams have done this all up into split 2, and the fact that they're able to, you know, look at the rest of the lobby, take a little bit of time, that's an advantage. That's the question I almost look at, like, you know, is it better to pass up 30 seconds and just get a little more info, like who's going to be landing here? If someone picks that, then maybe we'll go this place, but all right, it's cool now, Thermal. I feel like that might be something that people consider. I don't know, Grace. So what, again, bring us all into the mind of a pro, what your main concerns are here, especially as you get later into these picks.
Yeah, due to the fact that this is also very different from how we normally do Pro League, I think that people are just sticking with what's safe. No risks taken so far. People are just sticking to, you know, either center or edge, nothing else besides that. I think that, though, the biggest mesh we have here that happened in a few group stages as well is that teams, you know, if you come into the same group, like we like to say, there's a group of death and there's maybe a weaker group. Some groups tend to have the same playstyles, and these groups specifically, they're all bottom 20 currently, and they are, you know, a lot of these teams actually have the same playstyle. So honestly, I don't even think picks are going to do that much. Like you said, it's going to be chaotic regardless, and I'm just happy to see, you know, I prefer consistency.
Yeah.
Stick to what you practice. You can't be learning something for 4 months and then just throw that in the bin because of 1-2 bad days, in my opinion.
All right.
I think you might be onto something, Ray, with the whole taking extra time after the 30 seconds. It looks like some people might have rushed these picks. The fact that I'm seeing Wall, Jurassic, and Stormcatcher all taken, and then you go to the bottom of the right side and you see Checkpoint, Down Beast, and Launchpad, which I would consider all better POIs than the top 3 that were taken. I feel like, and the same with Liquid, they waited about another 2 minutes before they made their first pick, and they got Thermal Station. So you might be onto something with that strat, and we might see that in the next round too.
It's an interesting one. I want to start giving these teams grades because now we've got 6 teams so far. Make it 7 who have finished their picks completely wig.
I mean, for LG is exactly what I wanted EXO to do. Now, LG, I think, see themselves as the outlier in this lobby. They're definitely not, to me, an elimination bracket team, and they're definitely a top 20 squad in the world. I think they see themselves as one of the stronger teams in this lobby. Obviously, now confident Sweet Dreams is, and same with Funk and Sykes. And they pick 2 POIs they don't normally play from, but are power POIs with good loot and easy rotations. I think LG is recognizing, like, hey, we can go for these stronger POIs and make a really big impact in this lobby for sure.
Yeah, and they need something to get off the gate early. That's another thing with LG. They've kind of had these slow starts. They're known for the slow starts, the 5th, the 6th game bombs to get them back into contention. But that 1 point's got to hurt, or those 2 points that's got to hurt that puts them out of winners. So they're trying to make a splash here as well. Let's move on down. Noctum have been playing well. Guild, Dreamfire, KCP all got picks locked in. Snipe, I'll give it to you. You know, I think you can see now, right?
I can read this a
so
little bit.
give us a grade here as well. Who you got? Who you think overperformed?
Honestly, I think Noctum could have had a little better of a World's Edge pick, but I think Overlook is fine. That balloon that you get over there is one of the best rotations that you can have in the game. So if that's their comfort, which you know that might be, then I think that's a good pick for them. I think Guild with the mill and with Climatizer is arguably right up there with LG in terms of how good of picks that they got. I mean, you can't ask for much better POIs than that.
Yeah.
I give it an A.
Give it an A. All right.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree. I think that what we see as well is outside of comfort picks, people are actually picking for current active zones. This is one thing I am very, very positive for because I've been saying this for years. Sometimes if the zone is 32 out of 36 in one Pro League season in, you know, Mod and Lava Siphon, you should probably pick a POI in that direction. Now you have Godspot and Prio every game. And I think it's working out for, like you said, with the knock with Cito having a lot of zones that they have prior to, and also Overlook, because we've seen a ton of zones around Klima and Epi, and that alone can help them guarantee consistent points that pull them into the next round.
What are we not seeing, Wig? What are the conversations that we aren't seeing that players are having on, I might go here, don't go there? What is the mind games that are so well known in terms of drafting or finding spots? Do they exist still? And if so, what's going on?
So the conversations that we don't really hear are basically maybe comp issues as well, right? Like if a team's not vibing out with the comp that they had, they might just switch up the POI and then change comps as well to match it. For example, here is going to be T-Log going to Thermal. I personally did not like their performance today with Newcastle. I'm not a huge fan of them playing Newcastle or Crypto. And with their performance being lackluster, again, a team that I think is a top 20 squad, they choose Thermal Station, which makes me think they're not running that comp tomorrow. That makes me excited, and that makes me think that they're not afraid to make a change to stand out in this lobby. Those are the conversations we don't hear. The comps and the POI draft having to mesh together.
It's been a very, very weird start for them.
Very.
I would say. What I mean, is it just the Newcastle? Is it an energy thing? You know, we go 3 weeks ago to EWC, and they're placing like 3rd place. An incredible performance. I mean, what factors have to be playing into it? Is it just the comp, or is there something more?
Well, there's many things that the comp is a big factor. It's the biggest factor in all of Apex, right?
Sure.
If you just don't have a Newcastle player or you don't have a Newcastle player, there's no reason to run meta all the time. You can switch off. But again, it's another conversation that's not really being heard around the world or in competitive Apex, where it's scary to go off meta and then do bad because everyone's like, hey, why don't you play meta, you idiot? You should have played it. But in reality, you don't always have to do that. Performance is not based off character selection every time, but is a major impact for some squads like Team Liquid who don't have a Newcastle player or a good Crypto player either.
Great point.
I think, though, in general, we've seen some success that are outliers. Aurora coming in with Lifeline as well. And now we even saw Rev today. You know, that I'm happy with that. Yeah, just stay out of my rank games. But you can be here, but you stay out of my rank.
Rev had its one moment.
Well, so just to confirm, here are our World's Edge drafts. You saw it live. Pioneers with Skyhook West, FaZe Clan on Harvester, FA Kids get Stacks, Northeption on Monument, all the way down to the line. We talked about Thermal Station for Liquid, LG grabbing Siphon West, Dreamfire and Lava Fisher. A lot of big choices here. Exo Clan as well for Countdown. Any that we hate, guys? Any that we love?
Am I seeing this correct that
I don't know actually.
Mirage and staging are not taken as yeah, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So
at this
Dreamfire has
point,
Lava
nobody
Fisher
knows.
and Mirage, which is really strong for that side of the map, because as soon as someone takes Mirage, it makes that whole side of the map very congested. And it looks like they're going to have really solid rotations. They have that balloon. They have 2 balloons, either the one in Lava Fisher or the one right outside of staging. So that's going to be very strong for them. And the thing that blows my mind the most is for the first time, we have a dome pick. I don't think we've seen that once in any of the other groups, and that side of the map is incredibly congested in the bottom right. So I think that might have been some rush picks, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds.
Striders going for Dome. Yeah, that is a crazy spot, especially looking at how congested it is to your east, to your west, going up north, trying to travel through Geyser or make it over the way into Monument. That is going to be a tough one for sure for Striders. But if it pulls south, things could be a little bit different, and that's what they're hoping for.
And you can also see here how many teams picked World's Edge after their Storm Point POI. So a lot of teams prioritizing Storm Point before their World's Edge gameplay, which it depends.
Yeah.
It's all team-based. There really is no reason to prioritize unless someone took your POI from another map first.
I honestly feel like that's very different for the IGL, too, because I remember talking to RKN, and I forget which one he said, but he's like, I'm terrible on this map, so I pick great on this other map, and I kind of just accept that I'm going to be bad on this map. It was that or it was vice versa, but one way was I'm just going to like play into my strengths.
Yeah.
Or some people look to just counter their weaknesses and go, let's try to make sure we don't have any duds, and we'll pick something great on our worst map, so I don't have that problem that I would totally have if I had to play from my worst map on a terrible POI.
Exactly. I'm one of them as well.
Is that what you do?
Yes, I always do this.
So defensive, we call that, like a defensive
I like to
draft.
play, I think it's a lot easier to get points on Storm Point comparatively to World's Edge, because Storm Point, regardless of where you are, you can guarantee points, in my opinion. I don't think there's a single game where you should go mine like a donut. World's Edge, however, there's a big chance for donuts because of the macro is so much more tighter. There's more chokes that are putting you together. Whereas like on Stormpit, you can scout 5 miles ahead and be like, ooh, we have other options. In World's Edge, you're kind of locked in once you get, tunnel.
Yeah.
You're in the tunnel and then, you walked in, saw a team, backed off, somebody's behind you already. Like that doesn't happen on Stormpit nearly as much.
We had that happen a lot.
We saw that
today.
happen a lot.
Yeah, I think you were casting around
and I even
it.
casted.
I'm not sure who it was, Gaming Gladiators.
I was like, they're just
maybe,
clearing
or-
their back, pushing in the tunnel, and it's done.
All right, well, here's Stormpoint coming up at you. POI Draft Part 1 done. That's elimination bracket. Actually, excuse me. We're not ready for that for the winners yet, but let's look at the elimination brackets choices for Stormpoint. That is coming up on your screen in just a moment. And what that means is, again, another question. Guys, does anybody get a great grade? Are you worried about what went down with a certain team? And what does this map tell you now that we know where all the teams will be playing from? I'll start with you, Snipe.
Yeah, I'm seeing a Trident pick, which I think that we haven't seen yet either. And I actually felt like that was a very strong POI. And I kind of wanted to ask Graceful before we switched over how he feels, because I think World's Edge is more important in terms of picking early because of the lack of being able to pick up good rotations and getting a good spot. Where Stormpoint, we've seen, I loved actually the Trident POI. I thought it was very strong. It kind of messed with Northpad very big because you could get the car. I think Cliffside, I've seen people in Pro League had success from Cliffside. So it was interesting to see that, and I'm going to be really honestly rooting for that Trident pick. I think that's an extremely underrated spot.
I completely agree with you, and that's why I pick World's Edge first, because of Stormpit. Like, we don't even see areas on this map. Like, Cliffside isn't picked right now. Shout out, John. Also, Bean isn't picked right now, and we've seen people pick both Beans and Cliffside and other, like, Cliffside and EMEA especially, and also Cascade Balls. We call that Lift now, I believe. There's like several POIs that aren't picked that people have had success from that are actually not like, they're not actually named POIs, but there's good enough loot to where you can make things happen, which is crazy.
So let's focus on Go Next, because they're in Cascade Falls. What's the story with them? Wig, if you've been disappointed in EXO, I mean, I would say it translates a little bit to Go Next as well, because relatively similar experience in Kashira and K-Swinney, especially at LAN, and expectations right around the same. What's your thought been on them, and now that they've got Cascade Falls going into tomorrow?
Yeah, well, Go Next almost wins LAN versus, former TSM or whatever it was, with crypto off meta, right?
Fight away, yeah.
One of the most consistent crypto players to ever exist, now comes into a crypto meta and is actually underperforming for sure in his expectations. Cascade Falls, though, is a great POI for them because they could rotate quick and avoid all of the other clutter before they even get to zone, which is exactly what I think Kashira is struggling with right now, is he's not used to getting EMP'd. He's the one who used to EMP.
Doing the EMP.
Exactly. So having a bunch of other people getting the same recon and knowledge as he is, it's becoming a problem on their rotates. Their macro isn't good. Even their micro wasn't great today. So I like the Cascade pick a lot, but one thing I want to point out here too is teams like Liquid, right, who's picking Barometer, they can choose World's Edge first every time because they literally have said multiple times, if you come here, we will fight you. And no one wants to fight Liquid. So they can focus on picking World's Edge every single time, no matter where they are in the draft, because Barometer's free no matter what.
That is the mind game right there, and that's kind of the challenge that you almost have to call their bluff. But in a certain situation like this, it's risky calling the bluff. But this is where you might get someone doing it, because if you're in 40th or you're in 20th in this position, you might say, I've got only up to go from here, so I'm going to take a risk. I have to take a risk. I'm not getting a good POI anyway. Now, the winner's bracket is underway, so let's send you over to those picks, because it's happening right now live. This is going on. These players from Moist just came off of a tremendous win, a second place in the group stage that they just finished off, and a first place overall. They're going with Cenote Cave. What was that wow?
That shocks me. The Cenote Cave shocks me, and they did pick that in one of the groups before, so I mean that seems like a comfort pick, and for that to be the first pick is pretty wild to me.
It opens up a lot. I mean, Cenote Cave, obviously, and we might be redoing that in a second, so we'll bring that back up on your screen when it's ready to go. But you see Skyhook West going up. I mean, that's the perfect example. You open that up, great POI, usually prioritized because Cenote is taken by Moist.
So this is something that maybe not everybody knows, but Moist and GG both prioritize Climatizer pretty much every single time. So this might be a little bit of mind games here. So Moist doesn't choose Climatizer first pick because they don't know if GG wants to get it, right? Okay, then what if they pick first Climatizer and then GG chooses to contest? They choose Cenote Cave instead, and then GG doesn't pick Climatizer, which is interesting to me because Moist said, if you go Climatizer, I'm going to fight you. So does this mean now that GG has backed out fully of their comfort pick and also a very good pick for them on World's Edge, because now Moist might just choose it for the next pick for sure.
That is some good drama. That's,
yeah.
Ooh, that's going to be interesting. Okay, second round of picks. You've already got me ready to go for that one. Cedo Station for Na'Vi. The Mill for Falcons. That's where they traditionally land. They love that spot. They're going to prioritize it every time. Thermal Station for Furia. Echo HQ for Complexity and Alliance. Going Stacks. Graceful.
Stacks, I think Alliance is a little bit sad about, because I'm sure they would have preferred Thermal Station in general. They've had Stacks as well, and they had a little bit of lackluster performance around it. I was happy to see them pull it off again, and come back up out on top, but wondering if Stacks, in a stack lobby like this, is good enough for them to make it happen again.
I think that's really going to come down to if one of these teams ends up picking one of the surrounding POIs. If you have Dome, it's fine, but if you end up pinched between both Dome and Mod, it's going to be a problem for them. And we were talking about how Furia took that for them. Furia has now had Thermal Station in every single round so far throughout this tournament.
Yeah. I feel like Lightning Rod, I want to get your thoughts on it, because I feel like Lightning Rod is kind of a go big or go home kind of POI personally. It's obviously at the top of the map. It's great if you win, and if it pulls north, it's really a long rotation if it pulls south. Obviously, we've seen TSM land there, that earlier iteration with Hal on them so often that we know that it can be a successful spot to be for sure, especially if you have those active zones. But Grace, speaking of the active zones, have we seen a lot that are near?
We have not seen a lot of zones there right now. Launchpad, Pylon, Devastated Coast, Echo. Like, we have seen so many zones southeast, and even if it is north pad, down beast, mill. Lightning Rod isn't as strong in this patch. Next patch, who knows?
Very interesting. If you missed this part about active zones, we talked a little bit about it with Graceful. Always good to note that some of these zones, they're a lot of potential to happen, but in certain patches, there's a little bit more frequency on certain types of zones that have that potential. It's still random. It's still got that RNG, but not every single space is going to be played the same way. And nice, as we take a little pause here, reactions after 12, because you had that great conversation about maybe the mind games going on with Moist and GG. Anything else that you saw?
Yeah, so I actually love Snipe's point about picking Stacks here, and the main reason I do is because I feel the same way about Survey Camp. I'm a Survey Camp certified hater. I've been literally POI draft certified. Since POI draft became a thing, I've hated Survey Camp. All the pros call me stupid, which is valid, but the main reason I don't like it is because if you pick it early and then someone lands Epi and then a team lands Sky East, you lose the tunnel, then you lose the Epicenter loot. The thing with Stacks and Alliance picking it early is they might lose the big mod loot and potentially the Dome loot now. So Stacks is a risky pick early, even though the POI is good. The rotations are harder out now too. Thing with Survey, very similar, right? If you land Survey early or pick Survey early, you don't know if someone's going to choose Epi or Sky East. If they choose both, teams land there, now your game is completely different. So it's funny to see now no one choosing Survey Camp. It was like I was almost kind of right a little bit. It's crazy how it worked.
I think the best example to go off of that is when LG picked Survey in the very first group. Epi got taken, and then there was a contest at Climatizer, and then there were 2 north zones, so they were stuck there with, even if they had information, with white armors, teams are going to be rotating from Skyhook all the way into them, and it was one of those situations where you take the risk and the gamble, and I remember you talking about this on stream when you were doing the drafts during Pro League, and you were roasting the Survey pick. Every single time the teams got lucky enough that no one conned Epi, but we've seen that now a couple different times, almost I think every time in the groups besides maybe once or twice, but yeah, that's a great point. I think that's going to be even more important with only 30 seconds in this draft.
It's kind of like going into your comfort pick conversation, though, because at a certain point, those are all just potentials. I mean, they may not happen, and no one may land near you, and so you might be good. So you got to just trust, like, this is what I'm going for, or I'm doing something else because of the potential risk of that. But ultimately, you still got to trust yourself no matter what. It's kind of like what we were saying with the team compositions.
Totally. And it's so funny because when Survey and Epi are open for the squad, it's a dominant POI choice. It's truly just so good because you get the double beacons over in Epicenter. You get even one potentially over in Survey. So you have a chance at double beacon there. It's a really good POI, but again, you're taking a risk now. And teams are starting to opt out of Geyser and starting to opt into Epicenter just a little bit more for the beacon hits, etc., and the crafter and just easier rotations to topside zones and Climatizer or Skyhook that are a little bit easier. So now Epicenter is being chosen more, makes it a little more risky pick.
Am I blanking that Icholo's landed Geyser one of these games? I'm not sure. I think a team that did. There was a really good performing Geyser team.
They definitely did.
They
I remember
did.
Tiff talking about
And so I was thinking about that Geyser pick. I feel like that's Geyser. It's like such a memorable, notable place, but it also is kind of like this. isolated place. It's like its own little ecosystem. It's even got its own geyser in there. It's a different temperature, right? So at the end of the day, I don't know what to think about that point so far. Graceful, are you okay landing geyser? Or are you going to avoid that at pretty much all costs?
I've actually said geyser is okay. Like
Snipe said no.
No, I landed there all through Pro League.
But you have to remember
not
what we
one
came
zone
from.
ending.
We came before before drafts, right? And at that point, I thought it was okay because no contest is better than contest 1,000,000%.
Agreed.
There's no doubt that you're gonna drop donuts, even if you win 50%, 70% of your cons. Dropping donuts is never acceptable. So at that point, geyser was okay. Now, however, only depending on active zones personally. I would not pick that at any point unless the zones is strictly mod stack zone.
You need to have a sit down with Nasky and Zach Mazer to talk about that point because I think somehow, even though this POI draft is there, they're still contesting in the veins, in the blood of some of our pros that we love so much. I think this one, too, as it finishes off on the first round, we start to see the dynamics here. A lot of those things climatize the conversation. I see you guys kind of waiting with bated breath, you know, in terms of the choices here. Moist have an option. And so do GG, kind of typically fighting for it, and they go Climatizer East.
And I think GG's going to back out now for sure. I don't think they fight this. I'll be very surprised. The fight's not going to happen regardless. It's just going to be split loot, then run away. But I don't think GG does it.
Playing so well, too. Why risk that? Why give that up? And Barometer South is where they go.
I feel like Climatizer has been one of the most contested POIs. We saw Falcons and SSG contesting at EWC for it, and there's been a lot of, like, you know, who's going to back out and who's going to, like, you know, shake from that whole situation. So I don't think anyone is going to want to contest Moist with how hot they are this whole tournament.
True.
So
I mean, what's the difference for those who are kind of unfamiliar as well? Why Skyhook West and East often is okay to split and be fine? It's just the sheer size? I mean, it may not be okay to split, but it often gets split because someone goes, I'll at least take Skyhook East instead of something bad.
Yeah, well, Aurora, my bad. Would you want to speak?
No, go for it.
Pretty much the main reason that Skyhook East was played was Lifeline was meta for a little bit, and teams were able to operate with really bad loot out of Skyhook East and still get good loot before the end game. Teams like Aurora were consistently playing Sky East, but Sky East is pretty bad because you have to go over to Sky West to get the console beacon. And if Sky West is taking their times doing trials, they're not going anywhere for a long period of time. And we saw Matafe and them rotate through Sky Tunnel and into the landslide area and just get pinched 30 times. So the only rotation out of Sky East truly is through that tunnel side to go to your grandma's house. But it's tough, man. I really don't like Skyhook East either. I'm not going to lie. I'm a hater of a lot of people.
I used to like Sky East a lot less than I do now, only because I kind of landed there in a set of scrims. You get both the beacons inside of Sky East.
True.
You run right up to the tunnel. You get the beacon at that house on the hill. Then you can have the beacons inside Survey. You have beacons there's so much with the crypto play, especially if that's your choice. If you're not playing crypto, I think Sky East goes towards the bottom of the leaderboards. But with crypto specifically, with the new Evo system and with support bins, etc., there's a lot more ways to level up than there have been in the past.
And there's a good opportunity for you to play crypto in this meta, that is for sure. As our picks continue, Complexity grab Tree, Stacks, Alliance will be grabbing Trident as well as they prioritize that. 27th, Overlook for Icholos Laser, playing off Zeus and Overlook. And then, going down to TSM, it's Lava Fisher. You guys had a reaction to that.
The Sky East
No,
pick
I'm the
for
one with
Bleed.
bad eyesight. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't like it.
I don't know.
They don't play crypto.
Okay.
They play Newcastle, and I
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Oh, no.
There is a lot left, too, on that map.
Agreed. There's actually a good amount of picks I don't like here at all when I can ramble on for hours, but
I feel like they might have avoided Alliance in the bottom right because Bleed has been historically known, dropped especially, to take those sides of the map. And to see him up in the top left, and they've been dominant this tournament. Honestly, they've impressed a lot of people. I think that's going to be a tough one.
Is that a big deal, Graceful, as well? I mean, you're Mr. Eliminate RNG, so you want to not be splitting with anybody if you can. But if you're talking about, I don't want to fight against the side of the map that Moist and Alliance, and so far each of those lasers who are having a really good are playing off of, is that a consideration? Does that change your pick completely?
Yes, 100%. Wow. And that's what I'm saying. Groups and changes matter so much. And it's not necessarily because, like, I don't think, well, I hope that no team is scared of going into a pick, you know, getting a fight. Like, oh, I'm scared of taking a fight with Alliance or Moist. That should never be the case. The biggest thing is that how does it impact our macro? That's like, it's always our gameplay. You don't plan around what other, like, oh, they're doing this and that. It's just like, will this
They're
inhibit
there, so
us
then
in
they
any
do
way?
this, and that will affect us
Exactly.
this way.
You think you are the main character,
Yeah.
then you just figure it out.
We're learning here. Look, this is not an easy thing. This is one of those things that is, you've got to be watching a lot of Apex in the right places to know all these details, even at a cursory level, but to know the innate ongoings behind the scenes of the impact, the decision making, the aspects that aren't on the screen from the POI picks, and like things that you're considering. It's not easy. Most people don't know this, so this is why we wanted to do this live for you guys. Bring Wig down here as well. It's a fact that we get to kind of let you jump into Apex a little bit of a level deeper before we start heading into deeper in the competition. Obviously, we send teams home tomorrow. It doesn't get any more stressful or serious than that. These are the moments that could make or break them. And that's kind of the scary part too, I think, Snipe, heading into this. That decision, you guys are like, man, Bleed, I don't like that Sky East. They could wake up after 3 games of Sky East going, man, why did we pick Sky East? We had a chance and we blew it.
I think the 30 seconds is good. People are going to go back after this and be like, man, we really botched like a couple of our picks. I'm looking at this and to see, and I want some opinions on this because I'm not sure about it, but is Countdown that bad that it should go that? I mean, it went later than a bunch of these. It went later than, what are we looking at here? Sky East, it went later than a couple of these, but it went later than Landslide.
I feel
is
like
it that bad?
Lava Fisher is probably worse in my opinion, for sure. Because you're just generally stuck on macro from that area, depending on what teams are around you, once again. Unless you have teams like Na'Vi specifically from Landslide, which is good, they're not stopping you because they want to get straight into it. So Lava Fisher in this specific group is okay. But in general, depending on what group you have, if there's a team that's slow, like that side is definitely a lot rougher. So I would take Lava Fisher beneath Countdown personally because, when you come to the Countdown choke to the east, you have so many options. You're never stuck, right? But from Lava Fisher, it's honestly RNG if you get stuck in staging, if you get stuck in Sky, if you get stuck in Countdown, Landslide Tunnel, who knows at this point?
I can't believe Launchlight went that late.
Yeah, I absolutely am dumbfounded by Fnatic's picks right now. They prioritize World's Edge over Storm Point when they're a way better Storm Point team than World's Edge. And when you prioritize World's Edge over your Storm Point, when you're better on Storm Point, you better choose a good World's Edge POI, and they choose Launch Site, which I don't think is that good at all for rotations, especially with how the zones have been pulling pretty much all over the place. And then they go to Northpad. Well, Northpad's not good by itself, but Northpad's really not good when Alliance is going to be a Trident. So now you have no car, you're stuck in Northpad, team's going to be down beast. Yeah, I can't believe that just happened. I'm like distraught a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic have not been, they're in the winners finals, so you can't say they're doing anything bad. But in terms of in the winners finals, 18th, that's about as low as you can get almost in terms of the draft. So maybe the pressure, maybe the time. We don't know what was going on with those pauses, but let's take a look back to recap what has just occurred. We've got our World's Edge picks overall. Gaming Gladiator, Skyhook West. I just want anybody who might have a point on this, and if you don't, that's okay. Big thoughts, big winners, big losers. We already know Fnatic kind of surprised you there, Wig.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of big winners, I think, funny enough. I think a lot of teams went their comfort picks, but their comfort picks are just super solid with their character meta combination. I love GG taking Sky West. I love Furia taking Thermal. NRG getting their hometown a Monument. Climatizer East for Moist. Landslide Na'Vi went from a full edge team to now a full rotational team and trying to get the zone quickly. It's worked out. Falcons get Siphon, Complexity Tree. Like, we can go on and on. I think there's a lot of really good drafts here and a couple of not so great ones overall.
Where does the not so great one stand out for you? Obviously, we talked about Fnatic, but anybody else put in that category?
SSG is interesting for me going down. I don't really like the POI at all. I think it's an interesting pick. I actually want to ask Phony as to why he did that instead of other POIs that were available. VK Gaming going Epicenter is pretty rough. E36 is there at Survey Camp, and then now E36 is screwed over because Bleeds at Sky East, and then now they have an Epicenter team. So there you go.
That's that conversation we were having. They had to take a choice. They had to make a risk. It didn't end up paying off, though, and that is unfortunate for that team. E36 is going to be looking to figure things out as well. But let's take a look now at their Storm Point drafts as well, because this is where we get to see the full picture of it. Grace will give us a rundown. Obviously, some great picks, some also not so great picks.
Yeah, I think that for me, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised for teams, for NRG getting Coastal that late. I'm not going to lie. I'm not saying Coastal is great by any means, but I'm saying, once again, playing through active zones, I think that's a solid pick in the current stage of the game. I would though like to say that a lot of these teams get to play their, like the biggest thing about these heavy hitters is that they get to play their plan that has worked in all of these series, which should be terrifying for the teams that are later on the seed, that they don't get to play their game plan and they just have to adapt and survive against these heavy hitters.
And they get to play their game plan. They get to go into winners. Hopefully, if it does carry through on the points for the top 10 picks, getting the top 10 best results, which it doesn't always. And actually, there's always a few outliers out there. We'll carry that over into our finals, our match point finals, where it will be seeded. We don't have any starting points for match point finals. We do, however, have this pick structure for our first through 10 and obviously 20 heading into that. So that is a major deal, and this just sets it up because winners is just one group away from putting yourself into the position for match point finals on Sunday. Wig, thanks for joining us, man.
No problem, man.
The crew, thanks for bringing them over. I mean, you've got a lot of work to do tomorrow as well, as do we all, but thanks for ending the day with us, man. It's always been great, and good luck on the stream tomorrow, man.
Thank you guys so much. I love you all. I appreciate y'all, dude. You guys are goated.
We love you too, man.
Love you so
Snipe,
much, Wig.
wonderful day. It's been a long one. You've been here since the beginning, but you've seen all the Apex, and it's been a good day.
Yeah, I got thrown into the gauntlet here, and I just have so much more respect for the people that put all the time into this. You guys have been here, and it's a long day, and it just, it takes it out of you, but you've been nonstop on your stream, and you guys have been up here, and I just appreciate the opportunity. So,
all right, Graceful, I would give you something to say, but the cleaners are going to kick us out, so I unfortunately have to end the show. Thank you guys so much for watching. Graceful will be on the desk a little bit later. My name's been Rain Day. It's so fun to see you all watching. And guess what? Tomorrow, it is match day 3. Will the winners be moving on into our match point finals? Who will they be? We don't know, but the action begins at 10 a.m., so don't miss a beat. Remember, never give up, never stop gaming. We'll see you all for match day 3.
Before North Action are your first game winners.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel.